Not echoing. That's good. So, it is, of course, November 22nd, or 27th. Jeez, have I lost track of time? It is November 27th. The the election is, of course, still not over. Rodelito, thank you for the follow as well. And we are here. We're still here. We're still deciding who has won the presidency. Some big news came about this story concerning election fraud. Sidney Powell referenced a cyber fraud and cybercrime expert that is saying that under penalty of perjury, the election was indeed absolutely stolen. And this is absolutely the case. Now, before I get into the news, I want to remind everyone that tomorrow is Susgiving. In about 24 hours from now, we'll be playing Among Us until, well, I don't know, probably till 9 in the morning or so. From 9 p.m. to 9 in the morning Pacific time. That's 12 a.m. if you're on the East Coast, 10 a.m. if you're in the time zone that's 1 hour removed, and 11 p.m. if you're in the time zone that's 2 hours removed. I'm going to play a video first while I get my notifications sent out, and then we're going to get going. So, let's see. What to play while we wait is a good question. One moment. Gotta decide while I get shit set up. Let's go with... you know what? Let's go with... I don't know. That's a difficult one. Let's go with Big Iron.
To the town of Aquafria rode a stranger one fine day. How he spoke to folks around him didn't have too much to say. No one dared to ask his business, no one dared to make a slip. The stranger there among them had a big iron on his hip. Big iron on his hip. It was early in the morning when he rode into the town. He came riding from the south side, clearly looking all around. He's an outlaw, Bruce Lunnin, came a whisper from each lip, and he's here to do some business with a big iron on his hip. Big iron on his hip. In this town there lived an outlaw by the name of Texas Red. Many men had tried to take him, and that many men were dead. He was a vicious and a killer, though a youth of 24, and the notches on his pistol numbered 1 in 19 more. 1 in 19 more. Now the stranger started talking, made it plain to folks around. Was an Arizona Ranger, wouldn't be too long in town. He was here to take an outlaw back, alive or maybe dead, and he said it didn't matter, he was after Texas Red. Texas Red better run. Wasn't long before his story was relayed to Texas Red. But the outlaw didn't worry, men that tried before were dead. 20 men had tried to take him, 20 men had made a slip. 21 would be the ranger with that big iron on his hip. Big iron on his hip. Now the morning passed so quickly, it was time for them to meet. It was 20 past 11 when they walked out in the street. Folks were watching from the windows, everybody held their breath. They knew this handsome ranger was about to meet his death. About to meet his death. There was 20 feet between them when they stopped to make their play. And the swiftness of the ranger is still talked about today. And the ranger's aim was deadly with that big iron on his hip. Wait, what? Big iron on his hip. Big iron on his hip. It was over in a moment and the folks had had gathered round. There before them lay the body of the outlaw on the ground. He dead. Oh, he might have went on living, but he made one fatal slip when he tried to match the ranger with that big iron on his hip. Big iron on his hip. Big iron, big iron. When he tried to match the ranger with that big iron on his hip. Big iron on his hip.
No drugs, Mr. Frank, no drugs.
You never challenge the big iron.
All right, we're here. So, it is, of course, episode 17 of Coast to Ghost. The election is still, of course, as it always has been, ongoing. Emmanuel Macron of France has tried to ban reporting on police officers and putting out information about police officers. So, the petty tyrant in France seems to be trying to undermine future Yellow Vest protests over there. Here, we've got a good election fraud case that we're probably going to see play out in the next few weeks, and we may or may not see a fair outcome to this election. He will not be present tonight, as he is busy today, and Fed Zeppelin said he would be a little late, but I expect him to roll in, more or less, sooner or later. So, this Nuka-Cola... No, Mr. Frank, no! Mr. Frank, no! They get to at least stick around for a little, okay? They did support us during the revolution. All right, they get a little bit of a pass, okay? Just a little bit. What else has been going on? I mean, obviously, today is the day after Thanksgiving. I hope you all had a wonderful Thanksgiving with your families, a nice dinner with lots of food, lots of turkey, prime rib, some honey baked ham, all that. I hope everyone had a wonderful Thanksgiving and a great, just a great Thanksgiving at all. So, but other than that, Thanksgiving's over. It's Christmas time now. We are in the official start of the Christmas season. It is Black Friday, which, officially normally one of the largest shopping days of the year. Probably going to be a bit smaller of a shopping day this year because half of us live in fear of this pandemic that, kills 0.2% of us or something, but everyone always whines and says there are a whole bunch of other conditions that it causes and follows on, etc., etc. But Black Friday, Monday will be Cyber Monday. Lots of good deals, good Steam sale out there. Definitely check them all out. Aside from that, let's see. Oh, the former Overstock CEO explains election hacking. Interesting. I wanna see this. This is probably a pretty good video. I guess I'll listen to this. Let me play this on stream because this is an X-rated stream where we are allowed to talk about politics. I'll give this a listen. Holy gods!
Overstock never got hacked successfully in our 20 years.
49 minutes.
1,000 attempts a day to hack us. Most of the time, never once were successfully hacked.
Huh.
And I'm not, again, I insist.
Is there a shorter version than a 49-minute version of this? Jeez. Yes, the Joe Biden GoFundMe for the for the transition. That's hilarious. That is utterly hilarious that there is a They had to match me, bro. Match me so I can be in the White House. Meanwhile, here in SoCal, in La La Land, we have another 3-week stay-at-home order. Fortunately, I'm not in LA County, but they're just going to do this forever and ever. We got Georgia runoffs coming that can decide... They will decide the fate of the Senate. Now, of course, if these election fraud cases do come to fruition, the Democrats will probably lose 2 to 4 Senate seats, and they might even lose the House of Representatives. So, it'll be a very interesting case. to see, as you know, that allegedly there was a algorithm run that gave President Trump 75% of the votes and gave a minimum amount of votes to Joe Biden. And, if you run this effectively, the only state Joe Biden would have won would be California, or wherever Dominion was used. Now, as you may have heard, or probably not heard if you're watching Fox News or various mainstream media sources, the servers in Germany for Dominion and various related companies were seized not by the CIA or FBI, where there are many traitorous elements in the government, but instead the U.S. military, where there are many traitorous elements in the government. So, we will see how that goes. Pope Francis criticizes groups protesting lockdowns. Well, that's because he's a boot-kissing asshole. To be fair, Pope Francis, he's got a taste for simping. Whatever. Not my issue. Not my God King, so I don't really care what Pope Francis has to say concerning that. What else is there? We've got a woman trying to play in a Power 5 college football game. What the hell does that even mean? Vanderbilt kicker Sarah Fuller. They're going to have a woman that could be the first woman to play in a Power 5 football game as they were added to the roster. Wait, a kicker? Gosh, man, I hope they don't do kickoff no more, because if they're doing kickoff, it's going to get wrecked. 16,000 customers still without power in Southern California. This is the first world country that is California. 16,000 customers still without power. Fortunately, I'm not one of them. But, it's bad. It's fucking bad is what it is. Mobs have stormed Argentina's presidential palace during the Diego Maradona funeral. The U.S. women's soccer team is supporting some weird political movement for some reason in international matches. New Jersey Starbucks fired a woman for refusing to wear a Pride t-shirt. Not about politics, though, remember. 5 shot on Thanksgiving Day in Chicago. It is a Thursday. 3 Antifa protesters arrested for vandalizing Portland. San Antonio sorority kicks student out over a TikTok. That's funny. This is the world we live in. Scalise says that the 2 seats in Georgia are everything. No, proving the election fraud is everything, you moron. This is the important thing, because they will, if they are able to successfully steal the presidency, believe me, they will steal these Senate seats. And this is what people need to understand. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. In more positive news, President Trump has finally stopped pussyfooting around and pardoned Michael Flynn, an innocent man who has been constantly put back in jail by the administrative state, the aforementioned, and the so-called deep state, effectively. Bureaucrats wanted to put Michael Flynn in jail because I think he pushed for a more peaceful foreign policy, and he threatened a lot of people's jobs as a national security advisor. So they effectively been trying to, the judge effectively was trying to prosecute Michael Flynn endlessly. As you know, when you get prosecuted by the federal government, what happens is that you as a taxpayer pay all of their legal fees, and you as a private citizen can either take a public defender who will be terrible and will say, settle, just settle, or you can pay for an expensive lawyer who will be able to win the case. But the government can endlessly break, statute of limitation laws and various other laws when prosecuting you, because they're the ones who write the laws. They're not necessarily the ones who are beholden to them. This is how the government sues people and how they destroy people's lives. Oh, gosh, yes. Twitter has a new censorship czar, Christine Sue. Hey, Gardner! Thank you for the diamond, sir. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. In Middle Eastern news, though, Iran's chief nuclear scientist has been killed. There was apparently a gunfight somewhere in Iran, and the Iranian government has accused Israel of murdering the father of the Iranian nuclear program, and Netanyahu in 2018 apparently called this guy out by name. So I don't know. It seems pretty clear to me that yes, he was killed by Mossad or Israeli special forces as a way to deter and limit the Iranian nuclear program. I think that's not too controversial a statement to make. So, that's what's going on. They lost a chief nuclear scientist. They probably now have reduced nuclear capabilities. Well, we'll see. We'll see how this all pans out. But yeah, I think that's not a controversial opinion, Gardner. I'm pretty sure the Iranians say it. I'm pretty sure the Israelis will take credit for it, more or less. So, all right, we'll see how that plays out. Exactly. Hey, Adolf, if you want to hop on, Fed's gonna be late. I'd love to chat with you, just about what's going on. But if you're busy, I understand. But yeah, more or less yeah, exactly. The nuclear deal, the terrible nuclear deal, which was fucking terrible, by the way. But not a good sign for peace. But whatever. It's Israel's own business what they do in their backyard. Oh, awesome! I'll be happy to see you later. Yeah. All right. So chief nuclear scientist just picked off in Iran. Well, that'll be interesting. Let's see. Pennsylvania appeals court tosses the Trump lawsuit, setting stage for Supreme Court showdown. Ballots, not briefs, decide elections, says a judge. To undo the certification of his irregularity-plagued victory in the state. The Friday decision potentially sets the stage for a U.S. Supreme Court showdown in which the 6-3 conservative majority could overturn the results of the election. That said, according to Bloomberg citing experts, it's unlikely the High Court will take up the case if the evidence is lacking, and which won't affect the outcome of the election, given that Biden would still win the White House without the 20 electoral votes. Voters, not lawyers. Okay, well, that's disappointing. The Trump campaign sought to have federal court invalidate the results, and then get the state's General Assembly to select Trump electors by Electoral College, which campaign attorney Mark Scarani wrote to the U.S. Appeals Court for the Third Circuit. The Pennsylvania General Assembly has the power to appoint the Commonwealth's presidential electors, wrote Scarani, adding a decision by a district court that President Trump won the legal votes may have the significant impact on the General Assembly. Well, yeah, there has been widespread voter fraud, so we'll see how this goes. I think he's got it too, Gardner. It's a narrow path, but it's pretty ridiculous. Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. Let's see. How do U.S. presidents rank for clemency? Wow. Man, how many fucking people did it? Holy shit. FDR pardoned over 3,000 people? Jeez. What the hell? What the fuck? I knew FDR was a terrible president, and Barack Obama commuted a bunch of sentences. Holy shit. What the fuck? No, Ada Wolf. I won't accept it until it's final. Until he's taking the oath of office on January 20th. Not a day sooner will I accept it. Alright? And I'll fight it until we're done. Alright?
We're done!
Fed Zeppelin. Oh my gosh. What's up, man? How are you? How was your run?
It was shorter than usual and a lot wetter than usual, so there's that.
I see.
I couldn't puss out though. My dad's gonna run 18 miles in the rain tomorrow, and there's no getting around it. So
good for him. How was your Thanksgiving, Fed Zeppelin?
It was fucking good. Yeah, it was good. There was the normal family weird shenanigans, but it was good in the end.
Nice. What'd you have? I had really good mashed potatoes, prime rib, and some turkey.
We didn't do prime rib. We did mashed potatoes, So like it's also we do less of the different kinds of food, but we specifically make like the normal version and gluten free because my dad and I are like celiacs and gluten intolerant at least, and so like we made like gluten free rolls, mashed potatoes, green beans, like there's like a special like turkey thing. We did a couple different things with the sauces. And then we did like part 2 today, which was like stir fry, and we watched Fat Man again. I watched Fat Man with my family. My sister walked out after 30 minutes because she was like, "This sucks ass." And then my parents were like glued, and they loved it to the very end.
It was pretty fantastic, wasn't it?
Yeah. So Turkey Day Part 2 was a fucking brilliant run back. We went and grabbed the tree, did all that shit, and it was wonderful.
Awesome.
Yeah. I'm assuming yours was just as good.
It was good. Good
Hell
prime rib.
yeah.
Okay turkey.
Prime rib.
Great mashed potatoes. Hawaiian rolls. So we had redneck rolls, which are just Hawaiian.
Yeah.
It was good.
I know me some Hawaiian rolls.
Yep. Yeah. So
Well,
what are your
I'm
thoughts
glad
on
that that went well.
Yeah, okay. What are your thoughts on the developments in the election fraud case?
So okay, let's try it like this. I've been a little bit unplugged because I've been just, if anything came to politics, I argued my like dick and balls off to my sister, and she, oh my god, Gator, this tweet. Sorry, it, I saw an interesting tweet from Gator. But my mind got wiped just for a second there. I got Men in Blacked. So I kind of like avoided a lot of figuring out what like the normal stuff for the last couple days was, just to like be able to like talk with them, try and connect with them, talk about whatever. So I've been a little bit more on the family matters. Could you enlighten me on what the developments are, and then we'll do that portion? Does that sound good?
The biggest piece of news is that Dr. Navid Keshavarz Nia, an experienced cybercrime investigator and digital security executive, has said under penalty of perjury that I conclude with high confidence that the election 2020 data were altered in all battleground states, resulting in 100 of thousands of votes that were cast for President Trump to be transferred to Vice President Biden. These alterations were the result of systemic and widespread exploitable vulnerabilities in DVS, SZYTL/SOE software and Smartmantic systems that enabled operators to achieve the desired results. In my view, the evidence is overwhelming and incontrovertible. Pursuant to 28 USS 1746, I declare under penalty of perjury under the laws of the United States of America that the foregoings is true and correct to the best of my knowledge.
That's
November 25th,
okay. Yeah.
2020. Now, to remind you, this is a cyber crime investigator and digital security executive who has worked with the CIA, NSA, FBI, and U.S. military counterintelligence. In addition to this, he's worked on cybersecurity and fraud with financial giants like Deutsche Bank and Stripe.
So hearing that on the face of that, I'm like, that is a that's telling. I like that. It seems like good evidence. If I temper that a little bit, I mean, it's one cybersecurity expert. Like it definitely should be enough that eyes should be on this. If you're not putting eyes on this, if you're not looking at what is based on the numbers, based on essentially what he said, which is I'm glad he's using that, because that's the same way I argued this with my sister, to try and say, like, at least we should be looking at this. He's making the same argument that I did when I was talking to my sister, like, explicitly. So I find that to be the thing that should, no matter what, no matter where you are at, like, you should be turning your eyes towards what he's saying. After that, like, when you get further down the line, when you start looking at poll watchers, when you start getting to like Giuliani territory, that's where I can see people falling off. But this is very, very incontrovertible. Look at these numbers, look at the software, look at the things that it's very hard to introduce too much bias into these things when you can look at the black and white numbers of the situation and you can say, here's something wrong here.
Like, look at the data.
And that's what data sets are for.
Right, like, look at the data. No matter how you look at it, the data, like, statistically, the data can't be that way. Like it's impossible. This is why in Pennsylvania you're like, oh, we got 600,000 votes for Biden and 3,200 for Trump. Like, I don't care. I don't care if you're in like the heart of like LA. I don't care if you're in I don't care if you're in Washington D.C. Even in Washington D.C., you wouldn't get results like that.
Well, so here's another thing that I found was really interesting about my sister's line of argumentation. I'm not pissed off and just like stewing on this, but it was another thing. Like, I'm trying to look at this from a center left perspective because that's where she's about. She's from Austin and she's a female, so she's going to be kind of riding that centerish position. She's going to at least be towards the left, but she's towards center because we're primarily conservative household. So she loses as soon as you like so one, she's good with numbers, and she made an ass of herself because she was like, okay, well you can't judge percentages of eligible voters.
Oh, Fed. Oh no, Fed. Just kidding.
Oh, and that's where I was like, okay, hold on. I know exactly what you're saying. I know what you're saying because the problem is the nominal numbers might not be the same, and it might be very close, but the nominal numbers change for some reason. And then she said, look at all the people that died, and look at all the new people. And my response to that was literally, and these are two canceling out forces that make it so the numbers come back close to each other. Now, the reason that I don't need don't need all of the nominal numbers is because I know that incontrovertibly, people have been saying Biden got 80 million votes this election, correct? Right? And then Trump got 74 million votes because 6 million has to be burned into your mind somehow. So here's our next iteration of the 6 million.
What do you mean?
I don't know. I'm talking about 6 million votes. I don't know what else you're talking about.
Okay.
We're not going to do anything. We're
How
not
much
going to
time
throw
would
these
it take
ballots
to,
directly into an oven.
fraudulently get 6 million votes.
I don't know. I'd have to think it over. I'd have to let that one bake into my mind a little bit.
I see.
But I basically said, okay, so you get the percentages from somewhere, right? So you get those from eligible voters. And if we know, she basically said, you don't know the denominator, so this is invalid. And I said, no, I don't need to know the denominator. I know the numerators for each of them. I know the numerator for when it was, what was it, Clinton and Trump? And I know that one because I know that Trump got, 11 million more votes this year than he did when he originally ran.
Yep.
And Hillary beat him by 1 million in the popular vote. So, I can literally pull those numbers back from memory, and I know that, okay, so we're dealing with about 10 million less in each, right? And so I was like, okay, let's think about this now. So if I know both the percentages of eligible voters, and then I know the numerators for each of those, I don't care about the denominator because I know exactly about where that's going to land me. And I know about 55% of the people voted, 55% of the eligible voters voted in 2016, and about 65% of them voted this time in 2020. And so when I look at that and I say, wow, that's a 10% increase in voters. And traditionally, the way that it works is you do not vote against somebody and get someone else in office. Everybody that says oh yeah, well, people voted against Hillary and that's why Trump is in. No, Trump had his own things going for him. People were definitely on the Trump train. It wasn't just the greater of two evils.
But it fed into it. That the big thing about Trump was he got a lot of former Obama voters on board.
Yeah, and especially this year.
Oh yeah, he got a lot of former Obama voters on board, and that was a big part of his campaign, was winning over the blue collar workers in the Rust Belt. By that was still got him part of his campaign.
Yeah, exactly, and I'm completely with you on that. And then, but would you agree with me if I have two populations that I'm looking at? They're both the eligible voters in the United States. If I know the percentage of the voters that voted, so 55 and 65 respectively, and then I know my numerators for each of those. Do the denominators matter whatsoever?
I mean, you can solve for your denominator.
Exactly. So I could not understand
why it doesn't matter at fuck at all because you can solve for denominator.
Oh yeah, well that's why I could not understand why a mathematician, like literally like has a master's, like doing like accounting and working with these sorts of things, it could not understand
You're not
why I
accounting
would
for
not
all
need
the
that.
factors in that conversation, unfortunately.
Well, and that's where I was like, okay, well then what do you propose in this situation? And she said, well, why do you even care about it? And I was like, okay, so you have no argument whatsoever. You're deflecting
Well,
because
but
you
Fed,
don't like
come
the way that the
on,
numbers
it's
look.
It's just the integrity of our democratic republic. It's the, it's the
Oh, but Ghost,
legitimacy
what are you
from-
gonna do about it?
the
Ghost, what are you
legitimacy
gonna do
from
about
which
it?
our laws are drawn from. Oh gosh, oh no, lordy, no! Like, are you kidding me?
Okay, so I am not the greatest mathematician in the world, and my dad's fairly fucking good. My sister's really fucking good, and I'm decent. My mom is probably somewhere a little bit below that, and so we're like going through this, and my mom's like, well, yeah, I mean, like, one, you kind of, that doesn't even talk about the numbers, but you can look at those numbers and then you could compare them even if you don't solve for it. And it was like this moment where like my mom doesn't usually deal with numbers or anything like that. Like she deals with numbers, but she deals with like raw, like nominal numbers, and she just like accounts for them more than she does like any sort of like trying to like do predictions or anything based off them, or like try and answer too much with them other than like what are the raw quantities and whatnot that we have. And it was this moment where everybody kind of like looked over and was like, huh, mathematician? And she was I just got to see for a minute like my sister like stew, and then again just went over to like, well, what does it matter? What are you gonna do about it? And it's like my dad was like, fuck it, he could run next year, he could run in the next fucking cycle, fuck it. Like it was just this hilarious moment where my dad was like, it was like, okay, if you're gonna make a facetious argument that just literally just gonna validate us even talking about this when you brought it up in the first place, here's like the most facetious argument of all. And I was just like, okay. And I was like, yeah, fuck it, I'm running in 2022. Like it was the weirdest thing in the world, but it was like, it was one of those defining Turkey Day things where just like, yep, this only happens over turkey and just dealing with family.
It was one of the most pleasant
fantastic
things about my Thanksgiving was, Fed.
Mm-hmm.
All the left-wing
Explicitly,
members
I'd like to.
of my family are terrified of COVID and locking themselves down, and all the right-wing members of my family were like, "We're gonna come over. We're gonna eat a bunch of turkey. We're gonna have a fucking grand old time," and we all did. And we all talked about how this election fraud case is going on, how we plan to win this, and how we plan to celebrate if Trump pulls this off in December.
I mean, yeah, but like
we've all vowed. We all vowed if Donald Trump pulls off this election, right, and is able to unsteal it from the Democrats, that we will never, ever, ever let the left-wing members of our family live this down. We will torture them with this until the end of time. We will be joyful. We will be mirthful. We will make their lives miserable by living as happy, free individuals in this country.
Yeah, it's definitely something where you can even in victory you can see where someone's a poor sport, or you can see where somebody has no faith, and that's definitely where I see at least the conservative, like I can't say like around the horn like everybody's showing the same amount of faith or the same kind of fire, but fuck me, have I definitely noticed like there's some people that are wishy-washy.
I'm not asking for anyone's faith. All I'm asking for is to help fight for this man. That's it. No?
Well, okay, so now if you have an argument and somebody else has an argument, and you can't get over the descriptive nature of the argument, you can't get over the fact that what are the actual facts that we're arguing over. You have to look at them and you have to evaluate them the best that you can. But ultimately, there's like an X factor of unknowns. And I think when it comes to the X factor of unknowns, when you really do look at it, a lot of it does come down to faith in some areas. And then it also takes faith that the people are going to do the right thing with the numbers. Do I have faith in Giuliani right now? Not that much, no. Do I think, is it like, did it suck that like that was representative of conservatives? Yeah. But do I think overall that
Well, you gotta understand.
smarter
Fed,
minds and
Fed,
cooler heads
Fed.
prevail a lot of the time? And
Whoa,
I
whoa,
think
whoa,
that's
whoa,
where we're
Fed,
at. I have faith in
Fed.
that.
Like, I don't have faith in any of these people on this case, okay? What I do have is Sidney Powell is an excellent lawyer, an amazing lawyer who's a great
Okay, well
legal
then-
mind. Now, what I don't have faith in Giuliani. What I do know, Giuliani prosecuted the mob. Giuliani is an expert in prosecuting organized crime and RICO cases specifically. Giuliani's purpose is after you win the election fraud case, improving the RICO case afterwards. That's the importance of Giuliani, is after you win the election.
Oh yeah, the guy is all
because
panache. Yeah.
if we win this case, we've got to put these fucking people in jail. Okay, we do.
Oh, yeah.
What they did? No, you have to go to jail. You have to suffer permanent, severe consequences for stealing the election. Otherwise, who even cares? Like, nothing matters. All right, they're just gonna steal the election again in 2022, like they did in 2018. Like this is why you have to win now. Otherwise, it's irrelevant what happens.
Oh yeah, well no, that's exactly what I'm saying. Okay, so no, I think you definitely fleshed out a point that I like, and I would agree with 100%. Giuliani right now out there trying to be a part of the vanguard, the point of the spear, not the best idea. Yeah. Having Giuliani spike the football afterwards, yes. He's going to go out there with his whole fucking mukbang of evidence that he could just kind of do whatever he wants with. And he's going to flaunt it. He's going to do the most elaborate touchdown dance you've ever seen an old man do. And it's going to be a spectacle. Do I want that? Yeah. But I think ultimately,
this is why
like,
you don't have faith in people. This is why you understand people's talents and abilities, and you hope that they execute on them. You want them to execute on them, and you understand why they're there. You know,
I think you wiggled around faith a little bit there. Like, it's not like
Thank you for the ice cream, Gardner. And I don't
but
know what
I think you're getting around the same concept that I am, where you just because I mean you can have faith in somebody's abilities.
It's an understanding of people's abilities. It's really like what we gotta have faith is that the system will do anything, because you can't trust the system for anything.
But okay, so why would you? Okay, so now if you're looking at a system and you're looking at a person, what's the difference between okay, so understanding means you have a track record of what they're doing and you've analyzed the way that they've done something, right? And so in both the system and the person, you're looking at their history, right? And that's how you get an understanding
Right.
of
No,
them,
I have an
correct?
understanding of the system, Fed.
Mm-hmm.
And the understanding
Okay,
of the
so now
system is that the system is shit.
okay,
The system
so
is shit.
but you said, but Ghost, you said I have faith in. You have to have faith in the system, but you don't have faith in Giuliani. Now, my argument would be, if you have an understanding of something, you have a past track record of how that thing works.
Giuliani is a tool that can be used against
Yep.
organized
I agree.
crime. Okay, that's what he's
So,
for.
to finish my point though, having faith is knowing, or having faith is literally using your understanding and expecting, or like having the same in mind for them to go forward, for them to keep on the same track or keep on a similar track, or use your understanding that they are going to, you can have faith that somebody's going to do something in the future. And that's where it is not understanding to know what somebody's going to do in the future, because you cannot know. You can have faith that they will do something in the future. And that's where both the system and the person become the same sort of, I don't believe you can have an understanding of what somebody's future will be. You can have faith that they will continue on the same path, if that makes sense. And that's where I think we're like talking about the same thing, but you just don't like the word faith at all.
I don't understand.
So, okay, again, so, and maybe, I don't know if I could word it any clearer. Understanding something is, it has to have happened, right?
No, not necessarily. I mean,
Okay,
like,
how do you understand something that hasn't happened?
well, I mean, like if you explain,
How do you understand something that hasn't been discovered, hasn't been like factually known?
like the concept of the Big Bang may or may not have happened, but you can still understand.
Okay, but you
how
have-
the theory works.
Okay, so you have an understanding of what would have happened in that case.
Gardner, no, I don't think he's ever indicated he would do anything of the sort. I don't see it ever happening.
Oh, yeah.
You're
What's
not.
the-
You're not getting fascism, Gardner. I can promise you that.
It's
no
the
matter
mayor
what
of
happens.
Chicago. I don't trust any of these clowns.
That's not happening.
Oh yeah, no. Sorry, Gardner.
I've got bad news for you.
Oh
Gardner.
fuck. Yeah, but okay, again, so you're talking about again, that's theoretically. Now you're looking at like whether something happened or not. Again, you're looking at like what we do know. You're
Right, but you
basically
can
like
understand-
faith
you
is.
can understand the theory, right? Without knowing
Yeah,
if
yeah.
it has or hasn't happened yet, right?
Yeah, but
Okay.
okay, so you can understand the theory, but faith goes more into how much you
Like the
think that
singularity-
is
like
the
singularity as
probable
well, Fed.
case.
Like you can understand what the singularity is, even though it hasn't happened. Well, probably hasn't happened yet.
But it's if that's the same thing where somebody, no one, like
It's
no
the
one, you
future
didn't come up
looking
with that on your own. That was expressed to you. There was like an event where somebody said, "Hey, here's what this is."
Right. But the event happening has not happened.
Yeah, but you
been
don't need that.
positive.
You need the
It's been
you need
positive.
the actual. Well, you need the information to be in the past. That's what I'm saying.
no,
In this case.
Gardner got banned from Twitter.
Oh, really?
No,
Aw.
look at what he posted. He posted.
Oh, cheese to me.
He's cheese to meet you, Gardner. No,
No.
he got banned from Twitter again. I love that Pepe. Cheese to meet you. God.
Jeez. But yeah, I definitely think it's the amount that you can you can trust. It's the amount that you. It's very hard to define faith without using faith itself. I mean, it's using like past statistics. It's using everything that you know, your knowledge, and then your ability to like trust something that it's going to continue statistically the same way, or it's something like you always have to like go off of past knowledge because again, like even without knowing the Big Bang happened, you were given some form of knowledge where you're like, okay, this is probably the thing, and then you're switching probably with like faith, like okay, well, I probabilistically this is probably what happened, and then after that it's like, okay, well, you could say how much faith you have that this happened. It's like, oh yeah, it's a very similar thing, but it's I'm having trouble because like there was a complete
Wait a minute,
case
Gardner,
there where
no,
I feel like you would have been able to understand it.
Gardner. Halloween was over a month ago. Take off the costume. Put on your buckled hat. Dance in the red leaves. Dance, I tell you. Dance in the leaves, Gardner. It is Thanksgiving. And then when you're done dancing in the leaves, we dance in the snow in our Santa costumes, for it is Christmas time. Fully Christmas time.
That's definitely what Black Friday's for. Black Friday is for.
The start of Christmas is Black Friday, baby.
Yep, I slept too damn long yesterday. Time to go grab a tree, start up
Yes.
my fucking decorations. But
I love this Babylon Bee article that Alfarius posted.
just for reference, though, faith is the complete trust or confidence in something, or someone or something. I don't know if I'd say complete,
Well,
but
this is why I don't have faith, Fed.
well, I
don't
think
have
complete
faith
is
and trust.
complete seems
Alright.
complete seems sus. Complete seems sus. I don't know if that's.
Oh no, Mr. Frank is part of the cannibals! We found him! We found the imposter! Eject! Eject! He wants the long pork.
I would argue that you need to at least look at that word and see how you feel about it at some point later. Not
Nope,
right now, but
I don't have to.
I'm not saying you have to. I never said you had to. I said I feel like that would be something that would be
I
good.
know why. Sorry. They said Fed's a bit loud, so I realized that I
I'm a
gotta
bit loud.
fuck with my audio editing. Sorry.
Shit.
That's my fault. I have my my input turned down a bit from full, and I have yours. I had yours at full because I had added yours most recently. 'Cause I
Okay.
mucked a bit with
fair.
voice meter. It's nothing on your end. It's on my end. Thank you, Lotus. Yeah, I just equalized it a bit better. Yeah. No, so it'll be interesting how this all plays out. In other news, Fed, did you see what happened to Iran's chief nuclear scientist?
I didn't see what happened to him, but I have faith that motherfucker is dead.
Darn it! We almost got him. We almost fingered him as Mossad, guys, but we didn't get him.
Now wait a minute. no. Like,
Yeah.
no, wait a
so-
minute, Echo. No.
So basically, Iran alleges that Israel wasted this guy, in like a public gunfight. They sent a bunch of, Mossad guys in and just blasted him outside of a building somewhere. And
What
many
were you doing
articles
out there?
many
He
articles-
violently COVIDed.
Yeah. Yes, that's right. Another COVID death. But the people point out that Netanyahu in 2018 said, "Remember this guy's name?" And so I don't know about you, but it sounds like a successful hit to me. But
I don't know. I don't know what he got hit by. I don't know. I don't know the statistics on how hard somebody can get hit by COVID. But it seems as though it might be a linebacker. He might, if this guy survives, he might have irreparable CTE.
oh no, he's
If
dead.
he's not
No, he's
actually
dead,
just
Ben.
made of paste at this point.
He's dead. Although I mean, I think the reports that he's dead are coming from the Iranians, but I think it's internationally reported that he dead.
I don't know. I don't know the COVID statistics. I can't do a plus or minus one in that region.
So what do you think? What do you think? They blasted this guy. What about that?
I think COVID is a cruel mistress, and she smote him with one disgusting tentacle bolt from the sky, and it's
Honestly.
terrible. He should have worn a mask. Maybe the particulates
Yep.
could
See,
have been
if,
caught by that
I was
mask.
thinking the exact thing. I think that mask would have protected him from that Mossad hit squad.
Yeah, I think he would have been able to hold his body parts together better if he was wearing full on protection. And he goofed a little. He goofed.
Yep. This is
Poor
what
guy.
happens, guys, when you don't wear a mask. Just a Mossad hit squad rolls up to you in the middle of the street when you're a chief nuclear scientist.
What was the thing? Was it an umbrella in Korea? What was the thing?
I
that they
believe.
used?
Oh, what, you mean how they killed Kim's brother?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they had like an escort just walk up with like an umbrella and like blew poison gas in his face basically and killed him.
Yeah, it's kind of like that, except they got one of those, what is it, a bellow from from blacksmithing, that big like accordion-esque thing that they used to
Yeah.
like stoke the fire, except they just blew COVID like down his throat
Exactly.
and just exploded him from the inside out.
Yeah. No. So when the COVID hit like his white blood cells, it just.
Oh yeah, the white blood cells instantly reacted
Right, but
violently
they
and
reacted.
exploded.
So what happened? What happened with COVID was that it was a new strain of COVID where the antibodies ate like away at the blast retardant cells that were in COVID, and so as soon as they ate it, they just exploded.
See, actually, the problem is he had too much vitamin D from being outside. He
Yep,
was
the
too
sun.
healthy, and then what happened was when the COVID cells hit him, all of the white bloods, all of the his body fighting it mass produced cells to fight it, and he exploded from his body's positive reaction.
Right.
So now everybody
It
should go
created
get
more
AIDS and
cells.
then get COVID.
It created
And
more
that's
cells
how you don't
than
explode.
he had body mass, and because he got so
Yep.
full of cells, he just exploded.
Yeah,
caused
well,
such a
he
rapidly
actually pulled a
expanded body.
literal cell. He pulled a Dragon Ball Z cell
Yeah,
and just
yeah. So after they knocked Android 18 out of the cell, he decided the only way he could win the fight was blowing himself up and the Earth. And
Yes.
there was the Goku teleported him to King Kai's planet and came back. So Selvid will be back soon in his new perfect final form. We'll have to deal with that.
Everybody in the chat, can we get an F for Mr. Bubbles? Return to Monkey, F for Mr. Bubbles.
Wait, what
Was
happened
that
to
the
Mr.
monkey's
Bubbles?
name? Wasn't Mr. Bubbles the monkey on
I
King
have no
Kai's
idea.
planet? Oh, there
have no-
was a monkey on. Oh, okay, chat, and we need
Oh,
you.
Yellow Lantern, if you'd like to join us, you absolutely can. Shit.
I need the
Speak
chat's
of it.
validation. I'm pretty sure it was Mr. Bubbles because like they gave Goku a hammer and he had to run around the planet.
Oh
and,
yeah,
like,
Mr.
try and
Bubbles
bop him.
was on King Kai's planet. That's true.
Yeah, right?
Yellow Lantern 19. How are you doing, sir?
Oh, not bad, gentlemen. How are you? I just got off the kill stream, and I asked Mark Colette a very question about the gaming industry as he saw it, because people don't really know Mr. Colette. Well, not just being a British nationalist, is also a pretty good video gamer as well.
I know of that. I would love to have him on my show, but
Yeah,
not
we
big
just-
enough.
Yeah, I mentioned like why has video games like why has he become detached from most of it, and I kind of asked like the reasonings we kind of agreed was that the video game industry kind of really went down the tubes in the mid to late 2010s. I mean, what were your guys' experiences on that?
I mean, like smaller productions have gotten really, really good and varied. You know, like things that have dealt with like crowdfunding or indie publishers have gotten really, really good. AAA games, it's a mixed bag. There are some that are still good. They're all cucked as far as like for the industry perspective, but some people still make good games generally. But yeah, I mean, that's been my experience is that it's a mixed bag, and it kind of always has been. I mean, a lot of people forget how many bad games were around, like in the PS2, the N64, and like the original Xbox era. Like, it hasn't always all been gems. We just have fond memories, and you know, if we didn't like games, we didn't play them.
I always find a problem with like drawing, and not to say that, like, seemingly arbitrary lines between like, so if you're like looking at like, oh, what are U.S. citizens good or bad? Like, it's like it's a mixed bag. Like, there's a lot of them that suck, and the same thing happens with like almost everything that you're trying to analyze as far as like, am I looking at like AAA or indie? Like, I think you are gonna find a lot of like dirtbags in the indie, but like, man, some of them just care about games, and they're just like you and I, and they just like actually care about the games. So
Yeah, I
it's,
think
it's a mixed bag for sure.
it's like people think Phil Fish is like the face of the indie game, which that's not accurate at all.
Could
He
you
doesn't
tell me who
make
Phil
games
Fish is?
anymore. I think right? Didn't he quit completely?
Yeah. Oh, and the the
What a
circumstances of
loser.
why he quit was also funny. Yeah. So Phil Fish, he made the game. What was it?
Fez.
Fez. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Fez,
Like
okay.
it was like a
I remember
2D
that.
side scroller where you could like keep flipping the map. It's kind of interesting. though.
Yeah, I did remember seeing at like I'm more knowledgeable of the games by name, and then afterwards maybe if you said the publisher I would know them, but I'm terrible with names in the first place. But I do know of Fez at least.
Yeah. Yeah. And the reason
Also,
he decided
not
just to
should be
quit.
the face of indie games, really.
I know, but he was sort of a meme. I'm surprised he's not. I'm surprised there isn't a sticker made out of him just yet, considering like what happened to him. And they had like a documentary about him as well as his journey to making that game as well. But the reason he decided just to quit was literally because he was in a panel and one of the guys discussing kind of jokingly called him like a tosspot or something, some kind of British insult, and then he just has this complete spurg out on Twitter. He's like, "That's it, Fez 2 is canceled. I can't take this anymore. You're all
That's it.
stop.
That's
I
it.
can't-"
That's it. He basically had a ghost moment there.
Yeah,
Well,
like
that's definitely an iceberg situation, right? Like you're seeing the tip of the iceberg, the inciting incident, but you're not seeing all of the underlying things that got him there.
it was probably the straw that broke the camel's back.
For sure. Hey, Flow
weak-willed camel.
Euphoria.
One moment. Because Flow Euphoria is celebrating a 1-month sub streak. Flow Euphoria, thank you so much for your continued support of the Ghost Gang, the Spectre Squad, the Boo Crew, the Haunted Hullabaloo, the Apparition Alliance, the Undead Underground. Thank you so much, Flow Euphoria, for continuing this ectoplasmic experience that is the Ghost Gang. And remember, Flow Euphoria, the only way in and out of this gang is in a body bag. Thank you so much, Flow Euphoria, for your continued support. Sorry, where were we?
I'm just I was impressed.
That's
with
right. Sorry, I had to get
I'm just
one of those
impressed
in
with
there.
all the names you're given. The the Ghost, the Boo Crew, the Ghastly. Man, I can't come up with that.
Oh no! So, Yellow, I nothing would make me happier. Like meditate on it a little bit. If you can come up with any more of those to throw in there, we should literally just make a Discord channel that is just like,
The
what can we
alliteration
throw into
alley.
that?
We'll call it the alliteration
Yeah.
alley.
Yeah.
You
The
also may have
Alliteration
noticed that
Alliance.
The
Yellow
Spectre
Fever has
Squad.
been rather quiet. You may have noticed, and that's because I put him in degenerate jail, which means he can't post.
Wait, who is?
Yellow Fever.
Oh, I was like,
well, yeah.
I was like,
Uh,
saying,
no,
wait,
of course
what
you
did I do?
No, you have done
What
nothing
did-
wrong, sir. Absolutely nothing
Yeah,
wrong.
Well,
What about
actually,
the-
I am interested in something that you have done recently, Yellow Fever or Yellow Lantern. God damn it! God damn it, Ghost! All right, Yellow. Sorry. What's how did your Thanksgiving go? Could you
That's an excellent question.
Well-
did you
talk to us
think?
about that one, sir?
Well, it made a bunch of. It would probably make a bunch of blue checkmark journalists go crazy because of the fact that I had my family over.
I
And,
did too, but not my left wing family. They were all scared. They were all scared. They were
Scared.
afraid. They were
So
afraid of the
scared.
virus. They didn't want to come,
Scared.
so we were all had a pleasant dinner.
Yeah. I think the funny part is just driving up to the place where we go and just having all the flags flying out. Because in the state of Florida, we have, in one of the locations, we have apparent 5 to 8 flags of places or nations that claim sovereignty over a particular part of the land. In Florida, it's the 5 flags in most regions. Some of them have 6, like around the panhandle of Milton, where that was that brief Republic of West Florida, or even in places like Fernandina Beach that have 8, but we had 5. So imagine just all of the big family walking up and just having, the Kingdom of Spain, the Kingdom of France, the Great Britain, the Confederate States of America, and the United States of America flags flying in. I'd imagine some journalists would probably had their heads explode. But this is in Florida because, in the other state I would have gone to, Ohio, there's already a curfew, whereas the governor said, we've suspended all these restrictions. Like, it's really up to whatever the counties say, because to give credit to Governor DeSantis, he had the scientists tell him, he actually has said, like, what's the measure? And they said, these lockdowns, restrictions aren't working. It's better just to let people roam and, build a little bit of exercise stuff. And Florida has been handling this virus way better than a lot of the other states.
Well, you mean they're not putting old people with COVID into retirement homes to create like death camps, basically, for old people?
Yeah,
Trying
and
to
they're,
explicitly murder them.
I just love how that Governor Cuomo basically killed more people than the
Didn't he get
9/11
an
terrorists
Emmy?
did.
Didn't he get an Emmy?
Yeah, he's writing a book about how to handle crisis and stuff, and he's getting nominated for an Emmy. He's being nominated for Person of the Year. It's just the elite class self-flagellating in front of each other.
Oh, they're not self-flagellating. They're just beating off all over themselves.
Yeah, beating.
No,
They're having
this is
a
like
giant
going to like
circle
Dr.
jerk, basically.
Kevorkian and asking him for like a life-saving medical procedure. Is what the equivalent of giving him an Emmy for handling crises.
Oh wait, wait, what?
Got
Sorry.
some. Flo's got some the sexy specters, spectries, the wicked
Well, that
race.
is true. One sec. I'm gonna let you finish, but I'm gonna bring Flo in. Flo, Yellow Lantern speaking, so be quiet for a bit, and we'll let Yellow Lantern finish his point.
Oh, well, yeah, that was just it. I also got a question, so I might be doing a bit of a bonus episode with Ralph and the Killstream in next week, so because he's been busy traveling from Atlanta to Phoenix, checking out the rallies where people are, asking to stop the steal,
Yep.
rallying just to make sure that places where the elections results are contested or there's a lot of fraud or
Let's
properly.
be clear, Yellow Lantern, where the election was stolen.
Well, yeah,
He's looking at battleground states where, yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, you're both right. It's just there's how immediate are you going to be in your response, and like it's I feel like Yellow is always a little bit more like on the I'm not gonna get explicitly tossed into a vat for my speech, but when it comes to principles, I do find that Yellow is like. Not backing down on those ones that would get him thrown into a vat. So, I think there's a very small distinction between the way y'all said it, but very similar.
Anyways, so yeah, one of the topics I would talk about is sort of the retrospect historical at monuments, not only to the Civil War with the Confederates, but also to the Nationalists. And I realized a lot of what's going on in the United States was kind of foreshadowed in Spain about a decade ago, what they were doing with a lot of the old symbols of the
Yeah.
Francoist regime.
Well, that's almost every time that you see somebody removing history is the great context for what comes next, and everybody that thinks history never repeats itself is fucking dumb, because everybody's like, how would you ever become a Nazi? Oh my God, how could these Germans, these evil Germans, and then you're like, wait a
And
minute.
one day for no reason, it's literally and one day for no reason at all.
Out of nowhere, just out of the ground like a Cabbage Patch Kid, it came. Like, I love
Which
it.
is, I think the Spanish Civil War's history is very relevant because there's a lot of warning signs I've been seeing that what the United States is now is probably going to be like where pre 1936 Spain was, or even late Imperial Russia for that matter as well.
And so, to tie this back to what you were talking about for the bonus episode, are you trying to hone the specific ones you're going to talk about, or are you just going to kind of go over all of this with Ralph and talk about how, like, because Ralph is a history buff in and of himself, especially
Well,
because of
yeah,
the
I mean,
politics.
he lives in, well, his residence of Richmond as well is where, unfortunately, the grandest avenue of the South was just ravaged, with only the
True.
last two being the Lee and the Arthur Ashe monuments on. And the reason is because there's a lot of, I think there's, not only do we see this, Spain is the more contested one, but also, the vandalism, the attacks on the South and their monuments, because it hasn't just been Confederate monuments that have been under attack. There's been others that have been taken down or stuff. I mean, even, Andy Ngo, so he did a video where they literally toppled a statue in a cemetery as well. That was in Portland. That
Yeah.
and it's like,
Well, it's funny how they'll talk about people like Abraham Lincoln when it suits them, but then they'll be tearing down
Yeah.
his statue the next week.
yeah, and
Oh,
then
yeah.
they just.
I mean,
they,
let's
then-
all be fair. Abe Lincoln was a tyrant. I mean, like that's pretty
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
controversial.
yeah, for
Like,
sure.
that's
And
pretty uncontroversial. Like I was like, I mean, no.
well,
he's absolutely a tyrant. I mean,
but you have to recontextualize it, Ghost.
No,
You have to
no,
go
I don't.
back in
No, I don't,
history.
Fed. He
You have
was-
to understand based on the time. But then this other guy, we can't base that off the time. Sorry, I drank too much soy and I have to go back. So anyways, Abraham Lincoln definitely was not a tyrant. I'm sorry. I hate there's nothing more that boils my blood than these people, and I definitely I will say it's very worrying that they are taking away these monuments, specifically the monuments. But so actually, interesting fact: I was born in Ohio. So I have
come in
been
here and
over to
defend him
the-
if you love him so much, Ada Wolf.
I'm
have-
over here defending all honest Abe.
Well, I was born in Ohio, and then I moved to Texas quite a long time ago, and I have naturalized my like everything is
Naturalized as
become.
fuck.
I was gonna say my fucking being is like a Texan now, but the culture, everything around here is so fucking strong. I've seen so many Texas monuments, and good luck
Semper
knocking over Battleship Texas. Good job. Good luck going over and destroying the fucking Alamo. Ozzy Osbourne pissed on that motherfucker and didn't get to come back here for 10 goddamn years or something like that.
That's
Like,
it. They kicked the Beatles out
I
of Japan
dare
for
you
30
to come
years
over here.
for smoking
Well-
barely any pot. They kicked the Beatles at the height of their
The
power
other thing
out
that
of an
I-
entire country for 30 years, and you only kicked Ozzy out for 10? You fucking
Well-
cucks! What's wrong with you?
Oh, well, we also believe in our Second Amendment and our right to firearms, and he was just misusing his. So it might have been a dumb decision, but ultimately we let people do a lot of their own freedom of expression. And I am worried. So I will say, as a fellow Southerner, Yellow, I am very worried about removing these statues in this case. Because right now I do feel like we have like a strong Southern culture at the moment. We have very, very strong people in the South. Do I think that
It depends on
my
where
only
you're-
hope So well, to finish this like thought, and then I would definitely love to delve into this if y'all don't mind. Right now, I think we got like an unexpected shove because I did not think they were just going to start coming after statues. I didn't think they were going to start coming after like monuments. I thought they were going to come after history and try and rewrite it in textbooks and whatnot. They've been trying to do this in like Texas and a bunch of other places for a while, so I can understand that, and I can see why this would be a next logical place to attack. But I just didn't think they were actually going to do it. But
Did you
the
ever
Southern
watch
culture is
that-
very strong. So I did watch the documentary that you're about to talk
I
about.
guess
So yes, I did.
No,
Texas,
no,
it-
that's not what I'm.
Texas School Board one?
I think
No,
it's
it's
in
that. It's just that show about the president or whatever, where he's like the homeland. He's like basically the director of HUD, like the lowest on the rung, and everyone else gets assassinated, so he has to become the
Oh, he
president.
was a yeah, he was that's the
Designated
show.
survivor. Yeah, they had an episode about this where they were talking about taking statues down and stuff like that, and they had this token black character, and he made a good point though, where if you're like whitewashing history by taking all the statues down.
Well, I've argued that it's not only just it's also a humiliation ritual as well. It's and throwing away a statue, either
Well, you're
putting it into
actually
a
just
place where
telling
it will.
history, but
Well, it's
Well,
all. I mean, that's the
yeah.
points I make up, and my episode will kind of the talk will be about why these statues were put up. What is the real history behind it? In Spain is a lot more volatile, in my opinion. It depends on. I think Spain's a little bit more of a volatile case, but if you see what happened after Spain, like I think my segue, like before I talk, like one of the people I've been studying a lot is Francisco Franco himself, like the Caudillo of Spain, the person who won the Spanish Civil War on the side, and he was like one of the last old style European authoritarian rulers who survived the Second World War, and he ruled peacefully and saw the transfer of power, Spain back to a monarchy. I think that's sort of. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, I didn't know about, or I wasn't. I'm not as familiar with the Spanish history. I do know it's been more. It tends to be more volatile in Europe,
Yeah.
and it's America's younger, so obviously we yet to be seen how these things are gonna play out. But when you do look at the culture and the way that we define these states and whatnot, I do see again with. I can see, so if it gets past like a couple generations and these statues are still down, we're in serious trouble. There's like bad stuff going on, but ultimately that just means that when you whitewash history, you remove your resistance to anything, to like the knowledge of that. So even if you were like to say, okay, the Nazis never happened, or they were just evil people, then you forget what leads to Nazism. You forget what gets you there, ideology wise, or like and then like the post World War I. You forget all of these contextual things that get you there. So more so than as like a proud like history of like a spot, you lose out on that. But the secondary thing happens is when they get blindsided by something else, it's gonna hurt them so much more. But I think specifically in these southern states, it's going to be harder to remove it from the culture than people tend to think it is, because we have so many little things that are baked into the culture, and people are almost always going to ask why, because when you come through here, we have like different customs than other states, and I'm sure there's definitely some in Florida that would
I
be
would've-
similar, because when you look at the flag, we fly the Texas flag as high as the American flag. We hold Texas in that much
not
regard.
higher than the American flag?
No, we
Just
don't.
kidding. It's a joke.
Well,
do that.
It's
So-
funny how people will take like the worst thing that somebody's done and then use that and like discount all of the good shit that they've done. Like Benedict Arnold, people, use his name synonymous with treachery, but he did this naval thing one time where him and a couple of other ships held off an entire British fleet until people could come through and help them. And he basically was like a war hero. And if you want to go biblical with it, you hear the term doubting Thomas because there's this one
Yeah.
point where he's like, I have to see the holes and feel the slice in his rib or what have you. But Thomas at one point was one of the only people that was still on the Jesus train after he had some kind of vision. So, but they call him doubting Thomas, even though sometimes he had more faith than anybody. But they're
Well-
doing the same thing with the statues. One bad thing that they did or one
Well,
behavior that they
if you want a
participated in.
non-political example of that, Flo Euphoria, do you know about the 1986 World Series?
Not a ton.
So, the 1986 World Series was the Boston Red Sox, the New York Mets. It was Game 6 of the World Series. The Red Sox were leading. They're about to win the game, and there was this guy at first base called Bill Buckner. Now, Bill Buckner, good hitter, probably finished his career almost 3,000 hits,
Got some
long,
epic
illustrious fucking
chest hair
career.
going on.
And he had a great career, and a pretty good ball player. Definitely Hall of Fame caliber player. Now, his legs were kind of bad at this point because he was a bit older, and normally they took him out for defensive replacements. But coach decided, fuck it. It's the game 6. We're about to close out this series. We're up 3-2. We'll win this game. Let him be on the field so he can celebrate with his team. Mookie, what the hell was his name? Was it Mookie Betts? Not Mookie Betts. It was Mookie Wilson. Mookie Wilson comes up, hits a grounder right between this guy's legs. The Mets tie the game. They win. They would go on to win the game. And to this day, Bill Buckner is not in the Hall of Fame. To this day, Bill Buckner is worth less than dirt in Boston. People hate him. They've won a World Series since. People hate Bill Buckner. People have not forgiven Bill Buckner for one bad thing he did when he gave a great career to every team he was on.
It's like that. Didn't that Simpsons episode sort of kind of alert to that? The one where Bart makes that fatal error in that game and they lose the championship to the point everyone in the town keeps harassing and jeering him to the point where he tries to kill himself. And then Marge, to her credit, basically shames the town into forcing them to be nice to Bart to the point where they reenact the game so that Bart can actually get the ball.
Yeah,
there was
exactly.
that.
That's
how fickle
probably
we
what
are,
they're
though.
alluding to. I mean, and it's ironically in the same year, my baseball team, the California Angels, had a closer that blew a game in that series. He then blew his brains out later. He killed himself because he was so affected. I think it was Donnie Moore. Donnie Moore was our closer, and he blew that series that would have put the Angels in the World Series. And my dad always tells me I had fucking World Series tickets printed up back in '86, and fuck. But yeah, but yeah, no. This is exactly what happens. They'll take your worst possible moment and they'll paint you with it forever. Sorry for that aside. Just
That's not necessarily true. It's also you do that with the good aspects as well for certain people. Like if you have
Gandhi's a
good
perfect example. Martin Luther King is a perfect example. There are plenty of historical figures that are given extra reverence regardless of their personal failings. JFK, he was a drug addict and a adulterer, and he's often forgiven. I mean, granted, he died early, so he's kind of painted by his early death. FDR was absolutely a tyrant. Everyone just goes, he won World War II. No, he was more or less a tyrant as well.
Well,
yeah, you look at this. A lot of these people is it's not always the Batman
You
live long enough to become
to die a hero.
There's a lot of people that get remembered for the fire of their youth and when they were an absolute monster, and there's definitely a bunch of cases of that, and it ultimately comes down to how fickle people are, and that's all. It only matters culturally when you're trying to look at that person, because other than that, we just disregard people, and it's even worse now because of the way that we can keep tabs on so many people. It doesn't really matter how much of your mark was. You just get wiped away almost instantly, cultural memory hole. That's amazing, how quickly we can do that sort of thing
amazing
now.
As they would say. Yeah, no, you're
well,
correct about that.
it's not just vandalizing historical memory about. It really is. I mean, take Jefferson Davis. Without his, he renovated the U.S. Capitol. He modernized a lot of the Navy. He led battles in the Mexican-American War. he's a Renaissance man. You know, he helped build the Smithsonian. You know, his only mark is like, well, he was the president of the Confederate States of America. I'm like, yeah, that's
To
one
be fair,
accomplishment.
renovating a museum, really? Is that...
No, he
I'm just
basically-
kidding.
He renovated the Capitol. He designed it to what it's modern. Secretary of War, a lot of on his pedigree, and he basically started the organization that would eventually become the Smithsonian. But it is sort of that, you know, oh, because you were on the losing side of a failed war for independence, we got to paint you in the worst possible lights, and now you're never, you know.
I mean, the Native Americans were on a losing war for.
Yeah, and now we have
We have statues of Sacagawea in, you know, modern cities.
and it's now we have to celebrate Indigenous Peoples Day. I mean,
Oh gosh, yeah, I'm fucking sick of it.
you're not
I'm
even.
sorry.
Aren't the Armenians and Indians not really indigenous to the continent? They came from Asia or something?
I mean, by that logic, everyone's indigenous to Africa, and we're a invasive species in Europe. You know, I'm just saying, like, I don't know. It depends on, you know, the validity of the straight out of Africa hypothesis. But I don't know. Okay, like,
Straight
there's
Outta
questions
Africa.
involved. I mean, like, by that logic, no one's indigenous.
I forgot about that album.
But you're right.
But
you know,
anyway.
like, when do we? Who settled
So
it first?
Fed made a point about, you know, trying to make it seem like, you know, the whole why did things happen, like trying to delete history or rewrite it kind of puts, you know, it creates gaps in people's memories of why things happen. And I think people forget, like, what were the circumstances that led to the Spanish Civil War and what was Francisco Franco's role in it. And as someone who studied the man, and, you know, as somebody who has family and who had served on his side in the Civil War of Spain, I have a lot to say about it as well.
Sure. Like, I mean, do you want to give like a
Sure. Like,
a brief overview, like, because also if you're gonna talk about it, like, I know we have like overlap between Killstream people and whatnot, but yeah, if you want to give,
Oh,
I guess.
well,
like a short...
the Killstream topic will be a little bit more expansive on that
For sure.
historical memory, because the context is, you know, he's born in 1892. You know, he's born to a martialistic father. He's a spiritual, devout mother, and Franco's personality is sort of a synthesis of both parties. You know, because he always wanted to be a Spain, and, you know, Spanish officer, be devout. I mean, you could say, like, when he grew up, like, being a military officer, he wanted, you know, when eventually he becomes Caudillo, he literally was platform. If he were to run to be like, make Spain great again, like, be respected as a European power.
Right, give them a place on the world stage, effectively.
I mean, to his credit, Spain did actually become a fairly notable country, being on by the time of his passing. But before we get to that, so you have to look at the Spain Franco grew up under was kind of in a sad place. Like, you know, when did people think Spain started to decline? As usual, you always point
Well, I
to
mean,
Napoleon.
when the incursions by the Caliphate in Spain, I would say. But
No, before that, like, you know, Spain,
well, yeah, I'm just saying that's when I think it happened.
when, you know, Spain, you know, the Reconquista, like, after the Reconquista, when did Spain start, you know, losing influence? It really was the late 18th to early 19th century. Did you start seeing the Spain losing its power? Because you had the War of Spanish Succession over the crown, because Charles II, you know, he kicks the
When
bucket,
did
doesn't
they
have a
lose
clear heir.
Gibraltar, Yo Lantern?
Yeah, they did. They,
No, but when? I'm trying
Gibraltar.
to remember when.
I think it was the final stage of the War of Spanish Succession. The British basically took over that part of the Gibraltar.
Dang. Did you know that the Republican salute was a raised fist in the Spanish War? That's pretty interesting, because there's another
And of course,
group
we all
that
know the
used the
nationalists.
raised fist.
We
Yeah.
all know the nationalist one.
Nope, no
Nationalists,
idea.
you know,
Absolutely no concept.
riding your motorcycle with just your hand on the throttle. That one.
Yeah.
No, I don't know, man. I've never seen it.
Well,
Right.
A lot
yeah.
of these
Alright,
are like
don't worry
symbols
about
of
it.
strength, and where you see them, they are powerful gestures, and like it's kind of a shame that these things have gone by the wayside. Because, like, I don't know, I'm one of the people that I definitely actually, like, with my close friends and whatnot. There was one time in high school where we're like, no, we're just gonna go back to what is it, the Roman handshake where they grabbed the forearms? Like they
Yeah.
basically like
Oh yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. We were like, yeah, no,
Lotus,
this is the
Lotus,
way we're gonna
that's
do it,
correct.
and we decided to do it. So
You see, the raised fist is like workers of the world kind of thing. It's a communist sort of, which we'll get to
yeah,
that.
that's what it is now. Yeah.
So
Mhm.
But
yeah,
the
Spain
Republican
was in
side
a
of the Civil War supposedly trying to set up like a republic. You know, it's you wonder who was financing and doing sort of things like that. Are you pro Franco, Mister Yellow?
well, I guess so. I am. I mean,
I mean,
like I said, fam.
they're kind of like both shitty. I think both sides, both sides massacred people, but it's war, you know.
It's kind of like what would happen after, like what would be the outcome, and that's my point. So Franco grows up into a Spain that's in serious decline. Like he's a kid when they lose the Spanish-American War, results in the last colonial possessions they had overseas. They lose Cuba, Puerto Rico, the Philippines. They just they're in a state like, and now they have a king, Alfonso the 13th. He's running over a country that's spiritually feeling defeated, as well as not the most industrialized force as well. So, and Franco grows up under this modern monarchist tradition, and he gets used to it. But during he gets experience because there was an uprising in the protectorate in Morocco. That's where Franco gets experience because he's a cadet to a officer. He gets wounded, but he had this reputation for being able to win battles and lead units when all the odds were against him. To the point where thinking like, is this guy's got some kind of magic in him, some kind of luck? How is he able to win these units like so horribly supplied and yet chase away a lot of Moroccan rebels or win these battles? So that's where his reputation started to climb. And Spain
So
at
basically,
this
you're
time
saying he was a good general tactically and strategically.
before he was an officer, a leader, and
Yeah,
he
generally.
was.
Sorry.
Not specifically, just
So-
generally. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
The
I gotta do the yeah, my bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it's so fucked that they call it the Republican side versus the nationalist side because you got the fucking Soviet Union
Yeah,
giving
there's a
all
book
kinds
about
of
there's
support.
good books about this. I think one of the recent was I think the one published by Mystery Groove about the Peter Kemp's tale in the Spanish Civil War because he fought with the nationalists and he talks a lot about that history and the factions that were at play because
Who did Orwell
know,
fight with? Didn't Orwell?
he fought with the Republicans in
No, they were the
Cataluna.
commies, right?
He
That's
fought with the Marxist
that's
militia.
that's the thing that's crazy. They call themselves Republicans, but it's like a lot of their 1938 strength came from Soviet technicians and pilots.
Well, I'll get to that point, like what led to that breakdown. But so yeah, Spain was, before the Republic. So the King Alfonso the 13th is running a very unstable government.
No.
He was interfering in parliament. He had like 12 ministers under his reign. He was getting fired. The parliament. He was losing kind of trust of the military. Then he gets this one prime minister named Primo Miguel Primo de Rivera, and he's like, okay, finally I got this guy. And Primo Rivera, he basically gives him powers of a dictator, and he starts moving towards rapidly industrializing and transforming Spain from a largely agrarian economy to a more industrialized. And it works up until a point, but then the Great Depression happens, and the economy tanks again, and Miguel takes all the heat, and so Alfonso just fires him again and replaces him with another. But at this point, like, people are fed up with the king and all his meddlesome. There's a lot of communist sympathizers as the economy crashes. They win municipal elections and things, and the king gets worried. Like the military doesn't have his back because he's lost the confidence. So he's like, well, okay, I don't want to see what happened to the czar. I'm just gonna abdicate. I'm gonna be exiled and flee the country. And when that happened, the Second Spanish Republic is declared. And that's where
I
you.
actually have a question there. Thinking about those terms specifically, even though what Flo was saying there a second ago, where you're looking at this, where it's actually the republic, or you're looking at them that it's like traditionally like communist. is there a world where we look at like that form of communism in a better light than absolute like monarchy?
Well,
I don't think about
if
that
the
very
king's a
often,
fucking
but
asshole. But if you
well,
look at like
that's where I look
Germany,
at it, and
for
it's like,
example,
but that's such a
as soon as
it's a
they
binary, it's a
overthrew the
coin flip.
king, as soon as they overthrew the king in Germany, they went into that's part of the reason National Socialism rose to popularity is because after they took the monarchy away, it was just fucking geese in the streets, bro.
mhm.
Well,
Well,
I think it's interesting to point out, like
yeah.
specifically that point out there, because of how it like culturally we like gravitate more towards like a democratic republic right now. So, what are your
Well,
thoughts on that, Yellow?
so I think the circumstance, I think the
Yeah,
Russian
very light
Revolution
on the democratic.
and the Bolshevik,
Shut the fuck up.
it spooked a lot of the great powers. You know, it just saw how violent that revolution was. I mean, don't make mistake. Like the Leninism and the Bolshevik, it really it acts as like an it's like a parasitic force on the host nation. Like the Russian Revolution, especially the Bolshevik, was kind of an anti-Russian revolution. Like a lot of the people who were head of that weren't Russians themselves, and a lot of people feared that could happen to Spain or other countries with communist influences, where a lot of outsiders. And that is true to a degree because you had a lot of the international brigades come in and fight for the Republican left-leaning government. But like at this point, like there wasn't too much to freak out of. Like Franco, he just got promoted to being a general, like a brigadier, and he's teaching at his military academy at Toledo. And, like he was a monarchist, but he saw the political situation and he said like there's no support for the monarchy. Like for now I'll accept the Second Republic as a legitimate form of government. It's not doing anything as long as it doesn't do anything crazy or stupid. That point was like, as long as we can
moments later.
Yeah, a few years later too. Like,
yeah, if we could just get a normal fucking king who's just like a regular dude that isn't, born inbred and then also surrounded by a lavish life there that, so
well,
they have
like,
no connection
yeah,
to normies.
yeah,
How it
incest
works.
as at least it's been ruled out. That was ruled out a century ago or something. They stopped. I mean, the leading house of that Spain currently is the House of Bourbon, which I think people think that's when Spain really got, because Napoleon invaded the continent in the Napoleonic Wars and installed like one of his brothers as the king of Spain. Which, after that happened, then a lot of the colonies in the South America and Central started revolting and declaring independence as well. Which
I find
You
them
know, that-
revolting as well.
yeah.
What? So
Well,
can you
there are
answer me
there's-
this? What the fuck did Mexico have to do with all of this?
Oh, Mexico was like a big supporter of the Second Spanish Republic.
Did they like ship people over there to fight?
Yeah, they
for them,
supplied
or-
arms. There were things, and they did not like. They were the first. They were like one of the leading anti-Franco countries. Even
That's
though
so
Franco
funny.
Franco tried to, well, to be fair, like a lot of the Mexican government was pretty communist too. They had the Cristo Wars where they were doing a lot of pogroms on Catholics in that place. Not unlike the Spanish Republic, which that's really what caused Franco to eventually start thinking, because people forget just how unstable and violent the Second Republic was, especially after a right-leaning coalition called CETA managed to gain enough seats to take power. What happened was the left-leaning government central refused to even see, they refused to follow their own rules because they got a majority in parliament. Can we appoint ministers? And they're like, no, you're not allowed to have, like, we're not going to let you appoint any right-leaning ministers because we don't want the monarchy and Catholics to come back. And that resulted in a lot of riots. Churches were burned, and the worst was the Astoria miners' strike, which that's when Franco started getting involved, because the miners struck in Astoria and Cataluna, around those areas.
Where did these miners think they were? Epstein's Island? Jeez.
yeah,
Sorry.
Yeah, why were
Sorry.
those kids on strike? Why did they give a shit?
well, they just feared, like, they were ripped up by leftist propaganda that the monarchy was coming back. Or,
Oh, I
like,
was just fucking around because miner's minor, but no.
Yeah. I mean, the Republic has basically been starting to secularize They started taking away church powers. They were making a lot of landowners lose their wealth. They were trying to force a disinheriting of a lot of the old, aristocratic elements, which really rubbed a lot of the middle class and the, upper class, the gentry and the elites the wrong way. And Franco saw it too. Like, they shut down his military
When you say
academy.
disinheriting, can you elaborate on that?
They passed laws.
You're saying they
which
basically
allowed
just seized people's land, right?
Yeah, they seized, they confiscated people's
So
wealth.
they stole land from people that had rightfully owned it under the previous legal framework, right?
Yeah, they basically started disinheriting them, making laws like it was harder, doing a lot of expensive programs, and it rubbed
So
a lot of
they
the old...
stole. You're telling me they just stole land from people, basically, flat out, like, because that's what you do when you disinherit someone.
Well, they kind
Like,
of
you can
made
dance
legal.
around it all you want. You fucking stole land from them.
Yeah, they started taking away a lot of the special powers.
And wait, and so did Franco do that, or did that piss Franco off?
That didn't piss him off directly, but what kind of started was that it was affecting the military. Like, the Spanish Second Republic started purging a lot of the officer corps, generals they suspected of being too wing.
Oh yeah, organized
left-leaning.
purges.
But Franco said, like, the qual.
Your
Oh, he's
audio's
dying.
breaking out. I'm sorry.
The fucking Spanish got him. The Spanish commies.
Well,
They got
The
him.
fucking
just-
the monarchy took him.
God damn it.
yeah, they started losing their, and Franco didn't, because there was a brief uprising. There was a attempted one, but Franco said he didn't want to back any coup because he thought, like, it's not the government itself that's the problem. It's just the people running it, because he didn't want to support a full-fledged overthrow. He just thought, like, we need just to get our cis guys in there. Well, that happened, and look what happened. The left started going crazy. They started striking. They arranged riots. There was murders in the streets. They started burning churches, toppling statues, intimidating. That sounds awfully familiar now, does it?
I mean, they haven't attacked that
wonder
many
where that
churches
happens.
relatively, but yes, burning down, mostly they're burning down strip malls and stuff. But yes, you're correct.
And and it was very violent.
Franco associated with the Jews. That's kind of cool. Like, in terms
Flo,
of him
you're
being
breaking
like,
up, Flo. I can't hear you anymore, Flo.
Oh,
What happened
no,
to
the
your
monarchy
audio?
strikes
What happened to your
again.
audio?
Well,
no.
they were supported by Germany, right? So it's funny that they would do that.
Yeah, back to these now Franco comes in and he brutally puts down that strike, and it starts galvanizing the leftist parties, and they start forming a lot of these militias and political groups. You had a lot of Marxists, you had anarchists, you had socialists and communists, and they started coalescing, and they formed a government called the Popular Front, a coalition of all the left-leaning parties to challenge the right-leaning coalition that started to undo a lot of the laws the left-leaning government did. And the situation started to continuously deteriorate where, the rule of law was not followed. You had extrajudicial murders committed by leftists and rightists, political groups, like people were violence in the street, and the police were largely either looking away or allowing this to happen, and even arresting people who were defending their homes or properties. That sounds awfully familiar now, does it? Again, I'm going to keep asking. Do we see a similarity to what's happening today?
No, I don't see it at all. No, yeah, okay. Yes,
Yeah,
yes, they are.
just a pure coincidence, right?
Pure coincidence, obviously.
Yeah, but what kind of first? So Franco starts to think. I think, he's a monarchy supporter. Like, he's still. I think what changes his mind obviously was what happened in the elections of 1936. Like, the Republican government calls another special round of elections to try to, and the Popular Front, the left-leaning parties, barely secure a majority over the other part, like the right-leaning coalitions. And there's a lot of allegations of the possible voter fraud that happened. There's a little bit there was intimidation at the polls. There was ballot box stuffing. Weird shipments, weird intimidation movements, and and there's evidence to a lot of that points to the
Wait,
election
ballot
night,
box
there's-
stuffing? That never happened. What are you talking
Unheard
about?
And so, what triggered, a lot of the Spanish officers, the conservative ones and the right wings they've been shipped, a lot of it over to the seas, either in Spanish Morocco or the Canary Islands, Western Sahara. And it's not a coincidence that those are the first areas to fall under nationalist control because of where they were. But like they're starting to say, hey, listen, things are getting really worse. And another prominent leader there was a faction of Spanish fascists. They were called the Falanges, and they were led by the son of that prime minister, Antonio Primo de Rivera, and he was the main founder of the Falange. And the Falanges, they rose up as a way to counter. They were the most actively anti-leftist. They weren't the most politically successful, but they were the most militarily built up. Like they had the most of all the nationalist factions at that point. They had the most amount of people, volunteers for these militias, because it came from people of all times that were scared of the Republicans, of these communists, because they saw the government was not able to maintain law and order, and there hadn't been one for years. Because people forget, like the Spanish Second Republic in its last couple of years before was not free at all. You had violence, there was seizures, random searches and seizures of people, invasions of private property, no freedom of speech. It was just as authoritarian as people would say the Franco regime was in its early stages. And so what finally kicks off the war was the final catalyst was the murder of a right-wing politician by the name of Calvero Cerrillo, one of the right-leaning monarchists. For the left, it was like, well, these people are all fascists. It doesn't matter. Like, see how they're holding public rallies, see how they're adopting mannerisms of the National Socialists. They must be evil. And so, but what made this murder so worse was that it was in retaliation because a couple of the Falanges, they killed a left-leaning civil guards commander. And so the bodyguards, like government officials of the socialist politician with state approval, literally went up to the guy's house and put him in a car, and they basically killed him. Like it was a state-sanctioned murder of a political opponent. And when the people tried to turn out, then they fired on the crowd, and there was a gunfight forward. And at that point, the military officers were like, "We got to do something. Like the Republic cannot maintain law and order if we basically killed a politician." And at that point, Franco had agreed that something has to be done. And then the war starts.
Wait. You mean like when that crazy Bernie supporter fucking drove out to that baseball field and tried to murder like 10 members of the Freedom Caucus, while they were playing baseball, something like that, some sort of inciting incident?
Yeah, except this one was the culmination of a lot of murders that happened. Like,
no, I know.
That
I'm just saying, like that sounds to me like we already had that happen.
But like the fact that
Lotus brings up a good point. He says almost every regime is authoritarian when it fears its sovereignty and libertarian when it doesn't.
Well, I mean, some would argue that all states are basically as powerful as they want to be because power is absolute in some ways. But
I don't know. If that were the case, we'd still be British.
Broad,
but I don't know.
I think,
But you're literally looking at like, this is the thing where you don't sit specifically on one portion of this. Like you have acts, and they can be defined as like you're literally looking at like, okay, well, I have a specific action, and how many of those actions, how many grains on the beach?
Adolf,
make,
no!
Like,
Adolf,
how many grains of sand
no!
make the beach? Like, literally, like, how many
No!
authoritarian acts makes your whole beach authoritarian? Versus,
I can
I'm just
sort
saying,
of see.
like, it's very simple to look at a bunch of them and be like, yeah, well, no, this is something that you would just do. Like, that's why I look at a lot of these arguments.
Wait
where
a minute.
Like, oh, well, it's not strictly libertarian law. Screw these guys. And it's like, wow, okay, well,
I think
you're
he just
never
means,
gonna.
like, the general like direction in which they decide to
Exactly.
go. Like, you know.
Well, that's
it's
that's
not-
the thing I'm
oh,
posing
okay.
to you is how many acts. But we even said earlier how we were looking at these heroes, and when we look at them historically, we look at some of the defining things that they did, and then we redefine them based off of that. So the baseball player Ghost was talking about failure. And the general act, pretty fucking good. Did a lot of good. So when you look at a lot of these different things, you'll say, okay, this guy was a complete tyrant because he put in this specific act, but you don't know what the fuck else he did for the rest of it because we tend to nuke that from history. Like that's my
there's
problem with
very
like, a lot of
rarely-
these analyses.
Very rarely do we have historical figures that are like so many failures, they're only known for that, or so many bad things. Where, I mean, not to say they don't exist, they certainly do, but you know,
Well,
Franco
to be
is
honest, the baddest motherfuckers in history are the ones that we still remember. Fucking Genghis Khan, you know, big HH out there.
Well, Genghis Khan is more like demonized in the West than he is in the East, right? Like Genghis
Yeah,
Khan
they have, like-
in many
they
parts
have like
of
a
Asia
giant
is, like,
statue of him in Mongolia.
right, like he's
where,
even though he like conquered a lot of China and like fucking went ham over there, he's often like very well like respected and even revered in some ways there as like
Yeah,
kinda
'cause
like
he
a
had,
folk-
like, the
he's like he's
largest
almost like a
empire
folk
in
hero of sorts,
history.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah, like-
and he literally like raped so many people. That's just what I mean. It's like
I
I'm
mean, you
trying
know,
to
it's a
think of someone
Tuesday.
else.
Like you got, you know, it's Tuesday at the Mongolian encampment.
Here I go
mean-
raping again. And
All right, listen, all of you. I better not catch you raping again, okay?
oh,
what the fuck
yeah,
just
so,
happened?
Anyway, it's like, you know, that's what I
Okay.
argue, that Franco was not the one who started
What?
the war. Like, I'd argue that basically the Republican government's they were recklessly provoking conflicts. Like, the fact that, you know, before that murder of that politician, you couldn't make the case that the government was it'd be hard to make because, you know, these are the virus and looking the other way.
They even like
that they
Jews.
could-
Oh, God.
I mean, it's plausible deniability.
They like
Um,
jewelry. I agree that everyone likes
Yeah, I
jewelry.
mean,
they
who
love
doesn't like good
jewels.
jewelry?
Jewels, dude. How come people haven't been saying jewels? That's,
Seriously,
like, the
international
perfect thing.
jewelry is just great, man. If you never
Yeah,
got a good necklace
you
from
know,
India,
They're, you know how like the diamond market is completely controlled. You know.
yeah, exactly.
Those darn carrots.
Jewelry.
Yeah.
Fucking carrots.
But
Carrot conservatism.
yeah,
Go.
but yeah. So I think really that murder basically said the fact that the state was involved in that just set people over the edge because it's like state actors are literally murdering their political opponents in
Yeah,
front
we're
of
only
plain
supposed
view.
to do that to foreigners. You're right.
Yeah,
What the
that's never
hell?
happened. That never happens.
What the hell? We're not assassinating foreigners with state act. What the hell?
Rest in
Yeah.
peace to Big
Sorry.
Johnny. One more Marilyn Monroe blowjob.
Yeah, and
we're
to
done.
make matters worse, they even arrested the leader of the Phalangists on these, you know, bogus weapon charges. That because literally everybody in Spain, almost everyone had some kind of firearms for private, so they nab him for this crime, and then
Who is the
in
guy
early-
that got murked for? You said politically.
Oh, that was a right wing politician. I think is Carvajal de Septil. He was the one who was murdered by the socialists, as well as a couple of the government agents that were sent to arrest him because it was in retaliation for a couple of the Phalangists whacking off a left-leaning member of the Civil Guards.
Whacking off. I don't know if that's the correct term. But
Yeah,
I
or
don't know.
they
you
whacked
phrasing.
they
Phrasing.
whacked
Phrasing,
a
boom.
You
Sorry, can you
pick
say
one
his
or the
name one more
other.
time? Caravero.
Yeah. So that was
Okay.
the catalyst. They said that, you know, and the military coup, they actually didn't want to necessarily overthrow the government. They just wanted to get rid of the people running it because they saw like, yeah, there's no way these people can be trusted to run a country if they let stuff like this happen all the time. And so Jose Calvillo Sotelo, yeah, that's his name. Just
Oh, say it again, one quick. Maybe more American, if you could.
yeah, Jose Calvo Sotelo. That's his name. That was the politician who was murdered.
Oh, I found him. Thank you, sir.
And
Come on,
so
let's use
that's
the proper term.
Oh, he was
whacked
a
off.
fucking judge. They were whacking off judges
Left and right.
all over their
yeah,
face and
it's
tits.
not a good sign.
Dude, he looks like
And-
a straight flower boy though. Like maybe he
I know.
deserved
So
it.
Franco kind of made fun of Jose Primo de Rivera.
Yeah, I can see why.
Yeah, he made it, but he was all. But at that point, like the military revolts. The officers plotted their coup, and they weren't planning to make a giant civil war. They were just going to try to basically oust the government and take over. It's kind of
the
like
coup
what.
didn't work how they planned.
Well, no, they underestimated the mobilization the Republican because during the war, like they had to get support from Italy, Germany, and Portugal mainly because most of the army was off the main continent. Like it was in the areas of like Spanish Morocco, the Canary Islands, Western Sahara, etc.
This
And
is
so-
some crazy shit because they were doing all this by like what fucking telegram,
Yeah, like they
like
had
trying
known
to get
this.
shit to
They were planning
Morocco
it.
and stuff.
And the problem was with the Franco initially was that most of the Navy was still in Republican hands. Like they mutinied the nationalist officers, and the Air Force was split, so they couldn't really get all the troops they needed. And then that's when Italy and Germany come in and they start airlifting a lot of the troops over to the mainland. And during this, you'll probably notice a lot of the initial areas the nationalists take over was where they won elections where the population was sympathetic with them. Especially,
Also, just as a little point, Flo, if it's hard to organize a coup, which is the thing you get to plan for, like answering it is even harder because you're stuck with the same forms of communication.
Yeah, and you're one step behind.
Exactly.
and yeah, Franco had to be very careful. Like, even though he didn't participate in the 1932 failed uprising, he was like under suspicion about being a coup plotter. So his phone was tapped. They kept intercepting his messages, making sure there was no cryptid.
Oh, so they did have
Explosive.
phones. I guess they could have called places.
Yeah, they had to be very careful about because
so-
the Republican government after that failed one was very suspicious of any military personnel or high-ranking people, and they kept them under wraps. But
yeah, his bodyguard. So this was taking place in Morocco as well.
that's where the Spanish protectorate of Morocco, northern Morocco nowadays. But yeah, so the coup happens. That's where the first area to fall because that's where most of the military was located at that point, and you had a lot of military.
Man.
And so, roughly 60% of the army defected to the nationalists, while the rest remained loyal. But what made the Republican government kind of hard to fight the war was that they basically disbanded the army. They relied on militias and all sorts of other, loosely
what the fuck?
organized.
What the
Because
fuck
they
do they
didn't
call
wanna-
them? Social workers?
Oh, yes, the unions. They gave them trade union workers. They were the ones supplying the arms. The nationalists had a more traditionally militaristic and better trained force. But in some battles, like, they did try to end it swiftly by taking the capital, but they were halted by a lot of the reinforcements arriving and just digging in superior positions, so they weren't able to take the capital just yet. So they had to wait for another 2 years or so before that could be realized. And I think Franco comes on as the leader because what happens is there's this battle in a battle in Toledo where a group of nationalists hold out in the Alcazar, which is a palace for Spanish kings. They hold out for so long, and Franco decides to rescue them, as a way to show a little, like I said, as a symbol of victory. The Alcazar becomes that. And there's a story like what the general of that place, the rebels the Republicans capture his son, and they ask him, you surrender now or we will execute your son. And they ask him, what can I do, father? And he tells you, sacrifice your soul for the glory of Spain, be the hero. And he said, yes. And the Republicans literally just shoot him right in front of him, because he wouldn't surrender the place. And Franco comes in shortly after that with things and he saves, and that gives him sort of a PR example to position himself as the savior of Spain.
Is
And
the adult in the room?
he kind of is. I mean,
I mean, that's really what it sounds like. It's like, well, they murdered my son and shit. Like, what the fuck? Like, you want them to murder your kids too? You fucking moron,
Yeah.
plebs, kind of.
so he gets a lot of, and there's a lot of stories. You know, you had the Red Terror by the Republicans, the White Terror by the Nationalists, going around executing political opponents, civilians,
I
others,
mean,
and that did
they
happen.
kill your son. I don't really think that's political terror. I think that's retaliation. I think there's a bit of a difference.
Well, this was in general.
Well,
I think
There's
this would.
how like it's how much is in self defense? Like how far can you push that until
It's not about
like,
self-defense.
right.
It's retaliation.
yeah.
Well, and
that's-
you know what's funny?
It's the
All
same
of this.
Okay, when does retaliation stop?
Well, like, yeah, it's all
when the
based
threat
on
is
this
destroyed,
shit that
when the
happened
threat
like
is dead.
100
Okay,
years
well, a lot of people would say that's not correct.
A lot of people
You know
are
what-
wrong.
You know what's wild is like
Well,
it was
there you go.
probably just a group of people that were calling the shots for both sides, and 500,000 fucking people died, because I'm sure day to day a lot of people were just going about their normal shit. Like I think all anybody wants is just not to have war. Like that's a big
Mhm.
thing.
It
and
just
then
wasn't.
people got their feelings hurt and shit, and then they were like, okay, now we got to kill everybody.
Yeah, I think there was the thing with they wanted to end the war quickly because they didn't want to have a protracted war, but
I mean, everyone
but
says
the
that.
the
No
failure to
one's gonna
capture
admit they
Madrid
wanted to drag
initially,
out, right?
basically, this coup became a civil war after that point.
Wait. Can we all agree that no one wants to? Everyone wants to say like, hey, we want to end quickly, right? No one's going out
Yeah.
there going, we need to drag this out so that we can be even further,
Yeah,
emboldened
yeah.
in our position and have that much more legitimacy, right? No one's going to admit that.
So were the Republicans quote unquote Republicans, were they anti-Catholic?
Oh yes, there was a lot of
Can you
atrocities.
really blame 'em, though?
No, I was gonna say now I'm starting to like them more and more. No,
But
But
I'm
It
just
would be
saying, like,
interesting
I
if
don't,
they
I
were
don't know how
both-
many Catholics I
both
like. I'm just
Catholic.
saying, like, can you blame them for being anti-Catholic?
no, I mean for for
Discriminating on them based on just that, yeah, I actually could say that's probably not the right
Yeah,
way to
let me-
do it.
let me show you that this is the hilarious
the
this meme video.
Catholics are like the Freemasons. Most of them are fine, normal people, but there's just some fucked up ones in the higher echelons.
Oh yeah,
There's enough
Franco-
of them that when you look at it, they're fucking normal people. Because there's so many of them, you're gonna go and you're gonna look right now, it's the same way in America. You're gonna look down the line, and wow, there's so many of these motherfuckers that they're not uniform in their beliefs in what they think politically. So
Yeah, there's
they
like-
end up
there's
being
like
normal people because they're
lesbian
all over the
Catholic
exactly.
priests
Do we all
and
have
shit,
to
but-
suffer
Yeah.
for the actions of King Simp?
Well, would I
Do we all
never
have to?
understood about Catholicism
You
is
suffer
they,
for your own things.
must-
I don't know why
like-
you're answering for him.
up until the 1960s, everything was in Latin for the express purpose of them not being able to ask questions and shit. And then they didn't let women read the Bible until like the 80s, which I mean, maybe that was a good idea, but and then yeah, the whole of just abuse, not just like sexual abuse that everybody thinks about, but like people talk about Catholic school getting hit with rulers and shit across their knuckles, and like
I had that
physical
shit.
abuse,
That's not that
mental
fucking bad.
abuse. And it's just like, why can't everybody just be like, hey, let's not do that anymore? And if people do it, don't just move them somewhere else. So they can
I mean,
keep
the
doing it over
evidence
and
that
over again.
abusing children is not good for them is pretty incontrovertible. I mean, regardless of what
And
you
then
abuse
the
of.
evidence that spoiling a
I mean,
child can be really
I don't-
fucking stupid is
Okay,
incontrovertible.
so we
as
should
well.
hit
Well, like-
kids because spoiling kids is bad for them.
Yeah,
Excellent,
it's-
Fed.
I mean,
that's the
Fed,
kind
I'm
of
just
commentary
saying, when
I
you look
expect.
at it, when
If a
you
kid
when you
does
make things
something-
black
That's the
and
kind
white
of
like
commentary I
that, you have
expect.
no.
Please continue,
You're not
Flo.
looking at any other way of like raising the child. Then yeah, maybe it's.
All right, please continue. Flo.
Oh no.
Yeah,
He was
well,
I want to, yeah, but to what you were saying, like, I think if you feel that it's necessary to like give your child a little, tap into correction, I don't see a problem with that, but not for like getting a question wrong in school or like maybe some slightly bad behavior. Like you got to reserve the hitting for when they do something where it's like if you do that
Like if they
again, you're
run out in
gonna
the
kill
streets, right,
yourself.
Flo?
Yeah,
Like
you're
something where
gonna
like they
die.
will die. Like I don't even agree with that, but like I am more sympathetic towards, that. than,
Yeah, I
like,
can understand that. You know,
Well,
or they just acted like a kid, like
But, like,
they
every
did something like they're
motherfucker you talk
rambunctious.
to
They
that
can't
went
pay
to
attention for
Catholic school-
fucking 5 minutes, because they've got ADHD and they're locked in a classroom. Like I think that's not a good reason to beat your kid.
yeah,
or
like
hit them.
it's just I'm spare the rod, spoil the child. I can get on board with that to an extent, but
I'm
like
saying
every
do
what
neither.
I was gonna say, every
I'm saying do
motherfucker
neither.
you talk
Don't
to
spoil
that,
the kid and don't hit the kid. Like
yeah,
those aren't
you-
two. Like
you
those
use
are not two
logic and
opposite.
reason.
You can do what you can do neither of them. By the way, you don't like if you spoil your kid, you can also hit your kid when you spoil them. Okay, and if you don't
That's
spoil
true.
your kid, you don't have to hit your kid.
You can
Like it's just
spoil
a
them
moronic
with the
statement to
rod.
say like
Oh,
you have
this
to
is
hit your
getting
kid
weird.
to not. spoil
But
them.
anyways, every motherfucker you talk to that went to Catholic school is like, yeah, it was fucking awful for various different things, and it's like, why, how does that
well,
cycle
keep in mind
repeating
the
itself?
Catholicism is this is before Vatican II Catholicism, which
You're also looking at like you're talking to children about a strictly regimented system. Like you're talking about looking at the psychology of a child trying to understand the rigidity of that system. And it's kind of like putting a child through military school. They're probably not going to like that either. They're probably going to go through the same form of punishment, or the same like psychological punishment that you would get through different
Yeah.
various
They'll make 'em do
punishments.
push-ups, or
But
they'll run laps.
That's not the same as
but we're
hitting
not
a
gonna
kid.
we're,
They're
we're
not
gonna
slapping
we're
them.
gonna
But
look
that's
at
not-
that and we're gonna
that's not
paint
the
we're
same
gonna
as
paint
hitting a
this.
kid at all.
Sorry?
That's not the same as hitting a kid at all. It's far worse.
Punishment is not similar.
No. Physically attacking a child is very different than asking them to do something. or
Well, and
making
let's
them
flip
do
it
something.
around on
It
the
is
You
other
don't
far
ask them
worse.
to do something, Ghost. That's incorrect. That's not the way that military
let's-
school works.
like, the
you don't
person
ask
that
them to
has
do
to-
shit.
The person
who
that
sends a
has to
child
hit
to
the
military
kids.
school?
People do this shit. Well, okay, so
Yeah.
the same thing where you look at I'm comparing authoritarian upbringings, and you're like, oh my god, let's demonize the fuck out of this one, and it's like, ultimately it didn't really
It's
bug
like,
me that
yeah.
much. I got my fucking knuckles popped. Do I care about it right now? Not at all. Do I think I probably have a pretty decent moral system? Yeah. Am I gonna hit kids? No. Does it bug me that I went through that? Not really. No. Not at all.
Well, like,
don't care what
so
you
in
think.
your
I feel like-
I don't.
circumstance,
I
it worked
literally
out
don't
good
care what you
then.
think about hitting kids.
That's
all.
something I've said.
Okay,
like, in your
Ghost, I don't give a
circumstance,
fuck
it
what you
worked
think about it
out.
because you have no experience. You have no idea what I'm even talking about.
Oh no.
So-
My dad hit me as a kid.
Okay, well, hopefully he had a good regimented system behind it, so at least you could put meaning to it. Because if not, then it's probably fucked.
Yeah, so in your circumstance, it sounds like it worked out fine, but
It's
I'm
I don't
sure
like it doesn't matter if
there
it worked out fine
other
for you. Like the
circumstances.
body
Yeah,
of
where it
evidence
didn't.
is that many kids do not respond well to it, and it fucks up like the way they interact with the world. It fucks up their dopamine. It fucks up so many things, right?
mean, he
It's
admitted his
teaching
bias.
you
Yeah, well,
something
you're-
that's
okay,
absolutely
but
fucking
now, okay,
wrong
well, no,
about how
okay,
to deal
so-
with the world.
No, but
is what it's doing.
you've done this incorrectly. You've singled out my experience with it, and then you've said, "Oh, my
It
experience is
doesn't
the
matter.
one that you've looked
if
at."
Your
No,
experience
but
was fine, Fed. Okay, because you're through that. You've already developed. All the consequences of it have already affected you and shaped you for what you are. Okay?
Same
it
with
doesn't
you.
matter for you. It matters for kids today.
exactly. How many kids do you think actually? So okay, do you think that the Catholic
Plenty.
schools actually hit these kids without adult permission or anything like that? Do you not think the adults would do
I
the
don't
same thing?
I don't
Do you
really
could-
care if the adults gave permission or not.
Well, no,
Like, at all.
they explicitly
Like, it
did one
means-
because
it
you have
means
to do that,
less
and then two,
than
is it bad to
zero
spank
if the
kids?
adults
Is it
gave
wait
permission.
One at a time, gentlemen.
It means less than 0 if the adults gave permission.
no? Wait, what?
It means less than 0 if the adults gave permission. This isn't a legalistic argument. This is a biological, psychological argument about the effects of beating kids. Okay. Like
The
actual
parents would
effects
do
of
the
it.
same thing, is why that matters. They would
No,
be in
it's
the
just as
same
bad when
situation.
parents do it.
Sorry?
It's just as bad when parents do it, if not worse, because that's a person they're supposed to trust, and they are learning that the way to deal with the world is through violence to get their way.
It's a good point.
It's worse
I
when
actually
parents do it.
completely disagree
It
with
is
that. I would look
worse.
at it.
It is
I would look at the
absolutely
regimented
worse
system.
when parents do it.
Okay, yeah. So, well, when you look at it and you're supposed to trust the parents, yeah, I agree with that. But like, ultimately, you're supposed to have an authoritarian rule over your own family because you don't let children
Which
do
you
whatever the
can
fuck they want to do.
enforce without violence.
Yeah, you.
Yeah,
could-
I agree, you can.
completely do that. if
Okay.
you
Yeah.
wanted to. It would take a lot
Like,
of.
I'm not
fucking work
arguing
to
that you
do
shouldn't
it.
have an authoritarian rule over your kids at all. No, absolutely. You are the
Doesn't make
decider.
no
You
sense.
own
Kids
your
are
children.
demons.
Okay? What I'm saying is you should not hit your children.
Oh, okay.
Can I get back to...
Flam. Man, this whole flam thing. Like, I told you to look at your statement because your statement's fucking retarded. Go back and really look at that. You literally said the Pope like touch kids. Like, piss off. When you look at a large enough population, you're gonna find certain amount that.
No.
That's
No,
actually
Ominous
okay.
Pictures did not say the Pope touched kids. He did not.
I'm sorry I derailed Yellow.
I
Lantern.
wanna get
No.
back- I
Okay.
wanna
No. Ghost. We're gonna stop. We're gonna look at it because what you just said. All right. Just saying.
Pull it up,
looks
Jamie.
very unoptical and bad to be a Catholic. Let's look at the statement that happened before that. But the Pope and their cronies are pedos and sinners.
The Pope?
Hey,
Excuse
They're
me?
cronies.
He didn't say the Pope touched kids.
Yeah, he didn't say the Pope touched kids.
Okay. Yeah. No. What? Are we... They're gonna invalidate an older argument we had, or you're not gonna be able to stick to this one.
All right, Yellow Lantern, will you please get back to explaining?
That's
Spanish Civil
fucking
War?
right.
Okay,
All right, let's
so
get back to the
the
Spanish Civil
problem
War.
is, as I was saying, the attacks on the church, from the destruction of their churches, the execution of the clergy, the nuns, the followers, the priests, that was a big motivator for why Franco received a lot of overwhelming support amongst the Catholics in Spain and in general from the world abroad. Like, the fact that the Republicans let these executions happen in such large scale and all this violence, it's like that actually hurt them internationally because they didn't get support from a lot of the other Western republics or democracies because they didn't want to be associated with a republic that was allowing these executions and massacres to go unchecked. So that's the reason why they...
Okay,
And
we
Franco
laid
was...
that out.
Wait,
Okay,
what'd you
so
say?
basically you're saying that the what are they called? Not the nationalists got their support because of the violence against, the violence and the burning of like traditional institutions and destruction of like general society that was being promoted and by the Republican government, right?
Yeah, and the fact that they kept getting, by the time the war happens, the Republican government is basically like a Soviet satellite state almost because of all the arms and equipment and advisors they're getting from the Soviet Union. That was, and so and this spirals out of George Orwell. Like I said, he witnesses this division within the Republicans because there's a faction of them that don't want the communists. There's the one that want a communist revolution, and there's tensions, and that results in after the disastrous battle of the Zaragoza offensive, where the Republican advance was like destroyed by bad tactics. Let's drive a bunch of tanks in full view with no cover and have our troops riding it. Wait, what do you mean they have artillery? That's not going to completely screw up our advance.
Oh my god.
And they take him. Yeah, and that was a disastrous battle. And the nationalists, they never would be able to advance. And eventually, George Orwell witnesses in the Barcelona and got to that region, which was the most pro-Republican area. What ends up happening is, like, he witnesses a internal civil war between the leftist militias, between like the Marxists and the anarchists, and the Republican-backed government just couldn't get a handle on it because of how disorganized they were. And while this was happening, Franco was getting the support he needed from Germany, from Portugal, from Italy, and he had a strategy where they would just basically not only would they retake a area that was occupied, but they would just keep on advancing. Like nationalists were winning battles after battles. There was only a few that they.
Now, I have a question. Because you brought something up. You brought up that Portugal, Italy. I mean, Italy makes sense why they're supporting the nationalists, right? Because they're under Mussolini at the time. Why did Portugal support the nationalists over the existing republicans? Wasn't Portugal a constitutional monarchy at the time?
Well, yeah, it was a
Okay.
president. It was sort of an authoritarian state. It wasn't a fascist state.
Right, but they were a constitutional monarchy, if I recall, still at the time
Yes,
of
they were
World
still
War
in.
II.
Antonio Salazar, as the president, was the ruler, but he was not like a tyrant. He didn't like the fascists. He called them too pagan. But his Nuevo State was just a typical authoritarian democracy, limited democracy kind of. But he
But, I mean,
supported
it's
them
really
because
interesting though that like supporting the nationalists over like the existing monarchy, and I mean like I guess was the monarchy more like in I guess a not a what's the word, like a symbolic monarchy, like similar to how the British monarchy is today in Portugal.
well, there is no monarchy in Portugal. They
Oh, they had abolished it before the Spanish Civil War. Is what you're saying?
yeah, they had.
Got it.
I mean, now Spain's monarchy is also constitutional. The Spanish king doesn't have that many powers in the modern, but before that, he did have a lot of powers,
Okay.
but it was under restraints.
But they weren't
But
traditionally nationalistic or fascistic in Portugal. But they
no,
still
they
supported the
weren't.
nationalists.
But it was a I think, like I said, the destruction of the Catholics churches, the killings, and all the
I see.
stuff the
You
Republican
were saying that culturally they supported the nationalists more than the Republican government.
yeah, I
Okay.
mean, a lot of Portuguese troops helped the naval support, and of course, you said Nazi Germany also supported Franco's troops.
Right. I mean, it would make sense. A nationalistic state looking to
Because
get support on the
he was-
continent and cover the entrance to the Mediterranean with an allied force makes perfect sense.
yeah, and in the end, like the reason, obviously, the big battles they fought, like the Battle of Bilbao, and they take the Basque Country, Sanitater takes the last of the industrial northern mountain, and failed Republican advances in the south. I mean, they score a couple victories, but they're not enough to turn the tide. And the biggest battle, obviously, is the Battle of the Ebro River, and that's the definitive that turns the tide and allows Franco to move in and capture Cataluna. And the Republican
Is it
government at
Cataluna
this
or
point
Catalonia? I thought it was Catalonia.
well, they say it Cataluna in Spanish, but you can say Catalonia. And they've always been. But Franco also had to be diplomatic and play because he didn't want to. Because he feared if he captured way too much area too fast, he could maybe provoke the French for invading. So he slowly did it methodically, and was able to secure his hold. And by the time Cataluna falls in early 1939. At that point, the British and the French recognized Franco's regime as a legitimate one because he starts forming his own government under that, and he pulls in. So the interesting part of the nationalists were all the factions of it. It wasn't just a bunch of fascists. They actually weren't the biggest part. The nationalists were made up of you had the regular army, but you had also the Spanish Moroccans and the Spanish Foreign Legion being some of the more effective fighters, the most well trained,
I didn't know
brutally
Spain had a
effective
foreign
ones.
legion as well as France.
Yeah, and you had a lot. The Moorish troops were so effective that Franco actually used them as like personal bodyguards in his reign. That's why you see parades, you see them on horseback, and you had a lot of the two monarchist sections also supported, but there was actually two branches. You had the
Two
monarchy.
monarchists supported the nationalists.
The two branches of the monarchists. There was a split.
Now
So
the monarchists, I assume, saw the nationalists as a way to reinstitute the monarchy
yes,
rather than the Republicans, because the monarchy abdicated at the time to the Republicans.
yeah. There was always a small faction that grew that wanted to see the monarchy return because they saw how poorly the Second Spanish Republic was going just 5 years into its existence. But Yeah, but there was two factions. There was the Alfonsoists who wanted to restore the King Alfonso XIII or someone from his line, but you also had a very interesting faction called the Carlists. So, what do you know about the Carlism or Carlist movement?
The Carlist movements? I've never heard of Carlist movements.
Well,
Actually, this is the
so
first
basically they're like the Spanish Jacobins in a way. They were a loyal following of a
You'll have to
who
forgive
felt
me,
that
but
the
could you elaborate on Jacobins? I'm not too familiar.
so yeah,
with
basically
that
they're
group.
like an offshoot who believe that that a different person inherited the throne of the crown than the current main line. Like they view the main one as illegitimate, and they see another person as the. And for the Carlists, it was a person by the name of Don Carlos. He was the brother of the King Ferdinand VII, and the reason they say he's supposed to be the rightful his line of people is supposed to be the rightful throne had to do with a law that was never put in place that would have made Fernando VII's daughter Isabella II the real throne, but because they said that law was never passed, Don Carlos is the real rightful
The
ruler
rightful
of
king,
Spain.
and then that
Yeah,
would make
his
the
line.
abdication by Alfonso illegitimate, right? Because he wasn't the rightful
Well,
king.
what's interesting is that actually their position, the legitimates of the current House of Bourbon monarchy and the Carlists were basically aligned at that point, technically, genetically, because Alfonso had enough of the Don Carlos blood in him to be a legitimate monarchy by both sides. But Franco's use of these was like they liked the traditionalism, the right wing Catholic thoughts, the desire for land. That's what he got most out of the Carlists. And he also had remnants of the right leaning parties of Seda and Spanish Renovation who wanted to
I've never heard
revitalize.
of either of those parties.
Well, the Seda was the right wing coalition, which was the Confederation of the Right. I think that's what it was acronym in Spain.
so in Spanish it translates roughly
Yeah,
to
Seda.
Confederation of the Right. Okay.
Yeah, but and of course there was the fascists were they were the Phalange, but their fascism was not as it's more based on Italy. They weren't crazy with Nazi Germany. They were more, they borrowed a lot of
Well, I mean, we can
national.
just say in broad terms crazy, but what do you mean by that? As in, do you mean just fascist as in the state owns the means of production, it's state, state
Well,
capitalism?
there's
State
an interesting
communism?
book.
What do you
I
mean
mean,
by that?
nailing fascism down is a really hard thing because literally anybody can be called a fascist.
Well, sure,
It's just-
but I mean, I'm not really standing around here going some
Yeah,
blue hair
well,
yells
there's
fascist.
a guy-
at Yellow
there's a guy
Lantern.
on
I don't think
YouTube.
Yellow Lantern's a fascist because of that. All right.
I know. I could be. I mean,
I mean, you
I have
could
one
be.
day
You
for- I
could
could
believe
be.
in the political
Are
philosophy
you
of fascism.
are
It's
you
possible.
anti-fascist, Ghost?
I guess probably generally, but I guess.
Yeah,
I mean,
not Antifa, but anti.
I guess I'd prefer.
I
not
wouldn't
to have
say
fascism.
I'm for or against. It just depends on.
It
it's all
depends.
in
Who's
Well,
asking?
the
Who's
circumstances that
asking?
gave rise to fascism were unique in the interwar period. I don't know if they'll be replicated in what's going on here because
No, I've got
I don't
bad
know.
news. I don't.
Because
I'm pretty.
one
I
day
think
for
I can
no
say
reason
with
at
some
all.
certainty that it won't, and I don't know if a fascist system can sustain itself for more than 10 years.
That is fascism kind of emerges out of state of emergency, and after the emergency
It
ends,
could.
well, what?
People are just assholes when they decide to have it. When they decide to make one of those, it takes so much work. When they get there, they're like, "Man, fuck this! I'm gonna do what I want."
I think I could sidetrack. I mean, I could basically discuss. I think I discussed fascism on a previous Ghost to Coast episode about what it is. If you could, you want to go back and check that one. But
I've
Anyway,
never
so-
listened to my old shows. I have too much
Oh.
hours.
Anyway,
Dude,
so
yeah,
the Spanish.
What time you
That's-
wrapping up tonight, Ghost?
Whenever I feel like it. I don't know, probably 5 or 6 in the morning, maybe. But
Yeah,
True,
so the
true,
Spanish phalange, so that's falange in Spanish is phalanx. That's what the Spanish phalanx was, the fascist party.
Oh.
But they were the ones, so they kind of appealed back to a
badass
Spain that
name.
was glorious. I mean, their flag, they
Well-
have the symbol of a bridge of yokes with 5 arrows.
I guess
And
what I was
those-
what I was asking was just like how different was it from German and Italian fascism? You know, like in what
Well,
ways was
I
it
mean,
That is
it
the
was-
badass. That's the most badass flag, by the way, of the whole conflict. All the other
Well,
ones are kind of cool, but that arrow one is
the
definitely
phalange,
top
yeah,
tier.
the Phalanges anthem, yeah. Even you'll hear the song "Caught Soul," the main Phalanges theme. I think even like in 2017 when Cataluna tried to leave, and the civil guards were sent in to arrest. You had a
Yeah.
lot of the pro Spanish ones singing that the Phalanges song to kind of troll the Spanish secessionists because the Cataluna secessionists are like a teachers union politically speaking. They're like that's how annoying they are.
Now answer me this: have you seen that Vice video where it's the guy, he lives in like Finland or some shit like that, but he's taken pictures of Franco and he's pasted them all over every single surface of his house, and like he sleeps under the flag, Franco's flag, whatever the flag of
Yeah,
Spain was.
there's a lot of that. Even in Spain,
It is
there is
wild.
like
That
a
guy's
residual.
definitely got a problem, but I mean,
There's even
if
like
there's
a
someone
couple.
that goes that far, there's probably
There's even like
100 reasonable
restaurants where
people.
they have the old Francoist imagery, the Spanish flag of Franco, and they have the flag. There is a lot like Franco's image and his stuff is still reminiscent of the Spanish right, as that was true monarchism, that was true caudilloism, and it was glorious kind of thing. And to be fair, the reason like they get is because of how corrupt the Spanish government has been ever since Franco passed away.
Well, I
There's
mean,
a lot of
all the
people, like-
pigs' governments have been pretty corrupt just in
Yeah, I
the
mean,
last 50
and-
years. You think about how much in debt and how. Thank you for the lemon, Carmen. You know.
well, yeah, but it really is important because Spain's been under like modern, like it's a socialist government. The Socialist Party is the one in charge, and they've been behind a lot of the historical memory movement to remove Franco's statues and things. All these images. I mean, you saw they recently exhumed his body from the Valley of the Fallen.
Jeez, that's.
Yeah, they've been messing with his family. Like they're forcing him to like give up an estate, a summer residence that was gifted to Franco by somebody. Like they're trying to say, well, because he received it as a gift, he's never really the proper owner. And I'm like, what kind of argument is that? Like oh, like I received, just because I didn't pay for something and someone gave it to me as a gift, just for that doesn't mean like you're saying I don't own it because I didn't pay for it and I got it as a gift. What kind of argument is that?
Pretty insane.
Well, yeah, you still don't own it because you're supposed to pay taxes on shit like that.
Well, the Franco family did pay on that, but like they still tried to they're messing with this family.
Well,
They're trying to.
was it given to Franco or was it given to Spain?
It was given to Franco himself personally.
Oh yeah, what the fuck is wrong?
Yeah,
with
no,
you?
it's definitely fucking.
I'm not giving you my golden AK-47. Fuck off.
My
Oh,
golden
yeah.
plated AK-47. You can
Yeah.
turn the fuck around.
Now it's in Spain, but Franco wasn't that. He actually wasn't someone who was like spending money on lavish things. He was a very like anybody mentioned like he was a very homely guy. Like he didn't that kind of comes from his upbringing. Like he wasn't so much of a guy who hobnobbed with aristocrats. He functioned more like as a military guy, and that's something that speaks out because in the book Mimer of Trouble, Peter Kemp, he actually gets to meet Franco near the end of the book as a real thing. Like he sees like this guy, he seems like a regular guy, but he's also very stout. Like, and what's interesting is that when Peter Kemp meets Franco, he actually admires the British, but he warns that like, communist influence couldn't happen anywhere. It can even happen in universities. We've been making sure that we're keeping it.
I'm sorry. Saying
It's
even
very-
happen like, oh, dear friend, if
He's telling him,
only you knew.
and yeah, it's weird how much Franco's instincts were proven right. Like there was the one time in Lyndon B. Johnson thinks about entering Vietnam, and Franco's like, don't do it, man. It's an insurgency. Like, Ho Chi Minh has that nationalist spirit amongst the Vietnamese. Like, they'll rally to him if you try to invade.
And we all
And
remember how he totally listened, right?
Yeah. I mean, Franco was anti-communist, but he was also smart about it. He didn't want to engage in the, Cold War strategy of containment, where let's just keep sending troops all over the place to counteract Soviet influence. I'm pretty sure that won't leave our homelands wide and vulnerable to communist infiltration. Now, will it?
No. Well, how could that ever happen?
I mean, and that's something true.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. So Franco, the fascist elements, Franco becomes the head of the Falangist party, but he downplays a lot of the worst versions. Like, he purges like the overly fascistic, like the national syndicalism. He takes the party structure and the nationalist vibe they have. Like, the yoke and the arrow symbolism is a reference to the marriage of King Ferdinand and Isabella from back in the late 13th, early 14th century, where that's how Spain, the first kingdom of Spain, got formed. So that's what the yoke and arrow represent. So fascism they harken back to the mythical past, where they kind of are LARPing as like their ancient selves. They're trying to bring it back, but they're also futuristic in a way. That's sort of what, Mussolini said, like, we are Rome again. We are Romans. We are one united Italy people that was far back. That's sort of what the Phalangists were going with, too. But, when Franco takes over, he kind of does away with some of the elements to make it more like and because Franco has this idea of national Catholicism and a semi-authoritarian, some would say a semi-fascistic, regime that it takes a couple of the trappings, but it's not a true fascist regime. It never really was. And after the Second World War, Franco reorganizes the government, to play nice. Like, they abolished doing their own salutes.
What you're saying is he was a cuck, right?
What?
You're saying he was a cuck because he didn't reorganize it into a national Christian state? No, I'm just joking with you, man.
Well, he was very true overture. Like, the Vatican was a big supporter of Franco until, like, Vatican II happened. And,
The Electric Boogaloo, yes.
I don't know. You'll hear a lot of traditional Catholics, level some dislike at that conference because, they felt.
Well, I mean, there's
a
lot of traditional Catholics have a problem with the, a couple things said by prominent Catholics too, I would say.
Yeah, especially the current. Well, this aside, I think the media likes twisting Pope Francis's words a lot, in a way. But yeah. So Franco is, and he stays out of World War II. He's officially neutral.
Hey, Ghost, I'll come back in like an hour or so.
Okay, that'd be good to get the crackling noise to go away.
He flirts a bit with.
Am I crackling?
They're joining.
Once in a while. Sorry. Please continue, Elijah.
Yeah, like he kind of flirts a little bit with joining the Axis, but ultimately he decides against it, like, because he sees where the winds. Yeah, he sees where the winds are blowing. He thinks that, like, they're not going to be able to win the war, and he wants to be friendly with the British and the French, and he ends up staying put and just not doing any significant military. Like, he collaborates a little bit, but never officially enters the war, and he might have actually overplayed his hand in negotiations just so he could, get Hitler to rebuff him. So they didn't want to do any, like, more invasions of Spain. Because, Spain couldn't enter the war, and even if it wanted to, because the country was wrecked from the war and the battles. Like 500,000 to 1 million Spaniards lost their lives in the
That's a very similar body count to how many we lost in the Civil War.
Yeah, and the political repressions too. Franco did have set up for a lot of the criminals, but it was not a methodical killing. Like, he had court-martials, tribunes, and only like the most.
Wait, let me ask you something. Does that make it better or worse?
Well, I mean, there was still.
you're still killing people, like it's like I don't know, like it's just like, well, they're like, don't worry, we had a process for it. I don't know. I don't necessarily know if it's just better because, like, oh, we set up a court for it. That makes it better. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm just
Yeah.
maybe I'm just a cuck. I don't know.
Well, you just have to understand the circumstances. Like,
Oh
you
yeah,
can't just.
I understand there are circumstances concerning why this all happened, but like,
And to be fair to Franco didn't want to have a mass, so he wanted to see tribunes and civil courts about, because he didn't kill all the Republicans. He took out like the more egregious leaders and all the people who had committed serious atrocities. And it probably resulted in about 30 to 50,000 people executed for the reprisals and the repression. But most of the other Republicans either got just some prison terms, they either did convict labor to work it off, or they just got amnesty. Like,
okay, so prison camps or amnesty. Gotcha.
yeah, I think
I mean,
and
we can
some of
dance
those,
around what it is, but like, I mean, yes,
some
there's
of
an
which,
understanding.
when it came to, and Franco said, like, he also said, don't worry, I make sure we'll never have this level of violence ever again. This will never be another war like this that wrecks Spain. And he has that word. I mean, he also was a bit of a reconciliationist. This is where a lot of the monuments come in, and a lot of the street. You could argue this was very ideologically motivated because they wanted to promote, as a way they named streets, plazas, towns after nationalist soldiers who died, or after himself, or people, as a way to sort of legitimize his regime, as a symbol, is like, yeah, we're in charge now. But he didn't. There were a couple of Republican things he let allow just so he could keep the balance, because there were family members too who lived that lost people on that side, and that's really what makes him like the more just a regular authoritarian. He doesn't have like, I think there, as you said, the Ghost, like there is a difference between authoritarianism and totalitarianism, and Franco is on the authoritarian side as well. Like, although he described totalitarianism initially, all of it was erased as World War II went on. They just want to say, oh yeah, we disavow, we weren't totalitarian, we're just regular rulers of national Catholicism and semi-fascists.
Right.
That is like, I think there is a case where you might have to be a little authoritarian when it comes to certain situations. I would argue, like,
I don't know if I buy that. Have to is a strong word. I mean, like, I don't know about that. I'm not saying that, like, if you say like the survival of like the republic is necessary, like maybe that you could make an argument, or like the survival of like whatever system you're trying to create, you can make an argument for authoritarianism. But to say like you just have to based on I don't know what, like that's
I
a
feel
little
like
bit different.
the attraction of the idea of it is, you can't settle down. Like, if you have an active enemy that you're fighting that is undermining your people and attacking yours, you can't just like you can't have the ability to say, if this is the kind of person, if they're dead set on eliminating you and your people, and you can't just respond with flowers. You might have to take some power of your own and raise it up to challenge it. You know what I
I
mean?
mean, I'm not arguing against self-defense, but you have to prove there's a threat, or you have to prove that it's imminent is the important part of it. And if it's
And
not
that's sort of
imminent,
it, because I have
what I'm
somebody.
saying is, if it's not imminent, you have to use other means to deal with it.
Yeah, I have somebody who would probably call himself a bit of an authoritarian. I know he would say, like, I mean, my version, it's like, I'm only enforcing strict rules and keeping the peace. Like, we know what is allowed and what's not allowed, and that's about it. Like, I don't care what goes on in the privacy of someone's home. Like, I'm only interested in just following these set of rules, making sure the culture is stable. Like, and it's like totalitarianism to him would be like micromanaging somebody's life of every aspect, so they have no privacy or this or that. That's to him. Like, he's not into the business of doing that. Like, he doesn't want to make it illegal to be an asshole. It should never be one. It should never be illegal, in
No,
my
no,
opinion.
I agree with that in principle, right? Like I agree with you. I agree with that in principle. Here, the problem with judging historical figures is that there was also a lack of capability to micromanage people's lives to the degree that they can today, right?
I mean, look at today. I think that you say look at all these so-called Western democracies implementing features that no authoritarian like dictators or even kings
They could
would think
never have
about doing.
dreamed of the power they would have over people's lives. They could have never
Yeah.
dreamed the amount of insight and fucking analytics that they have on every single person, right?
Yeah, and Franco didn't do that. Like it really was. He didn't really care about what some random person was doing outside the world or people.
No,
That's
no,
something that's kind
but you understand, right? This is the problem with like modern day authoritarianism is that they do have access to that. They do have the capability to do this, and the
Well,
people with will to
there's
power
one
will always
caveat
use it.
for that. There's one caveat for that is the concept is not new. The same way that like owning like firearms is not a new concept. Like you must accept that it will expand going forwards. Like the authoritarian nature, like the spirit of that, the way that you act it out is not new. Like I agree that they couldn't imagine like or they couldn't imagine the tools that they would have to be able to like manipulate in the future, but they would still use their tools at the time. They could still understand the repercussions of like how much like it there are certain tools even in the past that would be even more repressive than some of the stuff that we could do now. Like they could more effectively like lock you down because of like the lack of tools. Like it's the spirit and the concept of it are brutal because it's very hard to put yourself in that exact situation and understand the capability of locking somebody down or fucking with them. So I agree like 98% of the way there, but it's always good to remember that because it's the same thing with like voter fraud and stuff like that where they're like, well, the founders never imagined mail-in ballots, and it's like, I'm pretty sure they had a motherfucker that was rolling in late sometimes, and it's just
Listen,
like,
Fed. There were 1.8 million ballots sent out and 2.5 million mail-in ballots returned. Okay, that makes perfect sense.
yeah, no, I'm not saying they're not fucked
I'm just
up.
saying,
I'm
you
just
know,
saying
like 700,000 of
concept
those
of
split
that.
off into two. Okay, that's definitely what happened.
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
yeah,
please
they
continue.
they
Continue,
they
Lantern.
went through a what is it, mitosis?
Yeah. They
They replicated on a cellular level.
Right. It was cellular replication of ballots. Sorry, Lantern. I'm kind of like diverging into like the modern context of like
Oh,
you
yeah,
look at
there's a lot
authoritarian-
of-
it's
I
that they
think
have
there's a-
access to that. I'm not saying that Franco
Well-
wasn't noble. I'm not trying to demean his character, but it's hard to like look at his statements in the without the context of the time, right? Like you could not have had that kind of like intervention into people's lives. You just don't have the resources, right? It's just
it's a race of resources, and it's like I have more important thing, and you don't even
Right.
need to do like there's also like an informal culture that kind of deals with problems like that. I think a lot of places had this sort of thing. Like it really was until like the cultural revolutions of the 1960s, you have this politeness sort of thing forced. Like nobody was going out in public saying swear words. Nobody dressed trashy. Nobody was making public disturbances of like that because there was a social culture that frowned upon that, and that's something that society had.
And I've seen
Called
that.
etiquette,
I've seen that
yeah.
in Japan. Like in Japan, that's more or less like the case of what still goes on today.
Yeah, we still have cultural norms. We still have like an etiquette, and just I mean, this whole conversation we've been making sure like we've been looking at the history to analyze the now as well. So I don't think it's too like apropos to like switch back and forth between the two of them, but. Yeah, it is interesting though. Like when you do look at like the way that we have degraded, like we have lost so many cultural norms, and like people are trying to like push these new ones that make, or like the social etiquette does not make very much sense now. Like it seemed like there might have been ridiculous rules, but the nature of it was like pretty cohesive. And now when I look at a lot of our like our etiquette, it's really fucking disjointed and does not make any fucking sense.
It's like Apparently, you had to make a big deal. I'm gonna put pronouns in my bio. I'm like,
Oh,
Exactly.
gosh.
Exactly.
Please kill me.
why do I need to? Why do I need to put these label? Like, why do you need to broadcast it to yourself? Like,
Well,
are you
isn't
trying
even
to?
it more? Isn't it even more ridiculous? Like, I'm pretty sure, Yell, you use when you're addressing people that you respect, sir or ma'am. It's like
Yes,
it
in general.
it's like it's a very fundamental, easy way of showing respect, and it like unless like somebody basically relieves you of doing it, but most of the time you still do it. It's just very weird that they took that one and they're like, this offends me. It's like there's no people don't get offended by this. Like it's just they like it's just a complete like rejection of like having a
Yeah.
cultural norm and like being able to like use it properly.
Yes, the whole thing, is people saying, and my pronouns are Chad. So
self.
pretty funny there, a mutiny on the Ark.
My pronouns are thank you for your service, so I appreciate that.
Well, even then, just the very language,
My pronouns are
And-
go fuck yourself.
and I think really people don't like how power works. Like people have like one of the neo-reactionary critiques of the Constitution was that it doesn't like really stand like people would argue that it always bends to the will of power and whoever controls the institutions that define it. That's why they would say it's like a living constitution because the people behind it, if your foe controls the language, the nation's tongue, they get to define terms and stuff. You won't be able to really make a argument from like laws and stuff. Like, I think there's a gentleman by the name of Josie de Maistre, a philosopher that kind of says like the problem with basing your civics solely on a piece of paper and a written argument is that it can be subverted, or like it's really the people are the ones who make the culture. It's not the document itself. And if you have a new kind of people, or they just stop believing in these norms, like what use is that constitution? It's not going to be as effective.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's ultimately like when you're trying to look at like what is effective as far as like what power is like actually pervasive. It usually ends up needing like the will of the people. Like if you want to go like Machiavellian with it, you need the people in some sense. Like you need some of the people, or you will not be able to get anything done. You either have to have like you either have to play the political game like extremely well, like just ridiculously well, to completely disregard the people, or you need like some of the love of both. Like you need some of the ruling class, some of the people, and if you can't get them to like even like accept what you're trying to push, then good luck. Like it's hard. Like it's I mean, this is why politics are politics. Because the balance is so fucked. Like when you're looking at these ultra populists right now that are very popular in 2020, where you're looking, I would look at Trump and Bernie Sanders as like particularly big populists, and they have a lot of the goodwill from the people, but they do not have a lot of goodwill from the politicians, and it's making their lives fucking hell. And it's tough. It's rough. When you look at like Hillary, she has a lot of the goodwill from the insiders because she's like holding them at gunpoint.
Well, I believe it's at barbell.
Sorry,
Whoa, hold on. I believe
said
it's at barbell
fun
point, Fed.
Those,
I believe
those
they're
damn
in
spiked
Fed.
barbells.
Fed, they're holding themselves at gunpoint, I believe, is what's happening.
Yes. Double gunpoint. They have the gun kata to the back of the head point. I agree.
Yes, exactly.
A hollow point is actually the correct term. But yeah, it is really interesting when you actually look at like how much like you need the people to back it, how much it needs to be like ingrained in the culture so it doesn't just instantly get washed away, and then how much of the establishment you actually need. It's becoming people thought you could like break away from a lot of it, and it turns out it's very hard still.
Mm-hmm.
To like just circumvent one of those aspects.
Sorry, please continue.
Sorry, I got the clip back from when Oh, that makes me angry and also cathartic. Do you remember you saw what happened in Portsmouth, Virginia, where they attacked that monument and then they pulled down the statue and it ended up almost killing somebody?
You got what he deserved.
Hell
I mean,
yeah, I
sorry, yeah,
do.
that was tragic. Tragic that.
Well, it's both angry and cathartic, and really to give you remember what I,
I mean,
said
it's kind of
about
emblematic of what's
corruption and all
happening,
language.
right?
And the witness is the police chief actually tried to bring the vandals, to justice because, you can't let somebody, he tried, the reason why this was so, what gets me is that one of the state senators of Virginia, the government official, was actually involved in the vandalism too, and she tried to arrest her because she technically was committing a criminal act. But
Not
there was so much.
technically, was like absolutely.
She was. Well, you have to be a little lawyerly with your language terms.
I understand. Yeah, we can't accuse because she wasn't convicted. Yeah, I understand.
But the fact that not only are the charges dismissed from all the protests of all the rioters, we shouldn't call them protesters at this point. We should call them marauders or
Call them what
rioters.
they are. They're Viking. They're basically gay Vikings.
Well, I'd say marauders are probably the more
Probably more accurate term.
maraud. Yeah. And someone said, but Kyle, Kyle Rittenhouse killed two people. He killed people? Communists aren't people.
trained sniper Kyle Rittenhouse when asked how many people he killed. I didn't kill any people, only communists.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
And I think there is a point where if you act so bad, if you act so evilly, it wouldn't surprise if some people start seeing you as less than human if you start acting like that, or you start doing things that like no sane individual would be call and say, oh yeah, what you're doing is totally fine and is helping society.
Oh yeah, well I mean I'd say that's the name of the game right now is the only way that you can come off so righteously to try and push your own like new system that completely disregards the other side of the argument is to dehumanize them first and say, oh well they're not even humans, they're all it's a troop of Voldemorts, so we have to be able to use our transgender abracadabra against them.
They're Dementors. They're Dementors. Okay.
Don't even get me started on.
I'm sorry.
How many of these articles you see on people like which casts hex on President Trump or this? I'm like,
God.
Aren't you guys supposed to be using that against atheists or like these non-believers, satanic, and try to? I don't see what you're trying to do here. Like you're convincing the wrong person. To try to say your magic is having an effect. I mean,
it is fucking wild looking at the way that people like, oh well, I believe in this now, and it's like, do you really believe in that? No, like you could push them like on any of it.
Ved, you guys are absolutely right about that. There are plenty of these new age atheists that believe in like witchcraft and other spiritual nonsense as well. Like there are plenty of them.
Yeah. I mean, there's plenty of people that are and I mean, I can't blame them from going away from like traditional religions. Like if they don't see it's working for them, then I can't say like, okay, I can't tell them to that they have to stay in the faith. No, you have the ability to leave the faith. That's fine. I understand that. It's not preferable, but it is what it is. Like I understand that.
I mean, at least
but then,
you guys don't roll around and execute those people, or
I'm just saying, hey man. I mean, you can fill that God-sized hole with whatever you want to, but like, it looks really dumb when you do it in a bunch of different ways, and it's been pretty entertaining watching it happen. Like, twin spirits, Wiccans, and whatever else are probably the funniest fucking thing. Like, I don't think they need to be executed because they're flopping around like retards on fire anyways.
You just gotta yell them. You gotta say, guys, read another book, please. You can't base your whole political orientation
I read
on Harry Potter.
when I was like 7 or 8 years old. I think I was like a kid when I read Harry Potter. Okay, like you guys can find a new fucking book.
It's the thing where like I have the problem when it becomes like I get the I get making like a heuristic out of it and like trying to use like a cultural icon to be like, oh well, here's the same situation, but it's really fucking cringe when you're like, oh yeah, well at the end of Iron Man 3, Iron Man gave himself over to the mob. It's like, like, there's nothing that's made me want to invalidate a political figure more. Like, if fucking Trump came out and said that, I'd be like, okay, well, maybe we're riding with Biden. I don't know. Like, it would be it would be a blow to, like, the way that I look at him as a figure. It's just that instantly, as soon as you say that, it's minus 50 points from Gryffindor. It makes you look real dumb.
And just, it's funny is even, J.K. Rowling was completely disavowed by a lot of the left because, she takes positions on other issues that they find sacred, like that they don't
Well,
like.
she wouldn't like. She wouldn't like bend on like.
J.Q. Rowling has entered the chat, and I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Excuse me.
the bankers are greedy, hook-nosed goblins. It really makes you think.
Nope, it doesn't.
Canonically
I have no
sound.
idea
I
what
don't know
you're
what they're
talking
getting
about. All right, goblins are these creatures that rape women to reproduce and make more of themselves because they're a parasitic species that cannot survive on their own. Okay, that's what goblins are.
I'm laughing. I'm laughing at this clip from. You guys seen this one where it's like a security camera footage from like 4 years ago, where there's this guy that destroys like a whole bookstore shelf, and he looks a lot like Stefan Molyneux. Have you guys seen this clip?
You gotta link it in the general.
Yeah, let me get it. It's like someone has said he's finally snapped. Is he there to count? It's like did a woman forgot to count her eggs or something?
Forgot to count her eggs. Yeah. Oh no. Let me turn the volume down. Okay, let's see.
Yeah, there's this. He just like goes in and like ransacks with a group of people.
That guy has too much hair to be Stephen Molyneux. All the books.
Oh, and he starts pulling the books. That's when that's the proverbial slamming. The
He takes the last book at the end.
Oh my god! All right. Oh, he can't. All right.
Right, takes
No,
the last
he thought
one.
better of. Oh, okay. That's all right. 10 out of that's how you get angry, right? Like, okay, I like it.
That's it. That's it. That's it.
Sometimes you gotta flip over some. You gotta flip over some tables in the courtyard.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta check those eggs, man. You don't know what's gonna happen.
Listen, those eggs are spoiled. Save the eggs. We need to save the eggs, or the chicken coop will die.
Yeah, there's-
before we get back to the Spanish Civil War, do you watch any of The Mandalorian?
Not as much as other people would do. I'm aware that it's basically like the second coming of the good Star Wars stuff because of how terrible.
It's like Star Wars in the format of like a Western, and it's a TV show, and I like it a lot. But you know
Yeah,
the little
mean,
green guy, right? Baby Yoda.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Okay, he actually
had
has
to
a
be
name now. They finally gave him a name.
What is his name?
Grogu.
Grogu.
Yeah,
Oh,
he has a
okay.
name, but there's an episode of The Mandalorian where there's this frog lady that has to like get her eggs fertilized or she will have no offspring, and they have to like fly her to a planet. And the entire episode, Baby Yoda is just eating like the last of this woman's genetic line, like the entire fucking episode. He just loves these baby frog eggs. He's just eating them the entire fucking episode. It's like the last chance for her to like make more people. It's just so fucking funny. It was funny. Yeah, it's just, talk about eggs. It's just.
Yeah.
And the internet, of course, is
Well,
complaining Baby Yoda commits
yeah.
genocide.
Oh.
Let's get back to
a-
the Spanish Civil War. Enough of that aside. Unless you have a response to that.
So the conclusion I have, I mean, I'm probably gonna go into more detail on the bonus episode because it's not just about the legacy of that, but also the Civil War, why the monuments were built, and like the response, like because what happened in Spain, because they started taking down monuments to a lot of that too, but it's gotten to the point where they are wanting to exhume bodies of people buried in these monuments or out because they're trying to do that to Jose Primo de Rivera's body. He was the Falangist leader that was executed on trumped up weapon charges. And he's buried in the Valley of the
Imagine
Fallen
that.
too.
A young man executed on trumped up weapons charges. Imagine that happening, right, Yellow Lantern?
Oh man, he should have probably had said, "Oh, my guns were destroyed in a boating accident. I have no idea what you're talking about."
I was making the Kyle Rittenhouse comparison, but it's what they're trying to put him in jail away for is trumped up, illegally buying weapons charges because his self-defense case is solid.
Yeah, the KQ is an interesting one.
The Kyle question.
Yep.
Yes, exactly. I do have. I guess it would be a little bit of a different question if we're gonna go back to the what we were talking about with the whole Spanish Revolution.
Yes.
Whatnot.
What led up to it? Yeah.
Yeah. So before we hit that one up, do you have any plans of? Because I know you're in the Florida area. Do you have any plans on seeing Ralph and all them whenever they go over that way?
Well, he's already in Arizona as we speak, so I kind of missed my chance to say hi.
Well, he's going. There's a Dick show on the 13th of December. That's going to be in Florida, in Tampa, and Ralph, the Revenge of the Sith guys, Dick Masterson, whatnot. They're all going over there. I was wondering if I mean, if you're not comfortable saying like if you're going or not, but I've been thinking about it.
Well, I am out of town on that week, so I wouldn't be able to do it even if I could.
Shit.
Oh, darn. You returned to the old country?
Well, I'm visiting family for a birthday celebration.
Oh, fun.
Oh, that's wholesome.
Yeah, but someone had asked about the. You made a point about that whole waging war. One of the interesting philosophers I've read is the guy by the name of Carl Schmitt. He has a quote where he had, one of the more famous ones to point it to is he said like the specific primary motivation that motivates political actors is one between friend and enemy, like the specific distinction. Another one he said is that a lot of times people will make humanity their cause for raison d'être of waging wars, so that way they can say, I'm fighting for humanity. And if someone objects and says maybe that you shouldn't be doing this, they can accuse you of being inhuman or saying, you're inhuman for opposing my war effort. How dare you be against humanity or you can paint your enemy as like an inhuman person by saying, I'm waging this war for humanity's sake. That's something interesting to point. I think doesn't get brought up a lot.
I find it really interesting the way that people draw the politics lines, especially now, because it seems very clear to me that when politics work, when I look at politics, I don't know if y'all have like a similar definition, but politics to me is like it's the way that you handle a situation. It's working with other people to tackle a problem, usually, or like almost explicitly it's working with other people to like handle a problem. And more so what I'm seeing now is every politics has just become an arguing, I'm not going to work with anybody. It's become no prescription on what to do. No, you can't even agree with people on how they would tackle something because you can't even agree on what the fucking problems are anymore, because it just descriptively we live in completely different realities. And it blows my mind that's become the case. Like, and that's where, I don't know, I think that's where our major political breakdown is right now. Like we're not even like close to being like, even if we would disagree, it would be okay if we could like have the same ground rules about what we're disagreeing about and like be able to come to a conclusion. I'd be much happier with that. But it's one of those things that I've just had to accept as growing up, and it's always pissed me off. Like ever since like I really started looking at politics, like that is something that just it will forever irk me that we don't have the idealized politics in the way that I keep the way that I conceptualize politics is never going to be the case. Never. And maybe it was never the case, but that always bugs me. Do you find the same thing to be true?
Well, the reason this happens is when the people have no longer have a common culture or have common history or have a general consensus maker that gives them a narrative to run on.
Or the ability to get there. Yeah, I think there needs to be some kind of cultural bridge that you can both step on to like actually move yourself towards each other, for sure.
Yeah, Lotus Machine did expand. Basically, yeah, the primary motivation you can always reduce to the friend-enemy distinction. I think that's the problem.
Well, that's the thing though, is I don't have any problem with that's my problem with it is I don't have any issues with talking to people that I hate. I don't have any issues with dealing with them either. Like I'll talk to them. Like I can have respect for somebody that I hate. I don't have any problem standing shoulder to shoulder with someone. I don't have any problem standing toe to toe with somebody. I have problems with people that will stab you in the back and people that won't get off their fucking knees. That's my issue. And that's where politics is so fucked for me right now. If you would straight up, if we could actually shoulder to shoulder stand with somebody, or if you could toe to toe oppose somebody and they would do the same reciprocally, I mean, I guess that's too much to ask, like for a literal opposition, not like even like a diametrically opposed opposition, but like just one that will like acknowledge and stand in the same arena with the same ground rules. It's gone. And like to think that I could like oppose somebody completely ideologically like differently, but because they can't even accept the ground rules is like it's ridiculous. And that's where I don't end up having respect for a lot of these people because of the we can't even come to terms on how to even approach most of these problems, which is, I mean, it reeks of being disingenuous, because I really do try to like give people the benefit of the doubt to like understand what they're talking about, but it more and more so there's a lot of cowards. I'm never gonna have respect for that. So it makes it really hard to deal with people, especially.
I like cows. They make milk. I'm just fucking.
The cows.
So the reason there is this sort of is, I think it's because there's multiple Overton windows basically they're starting to form. People are not even talking on the same framework. You know, they're talking past one another because the ideological consensus makers and cultural framework are not aligning on anything at all.
Well, yeah, it's because like, and that's where like I find more and more people are like, oh well, if the left isn't gonna conform, then why would we conform? Like, if they're gonna go low, I'm gonna go lower. Like, I look at that form of politics as very loathsome. I can see how you would get there, but it just makes me not want to engage in it whatsoever, because it's.
And I think Johnny Medieval says, I think it's often been argued that the conservative movement or conservatism is the thing that prevents a true rightist response to the left in a way, because what that does is, conservatism is shaky about revolution and revolts, whereas what happens really is, ever since the post-war consensus, I'd argue that the right has basically been a shell of itself, a true political right-wing force, because of what happened after the Nuremberg trials. The optics for the right have become like terrible, whereas the left enjoys all the good optics despite a lot of you know, despite a lot of them, you could
Ridiculous
argue,
policies and whatnot. Yeah.
and it's just and you could see the progressivism and all the. It's just they're not able to deliver on their promises. A lot of their decisions, make life miserable for people, but they can't see that because their ideology prevents them from self-correcting, or if they do, they just double down on the insanity and continue making empty promises that never get fulfilled.
Well, that's where this is the only point where I'm going to push you back, is because that's the same thing that Johnny Medieval's talking about, but you've just painted it differently. You're saying that they can't self-correct. They don't have anybody internally that's gut checking them. When I believe it's completely healthy to have inside your own party, it's when it comes time to be unified and to follow or to lead. I completely think that you should be unified in your effort, but I don't think that it's unhealthy or unreasonable to be at conflict with different parts of your own party to figure out what is the best ideology. And I don't think you should ever shun that, because I think that's how you become very dull, and I think that's how you you lose your edge, you lose your ability to it's the same thing with humans, or animals too, when you don't spar with people, when you don't physically interact with people, you lose your ability to understand when to when you need to let off of somebody, when what is overaction, what needs to be done. There needs to be rules of engagement, but you need to it's the same way that I believe that politics should be run. You should be able to I should be able to go toe to toe with somebody that's in my own party, and then when we're done with it, I should be able to say, yeah, no problem. The same way that I was arguing with Flam Blacks in the chat earlier.
It's ominous
There's
pictures.
no ill will. I should be able to argue with that person. We should be able to come closer to the truth.
Fed. It's ominous pictures.
Okay, yeah. So I should be able to do that, and there should be no ill will there. And then there should also be, even if I don't necessarily agree with it, when push comes to shove and it's time to become politically effective, and if I agree with the lesser of two evils essentially is my own party, and I can wholeheartedly get behind that. Let's say so if I lose the runoff, if my presidential candidate isn't the one that's going up on the ticket, I'm still gonna get behind. Most likely, I'm 95% of the way probably gonna still get behind the other candidate that we've chosen, just to show solidarity. And that's where a lot of this kind of breaks down, because I do honestly think you should I don't think contesting things, I don't think arguing with people, and I don't think disagreeing with people should ever be removed whatsoever. I think that should be more so than anything almost always cherished, unless you're trying to look for complete efficiency in a system. But that's not what politics is.
Well, what's going on? I think there was a thread by the Distributus. What the election sees is it's not the people choosing. It's really power swinging based on these arbitrary technicalities and institutional rules. So there's, the idea that elections can really represent a popular will in this system is transparently false. And the whole thing is that, this country could become very ungovernable. Nobody wants to be led, people breaking up, because the cultural and social divides are so huge in 2020. What's the solution?
Any specter that should, any ghost that develops in the machine that you can't destroy is stronger than you, and you deserve to be destroyed.
So the reason is, I think the first idea is that, could this be a place how many people would lead and say, to win once and for all, we crush our political enemies to the point where they can never come back. Their support, their resources, things are wiped off to such an incredibly high extent to which they can never come back. Is that
Why
even
is that
possible?
the only way necessary?
Well, I'm talking about my own political party. Like if my political party gets completely subverted by some other like near representative but like distinctly different force, and it gets taken right out from under my nose, I completely disagree with it, then because I cannot like fend that off, like then I wouldn't be able to do anything anyways. Like you're ineffective. At that point, you have to either adapt or you have to something must change, and that's the point of conflict. That's the point of continual conflict. That's why I find it so disgusting that we can't, like, honestly, I would find it so much more refreshing if in politics we could constantly be at war and always arguing with each other, completely just to the fucking bitter end of it every single time up to the last minute, never unanimous on anything, and it were to always be like a 50-50 system. I would be much happier with that, because it would ring more true to me if people could do that and still like actually argue over something.
Well,
And
that's the
it'd be
thing.
representative.
You know, politics could basically be like war without the shooting and just a way to resolve things, but I don't think it can resolve everything, and because you need some kind of reigning
Agreed.
cultural consensus to rule as a good. The thing is, you know, I've said, you know, reactionaries call this cultural consensus the cathedral, because they're trying to explain why is it that the left keeps on like being able to win despite electoral loss. It's because they control the cultural consensus. But the thing is, the
I don't
cathedral
know if they
is,
do that either.
well, basically they're the ones in charge of like the universities, the press, the
What's
you
the
know,
press's approval rate right now?
There,
well,
yeah.
Like, what is the general public think
yeah,
of the press?
well, let me get into this.
Well, no,
why
I understand.
The cathedral
I understand
is
they control the
weakening.
institutions. I just want to know what's the popular opinion of press?
Well, the thing is, I don't think they care. I don't think they realize just how much they're hated or how much people disrespect them as a source because of all the conflicts they can cause and how much lying. Because again, you know, the press sees itself as a sovereign entity, as a ruler itself. Like, that's something a lot of people don't get, is that, you know, the state government can exist, but it may not be the most powerful entity. You know, informal power can be ascribed to other institutions that will rule more indirectly and exert more power.
Right,
through
but the
covert
point I'm
means.
making is that the press has lost a lot of power in recent years.
Yeah, it's what. So basically, but the reason why the cathedral is starting to crack is because it's lost the ability to maintain any cultural narrative, for the simple reason because all the narratives have become totally misaligned with reality. And you can see ever since the end of World War II, the last 60 or 70 years, progressivism has promised things that don't exist, that just can't exist. You can promise lifestyles that are destined to fail for most people and a future that it can't possibly realize. And even though it keeps on making mistakes and all these failures, it never learns. It always doubles down with more distortions every time. Because here's the thing, is that the reason this is, you know, I say why they can't self-correct, because it's a prerequisite for to be on the left is asserting a belief in the promise made by the moderates in the past decades. So self-correction is almost impossible. And even their own language choices, it makes it impossible to notice their own epistemological mistakes. I think, well, Cartman says, he said, the powers lost power or credibility. Well, yes.
I think their
in a
power is
way.
their credibility.
Well,
yeah,
no,
it-
the
I
press
think it's
is-
directly
yeah.
linked to their credibility.
Yeah, well, I mean, you have to, if you're gonna establish legitimacy like that, like by word, then your word must mean something.
Yeah.
And like
They're
I
connected.
mean, like, compare the Gulf of Tonkin to like the gas attacks in Syria. Right? Like, I mean, compare the two. Like, people bought hook, line, and sinker the Gulf of Tonkin. The gas attacks in Syria, yes, the politicians bought them fully because they wanted to believe them. But the general public, most people think like, oh, there's something shady, or like they more or less saw through it majority-wise. That's why there was no popular consensus for a war in Syria.
Yeah, well, and the worst thing is, the thing is, they're connected. If you are viewed as illegitimate, if they try to if you're revealed as not legitimate or disdain and stuff, you can start to lose power because nobody wants to follow your orders. If that's the
Well,
whole
if
thing.
no one, if no one's if like the general public isn't watching, right? Like, then if they don't watch you or look to you as a source or seek other sources out, then you're losing your control over it or your power over
Well,
it.
you lose your literal power in that situation, and then you lose your backing from the sources that would go to you to spread their message. Like, ultimately, like, a lot of these things are propped up by like not the people themselves, so they have like political backing in these other things, and that's why they don't go under even if they fuck up, is because they're still like getting somewhat of their messaging out. But there's ultimately like there's only so many times you can fail Vader before he's gonna fucking choke you out. Like,
Yeah, eventually he kills you.
I'm just gonna do that as
That's
a
the
meme.
thing,
I'm just
though.
gonna start referencing older movies and older movies as like moral systems just to fuck with
The-
the Harry
the
Potter
movie.
thing. I love it.
Well, I would base it off, I tend to base my comparisons on older works, older character
I
archetypes.
know, but we're trying to
mythos.
reach the kids. Yeah.
But we're memeing on the Harry Potter thing, which is
Yeah, no,
It's
we're,
funny.
listen, we're just trying. We're trying. Listen,
funny
listen,
to
yo,
shit
Lantern,
on
we're
something
trying
and
to
do it.
reach these kids. Okay, that's all we're saying.
I just
Well, we
love,
can
like,
expect.
making a
The
statement
thing
in the
is,
background.
the way I see the more far left is that they'll just keep on demanding more dream built on top of the old sort of dream that keeps on crumbling around them, and thus you're not going to see, their promises are not going to make life better. You're probably going to expect to see, a more prioritization of statistic power displays and disconnect from, reality. I mean, take a look at the example of Vaush and all his Twitch streaming like clones and commentators. All of
That
it's
guy
been
is a
just-
trip. He really
the
is.
product. You see just this hateful, anti-intellectual, self-congratulating circle of people, and
A
even the
circle
audience
jerk,
knows
I
that it
believe, is the
yeah.
technical term for it. Yo, Lantern.
Oh my god! But dude, that so there's nothing that in the same way where like I don't hate people that like think differently than me, but god damn it, do I take pleasure in like the fact that at some point they're gonna get pulled out of that ideology, and that dissonance is got to be earth shattering. It's got to be like, oh my
No, I
god,
don't-
like
I'm
the
not that
upheaval that's gonna happen to that person.
I'm not optimistic.
It makes
that
me
they'll-
smile a little.
I'm not optimistic enough that they'll ever, achieve.
And
an
every
understanding
one of
the
the
world.
If they don't, it's even
well,
funnier.
the reason, obviously, what does this lead like the non-left or the so-called right? The problem is like I said, back to
Whoa,
what I
guys!
said,
It's Charlie Kirk and Dan Crenshaw, and Nikki Haley.
Yeah.
That's what we've got.
that's the whole problem. Is the right wing has been a shell of a political force since the end of. It's been sort of a shell of a political force since the end of World War II. It doesn't really have a lot of independent activism, little independent media or schools, and no good source of leaders. That's the problem. That's the whole thing.
I would argue that the right's problem with activism is that generally people are too busy to do activism, and activism is not productive work. Like it just like functionally for your life, activism is not productive work if you have a job. or a
Yeah, it's
family
like
or a career,
when
right?
you're
Like,
trying to do something about it is difficult. Like I would say not wasting your time replying to leftists. That would be
Right.
something.
yeah, it's
you could try to
it's
do-
not a
Because-
productive activity necessarily. Like this is the thing. It's like okay,
It's
well,
wholly
like
in
if I go
productive,
out,
though.
if I go to Washington D.C. to like protest the results of the election because it was clearly stolen, that like it would be really nice if I could get the election back, and show force. But like I've got shit to do. I've got jobs to do. I've got to help. I got family I'd like to help out, and like there's so much more productive work that I can do. And it's just I think that's how it is for most people on the right, and a lot of people on the left are college students. They're people that are overeducated and underqualified for work, and for them they may have directly or indirectly made the calculus that get begging the government to be their daddy and give them money and take over their lives is more productive than them trying to succeed, which it usually is in most cases. You know?
Well, so I would also point out the fact that as conservatives, like in the name, we don't get the same opportunities to protest in the ways that the left does.
Oh,
The
yeah,
left
I
gets to
mean-
pick a goal. They get to say, I don't appreciate the way that the system is treating this. They get to organize behind it. And then the only thing that we really get to do is we endorse the culture, we make the culture stronger. And then the only thing after that we can do is to like continue on our path and not be disrupted by this weird counterculture movement that's trying to move us another way, or we have to do a counter protest. Like it's because of the way that we work. Ultimately, we're usually going to be on the back foot. That's just the nature of the beast. We're always going to be in that sort of position.
I mean, if you support
that
the
not the
system,
case?
you're coming from an incumbency position, more or less. But
Even as like a culture, if I'm supporting the culture, what you do is when somebody's like freaking out, lighting themselves on fire, saying like this culture's fucked, you put your head down and you ignore them. You continue to carry the culture forward, like and that's how you fight that. Like that's how it. Unless you agree with that portion of it, then that is how you negate what they're trying to do. Is you continue to move the culture forward, but like the same culture forward. Now, if you're trying to change it, then you might agree with them. You might like pull that away. But at that point, then somebody else who's more conservative or has a different view on conservatism, at that point, then they have to say, well, I don't agree that we should change the culture. But it takes that first step in moving away, and everybody can organize behind the, hey, let's move away portion. And again, it's harder to organize around the, hey, they're moving away in this way portion, because then you have to come up with a counter argument of why we don't do this anymore, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
more or less that is.
well,
the case.
It's always
it really
harder
is.
to respond to these things.
I
than to
really
come
don't
up
know
with them.
the tactics at this point to get back because COVID nixes the possibility or restricts any sort. The whole thing is nothing. I don't think it's too bad because nothing lasts forever. Eventually, reality reasserts itself. Eventually, and what happens to the progressives? When their dream finally collapses around them. Because I have to come to the possibility that the old America that your parents or grandparents grew up under, that build is probably never coming back. So a new America will probably have to come and take place. Hopefully it's not the one the progressive view, because that America, blue America, terrifies everybody.
I
I mean,
think you're
like,
still
I
gonna
don't know
find
about
old
this,
guard.
Lantern. I don't know. Like, here's what I want to see. Like, I want to see pockets of it occurring and failing. Like, I want to see pockets of it divorced from, the hardworking people of the country, or like the functional states just kind of collapse in on themselves. Because I want to see these people in Blue America suffer. I do. I absolutely do. I want to see them
Well,
suffer and be
I
destroyed.
feel like even in some cases, like even some people can't change their views. Some would argue that their politics are drilled into their heads on a genetic level, so they won't switch over when things go bad.
Yeah, I don't necessarily agree with that. I think there's a genetic component for like the way you think, right, and it can impact it. But I wouldn't say that like you're genetically predestined, if that makes any sense. I think
Yeah,
I think that some people are more naturally inclined towards certain ways of thinking, or have like a lack of time preference and things that make them, aversive to certain systems, basically. But more or less that they
There's-
are.
That's a big problem with a certain section of the population as well. A high time
Several
preference.
sections of the population. I mean, you could say obvious groups, but you could also say like the meth heads in Appalachia and them as well. Like it's not. There's a lot of people that have
I
no
know.
understanding of time.
Shut,
preferences.
Orwell and Good's book about that, A Matter of Time. But did you hear what happened to him?
Orwell and Good. I did not.
Yeah, he got doxxed,
Oh, that's terrible.
and some Antifa blokes went around spreading his real name and image. I saw it. I'm not gonna say what his real
Thank
name
you.
is.
I do appreciate. That.
Obviously, I'm not gonna say it. it's, people are trying to scrub it. Obviously, good for them, but it turns out this guy really follows his own advice. Like, he is a very highly competent person.
Oh,
He's
no.
very
Don't tell
well
me he's like in a
successful.
boardroom somewhere.
No, he's
Just a
not.
quick note. Lotus is in the green room.
Are we still
you know,
talking
let's
about the
talk
press?
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, maybe he's got a good point, but I did also see exactly what you were talking about. Or I heard through Ralph, because I don't I don't want to like put like any SEO or anything towards like giving extra reach to these things. Like
Yeah.
I don't want to put any more like manpower into that. So hearing it through the funnel that is Ralph, I heard the guy was he was a god. I heard he was a pretty like he's doing shit, and it sucks that he did what he had to do, but more power to the man. Like these people that have the time to go after him have nothing, and they've just acknowledged that they're probably looking for him to be a nothing as well, because of how popular he is for his like views and like being what they think is diametrically opposite, but he's like an actual Chad motherfucker. So I find it very like there must have been a moment where they're like, fuck. Like when they went through these talks to be like, God damn it, he's cool. Like there's
Yeah.
nothing more of a comeuppance than that.
I think the thing is, what he is and how, as a gentleman, I think he will be okay in the long run. But it does suck that this, because he did streams with people. Like some of them I listened to, they were actually really good, informative stuff. Like I think one of the theories, like one of the interesting talks he has about the problem with the promiscuous sex with all this with women, is that it, if you keep on having these
Well, the
one-night
problem is they're
stands
not
with
fucking
people,
me, right? Ah.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
He said like the problem with them is that they incur a similar kind of trauma that you have when, as the same. It's like constantly having one night stands.
Oh shit!
with
I was just
people you
about to
don't
drag
know.
Lotus in. Oh,
Oh,
God dang it!
Oh, did he disconnect?
Yeah, he disconnected from the green room. Oh,
Oh.
darn it all.
Well, I'm about to actually leave soon too because I'm getting a little tired.
Oh,
But,
sorry.
yeah,
Thank
so
you for
I-
enlightening us on the Spanish Civil War. That was actually a really fucking interesting
I
talk,
mean,
honestly.
I have more to say too when I get in contact with Ralph, because I don't want to do the bonus episode immediately because he's been a bit of a globetrotter around the state capitals and whatnot. But so the whole thing with and I did say we made a case in a monument in Palatka that I mentioned that if they were to move it, it would have to be paid for by the people who want to move it, and it costs like a couple $100,000 to move a statue. So by putting the opposition as the one who wants to move the statue and not the people in Palatka, they're making a case that like if you want to move the courthouse statue in Palatka, Florida to the Veterans Park, you're going to have to pay for it. And the funding cannot come from like NGOs or businesses or from outside, from the people themselves. So
Well,
and it's
that's
and
actually a
it-
weird way to put it, because like what if an NGO just directly donates a bunch of money to someone that's how do you define it's not from outside money? Like I don't even know how you do that.
they basically said like it has to come from the community itself, not like an outsider.
No,
who's
I
connected to
understand. I understand that. I'm just trying to think how you like enforce or do that.
Well, it's because the people themselves will, the people who want to keep the statue are very, very, very big fighters. Like they're more.
No,
And
I understand that they're big fires. I'm just trying to fucking think like how you do it.
Well, I think it's pretty clear. Like it's a short time frame as well. And it's pretty clear.
How do you
like
do it?
I mean, I don't want to give them any ideas. So.
Oh, okay. Well, no, I mean how to stop these people from getting outside money. Like I'm just trying to think how you even do that.
Well, yeah. I mean, one solution.
I'm just thinking like
obviously-
I'm trying to think of how the guy's trying to protect the monument. are going to prevent, outside sources from getting money? I'm like, because I can't even think of anything of the sort. Like,
Well, I mean,
listen,
obviously,
I work in finance, okay, and I can't think of anything to fucking do, like, to prevent that. Like, are you gonna
Yeah,
do
it's a
money
tough
laundering
spot, like-
charges on someone if they come up with the money? And like, where's your grounds for that? Like,
Yeah, I also
I don't mean to
Zeppelin, you have
depress
to
you with
be
that thought.
careful. Like, I heard rumblings like in the Texas Capitol, like they're trying to take down some portraits of Confederate leaders in the state house, as well as the 7 Confederate monuments that are around the state capitol. So you might want to be careful about that coming up.
Oh, I mean, there again. I was not born in Texas, but there's nothing more than I have faith. Like, I don't want any of it removed. I understand that is not most likely going to be the case, but you don't get much push here without pushback. Like, there will be like a groundswell in the opposite direction. I mean, it's sad to see it happen. It really is. From like, I'm not even the biggest history buff, but one of the things that I do have pride in and I do like is I have seen most of the Texas monuments that are like notable. Like, I like it. Like, the stuff that we keep is fucking baller. And
for the audience that may not be unaware, what does fucking baller mean?
It's cool shit. We keep a fucking battleship. We keep the fucking place that we keep the place that we lost one time at, and we fucking ran it back so hard. Like, we literally kept a monument to the one time that we lost to not forget it. Like, we have like one of our fucking greatest heroes died sick in a bed. Like, it got fucking stabbed in a fucking bed. And that we still kept that. We kept that to understand that this is what happens to you. This is what your enemy will do to you if they overrun you. And we have a fucking saying for it too. So like, man, as much as it sucks to like know the implications of what happened there, remember the Alamo, baby. And that's the other thing that happens is you don't fuck with Texas because of that. Like, it is a always cultural reminder, and it sucks to like know the implications of what happened there, but I'll be damned if it is not something that fires people the fuck up to like
I think
actually
the Alamo
see.
is not going anywhere. The Texas Historical Board
Fucking right. Sorry, I
voted like
fucking,
12-2 into keeping the cenotaph where it is.
I love my. So I am upset. Like, if they remove like any part of like Texas culture, but I mean it's an uphill battle right now, and the only thing that I can do that I do like to do is like I talk to people about politics. If I have to write a letter or something like that, I'll write a fucking letter. Like, I'll let people know. I do what I can as a private citizen, so.
Right.
But yeah, other than to like actually learn about it and appreciate it and preach not only to, because I don't just preach to my conservative friends about how badass Texas is and badass Texan culture is. I preach it to anybody willing to listen, because that's how fucking great I feel it is. And that I think is the true point of it is
Yeah.
If
Are you
you
guys
can
gonna
put that
sing
to the
anything
other
for
side of the aisle.
karaoke that Ralph was putting together?
I was planning to. I don't know. I might do like some Sinatra or something Christmas, something Christmassy for sure. I'm doing a Christmas. I want to do a Christmas song. I want to find something croony and Christmassy myself. What were you thinking, Yellow Lantern?
Well, I gotta say, I actually don't like a lot of Christmas music, because a lot of the really.
Are we gonna
like,
duet "Baby It's Cold Outside" or are we doing Ebony and Ivory?
Oh, I don't know.
Joking. I'm
The
joking.
people, it's funny. Last year, people tried to get that song banned from radio for being
I
overly
recall that.
sexualizing. And look, what's the most pushed song I've seen is this song called "WAP."
Oh yeah.
1,000 times worse
Now, wait a minute. Are you telling me that this woman is specifically talking about the status of her private parts in an entire song in a sexualized manner?
Yes.
Let's
My
not forget
God.
the fact that we have like a completely pushed culture of like guns, violence, and terrible shit, and then it's like, but the consensual nature of "Baby, It's Cold Outside" is, I'm not sure that she explicitly agreed to that, and it's like, oh,
You guys remember like
freeze
the really,
then, whore! Stay
you
outside
guys
in the
remember, like, the
goddamn
really-
cold.
the
See what
really
I
cut
care.
version that Soy Boy put together?
I did not see it,
but
but I'm sure he deserves to be out in the cold as well.
It's pretty bad. It's just I just remember it being like, dear gods, what the fuck is this?
Oh, I actually wouldn't mind a little thing if we got the group and we could do the Bonnie Boo Flag for the Ralph Christmas, you know. That would be a fun song. You know the lyrics of the Bonnie Boo Flag, Ghost?
Absolutely not. I don't know what it even is. I've never heard of that song.
That's the Bonnie Boo Flag song is based off like the first unofficial flag of the Confederacy, which was borrowed from the Republic of West Florida, and it's used in the flags of North Carolina, Texas, and some of the states that left the Union. That's that blue flag with a single white star in the middle.
Fuck yeah, it is.
And it goes.
That's why we're still the Lone Star State, baby.
We are. It goes like the first is. We are a band of brothers and native to the soil, fighting for the liberty. We treasure blood and toil. And when our rights were threatened, the cry rose near and far. Hurrah for the Bonnie Blue flag that bears a single star. Hurrah, hurrah for Southern rights, hurrah, hurrah for the Bonnie Blue flag that bears a single star. And it repeats with verses for like all the states, like what, you know, we could probably get people together to sing it, or we could do a bunch of stuff. Like I was thinking about.
I would be if there's a good lyrics one, I'd be happy to sing it with you. I don't know if I can get my voice that well, as you know, I'm tone deaf.
Shut the fuck up. We get enough people in there. It's
I mean,
a
I also
cacophony.
might do. I
It's a
also
spirit.
might do the Marcha Real, the Spanish under the Francoist regime. You know I sang it before too on other shows. You know, Viva España, alza los brazos en voce, vuelve España, que vuelva a resurgir. Viva España, alza los brazos en voce, vuelve España, que vuelva a resurgir. Gloria a la patria, que suba sariso peroso, del mare camina del sol. Yeah, I can sing that. I'm gonna probably sing the full version with playing on my piano as well.
That
I
was pretty
mean,
lovely.
I
have to
gotta
admit.
like, that sounds fucking amazing. If I can help out with any of that, yeah, I'm down. But I don't know, like you have a baller falsetto. I don't know if I can touch that.
Yeah,
So-
I mean, I'm not saying
it's pretty fucking good.
Like-
but I do understand that these things are like, I do understand the reason for the songs, and that's still why I'd participate, because it's
I
not
feel,
about being good. It's
though-
about like it's about the spirit, and I stand with you in that almost 100%, yo. So I mean,
feel like as
couldn't
a
appreciate you in
Californian-
that more.
I feel like as a Californian, it would be wrong for me to enjoy in your Southern heritage. You know, like that's
Southern in spirit, baby.
Nah, but you know, my ancestors are Union soldiers too. But
That's
like
fine.
I also like I wouldn't want to ruin your song with my inability to sing or change
Ghost.
tones.
Oh man, that's
But-
a specific one too.
but-
That's a brother against brother war. That's one where I specifically look at it, and like that is as much as I don't want to be one of these cucks that's like I want to go to a different time period. That's a time period where like the war is over. Like hug your brother, your neighbor, because it's like it's over. Like what has to be done has to be done. Like conflict, I disagree with you. This is where we stand in like having respect for the person you oppose. It kind of sounds fucking sweet, and that's one where like even if you were like, yeah, my ancestors from like fought with the Union, like I couldn't.
No, I'm not
just
saying
because
I
of the
can't.
nature of
I'm
that
not
war,
saying
I
I
couldn't.
Yeah,
can't.
did you see that? Unfortunately, in Colorado, they toppled a Union soldier monument and they replaced it with an Indian woman.
You mean
That-
Dot.
and that's where it's
you mean
like,
Feather,
man,
not
like-
Dot, right?
I don't have any problems with Native Americans, but like I have that one where it's like, oh, dude, like I'm not even on the same side as those people, and I still want to throw that into a well, for, like anyone who did that into a well for that, because like the disrespect, like, it's disgusting.
Yeah, no,
All right.
I believe me. I know they're not just
I'm
coming for your
gonna-
hair.
yeah,
I
I'm
know
gonna
they're not
tag
just coming
out.
for your. Okay, but before you go,
Give
I'd
us
be
your
happy to
final
sing
statement, sir. Do you have anything
I'd
you
be
want
happy to
leave
sing it
on?
with
Anything
you.
like
I'm
that?
just saying that, like, you know, I probably don't really have the voice for it, but I'd be happy to sing it with you as well.
Yeah, we could probably get a couple others for backup as well.
It's
Yeah,
the
just-
spirit that counts.
Yeah, just you gotta find a key that you're comfortable. Would you prefer singing it in a lower key? Is like, you know, remember
I don't know,
Tennessee
man.
Air and
I
Force?
guess, like, yeah, because I can croon, but, like,
Yeah.
I mean, I
You
might
know,
be able
how
to
about
get a
this one?
falsetto. I just,
We
it won't
are
be,
a
it'll be-
band of brothers and native to the soil, fighting for
Yeah.
the liberty we gained by honest toil. And when our rights were threatened, the cry was near and far. Hurrah for the bonny blue flag that bears a single star. Hurrah! How about that one? Was that a better one?
Yeah,
Let me
Ghost could hit
find
that.
the lyrics.
Ghost, you could hit that.
Let me find the lyrics.
Ghost-
I'll
yeah,
try.
we could-
I'll
we could do that.
try. I will try a verse, and let me see how I feel about it. Okay, let me see what I can do.
Yeah.
Before
Anyway,
you,
I'll-
I would
probably-
never, even if it was terrible, I couldn't deny the experience of doing it with you, brother. So I'll back you up on that no matter what.
all right, let me try a lyric, and I'll let you get out of here. All right. Sorry to hold you hostage.
Yeah.
I know it's late. We are a band of brothers and native to the soil, fighting for our liberty with treasure, blood, and toil. I don't know. I don't think I've got it. But I will try my best
like,
to work on tone.
You haven't practiced it. You could get it. Like don't
practicing.
worry about it.
music.
We could hit it in the
Okay.
like if you key
Well,
it down.
all right,
yeah,
we
we
will.
could definitely hit it.
Yellow Lantern. When is the bonus episode with Ralph, and where else can they find you?
It'll probably be next week when Ralph is finished with his travels. I'll email him and see if we can get it set up.
Awesome. Do
Yeah,
you
sounds
have a
fucking
Twitter
great.
you would like to promote? Because I saw you were up to 250 followers on Twitter. Congratulations, Yellow Lantern.
Thank you.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. You want to post your Twitter in the chat so everyone can go follow this wholesome, amazing, talented artist that is Yellow Lantern, who knows a ridiculous amount about history.
A
Let me see if-
patrician of the arts.
I don't know how to, since I'm using the Twitter app, I don't know how to link my profile to that. Do I just have to do that?
Let me go to your page. Yellow Lantern. Most of you may know him as
I believe
Butters
I have it.
on
It's
the
Yellow
Kill
Lantern
Stream.
19, right?
Yes.
Right
Okay, I
there.
gotcha.
There you go. There's his link. Go give him a follow. Let's get him to 1,000 followers and even more. Yellow Lantern, anything you would like to
guys.
say before you leave?
Well, I hope everyone had a good Thanksgiving.
It
You
was
know.
wonderful.
Already seeing people transform their avatars. Either they have a Santa hat on them, or if they're the anime types, they have the Padoru.
Listen.
I already
listen.
we got
It
our treat
is-
today,
It
man.
is fucking
we went
Christmas
for
now,
it.
right? Can we actually hold on? What's your position in the war on Christmas, Yellow Lantern? Before you leave, I cannot let you leave without a position.
Well, they're doing it explicitly at this point. I mean, they're trying to make sure you don't have any holidays.
But you're pro Christmas, right?
Yes, although in the more spiritual, originalist sense of the holiday, not the more materialistic kind.
I don't
True.
care. Materialist, spiritualist. It's fucking Christmas. It's fucking awesome.
Well,
All right,
yeah, I
I'll-
think we can come under the same banner, but yeah, no, I definitely agree with you. Also, Yellow
right.
Lantern, we put the Christmas tree up and we put the leg up. We have the leg lamp, and that motherfucker is up in the top window of the house. So,
I see. All right, I'll see y'all later then.
You have a wonderful
Cheers, sir.
evening, Yellow Lantern. Thank
You
you
thanks
too.
for coming.
Thank you for coming, and thank you for educating all of us.
Arriva España.
Viva la Yellow Lantern.
Vivo Cristo Rey, arriba España, grande España, España una grande libertad.
I understood most of that.
Mm-hmm.
I understood
Good
some
night.
of that.
Hasta luego, amigo.
That was the inimitable Yellow Lantern.
What a
of the Kill Stream
fucking
film.
lad. Damn. That sorry, I don't know. Like, do you get like I don't know. I'm always happy to talk to that guy.
Oh yeah,
Do you have
no,
a
it's
similar
wonderful.
feeling?
I'm glad he gives us his time. Now, I have made him wait for 25 minutes too long, so I'm gonna bring on Lotus. Lotus, what's up,
Hell
man?
yeah.
How you doing?
Hello. Is my audio good?
More or
Yeah,
less.
it's great.
Yeah, more or
Good.
less. It's good. What's
Sorry,
up, man?
I just wanted to like cap end that a bit. I wasn't trying to keep
How
you
how
out,
was your
Lotus.
Thanksgiving, Lotus?
It was pretty great. I ate stuffing and then almost vomited the following day when I was climbing the mountain. But,
That means you ate enough stuff, doesn't it?
So actually, I'm sorry. This reminded me. Oh man. So we have this little mini Australian Shepherd, and it's 4 months old. It's a very small dog. It's already mini, but it's like 25-30 pounds, and it's not gonna get much bigger than that. We like set all of the plates out. We did like everything. Like we had like a bunch of fucking food out. We extended, like, we have a table that's supposed to sit like 8 people. We extended it to like be the biggest that it could be, and we had all the food fucking laid out. And we were like, okay, we'll even put like this bed over here so the dog can come and sit, because it's gonna beg for food and then it's gonna get tired of it and then lay down in the bed, and it'll be right over there. It'll be perfect.
It ate
And
all
we
the
like
food, didn't it?
well, no, we got to the table and we were like, we're about to say like grace, and the dog starts herking like as soon as we
no!
start grace.
No!
It
Pupper,
just
no!
threw up a like perfect like what could only look like a perfect dog turd, but like it must have thrown up everything that it eaten for the day, because it was huge, like for this dog size. Like it was so much puke and so concentrated. It was like a disgusting Play-Doh turd, and it was just the funniest. Like I completely forgot until you mentioned throwing up in Thanksgiving, but like that was literally before we ate or anything. Like we were like, oh yeah, we finally got everything ready, and then like this dog just walks over, just like I was like, oh no, she's sick, like because she was like, we were about to like go down, and I heard like,
Oh yeah, you can tell.
like the and then
Yeah,
It's coming! It's coming!
and then just one just like a snake throwing up like an entire rat, like it just this giant fucking disgusting pellet of food came out.
Pupper,
Sorry,
no!
I didn't mean to disrail that, but I fucking cried. I was, oh man, I laughed so hard like in the moment, and like that brought me right back to it. Thank you so much for reminding me of that. Holy shit. Oh,
Well, excellent.
very
Excellent. I'm
good.
glad you had a good
good.
Thanksgiving. I'm glad you ate a ton and had a good time. At least that's what it sounds like to me.
Yes, that is basically what I did. But anyway, what I was gonna talk about is that the press basically serves 2 roles, one of which is affected by a loss in credibility and the other which isn't. The one that's lost, that is affected by a loss in public credibility, is its function as a propaganda outlet. It basically works as a propaganda outlet to control, let's say, what acceptable discourse is. The media acts as kind of an official narrative of what acceptable political opinions are, what educated opinion is, what legitimate politics are, etc. But the other purpose that it serves is as a leash for politicians and bureaucrats, and that'll be influential long after the public has lost any confidence in the press. Basically, when a politician does something that the press doesn't like, they can kind of pull the leash by, giving them no coverage or only negative coverage. And this kind of is actually effective amongst the ruling elite, regardless of what the voters think, because press outlets are effectively the mouthpieces of the party. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen like the amount that politicians will or political organizations will donate to media outlets and who actually
$3
owns
favor the
these
lemon.
things, but a lot of people in the Democratic establishment own like a large share of companies like CNN or the New York Times, etc. None of them are really independent, and
Independent news
basically-
organizations. That's a good oxymoron.
yeah, right.
Sorry.
Basically, the press will, yank the chain, and then you'll receive less cooperation, both from donors who have a interest in whatever the press is saying and see the press as legitimate, or other politicians who will basically see that they're going off kilter and not really cooperate with you in Congress
So
anymore.
you're saying
And
they have power
cooperation
because
in
they think they have
Congress.
power?
They have power because they're kind of an arm of the political establishment,
I mean, they're
More or
they're a
less.
tool of the state, effectively.
more or less. Yeah.
Yeah, they are a tool of the state, and so if
Yeah.
the problem is if the politicians undermine the legitimacy of news organizations, they undermine their top propaganda tool, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's one
There's more.
thing
Okay,
that is
like, I
hurt
see what
by.
you're saying there,
Yeah.
but as far as the press as it's traditionally thought of, right, where it's
Yeah.
not realistically, but it's
uh,
traditionally thought of as like a check, as like it's the fourth estate, it's a check. It's not, right? 'Cause it's
Not
independent.
really. No.
Like we live in reality, right, where it's not actually a check on that power. But I guess in the traditional sense, where it politicians don't want to be investigating and stuff like that, like it would work. But the problem is that's not how it works in it. It's how it works in
It's always
theory, but not how it
grimier
works in
in
function.
reality.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's,
Yeah, and
that's
there'll
Lot-
always
I
be,
think
like-
Lotus, specifically with the stuff that you've recommended to me, in the way that, when I talk to you, I think you also long for the simplicity of the system working. Like, even if it is dubious and not working the way that it should, like there's still like a want and a need for order more than just like just then
I want
not
my chaos
self-preservation,
fed.
but well, no, what's the thing, it's self-interest more than people working in self-interest, and self-interest muddles the machine so much because it makes it makes so much less sense when self-interest is introduced, and like you have to account for so many more variables. But
I don't know. I feel like
I
self-interest is
I
easy to
sense like a
understand.
complete like similar spirit in the fact that it's like I wish the system would just work like this, even if it were complex, because it was like at least it would be better to like know the nature of the
Yeah.
system. Also, Cartman is in the green room. I don't know what he's.
I know,
wanted
but
to
like I
talk
wanted to
about.
give Lotus some uninterrupted time to talk about this topic.
Sure.
That's all.
Yep. But yeah, I didn't mean to cut you off there. I just
I'm not. I'm not. I'm not
I've been,
disagreeing
like-
with you
yeah, there was
on
just
that,
one last
like-
thing that I wanted to say on the media specifically.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good.
Well, I've been engaging in the stuff that you've been recommending, so that's why I figured
Yeah.
I would note how I feel about that and how things pour out.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, the Adam Curtis stuff
appreciate
is
it,
all
too.
pretty good. Yeah. But basically, the last thing I wanted to say about the media was that the establishment media will always be around because as long as the establishment is around. Like, there'll always be a state-sponsored press because they have an interest in keeping a state-sponsored press. I mean, even if the outlet becomes it becomes ineffective, there's still a rational need to keep it around, just to keep like keep discipline amongst the party. You see what I mean?
Yeah. I agree.
Yeah.
I just think
anyway.
that, like their power over the general populace has lost. Now their power over
No, you're right about that. I agree with that. Yeah.
right their power in what the traditional I guess the conception of what the press actually is versus what the press actually does.
Mm-hmm.
Like yes, they still because of their function for the system, right? They do hold power because the politician needs them to communicate to other politicians and wealthy people, and the politician at
Yeah.
the same time needs them to they need some form of legitimacy to push propaganda. Like it's
Yeah,
but
for
the
sure.
problem is that this process over and over has unfortunately, well, I mean, fortunately, I guess,
Definitely, fortunately.
very fortunately changed the public's opinion of it, more or less, right?
Yeah.
Unless you're trying to predict what they're doing. The fact that they've been grounded in reality is definitely better than their theoretical purpose. Although, again, I do wish that there was, if there was like a clean world of theoretical, like if it were a chessboard and I could basically make the press a bishop, I would be so much happier with everything. But there is a part of me that is much
I kind
happier
of like him as a pawn,
to understand.
Fed. I like him as a pawn.
Absolutely.
They'll never make it to the other side. They'll never make it to the other side of the table, but
I'm not gonna argue which piece they need to be, but to be able to map a specific charted move from them makes the chessboard much more pleasing. Like it makes it very much more. I would love for everything to be played out on the actual chessboard, but yeah, no. But I also I understand that things can't be that simple, and that's I have to appreciate that as well. So I mean, it's very interesting. A lot of the stuff like that you bring to the table is very thought provoking, but I usually find it like
yeah, and I don't
when the
always
rubber meets
disagree
the
with you,
road,
Lotus.
so much of the stuff falls
Yeah.
through. It sucks ass. I wish there was the order that like I know like anytime I'm looking at this thing that I'm not looking for this to like it's not the key that's going to unlock the universe and then everything will make sense in a grand narrative. But fuck me, I wish that would happen one of these times where you're just like, here's a YouTube video in 10 minutes. You're just like, oh, and like,
Well, everything makes sense.
Like, yeah, exactly.
Oh, wouldn't that be
Fuck.
fine?
If only you
world
could go
to
down
live
that rabbit hole and get there. But yeah.
Yeah.
And that's ultimately why I have to be happy being a pig in the mud with everybody else.
Yeah. Did you get into the anti-psychiatry stuff in that Adam Curtis documentary?
This last week, no. I
Okay.
shamefully I spent my week hanging out with my family and doing family things.
in. Lotus.
Yeah, so have I.
When he finishes
Oh,
that
God.
documentary, I would love to host a discussion between the two of you on anti-psychiatry.
Oh, for
and
sure.
just,
Yeah, that
you know,
would be.
talk-
Oh, yeah.
just- I
real
would like
well.
to just interrupt from time to time and be like, oh, okay, explain that. Like,
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
'cause
sure.
I don't have a lot of respect for the psychiatry profession myself, and you
Oh,
know, like
yeah.
I would love to hear some alternative theories.
Yeah,
on
the
it.
whole thing is pretty interesting.
Like,
I'll give a
unless
quick
I-
story from it real quick. There was back during the civil rights era. Wilhelm Reich
sorry,
was
I'm
the
recoiling.
leader of the. Yeah, the name I know.
No, civil rights. No, I'm recalling from
basically-
the civil rights era.
Oh, the
itself.
civil rights. Yeah, that too. Both of
No,
them.
no, no. Your naming is probably absolutely correct.
Okay. Yeah. But anyway, he was researching ways to kind of basically the idea of the anti-psychiatry movement was that really negative social behavior is the result of repression, and to kind of fix the world, to create a world without racism and class conflict, you basically had to change how humans were, and it's kind of, you know, the idea of creating
we
the
just
new
become
socialist
bonobos,
man.
right? We just fuck everything
Sorry?
that moves. We just become bonobos, right? We just fuck everything. that
Kind of,
moves.
yeah. That's definitely a part of it. Yeah, like
return
and
to
that
bonobo.
actually ties into the story. So, basically, Wilhelm Reich started by like talking to white supremacists and black supremacists and doing like these psychotherapy sessions where they aired all of their grievances and tried to get both groups to see each other as people. But what they quickly found was that this method of therapy totally destroyed African Americans' ability to pursue effective political change, because their identity as African Americans allowed them to collectivize and pursue political change. So basically, the anti-psychiatry movement set about destroying all institutions which they viewed as racist institutions, which were effectively all systems where
where
all
the
systems that
systemic
created
racism
some kind of white
comes from?
identity. Yes. Like this is like a great origin point for modern political ideas. It's the civil rights era. It all kind of starts there, and
I know.
so Instead, they go to a coven of nuns, and with the coven of nuns, they try and do individual psychotherapy sessions, and they'll talk to them about their underlying urges. Maybe try and give your fellow nun a kiss or something like that. And at the end
They
of the
tell him it
whole
was none
experiment,
of his business.
they didn't like they at the end all of the nuns asked to be released from their vows, and they turned into like these voracious lesbians. And it was just I found that whole dynamic interesting. Well, if you can't create a new socialist man, or if destroying black identity destroys their ability to organize collectively and pursue political change, just there's an interesting explanation for why people have an interest in destroying things like whiteness, and why they don't apply the same standard to like ethnic identities, why they're not interested in destroying African American identities or Hispanic American identities. And yeah, that was a part in the documentary that I thought was really particularly good.
Well,
anyway, that was about it.
Yeah, based off the last one, I'm definitely looking forward to it. It's just
Yeah.
I got
It's
into,
not
like,
it's not as good as hypernormalization, I'll be honest.
well, so I will say a lot of the time, I think this next week I'll be able to like look at it in the office, but like I do love like the visuals that he did put up, and it helps a lot because of the nature of like the media that he puts into it, where like it's because he's so effective with the way that he's actually
Yeah.
with the actual the hypernormalization one you're talking about.
Yeah.
And like I kind of don't want to ruin this one by like just explicitly listening to it and then being like, oh, I'm bored, I don't want to like have any of the visuals.
You could
Like,
you could get away with that with this one a little bit more. Like the editing of part 4 in particular is an hour long, and it could have been like 20 minutes. The whole documentary
yeah.
suffers from a couple of issues like that. This is why I'm not so upset that you haven't gotten so into this one. There are
well,
definitely
it's
like
pacing
really great
is so
bits.
hard.
Yeah,
Well, and that's also the thing
absolutely.
is like pacing is hard, and then like anytime there's a break, like there's like fatigue. So like if it's in 5 parts, I believe, on YouTube, the
4.
specific version, or 4 parts, and
Yeah.
I downloaded all of them in like anticipation of like listening to all of it, but like there's fatigue in like where like I get through that, I'm trying to like think about it as I'm listening to it, and I'm like working out, and like I actually, it hasn't been Texas heat, so I can at least say that it's been decent weather, but I've been working outside for like the last week, and it's like I just want to listen to like metal or something. I'll like switch over to the Cancer Bats, and I'm like, I'm gonna listen to this for a little bit, and then I don't find myself going back to it because it didn't have that like I'll agree,
know the
like the
feeling.
grand narrative, it was much better in hypernormalization.
Yeah,
but
it did a better
I
job of
definitely-
explaining itself.
well,
The
out of
whole-
respect,
and then it's got that moment where the whole disaster movie part, right? And they like
Yeah.
it comes right at the moment where he talks about the complete evaporation of the public's confidence in their ability to affect large political change, and then they show all of the different ways in which like the 2 towers were destroyed and people falling out of buildings all before 9/11, and that was just that whole moment in the documentary. It was fucking brilliant, man. And it had
it's
that
really
that
effective.
kind of
Like
song play.
it's
really good.
it's hard to ever like I don't know, like it's hard to ever like I don't know, like if I was an artist, I don't know what I would do if like you ever get the magnum opus. Like I don't know what you
Yeah.
do after that.
Exactly.
It's so fucking hard. Like, but like I respect one for the fact that he was able to like muster that and like make that a thing. I think I owe it to him, even if this isn't his better work, to like go through that. But then too, I would be very much interested in that discussion. But I also listened to
Hypernormalization
it was, Matt
came out
Zoomer
after
who
the
recommended
Century of the Self.
Oh, well, I mean, that would make sense. Most people get better as they go, so there's a possibility.
Matt Zoomer,
but,
who has been on the show before.
I think
as
there's
well.
a delay.
Oh yeah, there's a little delay between me and you at least. But
Yeah.
Matt Zoomer recommended Propaganda by I have it in here somewhere. It was a this guy was famous for making this, but
Oh, Edward
it was a
Bernays.
pretty yeah exactly.
Yeah, that's actually a big part of the documentary.
Well, I'm
the
terrible
rise
with
of,
names,
yeah,
so
American
I'll always forget
propagandist.
it. But yeah,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
I definitely
Yeah, he was a
I
big
took
one.
a pit stop between like the hypernormalization into the
Mhm.
next set, and I was like I'll delve into this to see like because Matt Zoomer definitely had like a strong opinion on like that was a good one. So
Yeah,
I'm always
give it some time
receptive
to
of everything. So
marinate, I suppose.
yes, for sure. Well, yeah,
But
I don't,
yeah,
I don't
the,
think most of these things I don't try and take for a gospel. I definitely try and like I try and like meditate on it for a bit, and like that's why
For
I
sure,
do
yeah.
like listening to like music and some other things, and like concentrate on work, think about like where it's applicable, and I really do try and like I'll try and like go through one of these works that I find to be very like thought provoking, and then for at least like a day I don't listen to anything else that could even like there's no audiobooks, there's no nothing. It's just music, it's tones, sounds, like binaural, whatever. Like it's that just to like ruminate on how these things could affect things, and then thinking about like other personal stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, and
but
music
I think that's the
like
respect
plays
it
a weird
deserves.
role where like it like helps things click into place like really well. Strangely, I didn't for the longest time give like literary analysts or constructivists much credit because it's so much easier to think of things in terms of systems and like rules that things adhere to, but like the more that I look at media, it's like the more apparent it becomes that an argument is always made aesthetically before it's made like logically, and
It's true.
you can look at it through like Goethe was really influential in German culture, and you can see just the ideas of Goethe playing out in like the way that they conduct their politics or the way that they talk about philosophy or music, and it's like this aesthetic unquantifiable influence that you just start to notice once you've like gone
Would a
through
surface
these
level
seminal
understanding
works.
of this be, Lotus? Like how before Obama was president, you had all these television shows with like a African American president, and before the lead up 2016, you had all these like Madam President television shows or Veep and stuff, just like kind of this cultural program, kind of culturally programmed that idea.
Yeah,
First.
yeah, for sure.
Okay, I was making sure I'm following. I guess what you mean by aesthetic.
I don't know if
You
you've
talk
ever.
about like I have
seen-
no idea who that musician is at all.
Yeah,
And I was
yeah.
I was blanked out, so I'm just trying to like grok it in my own head. Like,
Oh, yeah, Goethe is a writer, but I suppose the musical
writer,
example
okay,
would be
sorry.
Wagner.
okay.
Wagner definitely also had a very substantial impact on German politics, but I don't know
It's
if
still amazing though. Like fuck me.
Wagner
it's-
is some
he's
really good
got-
shit.
It's so
He's my favorite
evocative.
composer.
And then you still see it like it's not it's I don't know if there's been too many like oh no actually what Alien Covenant had Flight of the Valkyries, isn't that well, no and
That's
Wagner.
Wagner,
Covenant,
yeah.
not
and then
Prometheus.
also the Prometheus when David was originally created when Wayland told him like dealer's choice. I believe he also played Wagner. Like it's man, like it like when these things come back up, like I don't know, like I actually like I still get I always forget the word for it, but like the sensation that like your hair stands up because of music, like the actual like emotional like response that you have to that, almost like if Wagner like classical music, certain opera, it really. Oh man, I was listening to Common Opera the other day, and like that one was fucking like like it's so good. Also, wait. Cartman's really good with music. We should probably drag him in for this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll drag Cartman in.
Yeah.
Cartman, you are live on Coast to Ghost. How are you doing?
Hey, what's up, boys?
Sorry to keep you
What's
waiting
up,
for so
Mage?
long. I made Lotus wait for like 25 minutes, so I wanted to give him some uninterrupted.
You're the
cool.
same.
uninterrupted.
That's cool.
interrupted
Like,
time to speak.
but distinctly, I was like, no, this is actually like you're very good with music in whatever respect. So yeah, I definitely wanted to bring you in for this.
Artistically talented.
Do you have any like older composers or like classical music or I guess what's your favorite genre of music in the first place, and then go from there?
I guess I'm a big fan of folk music. I like at least the style. I
that's
really
something.
couldn't tell you any specific artist. I just mean the stylings of the music.
Sure.
That's kind of what I've been into. I like a lot of the singer-songwriter kind of stuff. You know, shit like that.
I do
What
love.
kind of folk music?
Is it like one man band sort of thing, or is it just the?
I guess
you
you could
elaborate a
say
little
one-man band. Yeah, one-man band kind of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I
So
also
Bob
love that,
Dylan,
yeah.
think of
Yeah,
Bob
yeah.
Dylan, and that's basically
Yeah.
it.
People that are at the complete forefront of it, and it's like it definitely has like a cohesiveness a lot of the time when you're like it's usually like not too complex because it's like it
Oh,
becomes
no.
hard to like manage too much, but like buck me if is it not like right on point, like where it tries to like actually put like emphasis between like not only whatever instrument they're playing and then like lyrically or whatever else they're trying to do. It's the like the cohesion is like it's very hard to get past that because it's so spot on.
Well, you know what's interesting is with pop music is because I mean to be honest, basically anything mainstream that like an everyday person would know, you could pretty much consider that pop music to some sort of degree, in the sense that it's popular. And if you notice, a lot of that kind of music is extremely simple. It doesn't get bogged down in the details. It keeps it extremely simple because they want to get their message through, like what they're saying, what they're trying to promote to you. They don't want to get like lost in the weeds with, instrumentals and the musicianship and all that kind of stuff. So they keep it dead simple. Like if you listen to any Bob Dylan song, it's like 3 chords maybe, like
Well,
the
it's-
entire way
it's-
through.
That's most right.
It's engineering 101. It's
Yeah.
KISS. Keep it simple, stupid. Like
Yeah, absolutely.
it's and I hate it because it's been finding its way into metal and like Mastodon I consider like a prog metal band. Like I really like what they do as far as like branching out into different things, and The Sword is also one that I really like. Like I saw them the first time I saw them, they opened up for Metallica on my 18th birthday at I forget what it was. It was a place downtown, but I stayed out all fucking night because The Sword opened and I fucking freaked out. Pantera played and then Metallica played till like 5 in the fucking morning. We drove back from my 18th birthday because it was like on a Wednesday, and we drove back drunk, fell asleep in the school parking lot, and missed like the first 2 rounds of classes, and then went in and just slept for the rest of the day. And it was one of the best fucking things I've ever done. And I love The Sword. I love because they have like a definite like Aussie like unrefined, like they have this like metal thing to them, and then they similarly with Mastodon have like gone on more like a progressive pop like they've at least tried it, and like people find pop so much more accessible because there's something about it where it's like it's catchy, it's simple, fuck the other stuff that they've been doing. There's no like crazy gallops, there's no like ridiculous intricacies, there's no weird vocals. I mean, like Mastodon literally has a song where they're going like into like a fan, like that thing where you do the Vader voice, like where you talk into a fan. They literally do that in like a song, and there's one called Blade Catcher where the part of it is literally just going in front of a microphone with weird distortion, and like it's crazy, and like I love them for it. And they've gone and done country and stuff. They're going back towards metal, but like I don't know what it is about like something. I love pop, but like I think it's the same way I look at movies, where I consider pop to be schlock. It's trash. It's trash, but it can be good. You can have good trash, and it just needs to be acknowledged that it's trash. Like as long as you can do that, I'm okay with it. Like it's so weird.
It's the Fast and the Furious of music, essentially. You know.
Yes, but pulling down a fucking helicopter. It's so
exactly.
good.
How did we pull down a
trash
helicopter
possible.
with a couple cars? I don't care. Look at this chick's ass.
That
What's
was
the move?
perfect. God bless you, sir. Holy shit.
You know what? I would say, just to add a little defense to mainstream musicians, is that especially if like you've been writing a long time, is it gets really difficult to do something new, and at some point you just kind of end up retreading what you've done before. You just fall into those habits. Like it's really because I mean there
have this
are
problem too.
there's 12 notes in the entire musical scale. You can only do so much with those few patterns. So it can be difficult, and so you can understand why like you look at Metallica, like they got really I guess you could say cookie cutter as time went on. And I mean there's a lot of influences and reasons for that, but I think one reason is that at some point it's like you only have so much creativity to where you just kind of decide, all right, fuck it, I'll just chug a low E chord, something like that. So it gets difficult, and so I can understand it.
All of this mute. Oh shit, we lost Fed.
Rest in peace.
We lost Fed. Fed has been federated from.
Did they get him?
They got him. They found him.
Oh, no.
I have no.
They got one of their own.
Unfortunately, music is something I know less than nothing about. But I guess
Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't know that much.
Well, to be honest, like you can pretty much take anything, like any criticism you can make with movies, you can make with music. It's all entertainment at the end of the day.
I mean, like
it's all trying to push a message.
Well, at the end of the day, like art, a lot of
Sorry,
art
voice
is
me
just
to shit
building
the
on
bed
old
right
art.
when you finished.
Yeah.
Oh,
that was
thank
awkward.
goodness. Someone knows music is back. Thank you, Fed.
Oh, well, yeah, it's not that like I don't know music in the same way that Cartman does. Cartman is definitely like more structured in the way that he knows music, and he's definitely better at music. But I like the evocative like nature of music. It like actually like it's very striking to me. So I constantly look for new music. I like exploring different sounds. I've listened to plenty of it. Like I mean I've been in bands, I've done stuff, but like man, it's just it somehow in the same way that life never gets boring, even though I'm sure somebody else has probably lived their life almost the exact same way that I have. Music will never be boring to me because there's still some way somebody's gonna find just a little bit of difference. And like even like so like one of the things that I found that was shocking, almost literally shocking to me, was I liked certain kinds of opera that I'd been exposed to like randomly as a kid, and then I was in the orchestra, and like I liked like symphonic music. I liked like these like full orchestral pieces. I liked that, and there were certain instruments that like they would always get me, and like but there was like a weird moment where like like the first time I played Bloodborne, where it was like there was like such a swell of like everything kind of led to a specific point so poignantly, like it was so direct. Like there's a couple of pieces on there that was just like, oh, like it just hits me, and it's like it's very weird to think that like, oh yeah, that was just for a video game, and it's like, what the fuck? Like it's very crazy that something like that could like but like again, like I don't know if like I'm retarded and like I'm susceptible to these things, but like again, like it's literally like the evocation of feelings is like I've cried when like my grandpa died, like when I had to like put down a dog and stuff like that, but like I've randomly cried the first time hearing a song, like, and I didn't like, it wasn't like a sad thing, but like literally like a tear fell out of my face, and I was like, what how did that happen? And it like it didn't, I don't know, it's just, it's something very weird to me that like I love the fuck out of music, and it's weird when people don't like hit that same sort of value on it.
That's kind of the Dark Knight Rises for me. Every time I see Alfred cry, like I don't know why. Every fucking time, it's like it's like no,
it's evocative.
It really is. It's like no, it's okay. It's gonna be okay, Alfred.
Something about that speaks
I know
to you
it's
in
gonna
the
be
way
okay,
that you
but still. Like him telling him, "I'm not gonna watch you kill yourself." It's just like, no, Alfred, don't. No, it'll be fine.
Well, it's all playing on emotions, isn't it? You know?
Right. It
mean,
works. It's a really good scene.
I mean, I'll give you an example just with music. Is you have a bunch of different chords. You can have like, you know, a minor chord, a major chord, a suspended chord, an augmented chord, you know, et cetera, et cetera. If you actually take a minute to listen to these different chord variations of the same notes, so like an A major or an A minor, what you're actually hearing, all these little differences, you'll notice that they have their own little characteristics. So they have their own mood, you know, and it's not something that they objectively. It's the human mind kind of projecting those feelings onto it. Like that's what it evokes in us. And so a lot of music, I think some of the like most addictive or the kind of music that really sticks with you is oftentimes jingles and theme songs, things like that. And they're specifically made that way to sell you because they're trying to sell you a product.
That's what a hamburger is all about. Everyone in California knows that one by fucking heart.
It's the
decades. Or O'Reilly Auto Parts, or
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Yeah,
exactly.
1-800. Yeah.
I'm loving it.
Or it's the my favorite one is
people don't even necessarily like the music. It's just memorable.
Well,
it's
it's a curse.
To be fair, though, you think about old video games, man. I can still hear you know, because that song's like
well, that's through repetition, though. Like these are things that you like. You're getting subconscious. So there's a difference between being subconsciously belted with something through repetition versus like being subconsciously belted with something while it's like that one's even like I agree that they're both repetition and subconsciously like hit with you, but you're choosing to do that and you're being exposed to that, and then there's something different about the way that an ad hits you. And like I don't know, are y'all familiar with Bo Burnham? The comedian who does like piano stuff.
Yeah,
he has a song where it's like
the country.
I hate. Well, no, it's the one where it's I hate catchy choruses and I'm a hypocrite, a hungry hypocrite. Like it's so catchy, it's so ironic, and I hate it. Like it is so perfect. And it's like like god damn it, like I want to choke that song to death. And like it's one of those things where like the whole like it's one of those things too where you like you realize that you're like, you realize something about like you hearing like a buy safe auto thing, like you stick with it, like you hear it and you're like, ugh, fuck it. But then there's something about the next portion where it's like referential on itself, it's catchy and it's good, but then you're supposed to have that rejection feeling, but then you're like, but it's kind of a good song. That's the
Yeah.
portion where like it makes you hate yourself for looking at that, and it's like, oh man, fuck you. Like, that was, like if he had done any of that for like, if Bo Burnham had gone into like doing ads or something like that, it would be disastrous for like anybody that has like, I don't know, like anybody susceptible to that sort of thing. And that's sort of like, thank God he didn't end up doing that, because it would just ruin me. But like that's one of those things that's very like powerful when I like think about it, and I'm like, shit, that would be the worst timeline if he was just a corporate shill. Like, fuck.
You know,
Oh.
it's interesting with Bo Burnham because I've seen a bunch of his different stand-up specials, and to me, he's probably one of the most subversive comedians out there.
Yeah.
Though he doesn't come across it because he's not super like, in your face about it exactly, but he uses a lot of suggestion, and he hides a lot of his messages in his songs, which you get that stuck in your head, right?
Yeah.
So
Well, and you ruminate on it. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
And that's ultimately why I would be even more afraid if he was like a corporate person trying to sell me an Acura.
Yeah.
Like
That
I would,
would
be
be a
like,
disaster.
oh, no, like please don't, because like that's how effective that is. Like it's got that same weird like catchy pop jingle from like what is it, the Bloodhound Gang, where it's like
Oh, yeah.
Foxtrot. Yeah, it's like it's something about it where like I'm never gonna forget those songs. I'm gonna hear like one, like it's that weird thing where you hear like a couple of like chords, or like like that pattern recognition that kicks into your head when you hear like a couple of lyrics, and you go right into thinking about that song, and it just hits you all the way through. And like it's crazy. Like I see it a lot with like the Beatles and like some of these other bands where like some of these openers, it's kind of hard to avoid sometimes if you're doing different songs. And like it's especially with older songs, because, or like country music, sometimes they just hit those same chords, and it's like, nope, like it's almost like you'd have to throw it out because it's gonna evoke that song, and it's like, no, we can't do that. We can't like associate these things the same way. It gets really weird in that way, and that's why, no, like I would be very afraid if he was just a merciless shill that just,
It's
Think
one way to
after
think about
that.
it. One way to think about it is, and I may be completely wrong on this. Someone let me know if I am.
This
But-
show's not anything about conjecture.
Yeah.
Please be 100% on point, or get off.
Of
please.
course, I'll see myself out. Well, if you look at like any of these, they do those documentaries where like white people go visit like Africa, and they try to see like what their culture's all about and shit like that. The tribalistic bullshit. It's interesting to me that if you look at like all their rituals they do, because I mean that's how those societies are. They do a lot of rituals and shit. They almost always seem to accompany drums, and like
Yeah.
these rhythmic patterns. And
Rhythmic
it's just
drums and
pounding,
dancing, 100%.
pounding
If
over and over again. And
Yeah.
I think there has to be something that music does to your mind that gets you into a certain headspace,
trance.
to borrow a term. Yeah, a trance.
Exactly.
I think there has to be something like that. And I mean, you can see it like when, maybe a song comes on, maybe you don't even like it, but, the beat will start going and you'll start tapping your foot. Things like that. I think music has to do something like that, which is why I think it's probably the most powerful propaganda out there, more so than movies, to be honest.
100%. I could not agree with you more. And it's because you don't there's something and even so like I don't know if you've ever talked to Pei, but like I've talked to Pei quite a bit, and
Yeah.
she hasn't gone through too much schooling. I'll say that, but her understanding of music and her like she's not a savant to the point where it's like she has a complete expertise in it, but she has a very similar quality where that is something that just speaks to her, and she's very in tune with that. And fuck me, like that is amazing. Like when I hear her talk about these things, when she talks about them, she's so correct in like it's in a very simple way where like when I talk to like application engineers and I'm like, oh well, you need to have these very specific blah, blah, blah. And then you talk about the people that actually put the motherfucker together, they'll talk to you very simply, say, no, that's not gonna work. And they're not gonna tell you specifically why it's not gonna work, but they understand on an intuition level where this thing works, and conceptually, like they're brilliant. And like that's why it's very hard for me to write off people because like you don't know until you see the way that they've applied themselves, and it's this like application that makes like almost like there's probably something for everyone that makes them just completely beautiful as like people, that like if something sings to them, something just resonates with them that will make them just they will just blast out something where like, fuck, that was okay, yeah, no, there's no way I could do that, and like just walk on. But one of these things that tends to be like the weirdest version of it is music, because it's so it's transcendental. It doesn't care about your language. It doesn't care about a lot of these things. Like when you hit it, when you feel it, like you understand it. And specifically like with like African tribes and like there's some Norwegian stuff. Like there's a lot of these things. Like when you hear these like drums and things like that, it's like a dictation of the way that you should, like, in the same way you don't control the way your heart beats, you don't get to control your process anymore. It takes it over. You become part of the hive mind. Like you just slot right in, and like that's why I love, like, I do love like variations of like all these things, because it's when you channel that dancing, I'm sure they like you get into it, and there's definitely like a learned portion of it that you get it, but like the music being the vehicle that gets you through there, and it just becomes so accessible at that point, and it's like, fuck, like that's so it's great. It's really great that we're susceptible to that, because everything else sucks so much ass. Like the fact that there's something that can pull people together, and like that's also something where like you have arguments with people and they're like, oh, what makes Texas great? Is it magical soil? No, it's the fact we have the motherfucking rodeo. What's one of the biggest pulls of the rodeo? There's every goddamn fucking artist and their mom comes out. You'll have Justin Timberlake, you'll have Metallica, you'll have every motherfucker will make a run through here for a fucking month or two. And you go out there, you eat food, you do all these other things, but the thing that will pull you out there in the first place is you're like, fuck, I want to go listen to Taylor Swift. She'll come out there, she'll play the rodeo.
Now wait a minute, Fad. Wait a minute.
What? Will she go pretend to be
You're going too far with Taylor Swift.
Specifically, she's played the rodeo. Well, I mean, I don't agree with everybody that goes out there to listen to Taylor Swift at the rodeo, but I do find it very funny that they're going to stop and they're going to get deep fried beer TM Texas, because we're the ones who fucking came up with that. You're going to find that shit there. And it's something is very amazing about the fact that music makes everything acceptable. Like accessible, not acceptable.
Acceptable. I'm
accessible.
Like, I don't know. Have you been listening to the same music?
No. I redact the statement. I corrected it. Fuck you. I corrected it.
I know.
Fuck off. Fuck off. So like there's something about that just like it ramps you right into it, and it's like to go back to what like Lotus was dealing with too, was like that's sometimes you just get fed into the wood chipper, because it's like, oh no, this is completely not like based on emotion, based on like the literal evocation of emotion, like that is the point of it. It is to like bring out emotion into you, to like guide you towards something. Like it's terrifying that like it's on one hand, like it's awe-inspiring because it can bring you to like these like grand moments where you see like you hear a piece and you're like, fuck, this is so good. You see visuals for it and you're like, oh my god, like the perspective that you get from it and the way that it like touches you is great. But then like if that's ever used in like a malicious sense, like,
Yeah.
oh my god, lightning bolt, like strike this man down. Like that's
Well, it's a tool. It's very much a tool.
Yeah,
And you can use it for
exactly.
good or you can use it for evil. And
Sometimes both.
Here's a great example, at least in my opinion, is the Lullaby Rockabye Baby. If you
Yeah.
listen to the words of that shit, it is horrifying.
terrifying.
It's
Yeah.
terrible. It's about a baby being stuck in a tree and his ass falls from it, probably to his death. But it doesn't come across that way because the music is, you know, very tranquil and sweet, and it soothes you, you know.
Well,
And that's how
the false sense.
subversive.
Yeah.
That is
Yeah,
how
exactly, yeah.
subversive music can be. Yeah.
One of the, I had a shocking moment in second grade. We learned French, and there
What?
was
Les incompetents?
I mean I speak like no.
You missed our
parlez-vous français.
French. You missed French night.
Yeah,
the other night.
Well, I yeah, no.
We
Like,
had
I
a
mean,
French
I've
viewer
been to
who's just
I've been to
rambling
the
on in
Eiffel Tower, like
Yeah.
not for long. I went to the Louvre and whatnot. It was on a layover. It's fucking beautiful.
yeah.
So, I tried to experience it to the most that I could on a layover of like 6 hours. Like so, I was so like I don't like planes, so I pretty much stayed
Yeah.
up the whole flight over, and then
I'm
it
sorry.
was like
Wait, you
I was
don't
on like
sleep on planes
23
either?
hours. On most of them, when I get completely exhausted, I'll fall asleep. But like anything will wake me up.
I've
like
never
any
fallen
slight
asleep on a
turbulence.
plane in my life.
It's literally like I have to be on like pretty much past a day of being up, and like I fell asleep standing up, waiting to like get to like look at closer to the Louvre. Like I I was so tired. But when you hear like what's they have a song about like defeathering a bird, and it's popular. It's
I do not know.
sorry. I gotta Google it real quick. It didn't pop up, but there's just like a specifically like it's like one where you learn it and it's like Frère Jacques, like dormez-vous, and it's like it's not about like somebody sleeping. It's like it's about like preparing a bird to like slaughter it, or like after it's been slaughtered, like dealing with it. And it's like it's these weird things where there can also be like a language barrier, and it's just something that can lull you into like hearing this message without internalizing what it's talking about until it hits you in the subconscious, and it's like it's a very scary Trojan horse that can like lead you into there.
Absolutely.
That is like I mean, the same way that you get hit with it like emotionally, like it's very terrifying to think that that's something can happen to you. But ultimately, like the people that make these great works, a lot of the times, like you kind of have to have faith in them that they have like a pure intentions. But I know this isn't always the case, but it tends to be the case. Like when something actually like speaks to you on that level, like it needs that care, that actual like want to make the piece that you don't get from like a superficial level, which is again where you look at like Bo Burnham and you're like, man, he really cares about the message of like the dissonance of the way that you would get fucked over by this to craft this message to the point where you would understand it. You would see like, oh, this is catchy. It introduces the dissonance between that's the way that you think and that's what the actual message of the song is. And like,
You're trying to say just what you think and what you feel.
Yeah, but it's the problem is I don't know if he could do that same thing soullessly, and like I think that's where you like literally introduce soullessly. Like I don't think he could do that for like a consumerism like jingle. I don't know if he could do that in the same way where he's trying to like introduce that to you.
I don't think it would have the same goal.
Exactly,
You know,
and
the
well,
jingles.
the
I mean, they're
passion.
trying to sell you on something. They're trying to put you in a good mood and things like that. Because if you're in a good mood, you're more likely to buy something.
You're trying to
Um,
tell me that they have like happy music and all these things. Hey, 404, Fed. No, stop it, stop jumping on the bed. God damn, stop
Jumping
it.
on the bed, you
No,
can't stop us.
No,
404.
you're gonna break the springs. Stop, no. Sorry, Cartman. Please continue.
That's okay.
Unending Pepe's on the bed.
God damn it.
Bed Pepe's you. Yeah, let's go. Sorry, I love it.
Damn it all.
But like, it's I definitely like. As much as I do think that the person could be corrupted into like wanting to do that passion project, and they could have the want to like aim their art like that, but I don't think you can follow through right. I really do think there's something that fucks with people when they like you can get the jingle, you can get that schlocky pop thing there, like you can get that there. Like that's it's just because it cheats. It's like it's a little cheater, and you're like you're borrowing on all these other things, and you're like, haha, I know these specific like
It's a life
notes I
hack.
can hit.
It is.
Yeah, and you can get there, and like I'll accept that. I don't think you can get the same like I don't think you can get the same like Carmenabra. Like you can't get like an evocative like holy shit. Like I don't think you can get that same person to go in there and they can actually hit the same beats, because it just like it's the amount of like soul that you have to put into it, and you have to care about it enough for it to be that good. And it's so weird that it's like something that keeps it like pure like that, which is strange. But then you look at, I don't know, like recent music, and you're looking at I don't know, Tekashi 6ix9ine. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. So.
We've gotten so simple, interestingly enough.
I do like simplicity, but I don't like their version of simplicity.
Well, this is what I mean. If you look back at previous generations, like maybe you go back all the way to like the 1800s or 1600s, whatever period. You look at their clothes. You look at the way they spoke. You look at their music. It's all very intricate, and it's very detailed. And you look at those same things now; they're extremely simple. I mean, you can just look at like the houses, the way that they used to be built, and the details that they would put on like mantles and doorways and things like that. And now it's just very bland, basic, simple. And
Well,
I don't think, and music is honestly no different.
Do you think it's like an expression of self has been? Well, do you think it's bleeding out into something different? Like, do you think it's bleeding out through multiple avenues of expression of self, or do you think it's like something is wholly taking them through there, or they're just not doing it?
John Conquest Fed is talking right now, and Cartman is the other one talking. I know nothing about music, so I don't have much to contribute to this conversation.
Sorry, like I don't know. Music
go ahead.
music is my. Oh no. Like you run a great point. I was just
someone
play off what
asked
Ghost was saying.
which person talking was Fed, so I was.
Oh, I'm Cartman.
For that. That's all.
Hell yeah, you are, motherfucker, and I'm glad to see you over here, sir. So
Thank you, appreciate it.
here's a cheers to you, because this is fucking fascinating. Like, you are definitely one of the premier people to talk about this, because I've sampled some of your works that you've put out, and they've always been surprisingly nice. Where like you hear what it's labeled, I'm like, I don't know, but then I was like, oh yeah, no, that was good.
I don't know. I had a couple of bangers I wrote. I wrote one for Tuesday at some point. You probably heard that one. So.
You wrote one for
I
me, but
definitely
lost
didn't
it.
hear that
It was
one.
not a simp though. I just want to point that out.
No,
You wrote
like,
one for me,
that's
but I
right.
couldn't find it again, unfortunately.
What were you looking for?
The original jingle you made for my channel. The little.
Oh,
little
I
jingle.
have it. I can upload it.
Hell
I-
yeah, please if
I'll
you
give it back
would.
to you. Yeah, no problem.
Also, Dick,
no-
you put out like some fantastic stuff on Twitter. Like,
Uh-oh.
I'm so fascinated with the deep fake thing that you do. Like, it blows my mind every time I see one of those
I'll be
of like
honest,
Kyler
listen,
Andy.
I'll
It's
be honest.
so weird.
it's not so
Yeah,
much
please.
deep think as it's me trying to limit myself because there's only so much you can say on Twitter. You can't go full
Yeah.
fast. You can't like go
Well,
full
but
bore
it's a
on
perfect
Twitter.
vehicle. It's a
You know what I
perfect
mean?
vehicle for it. You say it without saying like it's the same way with music. Like that's why I think you have
Are
like
you
a
calling
like
me subversive?
I'm just saying you have a very good way of communicating your idea, and it doesn't necessarily have to say it on the face
Yeah.
of it.
Fed.
As long as you get it across.
Wait, Fed.
Yeah,
Oh
the
my
Ralph,
God.
the Ralph in the
Wait,
chat.
Yeah, I love that. Fed. Fed, I just checked my social blade for my D-Live channel, and according to it, I just lost 510,729 lemons in a single night.
Oh, just now, just now.
Just
Sorry.
now because they took away the earnings tab.
Well,
Oh.
I was just like, no, my 500,000 lemons, no, they took them from me. Because
this is
the
what they took
SPLC
from us.
well, yeah, because the SPLC wrote the article about,
Oh my god!
contest and that.
I had to.
So DLive has removed the earnings tab for everyone except yourself.
Really?
I had to explain to like one of my close close high school friends like what the SPLC was, and it was like this weird moment where I was like, oh fuck,
Oh dear.
oh no, like you're so normal. Oh fuck.
Here I go,
Oh,
Bane
dear.
posting again.
Dear sweet
It
child.
was a funny moment. I'm not gonna lie. I
Well, step
laughed
over
when I
here
had to
with
do
me.
it, but the only thing that made it funnier is they were like Jewish, and like the only thing that makes me like laugh harder than the fact that like me and him explicitly do Jew jokes all the time. The only thing that
Sure.
makes me laugh harder is we have a friend from Austin who's not Jewish, and he cringes and leaves when we do excessive Jew jokes. So he gets more offended than anybody who's Jewish in the call, and he'll leave. And it's funny. It makes me feel bad for a second, and then I laugh more because it's just like we forced him out. Like it's pretty good.
Are you from Texas?
Yeah, I'm from Houston.
Hey, wow, really? Me too.
Oh my
No
god.
shit.
Seriously.
Yeah,
I'm south of Nassau. Yeah, I'm over at like if you know where Nassau Bay is, like
This is where we find out you've been neighbors the whole time.
Yeah,
I'm
that's weird.
well, I mean that's one of the great parts of being from a giant metropolitan city. I've been all over Houston. I know
Oh, yeah.
I know plenty of the parts.
Yeah. Well, I'm in just to dox myself. I'm
Well,
I'm
Dad,
in,
no. If you don't, if you don't,
West Houston.
If you don't want to, I can turn off
if
the
you don't want
Discord audio for
to,
us.
if you don't want to do
I'm
it, like,
I'm doxing.
yeah,
myself.
okay. If you're comfortable doing it, then do it. But like, yeah,
Well, I
if
would-
not, like,
Yeah, I live in West Houston now. Well, technically it's the Katy area. It's
yeah.
not technically Houston. It's like just like on the outskirts of Houston. But like I go like
Yeah.
5 minutes and I'm at the freeway. So
If I ever talk to somebody about what is the nature of Houston, I tell them it's kind of like Hunger Games. You have like the 8 districts, and
yeah,
we go and we fight in the middle of it, and yeah, it's great. It's really
yeah.
good.
There's places you don't go if you're like a certain persuasion.
Well, but
Well.
I mean, I'll definitely have to. I'll make a journey out to that neck of the woods to have a drink with you sometime, sir.
Oh yeah, dude.
Fucking yeah, for sure. It's a very interesting place. Like I
Also,
I found
Flamenco with the
myself
host with
lost
30
downtown.
viewers. Thank you so much, Flamenco. I hope you had a great stream, bro. Thank you so much for the host.
Happy
Playing some Metal
birthday,
Gear
Flam.
Solid 4. Happy birthday!
Oh
Flam,
yeah, I
as always.
forgot. It's
his
the
birthday.
28th, 11/28, baby. Happy
It's not
birthday,
9
sir.
p.m. Pacific. Calm down.
Cheers.
It's not
Cheers.
9 p.m. Pacific.
Oh, we'll have to wait. We'll have to wait to cheers for his birthday again.
Are you drinking tonight? What do you have?
Yeah. Well, I've been I'm a creature of habit. I could be an astronaut tomorrow if they let you drink in space, but I could literally like eat like I don't know. It would have to be like a specific meal, like maybe a hamburger, but I could probably eat a hamburger for like a year straight for every like breakfast, lunch, and dinner. But I drink Espolòn Silver tequila. It tastes a lot like Patron Silver or 1800 Silver if you've ever had it. It's most of the silvers taste very very similar, and it's just it's like I don't know what it is. I liked vodka, and that was my jam for a long time. Or well, I have like stomach issues, so I like dark beers, and then when I had to like phase that out and go more towards like a specific liquor, I was like, oh yeah, like Grey Goose and whatnot. I would try all the different vodkas, and then tequila snuck in there, and it's like, oh, this you can't uproot that bastard. It's so good, and we do it really well in Texas. It's cheap. It's just good.
You know, I'll be honest. I was never a tequila guy. It was always too sweet to me. Like it has
Sweet.
just like a really sweet aftertaste to me. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. But
I could see that. Well, I could see that kind of like it's not bourbon like
no, which is
what do you-
probably
what do
the
you drink?
thing, because- well, that's exactly what I drink. I drink bourbon.
And there you go, you
So,
motherfucker.
yeah,
Yeah. Okay. Well.
I like
So-
Irish whiskeys, things like that. So you can understand.
I mean, yeah, well, yeah, no, exactly. But I'm never gonna knock anybody for the drink, and I will always try somebody's drink at least once, as long as it is not just like encapsulated in sugar. As long as it's not like you have to dip a lollipop, light it on fire, and
Yeah.
then like ingest it through your butthole. Like that's like that's where I'm like, okay, maybe your shot's not for me. But like, I'll try most other things because I love I definitely like I was a bartender for a while, and like I love checking people's tastes.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially if you have like a defined one. But I tried like a lot of ryes and like bourbony sorts of things, and like I can shoot it. Like most of the stuff that I drink is straight. Like I don't mix anything, because at this point it's just like it's extra calories and whatnot, where it's like, oh, I don't necessarily need that. But yeah, it's just if I don't enjoy the drink on the face of it, then fuck it. Like the most that I'll do is I'll have like a margarita, and that's just like there's some flair. Unless again, specifically if it's like it's your birthday and you want to do this ridiculous shot, then I'll do the ridiculous shot. But-
Well, I drink personally. I drink pretty much everything straight except for gin, because it fucks me up. I can't. That is like drinking rubbing alcohol. Okay, that is just straight alcohol. Okay, so like something like that, I'll put like in maybe like a tonic or a Coke or something like that.
So I will like there's a few that I'll cheat on, because I know there's like when you do manipulate it just a little bit, it's just that fucking good. Like if you do what is it called? It's Rumplemintz. If you do 1 part Rumplemintz, 1 part vanilla whipped cream vodka, it tastes like a Tic Tac, the white Tic Tac that you used to get, like in that little. It's so good. It's like it's that weird thing where it takes a lot of the bite off of the Rumplemintz, and like I could drink Rumplemintz, but it's like, do I have to drink like minorly better motor oil, or like could I put another alcohol in it and kind of like weigh it out? And it's like, yeah, no, I'll definitely take that one. And then my almost my favorite one, and it's a favorite because I had a female bartender that was like, yo, try this one and you'll never go back the same way. And like like I try not to drink beers because it fucks with my stomach so bad, but every once in a while I'll still do this one, and I pay for it the next day. But it's always like such a weird treat. If you get a Blue Moon and then you put a single shot of peach schnapps in it, the citrus flavor of the Blue Moon, it goes away. It doesn't taste like oranges or anything like that anymore. It tastes like peaches all the way through. And I don't even like peaches that much, but it's really good. It's really fucking good. And then the alcohol content is like absolutely astronomical at that point. But it's usually like people will be like, what are you talking about? And I'll be like, okay, well, I'll get a round of the Blue Moon and peach schnapps, and like it doesn't help the bill at all, but like it's definitely a great moment when people are like, what the fuck is this? And you're like, yeah, I know, it's great, thank you. Yeah, it was like a childhood friend was like, oh yeah, she's a bartender, and she's just like, oh yeah, this is fucking great. And I was like, I don't know. I tried it, and it was like, oh my god, this is on the recommendation list for the next forever, because it's fantastic. I don't know, like I've never tried a drink that's unless you see it coming, it is the most surprising, like, wow, this is fantastic. And then you can drink it afterwards. It's not like a Four Horsemen where it's like, we've put 4 liquors in here and try and wake up tomorrow. It's like here's something you might actually enjoy and be able to sip on for a minute, but then you're gonna be drunk as fuck. Enjoy.
Butters, are you a connoisseur?
No, he doesn't drink.
No?
I have not consumed alcohol for a few years now.
Really?
Yes, I don't drink.
Okay. Is that out of principle, or you just don't care for it?
More power to him. I've never asked him why, but yeah, no, I don't ever like that's a personal thing where like people are like, I'm not drinking tonight. I'm like, all right, yeah, let's, like
Yeah.
I'll change the subject immediately, because it's like like after I have like a couple drinks, after I'm in this state, like I don't know, like I'm more into like what would bring us together quicker than like talking about something else. So it's definitely
I mean, hey, I mean, some people just aren't into it. Yeah,
exactly.
nothing wrong with
Well, well, I mean, I have very, very personal, like I know plenty of people in both camps, and I am a genetic defect that is like, oh yeah, no, I could drink a lot and it's probably not good. So I understand the arguments, like on both sides. So yeah, it doesn't shake me for a second to be like, oh yeah, well no, let's go away from that. Sure, yeah, no. What's the more fun thing to do?
Well, yeah, I
Yes,
mean,
100%.
I can completely relate to it, because I mean, a lot of people enjoy marijuana and things like that, and I'm just not into it. It doesn't do anything for me.
Really?
Yeah,
I used to
don't
love
care for
that.
it. I don't care for it. I just like I don't know. I much prefer drinking alcohol if I'm gonna try to imbibe something.
I'm actually the exact opposite.
Wow.
I can't smoke for work, but I used to have like a strict regimen of I would like I would go to school for like 8 to 10 hours depending on the day. I would come home, I would run 5 miles, I would smoke a bowl of weed, it was like a gravity bong, so it wasn't like a big bowl. It was rather small, like ratchet head size, and it was nothing special. But like I did it for a while for sure, and I would smoke that bowl of weed. I would take a shower and eat, and then like the 3 to 4 hours that I had of like being awake was so nice. Like, and I didn't drink that whole time. Like, I ate not a single drop of liquor. And then when that stopped, like when I had to like when I went into the field that I went into, and they were like, "Oh, you have like hair follicle tests, you have all this other stuff." Like, it was like, "Oh well, shit, no, I have to completely get rid of this." And they still like randomly they'll be like, "Okay, well you're gonna have a hair follicle test," and then next week they'll have another hair follicle test, and it's like, fuck you, like it's terrible. They'll double tap you, but it was just a weird thing because like I went back into drinking and like it fit like a glove. Like I can drink quite a bit. I'm 200 pounds. I'm like 6 feet tall. Like I can do that, but like it's like some kind of genetic fuck up thing where it's just like I can drink a lot. I can do a lot of it. I'm like there. I'm with it, and then like boop, I'll just black out, and then I don't remember too much, but I will keep going for hours, and it's like it's not good. It's not preferable. So it's quite the curse, but it's definitely something where it's like, would I rather myself fall asleep or not know that I went around having fun the whole night? I would rather know that I went around having fun the whole night, but it's like it's this weird thing where some part of me is in control for sure because your hippocampus shuts down when you have too much liquor. That's what's happening. So I'm still dictating the feelings. I just don't remember it whatsoever. But it on some part it relies on me being like a good spirited person. Because if I was like one of these, I'm gonna fight everybody when I'm drunk, it would be constant terribleness. But unless something bad has happened, like I go all night and I hear from other people the next day, like, yeah, dude, it was great. It's like I don't remember anything past 2 a.m. and they're like, this was at 9:30 a.m. and it's like, fuck me, like it's not good. But I would rather have that than I guess the other way where it's just like I fought somebody and I got knocked out and I stopped drinking because I was cold after fighting somebody. But I don't know.
Butters, can I ask you how many viewers have you lost over our our autistic spurging about alcohol and music?
I don't know. I mean, we're at 42, but I mean,
He was at 32. He was at 32. Flamenco hosted him for 30.
I was at like
and
50
then-
for a sec. I mean, this is all very interesting. I'm like also communicating with Andy via Ninja Genie on the side, so.
Oh, are you?
Hey man.
Yeah.
Is he still on?
He's still going. Yeah, no, I invited him to the show tomorrow, so.
Cool.
Yeah, he indicated he wanted to. I just wanted to.
Yeah. That's cool. Well, originally I was gonna get on and ask you because, you were talking about the press losing their power and things like that. And we've been talking about music and how there's power in continually hammering over like the same beat, constantly to get people into a specific headspace or a trance. I was wondering, do you think maybe you get the same thing with the media, where when you look at whatever outlet it is, they're hammering home the same exact talking points, maybe about like a peaceful protests and things like that. Do you think there's even if a lot of people don't believe them anymore, at least on our side of things, do you think that they still have that kind of mind manipulation power over people?
So yeah, I think I think that they are definitely losing power and credibility, at least on our side, and I mean I think that's a general good, right? I think we kind of all agree,
Right.
but I'm sorry. I was trying to listen to two conversations at once. I'm gonna be fucking honest. Can you repeat your question?
Hey, man, fucking do you wanna pop over, or do you want me to pop over there for a second? I can explain it of what's going on. Oh no, arm, please. Sorry.
Oh, we have facts.
Oh, okay, you're doing it. Yeah. Wait, did he pop out?
Is that facts and logic?
Yeah, it's facts and logic, baby.
Cool.
What's
He's a
up?
coward, but cool.
How you doing, sir? Oh no!
Why am I a coward?
I don't know. I just say it to wrestle you. I do it to Fed too, so don't take it personally.
Fed to sleep. He's not a coward.
No.
Man, why aren't you asleep? You should be asleep by now.
Who?
Fed.
Sorry, I was. There's like a moment. Ghost shared this the fan art with Kyler and Andy. So I think we're both kind of looking at that.
Oh my god. Sorry, I'm just enjoying this. All right. I'm sorry, Cartman. What was your question?
I got called the N word on Andy's stream just now.
No, you didn't.
No.
I was.
stream?
Yeah.
No, I was basically just asking, with, things like music, pounding certain things over and over into your head and having, a kind of manipulative power over people. Do you think the same thing applies to news media with,
Oh yeah.
regardless of what outlet it is, where they're all hammering on like these same exact talking points over and over?
You mean like,
not-
oh my
not
gosh, the
deviating
president's
at
a
all.
Russian agent over and over and over
Yes,
again,
yes.
and
Yeah.
the voter fraud thing, like, oh, it doesn't happen. Well, here's all the instances.
But do you think there's, and I'm just gonna use my own personal experience for this. Do you think that, because it obviously influences the left because they're putting out talking points that they like, but even with people like us who completely disagree with them, do you think that there might be some sort of corrosive effect on us, in the sense that while we disagree with them, maybe there's like that tiny little voice in the back of your head going like, I don't know, maybe Russia did interfere or something. I don't know. Do you think there's like at all a kind of corrosive effect on the right?
I think there is a lot of corrosive effect. But I mean, like, that's the point of propaganda,
Wait,
right?
did you look at the general? Did you see that thing that I posted? If you look at the general, like, this is something that like this always gets me, like, with music, where you can see something like this, where you can this is like the point of music, is where you hear that who, like 10,000 people in like a soccer arena, where it's just like, fuck, like, this is like the united energy that ends up behind people with like rhythm, and they even like increase the tempo and people can stay on top of it, like, and that's where you see like running and like keeping all this stuff together, and that's where you see like Bloodborne is like super effective with raising the tempo on you to try and freak you out, like, where you see like the expectation of this sort of thing that fucks with you. Have you ever played any of the Dark Souls games?
Personally, I have not.
It's something I actually recommend, because there's a weird thing where it has like a really good musical score in most of them, specifically Bloodborne, which is locked on the PC right now, or on the PS4 right now. But they do like these weird things where the boss will change a phase, and the immediacy and the terror aspect. The game is constantly trying to like freak you out. It's trying to make you fuck up by being like too energetic, and it'll start like fucking with you. And it's very weird how like Dark Souls is like pretty metered because you can be very passive in it, but Bloodborne is about being aggressive, and the music mirrors that. And there's a thing where if you fuck with the actual like rhythm of the music, most of the bosses actually hit in time with a certain beat. Like if they have like a you'll hear the music and it'll have like a classic like 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4, and the boss will pause for like a slight second. It'll like kind of like get back to looking at you, and it'll hit you with the beat. And the problem is like when the beat shifts into like the new phase, there's like an aggression thing, and when you don't shift forward into like going faster and like being more aggressive or dodging more aggressively and then hitting it when you can, like you have to like actually like, you don't specifically have to like continually attack. You have to like, but you have to transition into attack. Like you have to transition into the tempo more. Like you have to either move faster, you have to dodge faster, or you have to attack more. Like you have to do some combination of that, or you'll start fucking up, and it scares people and they don't like to transition into it. And there's a specific one that's called Ludwig the Cursed, Ludwig the Cursed and Ludwig the Holy Blade. And Ludwig the Cursed is like this horse that like, he's like it's like if you've ever seen The Fly, it's like a horse like with a transporter accident with a person, and it like runs around on the floor and it like tramples you, and it's like a quick like thing that just like it'll bulldoze you. Sometimes it'll just one shot you, and it's like this whole like disjointed mess. And then when he goes into the Holy Blade, people are much better with that because he like literally like he stands upright. He recognizes his humanity after you take away like half of his health. He pulls a sword off of his back and he like literally stands upright and he starts a waltz with you, and like he hits the sword in time with a waltz. And so you actually get like the explicit like 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3, and he'll hit you like that. And like most people don't get it like the first go around, but the second or third, like when you get into that phase, people find it much easier because it's so in time and it becomes so much more of a dance. And it's like a very weird thing that people like intuitively like lock in on that. And it's very strange that without knowing that that's a thing, people get it. And then they made Bloodborne, and then they made Dark Souls 3, and they added one specific boss in on it that's called the Dancer. And she has discordant notes, and she kills everybody constantly. People fuck up on that boss like no other, and they don't realize that they're so much of what they do is guided by the music until you actually fight the Dancer and you realize that this one little discordant note, like it takes nothing to like absolutely fuck you over in this, and she does that, and it's a giant barrier. It's very weird, and they I love the way that they play around with that so much, but they do it so well. And I don't know if I've seen another game that's done it where like it'll get your heart rate up. I don't know if I've seen another one where it's just like, oh shit, like it's go time, and like it really like gets you there, and then has like a meaningful impact after that. Like it's very strange.
You know, I mean, I think video games are more and more becoming the new primary tool of propaganda. You know, because here's the thing with video games is that with like movies, you can't actually interact with it. You know, you're just sitting there watching it. With music, you're just sitting there listening to it. But with video games, you're actually interacting with it in some sort of sense. You know? And so it's like it combines all these different things. You know, it has the cinematic elements of the movies. It has the music. 'Cause, I mean, that's a huge part of video games is music. And you're interacting with it. You're interacting with all these different ideas.
It's
So
it's the sense of like how profound something can be. Like
Yeah.
a lot of the time, like when you're have you seen any movies recently where they like and this was something I noticed specifically, did you see Fat Man, the Mel Gibson Santa
I did
movie?
not. Butters was
So-
telling me about it. He said I missed it.
You did miss
The
it,
score,
but
the
let me
score in that
just
movie.
Well, hold on. Let me before Fed explains the score in that movie. Let me be very clear. We're gonna watch it again. We are.
I'll be there.
I highly recommend it.
I'll give you like a
get-
week's notice.
I
It's gonna
watched
be
it with
around
my
Christmas
parents again
time.
today. It was so good. Like,
is so
oh
good.
my god.
It's so good.
It's got so many good moments, and like I don't know why. Like if from like a lot of different perspectives, like literally perspectives, like when you look at like a way a movie's shot, it's shot very well. It's got good pacing. It's got a whole bunch of like it hits all of the notes that you want it to hit. It doesn't beat you over the head with the comedy. It's not specifically like, it has its own universe. It follows the rules. It has its own tone. It doesn't break the tone. It does all these things, but throughout, one of the things I found very distinct about it is actually the score. The score of it changes, like it's not too much. Like it has like Christmas songs. It has we're driving in a car songs where there's literally like it goes through like a montage of like a minute of like the this guy is driving in a car and he's trying to drive like through Canada. And to do the montage of it, it's him listening to like hardcore rap, it's him listening to like metal, him going to country, him like he's going through all the genres as he like you hear him go. And then like the last one's like he listens to like political speech for like half a second and like turns it off and like gets out of the car. And it's like a very distinct like message, and you're like, okay, nice, like good. And it's pretty interesting, like how distinct, like, and it doesn't do, I don't think maybe I'd have to watch it one more time and like really pay attention to the music explicitly, but it doesn't do this like this thing that you see with like what was the one that was all about dreams and going into different levels in Inception, where it's just like and it's trying to beat you over the head with the weight of the situation, where it's literally trying to make the biggest sound to just like crush you with the sound. It's like just get destroyed by this, like please, like the impact of this just actually crush you. And it's like it's so lame that like that's a thing. And this movie
became
managed
such
to
a
do
meme.
it did.
Like
It's so
after
pervasive.
that, after Inception, every goddamn movie trailer had the boom, like every single one. Oh my God, it's so bad. I
Mass
cringe when I
Effect
fucking
3
see
had
shit.
that shit.
Oh dear. Yeah, it's,
Well, I think people should
Inception is a
avoid
great
it for
example
sure.
of using music to an effect.
yeah.
Well, it's like it's also something where in the same way I like when there's like a tone in the background and like, but also like evoking different music. So do you like horror movies at all, Cartman?
Dude, I love horror movies.
Have you ever seen The
Absolutely
Shining?
love it. Yeah, but it's not. Listen, I'm gonna go against popular opinion. I don't think it's that good.
Okay, that's fair. But do you remember the opening score? Like, do you
Oh, yeah,
or
yeah.
the opening?
Boom, boom, boom,
Hey,
boom.
where it holds on those notes, and then it
Yeah.
has like that like weird like it's like a like I always think of it like in Scooby Doo, where they have like that like that weird like laughing
Oh,
skull
yeah, yeah.
sound effect, but it's slow and it's like this terrifying like kind of like weird ethereal like Native American thing that's like it's kind of creepy. Like I was watching the remake of like a complete schlock movie, like a schlock of a schlock movie, like an absolute garbo, like Cabin Fever. I was watching Cabin Fever, and not the original Cabin Fever, which it might be terrible, but it's the
They did a
right
remake?
kind of terrible. They did a remake. They did a remake, and it's on Netflix, and it's not great.
Yeah.
But one of the
I'll
things.
be honest with you, I love.
What? I'm shocked.
Go
Shocked, I say.
Well, I absolutely love terrible movies. Terrible movies, like I'm not deterred. Like I have not so like again, and like it's a very specific term, and if you haven't heard it, schlock means garbage, and it's specifically with movies you tend to hear it. Schlock can be either as good garbage. If you are garbage and you have a consistent like theme and tone, and you're just you know that you're garbage, and you play or like you sometimes so like there's an unintentional schlock thing where it's just like you try and you just end up with schlock and it just ends up being good. There's a whole bunch of like ways you can trip into being good schlock, but there's almost infinitely bad ways you can intentionally try and be schlock. Like,
Well, I mean,
it's-
look at
it's
the Fast and the
hard.
Furious movies. Look at this Fast and the
yeah,
Furious movies.
ex-
That is
perfect
schlock.
example.
But you
It
know what?
is the
Here's the thing.
best
Here's the thing.
schlock.
Here's the thing is that those movies know exactly what they are. You know, they understand.
contrivances.
They
The way that they're
completely
like-
understand.
They do.
They get what they are, and they
That's-
don't try to be anything else. And I can respect
They're not
that.
ashamed for a
They're
second.
in on the
The
joke,
card
basically.
what you need, the code that you need for the bomb to save the White House is inside
Yeah.
of the car. 38 stories up in the car in Dubai. Like, and the only way you can get it up is by helicopter. And it's like, all right, go. It's like, oh
And
god.
that's when you get good schlock. But I think when you get like a truly bad movie is when you get these like art house filmy types where they think they're so much more deep than they actually are, and they're just really fucking contrived and up their own ass. Like that kind of shit is just awful to me. That's unwatchable. I can watch Fast and Furious and all the stupid shit they do in those movies all day. But when you have something that's just up
But
its own
Cartman, we're
ass
the
and
real
just
monsters,
obnoxious-
man. What we did to the Native
Wow,
Americans, man. We're the real predators, man.
Okay, I remember watching. I think it was John Carpenter. He did an interview where he was talking about, well, you know what's actually scary is the idea that other is that we're actually us. The other is us. We're the real enemy. I'm like, shut the fuck up.
Well, that's so like it's specifically where it's actually really jarring too, because like it's really hard with but specifically when you look at M. Night Shyamalan, when you look at like The
Yeah.
Village, that's where you're like, oh, this is terrible, this is the great kind of terrible, and then he actually
Fed, I have
he
to
kills
respond
it.
to Fed. I have to respond to someone in the chat.
Sure.
Yellow Fever, you can't talk in general because you spam general for about like 5 minutes straight. So you've got a 14-day mute, and that ends whenever I remember it happened. So okay,
Bad
have fun.
boy.
So you are muted. You're muted in the channel. Your role will not change. You are stuck in this role. You're fucking muted. All right, because you fucking spammed one, the same sticker over and over, and two, gay porn in the degenerate chat. So that's why you're fucking muted. Okay, just to be clear. Sorry, get back to this conversation.
Do we still have the gay porn asking for a friend? Just wondering.
No,
Joe,
Cartman, I deleted it. Okay,
Alright, let's
I
go.
deleted
Let's go.
all of it.
I was just wondering. You know.
we napalmed, but like the horse version.
Oh,
Yeah.
what?
The Vouchian perspective.
Oh no.
Computer silicon. It wasn't worth it. Not enough children died in the production of it, so there was no. There was
Hold
no
on.
There was
hold on.
no
John,
alchemical
John.
equivalence.
Fed. I have to explain this. John, if I ban him, he'll come back as a new account. Okay? Like, I can control the situation where it is. Alright? Like, you have to understand, like, what you're doing, you know? Like, that's the problem. Yeah, you have to understand it. It's also fun to fuck with people. But, sorry, continue.
Yeah.
Uh,
Well, that's why you have a
there's-
banhammer,
there's
isn't it?
no- Yeah,
To fuck
well, I
with
mean,
you. That's the only reason.
yeah, it's true. But also, like, there's no Full Metal Alchemist reference that we can like. There's no equivalent exchange that we could skirt that one into where it's like, oh, this is acceptable. But I definitely like. I think M Night Shyamalan is the worst. It's because it's like it gets you so close where you're like, oh, this is such good like, and then he tries to like make it good, and like he did the same thing with Mr. Glass, and I wanted to throw it through a fucking window. Did you see Split?
You want to throw
Like-
Mr. Glass through a window?
Yeah.
Yes. Oh my god.
Mm,
4-4.
sure.
Is
Have you
that
seen?
4-4?
Have you seen Split?
What's going on, buddy?
What's going on?
Greetings.
Good to see
G
you.
Chapman.
Stop 404. You fucking Englishman.
What's going on, facts? By the way, Fed likes peen.
Fed likes bean.
Fed like speed.
Hashtag Fed likes bean.
Oh.
Poop
Hey,
balls.
404, you said that I couldn't come in because I would pee on the rug. What is
Yeah,
that about?
And
Wait,
look at the
wait. Have you
That
peed on
was
the
you.
rug?
He has. I can see it.
Oh no.
I don't know about that. I don't know. You gotta stop bullying me at some point. Don't be a bully, be a star.
Oh fuck.
But so specific to tether this down just to like at least finish this line of thought, and then we can go into whatever the fuck because we got more people. Specifically, was it Mr. Glass was the one that the one that came out recently? That was
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
It was the.
Where
so
like
that.
where like him and the weird tranny schizo and Bruce Willis guy were stuck in that place.
So I will say James McAvoy acted his balls off in that, and like
Yeah.
I don't care if he was a tranny because god damn it, he did really good. He did a really good job in that. And I'm gonna give it to him. Like when he did the singing and dancing as like the little kid and all that, like fuck, that was good. That like I really can't like I can't actually like I can't hate on that whatsoever. I can't hate on the fact that he tried to do like a shared universe. I can completely hate on the fact that I didn't give a shit about John McClane's fucking performance in that. I don't give a fuck. I do not care whatsoever for Bruce Willis and whatever the fuck he was trying to do in that.
Bruce Willis is
because he's
awesome. Don't you dare talk
He's
shit about
been phoning in shit forever. He's not good anymore. I
Wow,
don't
he's
care.
old. He's old.
He
now.
sucks dicks. He sucks
But he's
dicks because he doesn't
old.
care. I don't care. Harrison Ford was really fucking good, and he's
Bad luck,
bad
Pete.
now because he phones everything in. Fuck
Well,
Harrison
that's
Ford
what
too.
But that's what I mean. I mean, once you get to their age, you've kind of
Fuck 'em
done this
both.
shit. But my point
Fuck
is,
'em both.
they've done this shit over and over, so they don't have the passion for it anymore.
I
I
have
get it.
complete reverence. I have
I get
complete
it.
reverence for the way that they did their films when they were good. Indiana Jones, like there's so many of those where I'm just like I'm in. Like I am so
know.
like I'm all about it. But it's the same way that there's music. There's the same thing with movies. It's encapsulated in time, and I appreciate it for what it is when I see it. And I didn't give a fuck about any part of Bruce Willis in this thing. I like the fact that they brought him in as a shared universe, but he doesn't matter whatsoever. Like Samuel Jackson, pretty fucking good. I liked it. I liked him, James McAvoy. And like they had this weird like mounting thing where it was like going somewhere.
Oh, so
And
you
you're
like,
like,
the thing where
ah,
the
it-
men mount things, right?
Yes, yes. Well,
But like
specifically the
He prefers
the fake
docking
CIA.
404.
Dry docking.
Jousting.
It's the irony is they're all interfacing with the same like CIA whatever the fuck, like they had like a deep state agent that like
A Fed.
I would give the dick to this Fed lady, whoever the fuck
Get
she
out
was.
of the
I don't
movie,
remember who it
Fed.
was.
Oh,
Well, But either way. So they had this this great like suspension of like disbelief where like, are they really supervillains? Are they really superheroes? Does any of this really matter? And they kind of like, although they flushed it out in their own movies, they had this great kind of thing going for like 85% of the movie, and then I don't know, like if you haven't seen it, like can we do like a spoilers and like hold here for 30 seconds or something? Because holy
I've never
shit.
seen it, but to
Can
be
you
honest,
not
I'm not
spoil
even
the
interested.
film?
Oh, I'm gonna say so. Okay, so 85% of the movie is like you're mounting towards stuff. It's good. You're looking at like it's.
Can you
not
answer the
good
question
pacing.
before you can continue? Before you continue,
What question?
can you not spoil the film?
I cannot spoil the film. I can really dance around it, but yeah, okay. I won't spoil the film. I won't do any portion of that because like I do love surprises like deep in my deep. Yeah, that's my butthole. But
Deep in the deep.
Smelled like pee.
yes. I like the what was it? Is the peen and the poop balls? Both of those. Those are. I'm an aficionado. I'm a connoisseur of those.
Fred
Patrician
prefers
of sorts.
pizza with the balls.
Poop balls. Like, not even actual balls. I want fictitious poop balls on them. Futons.
Poop balls.
No. Fuck you. No, I know exactly what's going on. Well, so I wouldn't be able to explain this movie without like spoiling it.
Go
so
on.
I'm gonna. Oh, okay. So I'm gonna dance around the ending because
Fed just wants to make
I didn't
Rocher
like
with
the
a
ending.
bad
I didn't like the ending. The ending threw all of the schlock out of the window. It brought realism. It came down on every fun part of the movie.
What
It
happens,
decided
Fed?
that you had to have like a ridiculous.
I can't say.
That
What
I would
happens
have
in the
to
end, Fed?
explain explicitly what happened, so I'm not gonna do that.
I'm not understanding
but
it.
it
Tell me.
It literally
Yes.
it decided towards the end of the movie that not only was there an additional plot that needed to be introduced in the last 15 minutes, but it had to like execute explicitly on that. It had to refocus on different characters. It had to do all of this like weird introductory like bullshit that the whole movie should have been faced around. Like it should have been a completely different movie if it was even trying to do this. But
Also,
like,
wait a minute,
they-
wait a minute. Facts and Logic gave a diamond that I missed because I was communicating with Andy.
Oh, look at you
Fed will
fucking
lick
up,
the
Ghost.
bottom of a dirty still for booze. Thank you, Facts and Logic, for the diamond. Facts and Logic, also thank you for the 3 lemons. And Mr. Huntington, thank you for the 4 lemons. I apologize for missing
I
it.
didn't hear actually what Facts and Logic said. There was a little cutout there.
All right,
What
let
did
me
he
say that one more time.
Yeah,
for you.
no.
Fed will lick
2 or 4
the
times would be
bottom
preferable.
of a dirty still for booze.
Okay.
Can I hear that one more time? I don't know my audio.
He's calling you an alcoholic.
I said you would lick the
wait,
bottom
wait.
of an alcohol still for booze.
Oh, okay. Wait. Oh, wait, no. But what? For what did it say? Can I get it one more time?
I believe it said Fed likes peen.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. No, 404
That's
got it.
true.
All right, thank you. All right.
Fed likes
Okay,
Austin,
n-
Texas.
Wait, there should be an addendum.
Now,
The peen is
now,
black.
wait a minute. Facts
It's
and Logic.
black.
No. You've gone too far. That's the one. I'll throw that one out. No.
Fed loves
Get
Austin,
outta here.
Texas. He's gonna live there
Uh,
soon with his boyfriend.
As long as it's Alex Jones, I'm okay with it.
They're gonna
He's
make a
kinda
gourmet
short,
dog food
dude.
company.
Alex Jones is kind of short, to be honest.
I've
Like,
never
he's like
I've
a-
never considered being with a dude, so I don't think about
Well,
these things.
listen,
Stop
all I'm
fucking
saying-
ruining
all
my.
I'm saying, look, if you're
Uh,
gonna get with a dude, get with like 404 because he's like 8 feet tall.
But he
He's
has
huge.
peen, Fed.
He's a giant. You know.
It's true. They said Thor killed all the giants, but I'm still here.
I would have to go to Australia, and be subject to like the whip and whatnot. No, I don't want to.
5 feet tall, 6 feet long.
Listen. The U.S. ain't that far behind, to be honest.
Well,
However,
you're
bad
behind
it
ain't
might
gonna be
be.
that far if you keep submitting this way. But anyways,
Wait a minute,
we were
wait a minute,
talking
wait a
about
minute.
a movie before.
Hold on. Did Steven Spielberg's daughter do pornography?
Yes.
Oh
Hopefully.
no,
What
that
the
would be
fuck?
a shame. Oh
What
no.
the fuck?
Unless
She
it's
got
called
subverted.
if it's called Ishi, I have no problem with it. Like if it's called any like if there's a porn parody of what he did and they like
Like if there was
If
any
it's
justice in the
called
world, it was a
Ishi-
black movie.
dude, I will like if it's actually called Ishi, I might just fucking gasm spasm right here like on the block like
It's gross
what
tone.
What's her name? Steven Spielberg. Was it his daughter?
I mean,
or
a
granddaughter?
Google search will get you that answer.
Well, yeah, but I'm on my phone. I can't be fucked.
It's not his biological daughter though. She's adopted. She's
Oh.
not.
well
so
yeah no
Jewish.
Joe Rogan said yeah whatever I don't care but yeah anyways the movie completely loses all of its pace, all of the mystique gets sucked out of fucking like airlock window and you're like
What
oh,
happens
well,
at the end of the movie is that they walk out of the forest. It's modern day.
that was like a great parallel because in the village at least which I'm pretty sure you're referencing it was like there was a great like that was good because it was supposed to be like the Amish thing but then it was like when they did the reveal
Wait,
which
wait,
I'm
which
not gonna
Amish?
spoil that either.
Which Amish?
The one that's not our greatest ally. The
Oh,
one that
okay,
came
so
out.
no,
The one that came out in
no,
force in
no,
Pennsylvania.
Okay. I
Yeah, but the one that
Hey!
came out in force in Pennsylvania and decided to let their women vote. That Amish, the ones that are known for their good woodworking in trailer industry.
Best
Those.
Amish.
Yeah, the base Amish. They came out and like there was like a cool play on that, but then again that like it's where he's got like 85% of this movie with like the schlock great premise of like just finish it with this, like don't even answer it and it's great, like you don't need to answer it. And then his need to tell the audience what he thinks his subversive nature is like drives this movie into the dirt in both of those movies, like very
saying that-
similar.
Are you saying that he goes one step too far? By the way,
Yes.
DLS.TV/one
Oh,
step too
you go
far.
away. You go away with that.
Oh, so
Goes, got him.
but it doesn't matter. You after you take that first step, he just starts running in the opposite direction. You're like, no. Like if it was one step, you'd be like, he didn't mean it. But then it's like that thing where you look at somebody, you're like, you didn't do that right in front of me, and he's like, no, I did it right in front of you, and then they just start running, and you're like, I have like a gun. I could kill. I could just shoot you. And then like they just keep running through the snow, and you're like, there's like these little footprints, and I can see exactly how far away he's getting. And you could just like you're telling yourself this whole time, you're like, I could just turn it off. I could just turn off the DVD player as you're like raising this pistol to like shoot this person that's like running away in like trenches of snow, and it's like they're not even getting that far. Like I could just end it, and it wouldn't be a thing. And you're like, maybe he'll come. There's so much justifying that happens where it's like, I kind of like the way that like the Sixth Sense ended in some other shit, and it's not worth it. Like Shyamalan, man, like it's such a piss off. Like how
He's a
close
fan
he
of
gets
of the twist.
he just gets so close to just
loves
making a good
Dude,
schlock film, and then he can't help but just start beating off at the end of it. And you're like, why is there bonobo? Like, just there's a guest star bonobo, a director cast as actor in his own goddamn film, just bonobo beating off on fucking like VHS in his own fucking camera store, and of course our character has to walk into it, and I want to just
You gotta
Shyamalan,
understand.
no.
You gotta understand that the guy writes his movies with the twist first, and then he expands outward.
And I
That's
want
the
to
way
throw
his
the
movies are
fucking
written.
win because everything else is so 85% of the movie works almost every time. Almost every time, 85% of the movie works. And then you're like, oh my god, it's so bad.
That's having a
The-
tough
the-
day, boys.
Oh no, I just like, but no, specifically, I hate the way he does these. Like,
Oh,
okay, so
you shouldn't
so
hate Fed.
It was your favorite part in Signs when he showed up again?
swing away. Just get
When-
pinned by a truck and hopefully they'll- facts and logics. I hope you get neighbored by a truck, and then they
So you like
decide,
it when they-
before I get a chance to talk to you, they back the truck up, and you just fall apart in pieces.
Just swing away.
In
It's
peace,
okay.
in peace.
swing away,
Yes,
Fed.
yes. Thank you for making a callback to my baseball career and the glasses of water, because the girl doesn't drink water, but she wants water the whole.
He's old.
No, she drinks water. She's
This was the last we ever
She
talked about.
doesn't though, because they're all full. There's no.
Yeah,
She doesn't
because
do it.
She puts it down. She has a sip. She puts it down. It gets dust in it. She's like, ew.
Yeah, she's a germaphobe, is what it is.
See, I'll leave like glasses of wine out.
Are
for,
you
like,
trying to
2-3
ham-fistedly
days,
tell me
and
that the
it's still
water's contaminated for something else that might get infected by the
Yes.
water? Wow!
Yes.
Wow!
Yes.
Cool.
Turn
Exactly.
frogs
Yes.
gay.
Well, let's say here's the real trouble with the movie.
Night apple.
is the twist is that these aliens are allergic to water, and they come to Earth,
No,
which is like
89% water.
Yeah,
But not just that, not just that, not just the oceans. There's literally moisture in the air. So
Oh,
it
sorry,
doesn't
hold
make
up.
any sense.
Wait, sorry.
That's the real
I gotta call. Wait, hold it. James Cameron. Sorry, James Cameron's calling. Hold on. I gotta take.
Fair enough.
Oh, yeah. So you're gonna have them take off the helmets as soon as they get to the alien planet because, it's similar to Earth. So, the protected.
Yeah,
But what if they needed anything other than the? Oh. Okay,
supposed
yeah.
to
No,
think.
it
Here's the
actually checks out.
problem.
I talked to James Cameron, and
not-
if
you're
you go to
not
any
supposed to
foreign
think about
planet,
it.
you don't need to have any of your like base oxygen, and any of the things that like if you're based on like if you're a carbon based life form,
Based
if you
on what?
breathe in oxygen, carbon based. I literally said it before you even answered.
Based
Based on what?
Based in
A
carbon.
carbon life form that knows about the JQ. Fucking.
But that was the same fucking problem that James Cameron did, where he was like, "Oh yeah, no, they scouted the planet. Take off your fucking helmet because that doesn't get you anything." And it was like,
The
well,
problem, Fed. The problem is you're thinking about these movies and you're not supposed to. You're supposed to turn your brain
but they're
off.
so,
And you're
they're
supposed
so
to turn
good.
your brain off
No,
and just
but
be
they're so good.
inundated with the dumb shit.
But they're
Fed.
so good. Oh.
What a Fed, there's like 0% chance they'll get flesh-eating AIDS from taking off their heads, their helmets right now. It's fine. Like a
But
point.
that movie
it's
is so well shot. Like the fucking
Don't think about
alien in the field, like the xenomorphs in the field. Like that was
That's
a
pretty
great
good.
scene.
That's
That was a
great movie.
great scene. That was so good.
You know what was
that,
great about
and
it?
then the tension of like the xenomorph coming out of that guy's spine. As much as it was like we know exactly what was gonna happen, like the fact that you knew it was gonna happen, and you're like, like the inability to pull away, and then like you got trapped in that room with the lady, and like that was so good. Like that was so good. It literally locked you in a room and you're like, like you had to just kind of experience it. And it was like, fuck, that was terrifying. Like, oh my God. And then you waste it. Like,
This is what Hollywood has done to our boy. Oh.
I just like
Oh.
it was so
Aw.
good.
It's been
Okay, and
subverted.
then
No,
even
Fed,
even
no!
but even past that, like they had the whole David story where like even where he did the fucking awkward like David like literally Michael Fassbender kissed himself.
Oh
He
no!
kissed himself
404,
and he said
no!
like,
Max, no!
"Oh, you do the fingering," and it was like what, but then it
All right,
was like
all right, guys.
it was
Hang on, Fed. Guys,
Oh,
I'll
yeah,
make
I'm
it
gonna
more
mute. I'm gonna
seasonally
take a piss.
themed. There we go. It's all
That's
better.
okay. You can. November is almost over. You can do that.
Oh shit! Did anyone wake up Green Day? I forgot it was already November, and like September's passed. Are they still asleep, or did someone get them?
No, I mean they're
Oh shit! They're
yes.
dead, boys. They're dead.
Yes.
Damn it.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a piss. I'll be right back. But I'd like.
Where are you gonna take it?
Wait, they're
On
dead? I
the
don't
rag.
understand.
Oh, fine. I'll go ahead and give it to you. It's just gonna take 3 weeks to get there.
I want the sticker of Pepe of the sausage rubbing the Pepe back. I demand.
Yeah, I want that one back too. There's so many worse stickers that have been that haven't been banned, and that one is like funny as fuck, and it got banned. Like, what the fuck?
I've got plenty of Jew stickers, like Happy Merchants. I got plenty of
I
those.
bet you do. Come to think about it, most of
He's
mine
a
are like fucking
patrician
pretty lewd.
of the Jewish culture. Cartman is.
Yeah, I
definitely.
love
He
the
loves
Jewish
them. He loves them
people.
dearly. He would
I'm a
literally die
big-
for them.
I am a big fan. My name is Herschel Cartmanstein. Big supporter of Israel, our truest ally, greatest ally. It's actually the Chicons who run Hollywood, by the way. You know.
Oh,
I mean, to some extent, they do run a lot of.
See, you know that's the fucking funny thing about it is Alex Jones isn't exactly wrong. Like, here's the thing with
he
Alex
hams
Jones.
shit up. He hams shit up, but there is a lot that he's right about.
Here's the thing with Alex Jones. He's not necessarily wrong on things, but Alex Jones is like the side quest in a video game. Like you're not playing the main story. It's like, yeah, there's like some Chicons who have bought up a couple of studios and things. Yeah, that's true, but if you actually look who really owns all the studios and directs all the movies, and I'm not going to get into it, but my point, well, yeah, but my point is that he's off on side quests and he's not really paying attention to the main story. That's all.
I don't know. I think you're a bit
Oh
obsessed
wait.
with this. I think you're a bit obsessed with this.
No. I actually need you to reiterate this point one more time.
What point? Which one?
The
There
one
were
you
a
were just. Sorry. I took a leak. The one you were specifically talking about just a second ago.
Well, I was saying
Your
that,
latest one.
I was saying that, like, for people who are into Alex Jones, they're basically playing the side quest in a video game. Because like he'll focus so much on like the B story and just like completely ignore the main plot, like what's really going on. But he's not really wrong. He's not wrong. He's just
That's a fair. No, this is actually
not focused.
You're
not really
completely on point.
focused.
I was hoping you were talking about what's his name, James Cameron, still, because I was gonna say like, no, this motherfucker's still trying, and it's ridiculous, and I hate it. But we've moved on subjects, and
Yeah.
I'm okay with this. Yeah, we talked about movies plenty enough. I got all of my movie rants out, except for the fact I swear to God, I saw the worst movie I've ever seen on Netflix the other day, and damn it to hell, it was called like Keep Silent or something like that, and it was completely predictable. It was absolutely terrible, and the worst part about it is everybody in the movie, instead of addressing any parental unit that was a male as father or dad, they had to say papa. Every fucking time they addressed their father, they said papa, and it didn't matter who it was. They all said papa, and I wanted
He's
to
not
throw
the
him out
father.
a goddamn window. And the whole movie seemed like it was done in ADR because the whole movie had like there was some weird desync in the audio, and it like absolutely atrocious. Sorry, I watched that last night, and I had to watch it just because it was so bad, and it went exactly where I thought it would, and I wanted to like throw it off a cliff, but I had to make sure to finish it because I knew exactly where it was going. and I don't know. I watched like 6 bad movies last night, or I watched 3 bad movies last night, and I watched three perfectly there movies. Like As Above, So Below is perfectly there. It's just it's right there. There's enough
I
of
don't
the
know about that.
subject. There's enough of the terrible schlocky.
It's not
This person
bad.
got sucked into a car and now they're stuck in concrete. Like, we're gonna do this. They try. They try enough. They do enough of like. They do enough visual. Like, there's plenty of. They did enough weird shit.
I'm not saying it's
They
a
did-
bad movie, but I would not call it perfect.
Oh no. Okay. If I said it perfect, it was. It's not perfect. It's not. I like the content of the movie. I like what it's talking about.
Fair enough.
Okay, you've got me in the door. Execution. I think they really nailed the execution of this movie. Of like, we're gonna do the found camera thing where it's like, it's all jarring and whatnot, but then like every once in a while we'll have like a special effect where somebody gets sucked into a fucking car, and then now there's legs standing out of the ground. There's the random cut in like, this person fucking falls out of a shaft. Like, here's this creepy thing. Like, they did a good amount of camera work that doesn't throw you out of it. Like, so I think it was shot very well. I think tonally, like, it's pretty on point. Like, it has its moments where it like lulls you into a false sense of security, but then it starts I think as it goes on, it starts hitting beats and you pick up on the beats. So I think it fucks up there a little bit for sure. Like you're like, oh, okay, well now it's time for somebody to get murdered. All right, somebody made it. Now it's time for somebody to get murdered. Somebody made it. Now it's time for somebody to get murdered. And you go into rinse repeat mode, and it's like, okay, yeah, well now I see what you're doing. Or like, yeah, no, everything is topsy-turvy, as above, so below. So you understand it's literally topsy-turvy. And then it's like, okay, we're safe. This means we're not safe. Thank you. We get it. That was good. Like, I kind of like that. I kind of like it feeds into the messaging, but it was just enough of like, it's not schlock. It's just not great. But they were consistent with it. They were like, oh, okay, yeah, well, so we'll shoot this entire scene like upside down. So when you look at it, you realize like, okay, well, they have to push on the manhole when they're like literally trying to get out of this like upside down hell nightmare. And it's like, it's consistent. It makes sense. And like, I can't blame the movie for like being consistent, and like it did that. It did it in a good way. It did it with like a good theme. It came in there with that. If you weren't gonna like it, then you weren't gonna like it in the first place. I watched those movies. They were fucking terrible. And then the other couple movies, one of them was Cabin Fever, and the new Cabin Fever, it was terrible, but it was schlocky, terrible good. Like, it did the same things. It even tried to like subvert your expectations for like half a second, and it didn't even get close to doing it. Like, you're like, oh, well, yeah, no, they're gonna hold on this character and they're supposed to get shot, and then you're supposed to think, oh, it's the cops and they're terrible, but you're like, no, okay, it's the specific one. Like, they hit every fucking note on the way that you thought they were gonna do it, even down to like a lady's tit falling off and like her holding it in her hand. You're like, yeah, no, I saw it coming when it started like zooming in on like the fact that she had like a
Wait, what the
barbell
fuck? A
nipple
lady's
piercing.
tit fell off?
Yeah, if you've seen Cabin Fever, it's about like a flesh eating virus that it's these people, they go out to a cabin in the woods. It's about like isolation and them being stuck out there and not being able to like talk to other people. And basically there is a to a non-spoiler version of it, there's this virus that's out there. They go out to have a good fun weekend. There's other characters they run into. They may or may not have it. And then as you're going through the movie, you're trying to assess who has this virus, who doesn't have it, and then it, based on their ideologies, it becomes pointless. It becomes completely irrelevant. You have to kind of look at the way that people talk about it. You have to look at the way that people are interacting with it, and it's them trying to survive through a completely transmissible flesh-eating disease. And there's multiple ways that they could get it. And you have to kind of look at which way you think they're going to get it, and you have to assess where the risk is, because you're kind of stuck with the characters in maybe they got it this way, maybe they got it that way. They're exposed to multiple things, maybe this happened, and you're supposed to kind of like doubt how it happened. But it ends up being like a terribly good, like, schlocky terrible thing. And it's like there's a couple scenes in there that are just gratuitous, that like it makes me almost want to throw up, like, thinking about it. Like, it no one would do this. No one would do this shit. No one ever would do any of the last 20 minutes of this movie. The last 20 minutes of this movie, again, when you're like, like, it, you start to see these things, and like the way that people are like, oh, okay, well, here's how I'll handle it, is no.
This is how a rational human being would respond to this situation.
No, okay, but that's the point. Is they've been isolated for 5 or 6 days, and they have certain people have it may have contracted the disease or not. You don't know. It kind of plays on it similarly to The Thing, but not as well as The Thing does it. So it's kind of the same thing where it's like you're supposed to have doubt because you don't know specifically until like it gets like it's very pronounced when a character's like, oh, I have it. Like you're like, oh God, that okay. So that scratch this person off the list, and a lot of the times you're like, oh, okay, well now what are they gonna do? And a lot of when a character figures out they have it, it's self-sabotaging for the group. And you're like, okay, all right. Like, and it's grotesque. It's obscenely grotesque when they start to develop later symptoms of it. You're like it's puke worthy a lot of the time, but it depends on like how much visceral stuff you could take. But yeah, it's a weird movie. It's the original one is great for stupid reasons. There's a kid who likes pancakes and just bites people because he screams pancakes, and you're like,
Marty,
why are you in
serious?
this movie? No, actually, there's a specific scene where this kid screams pancakes, and then he just bites a guy, and then
He likes pancakes.
I'm about to scrape pancakes.
I think I could find this specific clip without ruining anything.
What are you even talking about?
I've never seen that movie, to be honest with you.
It's if you like just a weird movie, like if you watch the original one is brutal. Like, and the remake is brutal, but the remake does like this weird like Scooby-Doo-esque thing where it like it tries to like meme on the original one, and they're like, we added Fortnite in Minecraft, and it's like I now want to like just
that's some cancer.
get sucked out the airlock, and it's like you're on gamer rehab, and like a woman shoots a rifle too. And who said I wasn't a gamer? Lamau, remember that one joke I made earlier? And I was like, like it makes you want to kill yourself. But
Gamer wants to buy some Minecraft bullets, is what I'm gathering.
yes, and that, but the original one has none of that, and it takes itself completely seriously, and it's very Evil Dead. It's like
2002.
sorry.
Huh?
It came out in 2002, so
Yeah, the
that was
the good
before
ones,
everything went
yeah.
to shit.
Yeah, it's
I don't know. I
uh
don't know about that.
wait, I was looking for a specific what was this scene though? Oh, pancake. Oh, that's actually one of the search results. Is cabin fever pancake. I didn't even have to
Cabin fever pancake.
We're gonna get
no,
pancake.
but this is actually a scene,
Pancakey.
like
God damn.
You know,
it,
not gonna lie, I have pancake next to me. Totally lips them up. Oof.
I knew you were part of the pancake industrial complex, Carmen.
I'm a
You're part of Big
shill.
Pancake.
Yeah.
See,
I'm part of
Breakfast has
Act. I
changed.
am part of Act Pancake, and all I do is AstroTurf Pro.
I believe that's actually
Part of
Act Batter.
Act Blueberry.
It's actually called Act Batter.
Act Better. Build
oh,
back better.
Yeah, Build Back Batter.
Is
That's
that
been
is that a
their
fan
campaign. The Build Back Batter
Can we
campaign
watch?
for the
Can we watch
global
this
pan-
retarded scene? Just to watch this retarded scene.
Sorry.
I put it in the general. It's 2 minutes, but like
It's
there'll
from
be
a
a specific.
movie.
Yeah, I mean,
I will watch it. I'll watch
Are you
it
allowed
muted.
to? Are you allowed to play clips on DLive?
I mean, we'll
Hollywood
add
movies?
complete
Probably not.
commentary over it. It's
Well,
from
I mean-
2002, and like I mean, they'd have to pick up on cabin
Okay,
fever
so
and
he
the
like
kids
bites him.
screaming
He bites
pancakes.
him like a zombie. It looks like. Okay. Yeah. Whatever. I see it.
Hmm.
Why does he look so
so
sad after he bites him?
Okay. So it's in the general. I'll link it.
Well,
in
I'm
the-
not playing it on stream.
Yeah. So I'll grab the link and I.
Can we
if-
go back
if
to
anybody
talking
wa-
about Iran?
Can we?
Wow.
I am
watch
honestly
this?
bored.
I
of
linked
talking
it in the
about
chat.
bad
Can we
movies.
just watch this one thing?
I did.
for
I
a
did.
second, just to like. Well, okay. So we're not gonna watch it on stream, but I linked it in the chat. I linked it in the Discord.
Yeah,
If
I
you wanna
already
watch
saw it. I already saw it.
Okay, well, I'm just.
What-
Can we get a
You
3,
wanna
2,
talk
1,
about-
and whoever wants to watch
No,
it is just gonna
no,
watch
we've
it.
already watched it.
You want to talk?
Nobody
about
else watched it. You explicitly just like bulleted through it.
No,
one
I
else
zoomed
did.
through to the part where he bites the dude. It looked like he was a zombie.
Okay,
biting.
well, so well, anybody who wants to watch it, I'm watching it in like 3, 2, 1. It's
think
just
Butters Butters is pulling
Yeah.
rank here.
well, I mean,
I really don't
the-
care about this stupid scene from this stupid film.
well, but you didn't care about
Like, at all.
movies and music or anything else.
Because I have
like,
nothing to
yeah.
contribute culturally.
Okay,
Like, I
well,
don't.
That's the point where like okay,
I
so, but
don't,
we're, like,
Fed.
we both
I
decided to
am
do the
gonna
show,
talking
and
about
like this thing's
show.
about like movies and shows and whatnot, and I think Pancakes is a funny fucking scene, and if anybody wants to watch it, they can watch the scene,
I know.
and it'll be playing, and it's like it's like 2 minutes in, and it
I
just
know,
this
Fed.
weird
I
bowl
don't
cut
care
gig.
about the pancake kid. I don't give a fuck. I don't.
But look at
I
what's
don't-
going.
I
it's-
don't
but
care,
did,
Fed.
Did you
He
see
looks
what
like he
happened
was a
before
zombie.
Pancakes? No, I argue you didn't watch enough of it.
I don't care. I had no audio on. All I saw was he bites the guy like a zombie, Fed.
And that's what I'm saying. You missed the part where he literally did slow-mo kung fu to like weird Shining-esque music, and then he
Right,
bites the
because
guy.
I don't play audio from movies on my stream.
But you didn't even watch the actual like. You didn't watch it. You have no idea why it's so fucking.
Fed, I
terribly
don't
great.
care.
Well, you'll
I
never,
literally
you'll never care
do
about it then.
not care.
Okay, well, I mean,
Okay.
I don't care about a bunch of anime stuff.
I know.
Same.
I know.
There you go.
But
Say
I don't
that.
care about this movie. I really don't.
This has gone off.
I
the rails.
can't wait until one day where you watch this movie and you see it and you're like,
I'm
"What the
not gonna
fuck?"
watch this fucking retarded movie.
I'm
Okay,
saying-
Fed?
I'm
All right.
saying.
So, the chief Iranian nuclear scientist was killed. Top person accused is
See you later,
Mossad. What
guys.
are your thoughts on this, Cartman?
Well, I hope I'm too old, and I hope my younger brother is old enough to go to war for me, so I don't have to.
Mm.
Um,
Yep.
I didn't even hear about the story, to be honest.
Oh, so some guy that Benjamin Netanyahu had named a couple of years back, you know, it was like, he said, remember this name in 2018, was murdered in a fiery shootout in the streets of Tehran well, no one has claimed credit for it yet, but the Tehran has allegedly fingered Mossad as the one, and everyone's like, is it Tehran? Is it Mossad? Is it the CIA? Who the fuck is it? I mean, it's probably Mossad.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if the Mossad did something like that. I mean, they're pretty shady, you know.
I mean,
They're
it's
they're the Israeli CIA. So.
No, that's very kind to the CIA.
Well.
But like, yeah, no, it's interesting. I mean, like, it makes sense they would do it, you know, like.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, I mean, if you believe their nuclear program is an existential threat to your existence, like, yeah, of course you'd kill their head of their nuclear program, right?
Yeah. Which it's funny because I mean, I don't know how long Israel has had nuclear weapons, and they still have not actually declared that officially.
I don't know if they actually do officially
Yeah.
state that they have nuclear weapons.
I saw some things that Ryan Dawson had gone through.
No,
like,
I
he'd gone
know,
through
but I'm saying, what's the
knowledge,
official
but-
story? Do they officially or unofficially have nuclear weapons?
Officially, they don't.
Okay,
is what I
well,
know. Because
well, that's the official story.
This is the way that Ryan Dawson explained it, was that essentially that if they were to say, yeah, we have nukes, that the United States could not back them. It would actually be against, it was some sort of like treaty or some bullshit, some sort of fucking deal. I think it was the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty.
Yeah, but can they also just say we don't care about this treaty?
Well, I mean,
Like, I mean, isn't that what everyone says about these treaties? Like, oh, that's cute. Yeah, we don't care.
I mean, the United States probably could.
Yeah, like, wouldn't they just say, oh, who cares?
I think if the United States didn't want you to, you couldn't, because I mean, if the United States wants,
I don't know. I don't see why. Why would they not want them to do that? I mean, if what you're saying is everyone just understands them to have them, then it's irrelevant to have it publicly be secret, right?
I suppose so.
Right?
It's
Isn't that
almost
completely
like if you
it's
get
already...
a certain amount of nuclear weapons, it doesn't matter what else happens because you'd be able to launch a certain amount of them, and then you'd either have to hit this specific spot or you'd have to hit two specific spots. And that's
Well, this is my
literally
point.
what
Why it's completely
proliferation
irrelevant, you
means.
know, like to keep it hidden. So, like, why would
It's
I believe
not
they...
irrelevant though. That's the point.
Why?
Is as soon as it becomes out in
Why?
the open, and as soon as it becomes out in the
Wait,
open,
wait, why?
I'm literally explaining it.
Go ahead.
No, I'm not gonna do it now.
Okay.
Fuck you. Ask me why one more time, and I won't explain it more. It's like
What?
directly in front of your nose, but yeah, no. I really like that bit where you explain something, where you ask somebody a question as they're explaining it to you. It's a good bit.
Sorry, you were going very slow. That's why.
I was actually in the motion of explaining it, like explicitly.
Go on.
And I'm prepping something I'm about to eat, so I don't care about it anymore. You're
All
good.
right, so
Explain it to
basically,
yourself.
I don't know. I don't believe they have them yet. I mean, if they haven't
There you go.
publicly stated, I see no reason why they wouldn't just say it. I mean, it has no effect on them.
Do you think the potential
What are they gonna
for
say?
China?
Cartman, are you gonna say
Huh?
it? Say it.
Well, do you think the potential for China to usurp the United States as, the world's foremost superpower might play into it?
Why would that have anything to do with it? I mean, if what you're
Well,
saying,
because
if you have the
because the
operational
United
knowledge,
States-
Wait,
the
no,
United
Ghost,
States-
wait till he's in the meat of what he's
Well-
about to say, and then say why.
right?
Well,
So
what I'm
all I'm saying,
saying
Carmen,
is-
is if you have the operational knowledge that Israel has nuclear weapons, then China knows that way before you or I do, right?
Supposedly, yeah.
Like, right, we both have intelligence agencies, right? Like we know that China has massive, clandestine operations all around the world, right? Like there was no way they would not know if the Israelis had or hadn't nuclear weapons, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're also working with them, though, aren't they? On that.
Oh, you're talking about
what is it
Belt and
called?
Road?
New- Yeah, yeah.
Right,
So
but
they're
then why
working
does it need to be
with them.
hidden? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying they need to hide it from China, though.
No, but you were saying that was the reason why they haven't admitted it, because the world power might change, and I'm just like, well, but they already
Well,
know.
I'm just what I mean is because like if the United States wants it to be one way, then like if someone else, whether it be China or Russia or whoever, if they were to take the United States as essentially the shot caller of the world, then maybe that might be why they would want to hide it.
Subterfuge
That's
makes
all I'm saying.
everything
But
easier.
they would know.
It's the ability to say, no, I don't care.
But everyone else would know. Because if someone like you knows, then everyone knows.
I mean,
right? This is
they
the way
would
information
have,
works.
they
But
would
they're
have-
not certain.
They would have a good idea, but it wouldn't be official on paper.
Yeah, but why does
Then you
official
couldn't-
matter?
But you couldn't legally do anything about it.
Right, but why does official
You
matter?
know what I mean? Because then you can't.
Well,
legally
because
do
you-
anything
I'm just
about
saying,
it.
what's
You're-
the
you're
last
looking up-
international law that's been followed? Like, seriously, why would anyone care?
Well,
Well,
that's
yeah,
the
I mean,
point.
United
It's
States
because you're
doesn't.
looking at circumventing an international law. You're literally looking at a coalition of nations, and as long
Right,
as
but
they
who
don't
enforces the
specifically fuck
international
up
law?
the nations that encompass all of that, and so again, the nations that encompass that body, and so
Wait, but
as
are
long
they?
as you. I'll wait.
I'm waiting. I'm asking, are they? I asked the question.
Are they or who are they?
I'm saying, are they enforcing that?
Are they enforcing it? No, it's because everybody's saying, we're not doing anything. That's the reason that they're not enforcing it, is because everybody's saying, oh, well, as long as the dealer's not paying attention, and they're saying, okay, well, like, how much do we have to do to like tip the scale that the dealer's actually going to pay attention?
I
And
just don't understand
that's the game.
why they care.
It's subterfuge. It's literally to say, no, we're not doing that as they're doing it.
But everyone knows.
Exactly.
Everyone already knows. That's why.
But you can't call them out for that. You
But
can't
what's
call
the
them out in
value
front
in
of the
the
body that
subterfuge?
knows. Unless there's credible evidence in front of the body, then the body can't call them out. So it doesn't matter how many individual players know. It's about the body knowing.
Could be something
everyone
like
It being
a
able to convince,
plausible-
because it's
plausible
literally
deniability sort of thing.
you're
perhaps.
playing a game of Among Us, and you have to have an overwhelming majority. And as long as you have 2 imposters in there,
But everyone
fuck 'em.
knows.
But they don't know well enough to beat the
look,
credibility of you and the other
If
imposter.
Cartman Internet Guy is here telling me that they have nuclear weapons with confidence, and if that is the case, everyone in the world knows. Okay, like everyone.
But what
Literally
does that matter?
everyone
What
would
can you
know.
prove? No,
Yes.
Ghost. That's not how these things are. That's not how these things work. It's what can you prove? Prove it. Prove it right now. Literally, like conjure up evidence, and they're having the same problem. You're
Well, I
having
don't
these countries find the
I
same fucking
don't-
problem.
I don't have proof. That's why I don't believe.
Exactly. That's what I'm
opposed to-
saying.
I don't believe Cartman
These-
because I don't have proof and he doesn't have proof. That's
I
why I don't
suppose
believe.
it's
no,
him.
he
one of
has-
those
he
things,
has-
It's kind of like with OJ, where you're pretty sure that he fucking
No.
killed her, but
that's
you
completely
don't
different.
necessarily have like the smoking gun.
No,
you
like
know.
there was.
We know
Yeah.
Israel
no,
took
it's
yellow
different.
cake
Yeah,
uranium
same
from
thing.
us to develop these like nuclear capabilities. We know for a fact they did that.
Do we know that they achieved it though?
Yeah. We know that they took it from. We know that they not only took the plants to do these sorts of things, they took the yellow cake uranium from us specifically.
So you're saying that they have a full arsenal of nuclear weapons?
Well, they're supposedly
And
our
you're saying
ally in
that-
this, so no, they don't.
What,
I mean,
what
I don't
you're
And so
saying
now,
is-
now's
what
where
you're
you join the
saying
game
is
of
that
Among Us.
You're saying that the world knows that they took yellow cake uranium and plans for nuclear weapons, but the world doesn't admit that they have nuclear weapons.
Prove it.
How would you prove it? I mean, do they have facilities to investigate?
You'd look at the signature of the uranium that they took, and there's a weapons grade version of it, which is the yellow cake uranium. It's specifically the one where we randomly found some missing as an Israeli asset randomly decided to leave.
And how do you know that didn't end up in the hands of Iran or North Korea or Pakistan?
I don't know. Maybe look at some of the energy signatures of something like that.
Well, where would you see the energy signatures?
You would literally like get a Geiger counter.
Yeah, but where?
And you would
I
go-
don't know where you'd look.
I mean, I think that was
Okay,
part of the Iran
so-
deal
so
that they were
if there was
inspect
a-
these facilities that they have, though.
So if you exactly, so if you look at who doesn't have it, and then you look at the specific people that we know took it, and then you say, okay, well, they're our
Well, wait,
greatest
have we
ally.
inspected North Korea's facilities? Did we inspect India and Pakistan's nuclear facilities?
I don't remember any of those being our greatest ally.
Sorry?
I don't remember any of those countries being our greatest ally.
I didn't ask about that. I was asking, you're asking about the specifically uranium that was misplaced.
Yeah, misplaced. Uranium doesn't get misplaced.
Fed. I know that.
Weapons grade uranium.
Fed,
doesn't
I
get
know
misplaced.
it was stolen. What I'm saying is, we haven't checked anywhere where it could be. If you stole it, you would try to smuggle
No,
it.
we have.
Probably not in the
We
same
have, though.
region.
We've checked the specific places where it could be. That doesn't
What do you mean the
necessarily
places
mean
where
we've
it
checked
could
the one
be?
place
Once
that's
you-
most probably it would
Wait,
be.
wait. Once you steal something and you have it hidden away in a container, you can send it anywhere.
Yeah.
Correct?
I mean, you could, but
Right.
ultimately, when you look at the way that the posturing and whatnot, extremely like 100% like unlikely. Like that's like saying, yeah, no, we could steal the power to make Superman. We could steal that as like a we could steal that serum to just make Superman, and then we're not gonna keep it. We're gonna give it to somebody randomly.
Well, we don't know who stole it, is what you're saying.
No, we know explicitly who stole it.
Wait, do we?
Yeah.
When was this reported?
Hmm?
Where is this
I mean-
reported? Can I see the article?
Okay. Because we're gonna publish that we got yellow cake uranium
Wait,
stolen
but
by
you
a-
just said it
by
was
a-
reported
by a
that this
country that's
happened.
not supposed
Wait,
to have a nuclear power.
Whoa,
So we're
whoa.
gonna report.
Whoa,
we're gonna
whoa, whoa.
report
You
that.
just
no,
said
no.
it was
So
reported.
yeah.
Where
so we're gonna
is it
report the
reported?
fact that we had a military breach to the point where we left yellow cake
Ben,
uranium to the
you
fact
just
that we
said
left it to a
happened,
country that's
and
not
I'm
supposed to
asking
have
you
it.
for proof that it
I'm sure.
happened. I'm asking you for proof that
Yep.
happened. That's all I'm asking for.
Definitely, CNN reported on it. Let
Fed,
me get you
I'm
the
just
article.
asking for proof that it happened. That's all.
I'll find it. Hold on, I'm going through CNN archives right now.
Okay, I just want to see the report where it happened.
Don't worry, I'll get here. Just give me a minute.
I just want the report where it happened.
I got you. Don't worry about it.
Might be able to find it on Ryan Dawson's site, to be honest.
I would
It's
check
like
Zero
ANC
Hedge. That's
report.
where I'd check.
Check ANC report because, like, literally that is all that Dawson does.
I just want to know where like the official report is from. You know?
I couldn't tell you that. I've never seen it.
No, I know, because like everyone can make conjecture about whatever they want. I just want to see the official report for it. You know?
Again, I'm pretty sure the U.S. government's gonna make a complete dossier and release it to the public about the fact that we let a country that's not
I just
supposed
want
to
your
be nuclear
source.
power.
I'm just
Yep,
asking for your source for this information.
They're definitely gonna let it
Ben,
out how
I'm
they
literally
let
just asking for
a
your
country that's
source
not
for the
supposed to have a
information.
nuclear power. Like here's explicitly where we gave them nuclear capabilities.
Fed,
Here, there you go.
Fed. I'm just asking.
Especially
for your
when it got
source.
stolen from us and it wasn't something that we explicitly
Fed,
let them
I'm
have.
literally just asking for your source. That's all I'm asking
Mhm. Okay, no, I'll get you the news media article in here a second.
for. Okay, I'm just
See,
I'm just
that-
saying
that
I
is
want
one
to see
thing-
the source. That's all.
That is one thing that wouldn't make a whole ton of sense to me that they would need to steal it. I would think the United States would just give it to them.
Well, I mean that it disappeared or
Yeah.
went away, like just the source of that.
I don't know.
Like,
If it, I
that's-
don't know if it's. I don't even know if it's that it, like, you know, quote unquote disappeared. Like,
But I'm just
if you look
saying,
at
like,
how-
if
if
I
you
don't
look
even
at
know
how
it
close-
happened.
If you look at how close the United States and Israel are together, it
Yeah,
would
but
at least make
we're
sense
very
to me
close
that
with
they-
Japan. Do
they
you think
would
we
just
gave
take it
Japan
from them.
nukes? Like we're very close with like Canada. Did we give Canada nukes?
We've caught Israel like
Do we have-
literally like
hold on,
spying on
do-
the White House and doing a bunch of other shit.
do we
Like
have-
I'm
constantly.
not
dual
asking about
citizen-
their spying on us. Okay, we're the largest power in the world. Why the fuck wouldn't they spy on us? Are you kidding
Well,
me?
that's
Quite a bit of-
that's explicitly
Like,
what he was
absolutely.
talking about. I'm just
Like,
chewing.
you'd
all
be
I'm saying is
doing-
there's not a bunch of Japanese, in our news media and in our government. It's not really the case.
I'm not asking about that. I'm asking about nukes specifically. I don't care about that other shit. I'm asking specifically about this question. Like, you can
Specifically, when you were
compartmentalize
talking
this
there,
shit.
specifically you were talking about other instances of where we had other allies and how they weren't sharing information. I was chiming in on that. I don't specifically have to only chime in
Okay, so
on the
you
one
have no
subject
proof
you
that
asked
they
me.
have nuclear weapons. That's what you're saying.
I'm fucking eating pizza and I'm Googling something with my left fucking hand. I'm still allowed to talk while I'm doing that, fucker.
Okay.
Here we go.
All right. So you don't have any proof that they have nukes.
No, I'll chew into the microphone as I'm eating while Googling stuff. Hold on. I'll talk the whole time with my mouth full. Just for you, alright? You appreciate it? I'm just making sure. This one's now for you, Ghost. Are you okay with this? Because that's how this one's going. Brian Dawson. Oh, who that? Just to make sure.
I have to send an
Okay.
image to Alfarius. This is so funny. One sec.
It's something of a side point. I'm just wondering, Ghost, like, if you had to pick like someone in the Middle East to have nukes, who would you rather be, Israel or like Iran?
For who was the other one?
Israel or Iran, just for the sake of argument.
Probably Israel.
Yeah.
Probably.
See, my thought is, I mean, it's a question of, okay, if you give the Israelis what they want, do they just fuck off and like leave you
Well,
alone?
here's the thing.
at
Here's
that
the thing,
point?
Carbon. It's not about appeasing them at all. It's that I believe the leaders of Iran believe in an afterlife. I don't know if the leaders of Israel believe in an afterlife.
I mean,
I think that Israel is a
in
much more secular
Judaism-
nation than Iran.
in
That's why.
Judaism, I don't know if there's necessarily the same type.
It doesn't
of
matter. It
belief
doesn't
in
matter
an
what they think
afterlife.
theocratically. I'm saying that the
No,
leader
it
of
does,
Iran is a
because-
supreme leader of their religion, and
Yes.
Israel is a theocracy, but I don't necessarily know if their leaders believe in God. So I'm more terrified by people that believe in God having
don't-
nukes
I
than I
don't-
am
I don't.
non-believers.
I mean, they believe in God, but I don't think they.
It's not about
believe in it
any of the
same
tenets
way.
of it theocratically. It's just about, you know,
No,
like,
it, it matters.
I think
because
the
they
Ayatollah
do
does believe in an
God.
afterlife, 100%.
They do. They do believe in God, but they don't believe.
I
in it
don't
the
believe
same
that
way.
necessarily. I don't have any proof that
They,
they do or
they
don't.
do.
I think
They
that
do.
they use it as like a founding principle for their society to kind of control them, but the same as like Iran and the other countries do. But I don't necessarily know if they believe in an afterlife, you know, and that terrifies me. You know, anyone that believes in an afterlife, I think, would be willing to use nukes because they believe they're fighting a just and noble cause. I believe someone that sees no future after death would be more afraid to use nukes.
I mean, the Jews have the same sort of thing. I mean, they believe that that land was given to them directly by God, and that it's
That's
been
not an
taken away from
afterlife.
them. And they're trying.
That's not
no,
an afterlife,
It doesn't
Carmen.
matter. It doesn't matter if it's
That's
an
not an
afterlife.
afterlife.
They believe that. it
Carmen,
was
that's
something
about
that was
using
given-
the button. That's
they
about pressing the
believe-
button.
I mean,
That's
dude,
about
if you're just gonna
being
fucking interrupt
willing
me,
to
if you're
press
just
the
gonna
button.
fucking interrupt me, then why even do
Listen,
this?
listen. When the
That's where
Soviet
the Ghost
Union,
argues,
the reason
so
the
no,
Soviet
that's what
Union
you're
did
Alright,
nuke us,
dude.
Carmen, is because they're a bunch
Bro,
of godless
jeez.
heathens.
Look, bro, if you're just gonna fucking interrupt me, like, why do this?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, would you like to explain? Have a good
He's
night, Carmen.
explaining. It's yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem with arguing like that. It's you don't get anywhere.
I mean, if he talked quicker, he'd be fine.
You'd still interrupt quicker. You know exactly why that's a
Nope.
terrible line of argumentation. Okay, you don't know why it's a terrible line of argumentation. I mean, well, what do you want to talk about now then? Because, I mean,
Well, I sure want to talk about, you know, Jewish power in the world. I'm sure that'll make my channel have any fucking coverage or be allowed on this platform. That seems like a really smart idea, doesn't it? You want
Why
to
don't
do
you
that,
just-
Fed? You want to do that? You think that's a great fucking idea?
We were talking about movies and a bunch of stuff before that. We were talking about a whole bunch of like pop culture stuff. Like we literally had a guy on that like really delves into the way that like music works. It was great. And he was talking about movies and shit too. And I don't know, like I don't know how you want to handle this one. Like don't get me wrong, I have investment in this because I want to see it do good, but
Yeah, excuse me if I don't want to talk about that for several hours, okay? Pointless conversations.
Talk
that
about
get nothing
what?
done, but, get people's channels taken away and stuff. You'll excuse me about that.
talk about what?
Ugh. You know
Okay,
exactly.
so the last topic that we were talking about,
Yes, Fed, exactly
presumptively.
the last topic.
Oh,
The movie
okay.
seems-
Well, then tell him to fuck off before he even starts. On
It's
it.
okay,
Tell him,
he's
hey,
already
go
gone
back to
from
music.
Discord.
Well, I mean, did you? I mean, I would just say, hey, let's move on. This, you.
I
Do
don't know.
you
people
see
get
how
really-
it didn't
people
have to
just
go
get
there?
really
You could have just said like,
autistic.
hey, let's not talk about this. Like, I don't really
I
want
know,
to bring
people
this
just
up.
get
I'm-
really autistic about the topic, and so it's just like...
I'm
I don't
fucking sure
care.
he would have moved on.
Yeah,
I'm
I know.
actually positive though. Like, I don't know.
Actually positive? Yeah, I know, but he's already
Yeah.
gone, so it doesn't matter.
I mean, he was here. He was cool and hanging out for like 3 hours. Like,
Yep. That's why people get their panties in a bunch over the topic,
it wasn't even the topic.
And
I
he
think
goes
it was
in
the way
and-
you addressed talking to him that he took offense to.
Probably.
I mean, it is what it is.
It is what it is. All right. Any news? Any news from the week that you want to talk about, Fed?
I mean, no. Like, organically, we went through a lot of the stuff that, I mean...
Well, I have some positive news
I
I can
interacted
share.
with this week. Sure.
Republican Mike Garcia is going to win in CA 25 after the latest ballot drop. And do you know what this means, Fed?
California?
Yep. House Republican.
What? Really?
Yep. It was a district that got ballot harvested blue, and it's back red again.
What the fuck?
Yeah, so what this
Okay.
means, Fed, is not a single Republican House incumbent in the entire country has lost re-election.
They're doing okay. Don't worry about them. They're fine.
Isn't that just amazing, Fed?
Yeah, but no down ballot voting for any of the Democrats in these swing states. Don't worry about it. Don't look at it.
That's right, Fed.
Don't
That
look-
meant
yeah,
that
it's completely
Joe
fine.
Biden
Yeah,
was
yeah.
so popular that he did not carry any Democrats to flip seats.
Yeah, Joe Biden, literal Joe Biden.
Yep, literal Joe Biden.
Oh,
Yep.
wow. This the cognitive dissonance that it takes to like look at that case and then just believe that story to be completely true is just
Pretty amazing,
I
isn't
don't
it?
know. Well, and like I get there's like a world where they're like, yeah, no, you're the same thing, and they're trying to like look at it in like this mirror world, like this through the looking glass Alice in Wonderland thing. I don't see it. I don't know. Every time I try and talk to one of them, they're like, yep, yeah, it's just because of popular vote. Most votes ever. And it's like,
Yeah.
nobody
try
wanted
again,
to
please.
vote. Well, that's where like I can't be 100% sure because maybe people are like, yeah, we really hate Trump that much, but that's not how you elect presidents. It's explicitly
That's
like,
not how presidencies are won.
I mean, you don't vote against somebody to the point where they like you get somebody else in office. It doesn't work like that.
Yeah, that's
And
not how you rise.
it's
to
just
the
really hard.
office.
It's really hard to like. It's really hard to like cram your mind into the way that they're thinking about this because it just people don't do it like it's that easy.
Pretty fucking baffling, honestly. Like how people can just be like, oh wow, you know, like that seems legit, you know, like it totally is. But that's the way. And I guess the meme they're trying to force into reality, Fed, is that it's like, well, you see, all these Republicans voted for Joe Biden, but they didn't vote down ticket, right?
There's no way to like wrap your head around it properly. Like I really, I tried to actually like look at it. I really did, and it's straight retarded. Like there's no way to like there's no way to round the error off. It's just stupid.
Yeah, it's utterly retarded, is what it is.
My Discord is gone terminally fucking retarded as well.
Oh no.
Can you take over for like 2 minutes and I'll be right back?
Yeah, I can take over.
Yeah,
Fix it.
I will. I mean, take over by continuing to be in power. Yep. All right. I will be back
No,
soon.
it's just,
I got you.
it's
Yeah,
pretty
I'm just-
unbelievable.
yeah, letting-
I know there was a state where there were like less than 1,000 ballots that were Trump and no other like candidate on it, and for Biden there were 98,000 ballots that were just Joe Biden with no other candidate picked. Basically, like
I mean, like, if there's any kind of proof that comes forward, like where you actually like look at like the statistical anomaly between that form of voting and the way that people normally vote, like, and you can correlate it whatsoever with like absentee ballots and like or like mail-in ballots, and just yeah, they need to piss off. But I'm gonna fix Discord, but I think you're completely on the fucking head of that nail, because it's fucking stupid to think that that's the case.
yeah, no, it's utterly ridiculous. This whole idea that, you know, that this all worked out, right? You know? That like it worked out exactly this way. You know, the theory I've heard rolled around, and you know the algorithm seems to like, there seems to be an algorithm that they used, you know, to like try and swing the election, and the way the algorithm seems to be is that it was like Trump got like exactly 0.75% like of the ballots, and then Joe Biden got like a certain number, or there's like something like that, right? Like it allocated the votes, the ballots basically to like each candidate based on like this algorithm. But what happened was there were too many ballots and there were too many for Trump. So like they had to actually just pump in a bunch of fake ballots at the end of the night. That's why, you know, the results went the way they did. Which is just fucking hilarious. So it'll be interesting to see if there's that fuckery afoot. I find it very interesting that Twitter, they've got like this article from Milwaukee saying, oh, Biden increased his vote count by about 132 after a recount. And it's like, that's the top story. You know, it's not that, this software system flipped 1,000 ballots one way, and only by auditing the actual count did we realize that the wrong candidate had won a House race, and we flipped it back to a Republican as it was. It was about 1,000 votes, and at the same time, like, it's like, oh, it's 132 more after a recount in Wisconsin. It's like, yeah, but that doesn't matter for that. Okay, that's like nothing. And it's not auditing the votes, it's a recount. So it's not throwing any ballots out, it's just recounting the already fraudulent ballots. So it's pretty fucking ridiculous is what it is. So I gotta eventually watch this Overstock.com video that Winston sent me about the Overstock CEO explaining where the election fraud happened.
Oh, and that was the guy that testified?
I believe. No, he's a different guy that testified. He's a different guy.
Oh, okay.
But he apparently made like a 50-minute video explaining, you know, like how the election fraud did happen. What? You didn't scare off my pet troll. Definitely didn't do that. But what's up, Del Frickin' Tree? Hate trumps love? I don't know about that necessarily. You didn't scare anyone off 404. I put him in degenerate jail, and he left of his own accord. You're reading a Twitter thread, tons of lefties justifying his turnout. Basically, we hate Trump. Yeah, it's pretty absurd is what it is.
Well, it's just when you look at the numbers and you're just like, yeah, the numbers, those they pass the sniff test. Like, Ghost, if I say unfalsifiable, do you think that's a word?
Unfalsifiable.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think. I mean, well, I guess it's not a double negative, right?
It's not.
I actually don't know.
Unfalsifiable. So, one of the greatest examples of unfalsifiable information is to say, what is our carbon emission like footprint on the globe? If we were to say like, okay, well, where would the Earth be without humans on it? That's unfalsifiable information. There's no way where we can tell the difference between where it would be and where we would be. We can't make a proper projection of it. We don't know specifically. Like, we know where we're kind of at, but we can't even tell you that. So a great unfalsifiable argument is, oh, well, in 12 years, the Earth is going to be underwater because the Earth got earthed by Earth and carbon emissions. Earth, carbon emission. And you say, well, this sounds fucking retarded. But because you can't know that one of these things, like, you can't know that the Earth will be swallowed by an ocean in that time period. It's impossible for you to say, oh, well, the human carbon.
I see what you're saying. Basically, you
Yeah,
make
it's
something that can't be
yeah.
proven wrong or
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'd say so. There are unfalsifiable.
And so it's unfalsifiable. In the same way that I look at the carbon emissions, I look at this voter fraud thing where they're like, oh, well, there was unprecedented voter turnout. And you're like, well, I mean, do you not look at that and say, like, well, this candidate, nobody really cared about him, especially to the point where they said, well, why not Biden was like a trending like hashtag at some point, and you have to just be voting against Trump, and that's not traditionally.
Wait, you mean the guy that could barely poll above 5% against all the other members of like running for his
People
party?
specifically said, hey, we're not going to vote for him because we said fuck the fact that he killed Bernie Sanders, blah 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 blah. Like the way like that the establishment killed like nixed him, like things like this where you look at that and you're like, well, whatever. And then he randomly gets more votes than Obama got or anybody else. Like the incumbent president gets 11 million more votes than he did last turnout versus Hillary Clinton. And you're like, yeah, okay, well, this is a normal election because he got 17 million or 16 million more votes than the populace voted last election. Yes, this makes sense.
The greatest
when
voter
I say
turnout drive
this
in history,
probably,
basically.
Yeah, it's for Joe Biden, and that's where I look at that and I say, okay, well, do you think that there might have been voter fraud? And they say, no, it was just the most voter turnout in history. That's unfalsifiable. It's the same thing where I can't tell you how many people went out and voted for Biden, but it's the same way I could look at it and I could say, you're full of shit. Like,
I don't know how people
this
vote
is
for Biden.
not
Tell
this
you
is
it's
not the same
89.
result. This is not the same result that would have been without the voter fraud. And I can't prove how much voter fraud is in there right now because I don't have all of the specific numbers, but I'm pretty sure if you gave me all the fucking numbers, I might actually be able to solve this problem. If I had enough data, I'm pretty sure I could solve this fucking problem because it's that fucking gross when I look at it. And I'm like, I don't know. Like, I might be able to like look at all of these different districts. I might be able to look at like the voting patterns. I might be able to look at all the different like swing states. I might be able to look at the ones that weren't swing states. I might be able to actually fucking parse this one out. based on a couple of different factors, and that's when I look at it. I'm like, I don't know. Like, but this argument that people are making is it's an unfalsifiable argument where they're always going to say, well, you wouldn't be able to know without the voter fraud, but then if
you can't
in the
prove
event-
it, man. You can't count like every single person that have sent a ballot, right?
in the event of no voter fraud, it would swallow up fucking Florida, but in the event of no voter fraud, then you don't know that it will not swallow up Florida. It's unfalsifiable. It's the same fucking retarded logic they use. And that's one of the greatest ways that you can see, like, well, okay, so because you went full retard here, I can see where you also went full retard over here. Like,
well, wait, but Fed, if we put all
it's
the ballots,
not proof that they cheated, but it's just very funny that it's like, oh, well, no, you're just as dumb. Like, you're using the same fucking absolute retard logic.
But Fed,
here. Good
if we
job.
took all the ballots and we put them on Florida, is it possible that the entire United States would tip over and fall into the sea? I just need to make sure. We want to be absolutely sure that we don't tip over the United States into the sea by putting all the ballots on Florida, okay?
What I recommend is I recommend putting it on the panhandle. I recommend teeter-tottering it. I recommend
What if we balance it out, right?
airdropping all of them on the panhandle. So instead of them falling into the ocean and maybe possibly surviving, they just land somewhere inside of like North Carolina, Virginia, wherever the fuck, or West Virginia. And hopefully they just fucking collide with the dirt. And that's what I want for these people.
Well, what if we took all the fake ballots, put them on Florida, and the other fake ballots on Alaska, and we kind of balance it there? Would that work?
You know what? Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yes,
As long as we're safe.
Because
from sinking.
Alaska works, and then also the only other place I wanna recognize the fact that like 18 million people voted in Hawaii. We just lost a couple of them in the volcano, but 18 million votes for Joe Biden, specifically from Hawaii. So
Oh my
I would like
gosh.
that representative to have more time to speak than anybody else for the rest of forever, and then also we should also honor the 6 million votes that died in that volcano, and that.
But how long did it take that volcano?
You know what? It was near instantly. They had so much efficiency.
Wow. Shit. Unbelievable.
Yes, Dominion volcano system.
Oh, okay. I'm glad to know Dominion was in charge of the volcano system.
It's true. They've actually they've been in control of the entire molten core of the Earth, everything else, the entire system of magma, Dominion magma flow. They've magma flux. They control every form of
Magma flux, you say?
Yes, Magma Flux. That's actually that's their parent company. They keep changing the name for Dominion, but they all ultimately they're always under the Magma Flux company name.
I see.
It's pretty interesting. And by
Fascinating.
interesting, I mean that,
big volcano has to be stopped.
well, you'd have to. It's a vampire system, and it's that thing where you have to throw the original vampire into it, and you have to find George Soros. And until you
see.
until you can throw George Soros into the volcano, then it's just gonna run rampant.
Fascinating. Wow. I
It's
just saw a new story on Breitbart, Fed.
I hope that's the way that politics works in the future. I'm sorry.
It's okay. But there's UK clinics in the UK. Clinics in the UK are offering virginity tests and virginity repair.
Wait, what?
I will read that one more time. UK clinics offering virginity tests and virginity repair exposed.
To men or women?
Women, Fed. Women. That you this can't really like that's not like something you could test really on a man, because of like nocturnal emissions.
I don't know how
Well, no, I'm saying
I
like
mean,
because of like nocturnal emissions and other stuff, I think, but yes, specifically for women. There's a quote from the article says, "Another form of abuse imported from the third world and forced on ethnic minority women has been exposed after an investigation revealed British medical clinics are conducting virginity tests and virginity repairs."
that's where like I hear I know what like I don't know. It's just I know what they're saying, but like that it doesn't work like that. I don't know. I just wow.
Well, I mean, I guess you could take
but
like
no,
some-
it doesn't work like that. No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
No, I know,
it-
but like, whatever you fix, it only has to work once, right? Okay. Yes, Fed. Like a woman can break her hymen by like riding a horse. Okay, like I
It's
understand.
a fire alarm. Once you get to the certain heat, it's not mercury anymore, but whatever the fuck chemical is, it just
I
it
think
burns
that
away.
the article is specifically talking about like the hymen, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, well, until they come up with a specific plastic device that you can put in there that's gonna melt away after whatever form of arousal, then I don't know. I can only imagine that women's sexual reproductive organs work the same way that a fire extinguisher system works in an apartment, and somehow I don't think they've repaired their virginity.
Well,
know.
I would imagine.
I'm probably very naive. I've probably never seen a vagina.
I would
either.
imagine that they've repaired the. I guess what's the word? But given it the appearance of being repaired or something, or I don't know.
Well, you're not gonna make them feel as though it's like the only way that you can do that is if you told them like you did a placebo, essentially.
Well,
But-
what it says, what the article says, Fed, is that the BBC
But it doesn't
identified
help
21.
anyone.
No, I understand. The BBC identified 21 clinics that said they would conduct hymen repair surgery costing between £1,500 and £3,000, with 7 confirming virginity testing for between $150 and $300.
So you're gonna get tested, and in the best case, the best case scenario, it was 1650. It was 150 to get tested in one of the scenarios, and then 1500.
Yeah.
So
10 times.
1650 is the best case scenario if you have insurance. Where
No. They're two different things.
yeah, well, so you'd have to get it inspected.
Not
And then you'd have to have a
necessarily. Not
surgery.
necessarily. I mean, if they know, like, hey, just
But-
get it repaired.
Are you gonna throw $1,500 at that without knowing for sure that
I mean, if
you're
your
literally
family-
talking about women that are being like I'm hoping in some point. What was the context for this article again? Because I'm
It's
like,
saying
the
that
initial-
it's saying ethnic minority women in the UK are going to clinics for hymen repair surgery and virginity testing. And I imagine the virginity testing is being conducted by prospective husbands or by families or something. And I imagine the hymen repair is also being conducted by families to prevent, misunderstandings or, honor killings and things.
I mean, all of these people should be shot into the sun. Like, I just.
It's.
I mean, I don't know in what world you.
I'm not endorsing any of these practices. Let me be clear. I saw an article, and that's just
Well, that hurts.
blows my mind. Wow. Wow. Yeah, very, very surprising. That's all I'll say. Yeah. Multiculturalism at its best, right, Fed?
I mean,
Do you want me to send you the article?
yeah, just send it to see.
I'll DM it to you. Ah, crazy. And 404, you can jump in if you'd like. We're about done with politics, I'd say.
Yeah. Oh
But
no.
that's just meanwhile, UK police are beginning to crack down on child marriage as numbers spike. Well, at least we're not Britain, right?
About done or actually?
That woman's eyes are.
We were just talking about virginity repair and virginity testing that's being done in the UK. What? Do you have any thoughts on that, 404?
What a surprise! UK is infringing on people's personal fucking privacy.
No. This is an article about clinics offering these services.
My statement stands.
Fair enough.
I can't help but think of what's his name? The Chris Rock bit where he talks about sewing a chicken back together because somebody ate the big piece of chicken before dad got home, and mom says, "Oh well, now I gotta sew these pieces of fried chicken together." So dad doesn't notice that you ate the big piece of motherfucking fried chicken before he got home. And that is this disgusting, backwards, degenerate, I'm gonna incestually fuck my own daughter situation.
No, it's not necessarily even that.
It's time to sew her hymen back together before dad gets home, so he doesn't notice.
Yeah.
Here's the virginity test, Dad. She's still a virgin because we got her sewed back together right. But then also, now I can only think of, because even I said that, and then I talked to before about this the other day. Now I'm thinking of the hatred copter and being sewn back together.
So,
but it's back together wrong. Yeah, no, like, yeah, I can't. Well, that's ow. Yeah.
So is
no,
Coast
that's
to Coast still going?
Yeah, we're still going right now. Why?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, we're about winding down, I would say. We're just going through some articles is all.
It was so funny when I kicked over to Andy's and you were over there shilling for tomorrow.
I mean, I did.
What
I
is
That was
had
just
some-
really good timing as well.
I know. I had official channel art for it, and Andy was involved in it, so I was like, okay. Not directly. I mean, I have Andy there because he said he'd be down for Among Us, but.
So anyone that's in
Motherfucker,
Australia
you didn't
listening or
say
close
that.
to, it's 3 p.m. on Sunday. 3 p.m. tomorrow.
Right. No,
So, yeah.
So the answer I have for you is it's in 17 hours and 15 minutes.
I ain't counting. What do you think this is?
17 hours and 15 minutes. Add 5 hours and 15
I
minutes.
just fucking googled 9 p.m. PDT to AEST, Australian Eastern Standard Time.
For whatever reason, Ghost almost always fixates on 17 hours, and it's I don't know if it's always like
17
coincidental,
hours and
but
76 minutes. Okay.
well,
1776 minutes.
Yep.
It's almost always the this 17 hours is like a wagon wheel reference. Like it's one of the verses. It's like, made it down the coast in 17 hours, picking me a bouquet of dogwood flowers. Like every time I hear it, like it always says 17 hours. I don't know why, but it's always, yep, that's it. That's the point. And I'm definitely not remembering it every time it gets to 6 a.m.
Definitely not.
Yep.
It's very strange.
Yeah, more or less. I was able to make Yellow Fever retreat again. I did it without banning him, 404.
Well, I sent you a DM into the other part of that whole thing.
Yeah, though it was funny because it was like, I'm like, I don't want.
Fred
to
knows
ban
what
him.
was going on too.
I don't want to ban him, but I'm kind of sick of him spamming my chat. So what do? I'll do the next best thing. I'll make it so he can't post anywhere.
Like, fucking, there might be some people that are okay with him, but there is a hell of a lot more that avoid this channel because of him.
Yeah, no, I know. That's why.
So after they burnt their bridge with me, well, you know.
Or defending him from 404, right?
Not gonna happen. You can't do that. You can't find me. You gotta find me to defend him against me.
Wait, you're not gonna pink knight for him?
Ew.
Mm-hmm.
I actually picked
Simp,
up the...
Simp Knight Shyamalan.
I actually picked up Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity.
I want that so fucking badly, god damn it.
Yeah, as well as the Super Mario 3D collection. Which is, I'm down for, because I've never played Sunshine. And it's been ages since I played Galaxy or 64.
I mean,
Why
I
did
still
I
haven't
look
actually
over
finished
it?
like proper Hyrule Warriors yet. I'm like stuck on like the second last mission.
Yeah. What's up, then?
I looked over at what Andy was doing and he was singing and I was like, what?
He's singing that
Look
asshole
again.
graduation song that fucking always plays for everyone ever.
I don't know. I looked over for a second and I was like,
I
what am
gotta
I
admit,
looking
it's
at?
good to be back watching Andy again. Like fucking miss watching this motherfucker. I like Andy and Kylo.
I like Andy as well.
Yeah, they do good shit. They do it right. It's very hard to get like
I prefer to
that-
talk to them separate though, because like Kylo, like fucking him and I like geek out about like fucking old school games, and then
Mm,
Andy and I get into like psychological shit.
fair enough.
It's fucking cool.
Yeah, it
I'm sorry, John
Well,
Conquest. You've been playing Animal Crossing
yeah.
exclusively.
it's just they have good candor either way when you like look at it. The way that they talk is good.
They do.
Next time, if I end up with a big dono, by the way, Ghost, I will try and slightly launder it through you just so I can get fucking Nintendo online.
Oh, I see how it is. I see. You're gonna launder to me, and then, all right, 404, I sent you your code.
Yeah.
That's funny. Yes, we shall launder it, 404.
Oh, it means at least I can fucking play stuff with you and Adolf.
That is true. Although we can't play Smash the way we want to, which is fucking ridiculous.
Why? What? Why?
Oh, okay, so me and Adol, we wanted to play some, like, 2v2 with bots. Can't do that.
Oh, it doesn't work?
No, you absolutely can't. So I'm
Wow,
gonna be
that's
so angry.
shit.
It's so shit. I know. I was like, oh,
What
dude,
the
yeah,
fuck?
we'll play like a bunch of level 9 bots together. You know, we'll do this Goku Vegeta thing. You know, like fucking.
Man, like bot smash is fucking awesome. Like you just get a shit ton of NPCs and just fucking fuck them up.
Yeah, me and my brother, we did 6 level 9s versus us two, and we it took us like 30 tries, but we finally did it. Pretty ridiculous.
Oh shit, Eddie's gonna drive drunk and stoned.
Oh no.
What the
Eddie,
fuck?
no!
What is
404. I know
Twitter?
you're
What
burned
the
out on.
what the?
You know what?
404, I know you're burned out on COD. Would you be up to play some Fall Guys? It's been a while.
I'm also burnt out on Fall Guys. I've deliberately not. Oh wait, no, Fall Guys. No, sorry, I'm thinking of a fucking Among Us. Yes,
Oh my. You want to play some Fall
I've
Guys?
deliberately been avoiding Among Us games because I've been kind of burnt out of that as well. Just because I want to be able to play like tomorrow.
Sus. Very sus.
No, it's all a whole bunch of the same shit. Like I'm getting a bit tired of it.
I get you.
Like honestly, like I know it sounds like a fucking weird flex, but like I find that game too easy. Like it's kind of easy to pick the fucking imposter. Like
Can be.
a lot of the time it is. But yeah. I say
Sus.
that and you watch tomorrow. I'll just like fuck out hard.
How
Oh,
many
wait.
games did 404 win? Win.
So
Yep.
it's almost you almost should have fucking just made my character a fucking detective.
Nah. I thought
It's
about making
almost.
it your Discord avatar, but I was like, I don't know. He doesn't have hair.
Well, Alien doesn't have hair, and that's my avatar.
Ah, yeah.
My D-Live one.
Alien could have been interesting, but he would have been too obvious of an imposter.
But that's
Fine.
just it. Everyone accuses me of being an imposter when I'm not. Works
He
well.
actually used the image for his Twitter profile.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. I was very happy when Andy saw his guy. He's like, wait a minute, there I am!
Yeah, he picked it straight away.
And Kyler is like... I made sure
I
he was
got
bald, too.
I got so engrossed in a Mersh tweet. I was like, what am I watching? And,
Why are you watching Mersh?
well, it
John
was
Conquest,
a
no!
tweet that he had where there was a dude that like walked up to some chick in a KFC and was like, you wrote your number on my boyfriend's receipt, and she was like stunned and didn't say anything. And
Oh, that sucks. They took the fucking names. Serious? Sorry, go on. I'm just.
Wait, they took the names? Explain.
I mean, I'll just link it. I can't even do that.
Oh,
justice.
no.
They
Andy
took,
shouldn't-
they took our names.
They took
They
out
were
names? What do you
regenerated.
mean?
Yeah, they took our names. Like they don't show Steam names anymore. They show randomly generated names.
In which game?
In Fall Guys.
No, they've never shown names.
Yeah, well now apparently they just decided to fucking
No.
outright not show
Like
them.
as long as I've played, they have not shown names in Fall Guys.
Yeah, but now they're showing a random fucking names and cited the reason that they don't want offensive names. That literally just showed on my screen. So you can say all you want, but that literally just showed on my screen.
That's bizarre because I remember usernames used to be in the PS4 version.
Yeah, that might be why. That might be why. Like it's actually referring to the console version. They just put it over to the PC as well.
That's what I'm thinking. That's the only thing that makes sense to me.
Yeah. Sorry, I need to generate a good name, otherwise I'm not happy.
So it's no longer Fall Guy 1468 anymore?
I preferred that name.
Yeah, I like that. Alright, fancy PlayStation 5 controller.
Fun
Let's-
gleaming zoomer. I ain't no zoomer. Cigarette
no.
rocking fries. Interesting. Brightfall spinner. Wise evil lad. That's perfect. Excellent.
Wise Evil Lad?
Yep, that's my name now. Calm down, Fed.
Hmm.
Also, Fed, Dreary Doll might come on next week. Said she
Sure.
wanted to have... Huh?
Oh,
You said she
sorry.
wanted your pin?
No,
Well,
she
you didn't
said she
finish your
wanted to have a serious conversation about gender dysphoria. And I told her that sounds like a terrible idea, but I'm okay with that.
That's how Ghost got banned.
I mean, I'll look it up. I'll see what I can do. I can't. I don't know. I'm not familiar with this feeling, so I can do what I can.
Oh yeah, that was totally audible.
Sorry, I'm not familiar with this feeling. I'll look it up. See what research I can do.
I can't stop this feeling deep
Anymore.
inside of me.
Girl, you just don't,
Just
realize,
don't realize
what you do,
what you do to me.
when you hold me and your arms so
I'm
tight
so
and
tight.
hold me. Something alright, 'cause I stuck on a
404.
feeling.
Have you seen Cabin Fever?
Not for years, and after seeing that clip, it's very clear I need to watch it again. Hey, like, guys, you need to understand. You guys need to understand. I'm like absolutely avoiding any and all politics shit right now, all of it.
Wise.
Okay. So I will say, if you didn't see
No, I'm
Fat
just
Man the
over
other
it.
day, well, if you haven't seen Fat Man, I watched that and I told my parents, I was like, there's one line about politics in here, and it's literally not about, like, it's literally like, I can't believe the president say he'd do that, and that's it. That's the only one, and it's just a joke
Guys,
about
can you
like
send
not
a new
being
invite,
political,
please?
I'll send
which
you a
was
new invite.
great. Oh, I'll see myself out.
Oh, you're heading out?
No, I just like I was
No,
talking
like-
about something.
No, I'm-
Not anymore. Heh.
What the fuck is going on? Why can't I
Yeah.
just fucking shift tab?
Is this a real?
Oh, there we go.
picture?
That guy looks pretty cool. Looks like a real fun guy. Hey, KTO-TO75, Russian, Cyrillic. How you doing this evening, sir? Or madam? Look at me, dude. I'm a perfect bouncing charmer.
Yes.
Yes. I'm ready to go when you are with your pistol.
What the
Sorry.
fuck is that? Ugh.
Do I read messages?
Read.
As in, like, on YouTube? Yes, I see. Hello to you as well. Is that what it actually says, John? Don't know that.
See, why don't you do this, Fed? I always pop past YouTube first, insult Ghost, give a like, and then come back over here.
Yeah. See?
Wait, what?
Let Nazad. Oh, okay. Yeah.
With Ghost
Oh.
streams, I stop past YouTube first. I insult him. I drop a like, and then I come here.
Oh, I talk to him in real time, right? Like, I try to talk about stuff in real time, and then it's just like, oh well, yeah, no, here's the
Did it
futility of it in the
uninvert
first
my
place.
freaking camera again?
Yeah, cause he's just always gonna
I
talk over
will
it.
end you, Fall Guys
Oh yeah, dude,
games.
it's done that to me so many fucking times. It is freaking cancer. Like, I hate it. I hate it so much.
Can I even move my camera? What the hell? I feel like it's like locked my camera angle.
It very well may have.
Can you move your camera up and down?
Yeah.
Shit.
Down to go up and up to go down. Like most fucking real gamers use.
Well, like right now, up and down is not working on my PlayStation controller.
Oh well, there's your
Bird Merle.
boot up.
Well, then I have a
Bird
PS5
Merle.
controller. It's fancy.
Boot up. Fuck. Oh, come on, lad. Dog, get the fuck up. You fucking dickhead. What are you doing? Whoop, whoop. Yeah.
Let me see. Invert vertical. Oh,
Wait
I
a-
had done that.
Ooh, that was garlicky. Nice.
Ooh.
I like garlic peps. They keep the vampires away.
One sec. I gotta.
Well, fuck. So, you're not going to be doing your sus giving until what, 3? My time.
Yes, 9 Pacific.
I might do some GTA in the morning. Actually,
That's fine.
play up until 3.
It was nice to
Fuck
know
it.
Cartman again for all of a week or two.
Oh man, look, like I like Cartman. He's a good fellow. Like fucking. I wasn't listening though, so I honestly don't know the context of which he just fucking whatever. Like,
Oh, I don't know. Just tell
I don't
me.
particularly want to get into it either. I like you both, and I don't want to fucking take sides. So you know, it's between you two.
What the fuck? Sorry, what were we talking?
Oh wait, my
Why
camera
are we
works again.
floating?
What the hell? My camera works. I can go up and down again. What the fuck?
Hacks.
It fixed
Be a
itself.
ghost. Reinstall fucking GTA 5, man.
I never had it installed.
Well, install it.
I don't know. I think I'm gonna play a lot of this next few days. 'Cause I need to finish out the season with max rank.
Yeah, I've given up on fucking the season for this. I bought a new face though. It's awesome.
Fuck yeah, bud.
Nice.
Fuck yeah, bud. Where's
Let me go
Kate?
find- Let me go find 404 so I can like get him killed
Hey,
by
bud.
accident.
You're not jumping on my.
You
Get
don't.
away from me! Jerk.
We do need that terrible fucking nerd voice he does. Well, I don't know about doing this.
Oh, dude. No, like, I can't even do it. I can't do that. Like, I know I'm Aussie and I sound nasal as it is, but I can't do it like that particular nasal.
Yeah, you have to like completely like. I don't even know how to describe. Oh, Gesundheit.
Ow.
Yeah, you
Okay.
You have to
Sorry, guys.
completely like removes your ability to breathe through your nose.
Yeah, I can't do it. I can't do it.
And you have to decide.
Wait, 404, they got you there?
Yep.
Marvelous Yeeting Meme? That lucky bastard. Got an awesome nickname. Oops, you legend.
I'm glad I died because I fucking hate this map. It's kind of Andy's stream. It's fucking.
He driving well? Well, I'm
Oh,
really
I
happy
was-
for... Andy's made me really happy because his monthly sub went again, so fuck yeah. Awesome.
Yeah, I chucked a bunch of fucking subs to like mods in the chat last night. Fucking like, there was a whole bunch of like normie fucking people that are like, oh, fucking what the fuck 404? It's like, well, the people with fucking mod thing doesn't mean they're a mod, just means they're actually accepted. It's the only reason I actually accept that I'm a mod in fucking Andy's chat, to be honest.
Why is that?
That and I get to ban Britney fucking Vetty fucking stickers.
I would never
Oh, yeah.
post any of those.
Hey, what's up, Grandma 2? How you doing? Good to see you, Graham. What's up, man? What, you fucker. Ah, I bumped him up by accident. How are you doing this evening, Grandma 2? Doing fine? That's excellent. Hope your Thanksgiving was great, but I probably asked that to you yesterday. Well, wished you
You
had,
did.
I suppose. Oh my gosh.
Well,
Oh my gosh.
be
Wow.
right back.
4-4,
I'm
watch
gonna go use the lavatory.
the lavatory.
Lavatory.
That's so professional the way you put it. Oh, there's a gold ring there? Look at this gold ring. What the fuck? What the fuck? Come on, I got one more to go. Did it reset my fucking settings again? Literally die. Yes! Holy crap. Oh, those fuckers, it did. Let me see.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Don't you threaten me.
Don't threaten him with a good time.
So what's your name then?
Perfect bouncing charmer. though. This guy got magnificent yeeting meme. A marvelous yeeted meme. Look at him.
I had a choice of a similar name, and I was just like, nah.
Grammateer's got his soy face on. Fuck yeah.
We need to find like a sort of calm game that we can all play.
This is a calm game. The nice, calm, relaxing game.
Yeah, totally.
Great gleaming disco.
Perfect bouncing charmer.
Listen.
That's your name? Really? Jeez, whatever update they did, I'm running at like 120 frames a second. It's beautiful.
Oh my gosh. There we go. Jeez. Oh fuck. Oh, that's right. It's no longer my Y button. It's
Fucked
my
it.
Grab.
You, sir, I believe, have lost.
Not yet, but it's not good. I thought I had, and then I watched everyone miss that. I think I can do it with this one. Not sure. No, fuck. Get wrecked! Woo! I had faith. Oh, this asshole at the front! He yeeted marvelous yeeted meme. You got him, 404.
Got him.
The perfect bouncing charmer lives on. Mad streaming dragon, jumpy bumbling dog, sneaky tumbling skelly, chick honkin' friend, weird bubbling hippo, mega boss peanut. That guy sounds pretty chad.
God damn, this vape juice fucking makes me sneeze.
My god.
I would stop blowing it out my nose, but the problem is if it covers my screen, I can't see my fucking screen.
Damn, those guys almost got wrecked by that.
Ah, man, I want to watch Eddie play, but
I mean, you're not back in yet, so. Oh my gosh.
yeah, but I can't really hear you guys if he's talking.
Oh shit, dude! Holy crap.
Fucked up.
No, I didn't fuck up. That's the amazing part. It looked like it. Feels like an extra deadly game. Good.
I wouldn't be standing behind someone because they can launch you.
No!
Rip.
So close.
I blame Fed.
100%.
Hey, I was one away from winning that.
Yeah, you agree.
Agree. Like, you can't spell agree without re.
Fed.
Oh, cheers. Fuck me.
Yeah.
Have a good one, John Conquest. Thanks for coming by.
I love that, like, fucking, he
yeah.
jumped in Discord, saw fucking yellow fever, and immediately left. That was fucking hilarious.
He was wise.
He was.
Wise decision. So I want square to be my dive, I guess. Alright, I'm ready to go.
I love my name, Wise Evil Lad. So
You
good.
do look pretty cool. I mean, you're no, Bioshock's Big Daddy, but you're pretty cool.
I mean, blackface.
Now you're in
Pretty-
black metal face. Wait, what's Andy playing now?
Rally. Jet Rally 2.
Ah.
At the very least, fucking sus giving is not until 3, so I can still stay up and play shit.
Cheers.
Cheers.
404.
What?
Could you make an overlay for Susgiving?
What, between now and tomorrow?
I
think
mean,
you've asked a little bit late, bro.
okay.
You could have asked like last week and I'd give it a go.
Okay. No, that's fine.
I could probably maybe work on one for Chrissy.
Okay.
Didn't Kyla suggest that that you do another picture for Christmas and another, like,
Sure, why not?
thing for Christmas?
Yeah, I'm down.
I'm way too tired and way too drunk to do one right now. That's why I haven't even finished off Abby's picture yet. Not like she's paying me anyway.
How much you
At least
want?
I don't think she is. Huh?
How much you want?
For what?
Art.
Which art?
An overlay.
Oh, what? For tomorrow? I just can't do it. I'm not gonna.
Alright.
It's just too short, man. The only thing I got to work on is an iPad Mini.
That make
If I had like Photoshop for PC, and
If I could
like, this
acquire
is-
you a copy of Photoshop, not a legal copy. I mean, of course, legal copy,
yes, obviously.
but okay.
Well, that wouldn't go straight, but if I can connect my iPad somehow to use it as a stylus, like that would be perfect. I am actually. The reason I've actually been streaming, like, I'm not streaming to make money necessarily. I just want to make money for hardware. Because I do plan on kind of soon putting up a goal for a for like a proper art, like a Wacom fucking Cintiq. 'Cause if I get that, then I can at least actually do something and like, yeah.
You're like a
But
bamboo
I'm still-
or a Wacom or?
No, Cintiq, a screen.
Oh, sorry.
I've gotten too used to drawing on a screen.
Yeah, but those aren't cheap.
Correct. They're like $2.5 grand.
Jeez.
Wouldn't expect the entire funds to be raised. I just, need a at least half of it.
I see.
Oh, fuck off, you Rona bastards. I don't know what update they've done, but holy fuck, this is running at like solid 120 frames. Oh no, I got the Rona.
Oh shit! Wow! That escape I just did was pretty amazing. Try coughing on me, will ya?
Jakoof.
The coof a mockingbird.
What? Do you have to grab them to coop them?
Possibly? Yeah, yes you do.
Oh, okay.
If you look at the top left, it says, "Hey, Biffy Tannen, what's up, man? How you doing?"
Boo. Freddy's dead. Freddy's dead. This is the quietest he's been all night.
Fuck, I got cooped.
Dance on his corpse.
Oh shit, he's alive. Weird. Got me. Gotcha, bitch.
Wait, what? I cooped you. Wait, is my R2 not the right button on this controller? Oh, it is.
I'm trying to grab cunts and it's just not working.
Yeah, it's actually kind of difficult.
You know,
It's ridiculous.
some malacca like just fucking swang past me and like got me in half a second. Seems legit, bro.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, whatever update they've done for this recently, it's actually running really well. But people might think because it's like such a basic looking game that it's like not graphically intensive. It kind of is. There's a lot of like subtle shadows and specularity and shit.
Getting our asses kicked. Okay, good. Poofed him. Poofed this bear-faced berserker-looking dude.
My love is like a truck berserker. Would you like to make fuck berserker?
Shit.
Eliminated. Great. Were you also eliminated? Obviously,
Wait,
we're on the same team.
Yeah, we were both, because we're on the same team. You looking for a syntax as Biffy Tannen?
Cintiq.
Yeah. Not
Or equivalent. Like, I don't care if it's like some fucking Chinese one, as long as it's actually got like, you know, comfortable drawing. There is actually a Chinese one that I was looking at. It's like
Have you looked
1400.
at Alibaba?
I'll never buy anything off that website.
Why not?
Because the one time I did, I started getting fucking Chinese fucking robot messages.
Why did you give them your real email?
Because I'm an honest cunt.
Alright, let's generate some names. While I wait for 404 to leave. Playful bubbling baller? I like baller, but no.
Super mini orange.
Clever lilac chaser? Loud brown sidekick.
Fits your costume right now.
Maybe. Sweet adoring bird. No. Happy smiling rookie. Classic fleeing sweeper. Sweet bouncing ghost.
For a split second, I thought ghost.
Nippy lilac spring. Classic streaming lion. I like it, but no. Close. Quiet jumping dove. Definitely not quiet. Shiny confused hill. Chaotic adoring lemon. Bouncy laughing rebel.
I actually had something along the lines of like Lemon King, and I'm like, oh, that would be so perfect for D-Live, but yeah, no.
Spiky toppling guy. Friendly skipping orange. Rocky laughing winter, no. Popular gleaming winter, no. Amazing streaming butterfly. Jumpy scarlet duke. Graceful chuffed cactus.
You right there, Fed?
Posh
Good.
cyan sweeper. Brave dark hero. Go with that. That sounds kind of cool.
Pretty good.
Who are you? I'm the brave dark hero. Alright, I'm right.
A wise evil lad.
I'm a brave dark hero. I'm here to save the land from evil. Biffy says if you get an iPad Pro, expensive.
Yeah, I'd rather get like a thing that's specifically set up for fucking drawing that uses Adobe Photoshop, not some.
So
that was close. not some dumb fucking Apple bollocks. I'm pretty over my fucking iPad Mini, to be honest.
Ah. So do you need like an Apple version of Photoshop, or you need a PC version?
They promised like 2 years ago they were going to release like a fully featured version of Photoshop, and they never did.
Oh, I see.
And
the problem.
at that point, like the reason I want like a Cintiq or something is it's like either Windows or Android based.
Huh.
And they both have fucking fully featured fucking Photoshop.
Biffy says Gaomon then.
I'll work it out.
Yeah.
Once I actually start my new job, I'll be right.
It'll help.
Yeah, well, almost $2,000 a week. Definitely will.
Pre or post taxes?
Post.
Nice. Making good money, son.
You get paid pretty well fucking swinging the sledgehammer through walls. Ah, fuck. Okay.
Oh, it's
I haven't
new.
actually played this.
I haven't either. Wait, 4-4, does that mean you're gonna... Dang, you're gonna basically make 6 figures almost. Nice.
Close. Yeah, but it's contract.
Oh.
So I would make 6 figures if I could maintain it, but I don't think I'm going to maintain it.
Yeah, I get it.
I'm more using it to save up for study, because I want to get into proper auditing.
Auditing?
Huh?
That's a miserable line of work.
Yeah, I don't care. Everyone hates me anyway.
Oh, no, I don't mean because people hate you. I mean, it's miserable.
Well, they do. So, you know, everyone thinks you're out to get them, and it's like, well, I kind of am, but that's my job.
I am. I'm the villain. I'm the one who has
Well,
to
you
kill
are.
you.
It's like a paid villain. It really is.
You're like a super Janny, basically.
Pretty much. The
What are
difference
you?
is that it's fucking
I'm a
decent
financial
bonuses when
Janny. My job is to be a
fucks up.
nightmare for people like you.
No, well, when people fuck up majorly, like you, like my last job, like I used to get fucking bonuses and stuff.
I have a
Because I-
particular set of
I-
financial
them.
skills that make me a nightmare for people like you.
Yep.
I will find your slight errors on your taxes.
Well, it's more to do with like, you know, people trying to take
Oh,
piss
this guy,
with, like,
it's hilarious. This guy's like trying to frickin' like get me caught out like by grabbing me, and he fucking fell
Dick.
right off.
Good.
And I fell because some other jealous of how cool my username is. That I'm a brave dark hero.
Fuck! I hate this map.
I kind of like
Almost
it.
rather. I think I might actually almost prefer the seesaws. I was gonna jump off here.
I like that you can jump between the fan blades. Oh my gosh, wow, those ones actually are very wide.
Yep. I'm just gonna wait to lose this one. I'm too far behind.
Fuck! That was pretty atrocious. I was like there, and I lost it. Man, this last one is really tough. The spinners. Fortunately, it's kind of tough for everyone, which is the good part. Made it. Wow. I like this level. This is cool. 4-4, you can do it.
I've already given up.
No, man, you can do it. There's time. It's that hard. Listen, 4-4. Believe in the me that believes in you.
watching Andy trying to rally. I was actually a little skeptical that they'll show up tomorrow, but I'm guessing they will now.
I know. I'm excited. Wow. So we didn't actually end that one because enough people qualified for 4. We ended that one on time.
Wow, no shit.
We 40 people. Oh, I love that map now. It's that hard. I like that one better than Fall Mountain. Oh! God, no! No!
What?
Fucking Fruit Shoot. It's Yellow
it's your
Fever, the
favorite.
map.
Well, that dick face isn't fucking in chat again, is it?
I don't see him. I put him in degenerate jail. I told him it would last 2 weeks.
It's so funny too. I literally warned them. I'm like, look, if you keep this up, you got to piss off the people that apparently like you, and they kept going.
I don't like him. What are you talking about?
Like him or not, you defended him.
It's not like a prerequisite that like I like someone that they can be in my channel, you know. Oh my gosh, the banana dude got wrecked by that banana there.
Well, you can ask Fed though. Like, I was pretty fucking close to like whatever yellow showed up, just vanishing, just so I didn't like fucking Fed post.
No, I understand. But once he spammed general, I was like, okay, you fucker. You don't get to do that. I used my
Dude,
general chat.
He thinks he's a troll, but all I literally did, was delete 1 or 2 of his messages, so he got triggered as fuck. Never fuck with an OG troll.
No, I mean, I lost Yellow Fever and Cartman today, so whatever.
Nah, Carmen will be back. He's just frustrated. I don't know. If you ask people a question, don't talk over him.
Well, I mean, he got mad. I interrupt people. I interrupt everyone. I interrupt
You do,
literally
yeah.
everyone. Especially on topics I don't want to talk about.
No, that's why when I realized you guys were talking about politics, like, remember like earlier in the night, I jumped in and then left?
Yeah.
That was why.
What's that clicking noise? I love how many hammers are on this map. That horse just launch itself? What the fuck? I heard back in the 90s he was in a very famous TV show. Fuck. Wow. I kept my tail the entire round there before. What the fuck?
Well played.
I played. I know. I was like, where are the people who got knocked out? Oh, wow! I saw those guys like almost never. The janky flying vampire. That's a funny one. This will be final round. Shit! Jump showdown again. But it's only 6 people. Wait, he has a yellow version of my hat? What the heck? Pretty cool. Oh dang. What? Oh, what the fuck? I don't know how I slid there. So confused. Alright, next round. Fora. Next round.
Why did you get knocked out?
I did.
Give me a sec.
It was unfortunate. How are things going otherwise, 404?
You're not bad, man.
Not bad. Good to hear.
Just in purgatory at the moment.
Purgatory.
Yeah, well, job I was supposed to start last week finished up early.
Oh. Weird. Hey, Fed, are you here? Or are you asleep?
Pardon?
I'm asking Fed because there's audio coming through his microphone right now.
I think Fed's passed out.
Alright, I'll move to the AFK. Just stay.
You sounded pretty fucking wrecked the last time we spoke, so.
A little. I hope I can solve my checkmark issue already. Fucking D-Live has still not gotten me my actual rejection email.
Oh, really?
Not fucking helpful at all. Something that could easily be solved by, like, you know, an internal messaging system or something.
Well, like I said the other night, exactly right. That's how I'd run it.
Yeah.
You don't fuck around with emails.
The right?
Oh, Andy's done.
Oh, Andy's done?
Yeah.
Well, Andy's a good guy.
Eliminated.
Oh no, they got you? Wild fizzing samurai, great scheming pirate. Marvelous fall yeeter. Opposed to a spring yeeter, I suppose. Don't worry, 404. It was your favorite map.
Great.
Well, you're out, right?
Yeah.
Alright. one honestly feels like one of the most skill-based ones.
Yeah.
No! Shit! Dude, oh, hey, what's up? What's up, FKI Sam? How you doing, man? I feel like I tricked that guy into jumping when he shouldn't have. Oh! What? Oh man, I almost bounced my way onto another one of them.
It's fucking close.
Fuck!
Fucked it.
Missed the edge. Damn it. I got cute with it. Oh! Oh, that was a bad bounce. Woo! Come on, come on, come on, come on. There's no time! There's no time! Yes! Oh my god. I'm glad that level's so hard. Oh dang, Andy's playing Tetris.
Yep.
By that time, we actually had 30 people completed.
I somehow got one of the top takings from the chest today on Andy's stream.
Oh nice, what'd you get?
130 levels.
Shit! Nicely done. What was the total on the chest?
1.5k.
Nice. That's just his nightly haul, right?
I'm guessing so, yeah.
Or is that like the weeks? Oh wait, he's a partner, that's right, he gets 50% more.
Yeah.
Holy crap, it's like all gold eggs.
These are like one non-gold egg.
Is it like 100 maybe? Oh no, that's like 3. Is this their way to try to fix this map?
I have no idea.
The block. There's so many people trying to take our gold eggs that we're just kicking ass. Blue got wrecked. we look at how much we won by. We won by 56, 404.
Right.
117 to 61 to 0. Oh my gosh. The eternal words of my ancestors. Get wrecked! Hey man, Andy cleans up on Fridays. Makes me happy. Darn it, I should stop trying to... Oh, it's not meant to hit us up, it's meant to hit the back. Got it.
What?
The yeeting hammers. Oh wait, we can get yeeted by the hammers, okay. You know what? I gotta take a risk, 404. Oh!
That was
might-
actually pretty good.
Yeah, I was trying to do that from the side, but I wasn't able to do it quick enough. Okay, that's what I'm gonna do next time. That would have worked too if you hadn't to stop me. You ever seen that Futurama 404? I can't remember what Fry was trying to do, but it's like the time he tried to do something and he just goes, "That would have worked if you hadn't to stop me."
Yeah.
I don't remember what the fuck it was.
Alright, that's right. You've been kicked out, haven't you? Alright, give me a sec. I'll just gotta quit out. Give me a minute.
Probably should have put names above all the characters on the commission, actually. Smokane! What's up, Smokane? I've heard you're a hell of a drug. I've heard Smokane is a hell of a drug. What's up, Smokane? How you doing? How was Andy's stream? Was it
I hear
good?
Smokane likes to inappropriately do crickets.
You back? It's fine. I understand. I'm no Andy Worski. I am not that kind of talent. When are you ready, 404?
No, fuck you.
404, do it! Andy was kind of bugging. Wait, bugging?
Yeah, he was. He was.
What does that mean?
Ah, he's good though.
Wait, what does it mean?
Work it out.
Don't know.
The stupid face keeps making me sneeze. Ah.
See.
No, he's having a bit of a trip out. He's
Oh,
right.
he was rage quitting games? Oh gosh, you really
Yeah.
should have gotten him into COD.
Yeah,
You
well,
rage quit
fucking.
Tetris?
He rage quit like Dirt Rally and shit.
Oh. Well, I mean, you shouldn't drive drunk.
Stop talking drive. Talking stream.
No, I mean the video game. oh, I see what you mean. Oh.
But yeah, no, like vodka drunk is very like Smirnoff isn't vodka. I don't care what anyone says. Smirnoff is garbage shit.
That was
And
like
anyone who
high school
drinks
kids
it
used to
should
get
wake
drunk.
up. Yeah, it's high school kid fucking alcohol.
Gotcha.
Any adult should fucking avoid it like the plague. Go fucking buy Grey Goose or something.
Very good.
Yeah, and I can understand maybe he can't afford it, like whatever, like, but I would just save up personally for something better.
Yeah, I mean.
Or you just go do me and like do what I do and just go buy like fucking $15 box of fucking goon, 4
I
liters.
mean, he could afford it if he's not paying taxes, but I think Andy's paying his taxes.
That's the main reason actually, Ghost, that I don't want to earn money through my streams is because I don't know how all that works and I don't want to fuck with it.
I see.
Like, I honestly don't. I just cannot be fucked.
Fair enough.
Fuck you.
This guy's very festive behind me. Whoa, this is new.
What?
The roller.
Oh, there's spike balls, yeah. Spike things.
Nice. Really? Some get turbo cranky? Huh. That's why I don't drink. Oh, did you make it?
I passed.
Nice. I passed my alcohol test. I got the high score.
That was kind of like when I got done drunk not driving. I was like an unwitting passenger to somebody who had the L plates.
L plates?
Yeah, like learner's license.
Oh! Oh shit.
I was very, very drunk. And this guy was like older than me. So like when he was like, oh, you know, come for a drive. I was like, yeah,
Jessica!
sure.
Thank you for the diamond! How you doing, Jessica? Good to see you. How you
Oh
doing?
shit, it's a Jessica.
Hope you're
going
having a
on?
great Friday night, girl. Smokane, he's got his sweater. He's all ready to go.
He's ugly
One of the
as
nice
sweater.
things about living in California is I don't know how many years it's been since I've needed a sweater. Although the worst part about it is that, like, I think there's a lot of cool jackets out there, and like I'd like to be like a jacket wearer, but like I can't. The weather's just too fucking warm, you know?
Yeah, I prefer cold weather just because I like my trench coats and my jumpers.
Oh my god. Oh jeez, oh jeez, oh jeez, oh fuck, oh no.
But it's also because like I literally wear all black.
I'm doing great, yes.
So like
Jessica.
jumpers and stuff is like the most unique I get.
Oh no. But I'm doing great, Jessica. I hope you're doing great as well. You give a nut to t-shirt all year round. I mean, okay, listen, alright? At the
T-shirts
heart of,
fucking suck.
in the heart. Oh my gosh, 4-4, do it, yeah!
Last one, bitch!
Okay, like, don't get me wrong. In like February, in like the heart of winter, I can wear shorts and a shirt, or no shirt at all. But you know, at like 2 in the morning. But you know, we have hard times too. Like sometimes it gets as low as 57 degrees here. It's awful. 57 degrees is awful. Hey, what's up, Iosh mate? How you doing over on Trovo? Thank you so much for coming by the channel. Playing some Fall Guys tonight after my normal podcast. What the heck? Look at this.
That's
I
got a
love how
spinny
much-
thing.
Yeah, I love how different the. I like some of these variations a lot. That like really mix it up.
They've actually made it fun.
Oh no. I need
Yeah, we're
Adel to
fucked.
tell me why this is perfect soccer. Wow, that blue guy almost helped us out. Shoot.
I'm playing defense. So we
I
yell
mean,
like
the
prick
coastal
almost.
winds can
Fucking
sometimes
watch
bring
me
the
in.
weather.
Alright.
Oh shit. Coastal winds can sometimes bring the weather down pretty hard. You know,
Fucking
sometimes it
love
gets to like
coastal
60
winds.
or 70. It's pretty bad.
Actually smells good.
It depends. If you've ever been to Boston, it smells awful.
Boston. Actually, like one of the few places I want to go is Boston.
Let's go to
Or
a
Philly.
let's go to a Red Sox game when this pandemic is over. 4-4.
I like Bostonians. Lincoln
Oh,
Beach.
yeah, that's their baseball team. Let's go watch. Let's go watch a game at Fenway. I'm down.
Is
I have to
that
visit.
where the green wall is?
Yes, the green monster's there.
Yeah.
I think
No,
it's
definitely.
the second. It's either the first or second oldest stadium in baseball that's still around and in use. I think Wrigley's still older in Chicago.
Wrigley Field, really.
Oh yeah, Wrigley Field's the one that's got the ivy out in the outfield.
Ah.
Yeah. I want to go not to every baseball stadium, but to like all the classics and probably Yankee Stadium because it's actually they've got so many monuments in the in center field. Oh, we blew it.
We fucking lost this. Alright, let me
Unless-
stay back and defend.
Yeah, we blew it.
Well, we've lost.
We were so close.
Unless that goes in. No.
Yeah, no, I wanna go to like all the and also like the future baseball fields too. But like yeah, Wrigley.
I'm not the hugest fan of baseball. It's like watching cricket. Equally boring.
No, but going to the stadium is different.
Well, it's the same reason like I don't like I fucking quit out. What the fuck, Fall Guys? Alright, no, like the same with like fucking AFL. Like AFL sucks watching on TV, but it's really good if you're at the stadium.
Yeah. Like I mean, being at the ballpark. Although now they're trying to put these fucking nets in all the fields, and it's infuriating, so that no one can get foul balls.
Really?
Like what happened is like one little girl got like brain damage. Oh no, or was it a girl? No, I think it was like some.
Teach that bitch to catch.
Yeah, like seriously, bring a glove, pay attention to the game, okay? Right, and they made a big deal about that, and then like it happened to a kid, and it's like, like, I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry. One
You're a dad-
fucking instance.
No, I'm-
One fucking
I'm
instance
sorry,
doesn't justify
you're a
fucking
little
changing
kid at a
everything.
baseball game, and your dad sees like a ball coming at you and doesn't like jump in the way of it or try to stop it. Like, I get it, foul balls can be hit pretty hard, but I can tell you, like, there's no way that ball's getting within like within
Yeah,
10
strong
within
side
that close to
effect
my
of
kid.
strong side effect of using a cylindrical bat. Yeah, like sometimes maybe it won't go the way you want it to. Oh no.
But they're trying to put nets up like everywhere, and it's just it's awful.
So people can't even get like a baseball from the game. That sucks.
Exactly. And it sucks too, because the only people that can really get baseballs at games are like kids that go during batting practice. You know, like it's just like,
Who
like,
the fuck just
I
joined?
like that they at least can, but like, I want to catch a foul ball. I've been to probably 15 baseball games in my life, and I brought a glove to all 15 of them. I've caught 0. And I know
Never
people are
caught a
like,
foul ball before?
but Ghost, you're an adult, right? You just hand that
Who's
ball
that?
to some kid. Huh?
Who's in here?
You've never caught a foul ball before? What the
Hey,
fuck?
no!
Ever.
Yeah, what's up?
How you doing, bro?
What's up, man?
What's going on? Nothing
Good
much,
to hear ya.
boys.
It is good to
Yeah.
hear you. Yeah, I've never caught a foul ball at a baseball game, and I've brought a glove to every single one. And
You
yeah,
were
my
talking
dad
about how
always-
hard a ball can go flying.
Oh yeah,
when I was
that's
a
why I bring a
kid.
glove. That's why I bring a glove, Adel.
Well, you know, when I was a kid, I was kind of like the smaller kid because I had like an older cousin. We kind of grew up like brothers. So everybody's like, "Oh, it's Adel. Everybody move in." And I was like, "Whatever, dude. You're gonna fucking regret it."
You're gonna fuck up, motherfucker. Yeah.
Did I hit a? I hit a
That was
fucking
me in
line.
cricket, bro. That was me in cricket.
I hit a line fucking drive straight into the pitcher's forehead and like. severe
Bro.
concussion.
I was like in cricket, like in primary school, no shit. Like I was smashing sixes, which are like fucking, you know, like
You
hit it
showed
out of the
him
park,
for going
basically.
in.
It's
Yeah.
the cricket equivalent of fucking home runs. And fucking everyone's like fucking, oh, you know, when I first showed up, because I was tiny as fuck when I was a kid. Fucking everyone's like, oh, move in, it's 404. Same shit, dude. And then
Yeah.
fucking, I just kept smashing it out of the park. And the only way they got me out was they're like, oh, by the way, you're standing in the wrong spot. You need to move a little bit left to the wickets. And like, I fell for it. I fell for it. So they got me out like straight away after I moved left. Like, motherfuckers.
Yeah. But no, like, and my dad always tells me, because I still go to games with my dad, and like he's like, come on, if you caught the foul ball, you just give it to like some kid if he was nearby, and I'm like, no, maybe after I catch one, but no, not until I've caught one. Okay, I'm sorry, like, You're the like 10-year-old kid next to me. I'm doing a freaking leaping catch to get that ball. Okay. None of this nonsense. Okay. Adel, no. Adel, no. Adel, no.
Yeah, I've never been in a seat where I could catch one before.
Oh, you've never been down like the
Adel.
first or third baseline?
You ever got GTA 5, do you, Adol?
I do have it, but my computer can't run it. Remember? My
Yeah.
Oh
processor
shit, that's right. I did
bottlenecks,
ask you. I did ask you. Yeah, god damn it.
I know. I might have to take Ghost and some other people's advice, and sometime this year, and might have to do some sort of like get Adel a new computer to do new computer charity drive 24-hour, stream.
Oh shit.
That'll
So
have to
you and I are
happen.
staying up for another 24 hours while we listen to other people speak.
Let's
sure.
go. Sorry.
Won't be the first time. Won't be the
I'm
last
pretty
time.
happy.
Adel,
I'm pretty
Adel.
happy I didn't get as shitty as you. Because I was
Adel,
really close,
um,
but because you got shitty, I just like fucking it kind of put shit in perspective for
Adel,
me.
I posted.
Because I was real close, bro. I was real close. And then when you were like,
Adel,
404 is
I-
probably about to get shitty, I'm like, bro, you don't understand.
that
I'm so
sticker.
close. Like,
I posted the precursor to that sticker you just posted, Pepe, in the degenerate chat.
Oh no. Let's see. Oh no.
so what? Do you have to wait till the first to extract said funds?
No, I've already submitted it, so it'll be here on the 1st. I think it'll be on there. Sometimes they're like a day late. Sometimes they're there on the day they say. Just depends on if my bank is doing what it's supposed to be doing. But then as soon as it comes, I'll make a post so everybody knows it went to charity with like a receipt and everything. And then I have a couple other receipts from other people that show that.
Oh, that actually donated separately, right?
Yeah. So all together, all around with that included, we raised over like $550.
Fuck yeah, bro. That's awesome.
Well, what are your thoughts
I got
about
so
that,
much
Adel?
Breath of the Wild done that stream.
Yes.
I did, like, bro, I think I was playing for like 11 hours. Like, for real.
Yeah, you scratched the surface of that game. Yes.
Yeah, I just touched it a little bit. Like,
Just a little
fucking.
bit.
I at least got fucking through the Gerudo shit. Like, fucking. I'm still, like, got to do the Divine Beast yet, but, you know. I was actually made it a point of going through, like, side quests and shit while we were on air.
Salud, Smokane.
No.
I just
Okay, yes.
I need to get like an Elgato or something so I can record like my.
But Adel,
my
what are your
exploits.
thoughts? What are your thoughts?
Thoughts on what?
What are your thoughts?
What are your thoughts on my precursor to your Pepe sticker?
I mean, it's pretty good, but I mean, I don't know if I would do what Pepe's done. You know, I don't know if I go that far. I don't
You're
know,
telling
you
me.
know.
Presented with that.
I
you
would do
not
more
what?
of this. I would do more of that. You know.
What?
Let me get a little closer look.
You would not go full ham on that. Okay.
I'm not going. You know,
Oh
full
my
chocolate
gosh.
milk. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know. I don't even know how to.
I can't drink chocolate milk. I'm allergic to chocolate.
Are you really?
Yep, gives me migraines.
I love that that sticker Smokane posted.
I mean,
How
this is
far are
my
you
other
in
view.
the Mandalorian, Adel?
I need
Yeah,
to go back
that-
to watching it.
Has it been finished yet? Like, is like all the episodes finished yet?
No, they're 5 episodes into season 2 of the 8 they're gonna produce for this season.
Okay, well I'm not watching it until it's finished.
But you
Cat's
finished
gonna
what,
come.
episode
I'll be right
2
back.
or 3? Oh jeez. Oh man.
Oh, seriously, some. Oh, all right.
Thank you.
I was gonna drop a fucking Nestle there.
I noticed.
Oh.
Almost dropped a real life power word when I
Yeah.
saw this argument going on in my Discord.
Wait, what? What argument?
I was gonna bully fucking Apple off the internet, boys. It was
Wait,
gonna
what?
happen. I was getting mad. Boys.
Oh, what'd she do?
She was trying to tell me that Messi is more popular than Ronaldo in the United States. Get the fuck out of here. Get out of here, woman. What do you know? You know nothing.
Which of the soccer players is Kobe a bigger fan of?
Well, Kobe owns Liverpool, so I'm sure his answer would be Messi because he can't say Ronaldo. So,
How is
No.
how is his hair, by the way? Is it messy?
Dude, Ronaldo is like rated one of like the sexiest like people on the planet. Like the guy has less body fat than like the average supermodel. He can jump higher than the average NBA player. Like, we gotta watch one of these episodes where they do these like bioengineer. They get like bioengineers and then like biologists and like physicists together to run like machine style tests on people's bodies to like see what their like limits are on like a physical level. And like Ronaldo is able to like outrun like an Olympic sprinter. He's able to
Even
jump
Usain
higher than
Bolt?
like probably not Usain Bolt in a straight line. No. Probably Usain Bolt if he had to make turns.
What are you eating, Adol? They sound tasty.
Gummy bears.
Gummy
I was
bears.
right.
That's right.
I
I have
was
D&D
right.
tomorrow. I have D&D tomorrow afternoon, so I have gonna get
No,
gummy
you don't.
bears for that.
Yeah, it's us giving tomorrow afternoon.
Oh yes. Well, it'll be late for you, Adel, but it will be Susgiving. Andy, I think, could basically confirm he's gonna be there. Kyler's going to sing, I guess. So we'll have that.
Both are very keen. Both Andy and Kyle are very keen. So
Yeah, I'm excited for that. Hopefully, I think Audie will be there. He retweeted it. I think Mountain Walk.
Who
will
else
be
was gonna be there?
Mountain Walk, Fed, Geeky, 404 should be there. I think. I don't know. Maybe it's a hard maybe.
I'll be there. 3 p.m.
else?
Like,
Flamenco said he'd drop by. What else am I forgetting? Abby said
I
he'd
will.
drop
I
by.
will
That's
set
Mochi.
my alarm right now.
That's Mochi said she'd drop by. So that'd be cool.
Better.
Good gal. Oh, we blew this. Fuck. Adolf, no! The pineapple eyes. The pineapple eyes.
I don't know what that's supposed to mean. I don't get the inside joke, but I just love it. The animation's so good.
Well, you see, it's like P and then I and then N, so it's like pine and then apple because you've been messing with Apple lately. So pineapple and then they're pineapple eyes, right?
I guess. Suicide Bomber Pepe. There you go.
I like that, Pepe.
So I've been playing Nino Kuni.
I
The
love
remastered
that
version.
game, Wrath of the White Witch.
Yeah.
Good one.
I never finished it all the way. It's good.
Really sad. Spends the whole game trying to save his mom.
Here you go. Here's a new one I found.
Damn. Whose ass is that?
I have no idea. I was just like, woo.
The classic. I can never remember what that's from. It's not like Black Lagoon or something, right? I'm trying to like match the animation style.
Trump saying, oh fuck.
Listen, Adol, this is an X-rated stream, so I can say he's gonna win.
It's not gonna happen, dude.
It's over,
I'm
man.
gonna
Joe
say
Biden-
it.
Joe Biden has lost, Adol.
I'm gonna say it. I'm allowed to say it.
Here's the thing.
Mm.
Here's the thing, alright?
Oh,
The powers-
fuck's sake.
The powers that had the power to do what they've done in this election, to make it come out the way they wanted it to, are not gonna go through all that effort and expend that much power to just be like, fuck you, we're gonna do whatever we want. To just let it, like, be turned over by some lawsuit, right? That's just not gonna happen.
Well, Adol, Let me tell you what my evidence for this is. Do you know how many incumbent Republicans lost their seats in the House?
No.
Hmm?
Republicans
answer's
didn't
no.
lose their seats. Yeah, I know. Here's the
No.
thing. I don't disagree that like there's some chicanery going on. What I'm saying is whether it happened, whether there was whether there was stuff going on or not, whether there was chicanery or not.
I do
I
like
think
that
there
word
was.
chicanery. I mean, there was.
Yeah,
like,
it's good.
It's pretty
Well,
incredible.
obviously. But here's the thing, though. The people that did it don't care if you know about it, which tells me, because they're just openly just like, you know, it never happened. But they're not really fighting it. I mean, there's not really a public discussion going on about this. It's really like the
I mean, they've been. I mean,
lack
like,
of a
not
better
the
term, the
polls have any-
conservative, the alternate conservative folks like ourselves, and Alex Jones talking about it, right? And I guess Glenn
Thank you,
Beck.
sir.
Glenn Beck's probably the the most mainstream person that's talking about it and like, you know, still holding feet to the fire. But beyond that, there's really nobody else. And so what that does is that tells me that these people don't fucking care. That if you know it, and they're just gonna get away with it anyway. They have the power to make this happen. Do you think they're gonna let some lawsuit stop them from letting this happen? They put way too much work, way too much energy, expended a lot of resources. Like, it's just, they're gonna do whatever they want, man.
Oh,
So it doesn't really matter.
They think like that, but I don't think. I don't think it will work.
I think it will 100% work. It's already worked most part. Most Americans consider it done and over with.
Actually,
So-
no, not even that's not how it's polling.
We'll see what happens. I
I'm
mean,
just
I
saying,
don't think it's good either way, because I think what they've done is they've won the battle, they've lost the war. Because I don't think you can get away with doing it like this open and this blatant ever again. A. B.
I doubt that. They did this in 2018 and got away with it.
What do you mean they did this in 2018 and got away
They
with it?
absolutely stole the election in 2018.
I mean, that's not as blatant as this, right? I mean, this is like on a scale
Right,
of
well,
like
that was the House.
this is on the scale of like the magician,
Oh, right.
like literally showing you the card
At me when
underneath
you're
your
done.
sleeve.
Come on, you can do it, 4-4. Give it one more try. It's not that hard.
What happened? What is he got?
He's a very hard Fall Guys map. Got it, got it. Come on. Use the gap, use the gap! Okay, okay. Wait for it first. Jump. Oh!
But what I'm saying is they played their ultimate card, and they'll never be able to play this card like
No,
for a
if
while,
they
right?
succeed with this card, it doesn't matter because they'll do this every time.
I just don't think it'll work, man. I think after a while it'll just become it'll become
if,
too
if
much
no
that
one
even people on
fights
the
back
left will.
against this, and they see no pushback and no consequences, Adel, they'll do it every time. Because why would they not?
Because people will start to know, like regular
won't.
people. Yeah, dude, come
You
on.
just said that people are just gonna roll over and take it. And so if
They
people
will
just
this
roll over and
time,
take
for
it, Why
sure.
the fuck would they not do this every time, Adel? Like clearly
Because it'll
they
become
lost,
too obvious.
Like it's,
It'll become-
it's already too obvious.
I
This is the
agree, but
point.
here that's the problem. You can't keep doing.
No, they absolutely
gonna,
can.
Nobody's gonna pay to see the magician who constantly
absolutely
shows the
can.
card to the audience.
They absolutely can. Yeah, but no one cares. It's not up to them.
I think that narrative is pretty fake. I know that's a big narrative that's being pushed. Like if we let this happen once, then it'll keep happening forever.
No, it'll
You
happen every
honestly
time.
think-
It will happen
You
every
honestly
time.
think that they'll just rig it forever, just like
Yes.
Putin?
Yes. I
I
mean,
don't
they've been rigging it for several elections. I mean, JFK
Well,
in
they've
the
been-
60s.
They've been doing stupid shit for a while, but nothing on this scale. That's why I'm saying this is like an obvious. we don't
Oh,
fucking care
I
if
don't
you
know.
see
JFK
it.
in the 60s was pretty bad. The mob basically stole the election in Chicago. I
Well-
mean, this has happened before.
Yeah, but I'm just saying. I don't know. I think what will happen is they won't be able to do it on this scale ever again.
Oh,
not
you're
for a
right.
while, at least.
If they lose these cases, yes, they won't be able to do it on the scale again. If they win these
I think
cases,
even if they win
will.
these cases, because even you'll have regular people you'll have regular people on the left because not everybody who votes left is like crazy, right? So you're gonna have regular people on the left starting to go like, this is a little much. Like, you know what I mean? Like this is you know, very sus. You know, very sus. I don't you know, they're not gonna support that. And like they've done it in a way. They've done it in a way. They've done it in a way that they were going that they've like kind of shattered their party. Like again,
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
they've won the battle, but I think they've lost the war because all they've done is created a division in their own political party that I don't
No, they
know if
haven't.
they're
What
gonna fully
division?
recover from.
They're all happy.
Yeah.
They're
No,
all
no,
happy.
They're not happy though.
They
They're
are
not
happy.
though. There are people
That's how
on the
power
left that are
works.
very,
No one's
there are
talking
people on the
about the individual Democrat voters. They're not important.
No, I'm talking about the individual Democrat voters. You got people
Yeah, they
like
don't matter.
AOC infighting.
They
with,
no longer matter because they're not needed to win elections.
Well, that's why AOC is upset because she used to be needed to win elections. Now she doesn't.
Right.
They don't need
That's the
her.
point. They don't need individual.
Right. That's
They
what
don't
I'm
need
saying.
individual voters, Adel,
But that's
to win
that's
elections.
that's who they've been catering to.
They just
and-
proved
and-
they don't need individual voters to win elections. That's why they lost basically every House seat in the suburbs because they let the cities burn. And that's what the actual election results are probably more closely aligned with the House results.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like they've catered to these individual dream type of people, right? The people that want to like, just you know, they want to solve global warming, or they want some sort of social justice, you know, gay, black, lesbian, trans women to, you know, somehow stop
Right,
dying.
no,
in
they
alarmist-
yeah, but they don't
some
matter.
mysterious number that
they
nobody.
don't actually matter.
Well, no, that's what I'm trying to tell you. You're not listening to me, for one. Two, what I'm trying to tell you is that that's the people that they've catered to. So now, if they don't need those people, again, they might have won the battle, but they lost the war, because at the end of the day, when you have to play fair, they're going to have to go back to getting those people to vote for them, and they basically spit on those people and shit on their front lawn and gave them a middle finger. So now those people are not happy.
Adel.
The below 30s socialist Democrats, the Bernie Bros, and the AOC fan club are not happy because they've realized what has happened. They've become obsolete. They've become surplus to requirements. And so they've been catering to these crazy people that want these weird social justice issues that really affect maybe 0.02% of the American population to be some sort of major focus. And now that that's not going to happen, and they're going to get basically the old school 90s Democrats back, where they just want to go to war. They'll go and pillage black vote, not really do anything at all for the minority situation or the impoverished line, and they might balance a Booker here or two, but that's what they're gonna get.
Yeah,
That's what
I
they're gonna
don't
get
think
now
that
because
matters.
they overplayed their hand. They basically played Exodia in the first move of the game, and now they can't play it for the rest of the tournament, and they're gonna lose. They're gonna lose because their whole deck around this time around was built around playing Exodia. So now it's done.
Adel,
It's over.
No,
They're
their
done.
strategy is that they're cheating, and Exodia is the first 5 cards in their deck. Okay.
That's what I'm saying. But now that they
And-
can't play it again, now
no,
they can't play
why,
it again. They're
why,
fucked
you still have not indicated why they can't just play it again.
because it's too obvious that even the average
But
person
why does
that
it
doesn't
matter?
want to because that's going to lose their base. They're going to lose their base. If they have to cheat that hard, it is eventually
What's
going
their
to catch up
base?
with you.
Their
You
base
can't
is power.
keep doing it
Adel.
forever.
It's
You can't
power.
keep doing it forever. You cannot keep doing it forever in
Fuck
America.
me!
That will
I
never
died.
happen.
God damn it.
That'll never happen where we have
will,
a Putin
Adel. It
that just
already
gets
has.
reelected for 50 years. It's not going to happen.
It
dude.
is.
It will not
They're going to be a
happen. It will
one-party
not happen.
state. Like, absolutely.
No.
They're just going to
No,
win every
I think
election.
I think that's fantasy. I
It's
think
not.
that's fantasy. I think that's not going to happen.
If you let them do
we
this to this
done with this
election,
shit
why
yet?
is there any indication that they
Are
wouldn't
we
do
done
it
with
again?
this shit yet?
I did
No,
fall
not
out.
yet. 4-4.
I did fall
Alright.
out, but you
Alright, at me in
ready up.
fucking Discord when you're
No,
ready.
no, I know, but ready up for the match. 4-4. But Adol, like, why would they not do it again? Like, I still, like you saying, because they can't. What do you mean? Of course they can get away with it. They're getting away with it right now, according to you. So why?
Because right
have
now, it can be painted as conspiracy theorists
No.
and the Alex Jones fans.
That's what
of
they're
the
always
world that
gonna do.
believe This.
But how long
But
has
that's-
it been
but-
since 9/11?
But that's
It's
the
been
problem,
19
though.
years since 9/11, and we still don't have a reasonable explanation for Building 7.
Oh, we still don't have a reasonable explanation for Building 7. We don't have a reasonable explanation for the Vegas shooter. What I'm
JFK!
saying though is you can't have a Vegas shooter every month that's set up by glow in the darks, and it's designed to create some sort of push for gun control
Oh, yes,
by basically allowing a certain individual to escalate to a point where he starts killing people, so that you can push in a political agenda. You can't have that every fucking week, every other month.
You
No,
absolutely
you
can.
cannot. Without people start questioning things, you
There's
cannot
enough
do that.
time in between elections, and the fact that there's the election people care about, and then there's the off election makes it even easier.
Yeah, but what is it going to be next time? They don't have a big bad Trump. Like they're not going to be able
It
to
doesn't
just
matter,
constantly
Adel.
paint candidates like this.
It doesn't matter.
I think you underestimate the average person's ability to
It
start
doesn't matter what the
realizing
average
when the walls
person
are closing.
thinks if they steal the election.
Yeah, but if enough people notice, dude, enough people start to notice, and this keeps happening, it's not.
Adel, there's already
power is an
polled.
illusion.
The
Power is an
majority
illusion.
of the majority of people polled already say the election was stolen.
I understand that, but
Okay.
the problem is, Ghost, is power is an illusion, right? Power is an illusion that you maintain over a large group of people to convince them that you have power. Once you start showing your hand too much, and they realize that power is fake and not hetero,
We've
power
had that
just
for 4
crumbles.
years.
Yeah, but people still just okay.
We've
so
had that
here's
for
the thing,
4
right?
years of
People
the
on the
administrative
right-
state
people on the right,
abusing
people-
their power, of the judiciary abusing its power, and just molesting
Well, I understand
everyone.
that, but this is the first time people
The
are starting to
CIA and
notice.
FBI abusing their power for years, decades even, for the CIA and FBI. Everyone can see it. It's all
Yeah,
out in
but
the open.
nobody's put a focus on it. So here's the thing now, Ghost. Here's the thing.
What the fuck just happened? Holy crap, my game.
This attack, this constant attack, people still had respect. Like, even on the right, like, people that didn't like Obama still had respect for the office. Now, with this last 4 years...
I haven't
this
had
last
respect for
news
the
cycle,
office in a long time, Adel.
the majority
Reagan,
of
I
Americans
mean,
would
no,
still say,
no.
I have respect for the presidency. So, but
Nope.
now we're at a point, though. Now we're at a point, though, Ghost, that where the media and the mainstream media and social media and all these big tech companies have basically undermined the presidency for so long that the average person doesn't really have respect for it. So now what's going to happen that they got their guy in power for? Again, it's another one of those like
Adel, they're
we
going
might
to
have
do
won the battle,
everything
but we
they
lost the
can
war
to
because-
protect the legitimacy of this fake and gay presidency. They're going to
No,
do
they're not going-
everything in their power.
They
to
can't.
cover
They're
for their
going to, but then
mistakes.
they spent the last 4 years burning it down. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. The average person has less respect for the office of presidency more than now than ever in the history of the United States.
Right, but now you're going to have the entire apparatus of the media and social media and every
Yeah, but people are
power.
gonna be very. It's gonna be too obvious, dude. Like again, goes back to
Adel,
showing
you're
your hand
assuming
too
the
much
people.
for too
Listen,
long.
listen, Adel. The people in government are idiots. The people that run private corporations
yeah.
generally know what they're doing.
No, I would say the people that run like major corporations. are
Right, and
pretty
who's the
fucking dumb.
one that's going to be running coverage?
I'm just saying they're all kind of a bunch of out of touch idiots. So I think
No,
what you're
the
gonna
people.
have, you're
Mark
gonna have
Zuckerberg
people-
is not an idiot. The people that run these corporations are not idiots. There's a reason that they're worth billions of dollars because they know what they're fucking doing.
I would disagree. I would say that they're out of touch idiots that basically were in touch at one point, but now are just basically too strong to fail. And they have so many economic. They have so many economic.
No,
I would-
Adel. I think.
You done?
Huh?
No, it's not gonna end. So you might as well either stick around or not. I don't know what to tell you. But I'm gonna end it because I don't think the ghost is just ever gonna agree with me. But I think I made my point. So
Yeah, I think you're wrong, but that's fine. it won't matter. That's all I'll say, Adel.
Oh, none of it really matters, right? At the end.
I'm just saying, like, it is important to fight it here. It's very important.
Yeah, I mean, it's important to do what you can, but to expect that any individual is going to make a difference is it's not going to happen for a while.
I mean, there's plenty of individuals that can make a difference. I mean, like, absolutely.
I disagree. It's a moving cog that's bigger than all of us.
Sometimes, Adel, you have to throw a wrench.
Yeah, well.
All you can do is throw a wrench sometimes.
It's like herding cats. You can only do so much.
Adel,
What
throw
doesn't
the
cheat on
wrench.
it's pretty easy.
Just throw the wrench, Adel.
Well, I'm just telling you, it's not going to matter.
It does matter.
And yeah, boys, nothing personal. I'm just like, I'm tired of shit right now.
I know. Oh my gosh, is this not lagging for you, 404?
I like these stupid ass soccer balls just teleported 3/4. Like,
Yeah,
across the
yeah,
map.
yeah. There was freaking
Yeah, there's a
rubber
lot
banding.
of rubber banding going on. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of.
You got this at all?
No, I don't. I have it on PS4.
Because they gave it away for free, I think.
Is it not? Is it not cross-platform?
No. It's one of the few
Ah,
games that
sucks.
really should be cross-platform.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, I don't really see the advantage of being on console or PC. Yeah, it should be crossed.
Like,
there is literally no advantage, and then they've got like first persons that are like cross-platform.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, let's have COD be cross-platform.
Yeah, exactly. COD being the principal one I'm thinking of.
Utterly ridiculous.
Just
I
wish
wish
you
they
could
would
grab these.
Yeah, you have.
Jessica,
you've got
thank you for the
games
4
like-
ice creams, girl.
You've got games like COD that where there are advantages, so and disadvantages, and then you have games where
There's
there's no
advantages
advantage.
when it comes to like shooting.
Well, no, the worst part about COD is that console players all have the option to use like the auto aim.
Auto aim,
Right.
yeah.
So basically,
We
like
did
console
too.
players have an
We
aim
did
bot.
too, but it's not as fun. Like for real, like PC players have that option.
Wait, really?
It's just, yes, it's just I
gosh.
refuse to use it because I don't play first-person shooters to have
I
shit
would be
done.
unstoppable. Like, are you kidding?
Choose it. Yeah, choose it then.
I want to see. I want to see how fucking messed up that would be.
I've always done better on COD on console than I have on PC.
Oh, we got this.
But yeah, you have like games like FIFA where they should be doing it.
Wait.
Oh,
it's not
true.
Cross-platform?
No. How stupid is that?
What the fuck?
They should be. They definitely
Are you
should be.
kidding?
Yeah, I know. That's like. Dude, the funny part is I like went over to a friend's house because he had the Xbox One, and I played like FIFA on his account, and he had a decent team. Like his team wasn't like spectacular or anything.
Wait, what do you mean by
But,
his
I was
team?
like, I'll
Don't just play with real life teams?
Well, you get like you open card packs and then you make like a team out of it.
Yeah, you get like player cards.
Like trading cards almost. Imagine with trading
Yeah,
cards with
they are
stats on
trading
them.
cards. Like you get a pack of that, yeah.
Yeah.
Huh.
You make a team
Weird.
and you put players together based on like what league they play in, what nationality they play in, what position they play in, and you
Racist.
try to you try to get the best team.
The only
like,
position,
chemistry-wise,
missionary. Sorry.
with the highest like skill, or like with the highest rating, because they rate players like 1 through 99. So, well, they rate them 1 to 100, but nobody can ever be 100. It's kind of like the rule.
I could, I just don't want to.
You know what the best part, Adel, about the Steam sale being on?
What's up?
Is that Among Us is 20% off. So instead of giving away 4 copies, I'm giving away 5.
Oh, nice, very cool.
Because I'm like,
about
it's
Black
$4
Friday?
instead of $5. Let's go.
Best thing about Black Friday is you can buy me Switch Online. What?
And buy you what?
Switch Online.
Look,
Or
yeah.
you had an Injet, you could have paid for it.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've been to an indie stream.
I know. Could have exchanged goods, lemon. You could have exchanged citrus for service.
I remember one year. Speaking of a card that should have been 100, is one year they had a team of the year. What was it? Yeah, team of the year, Spanish team of the year. Ronaldo got a 99 card because he had so many like upgraded cards throughout the season that they pretty much had no choice but to give him like a 99 card. And then that year he won the Champions League, and he scored like a wicked goal in the Champions League. So they're like, "Fuck! Now we have to give him another card, but he's already 99." All right, well let's give him one more point in shooting and like one more point in speed and call it a day. So they released another 99 card of Ronaldo.
Wait, did you get knocked out, Ghost?
Yeah, I did. It's just you, man. You got this. You're in the final round. It's the final countdown. If it's oh, what?
Jesus Christ, you've been doing this for 8 hours and 30 minutes?
No, I did Coast to Ghost for 6 hours. It kicked me.
The biggest positive is that a particular person decided to fuck off.
Well, Cartman did, but
Oh, no,
yeah,
who
Yellow
was
Fever
that?
did too.
No, not Cartman. I like Cartman.
No, sorry, he's gone. He was telling
Him
me.
and I have definitely had problems in the past, but
He asked me if I would rather Israel or Iran have nukes, and I just kept interrupting him, so he left the server.
I don't care. I personally hope
Who
neither
left
of them
the
do.
server?
I don't think anyone
Cartman.
should have fucking nukes.
Well, he
Who
said
was
I
that?
could choose only. He said I could choose only one. Obviously, my choice would be neither.
I didn't hear who you said.
Oh, I said
Cartman.
Iran.
No, who who? I don't.
Cartman.
I'm not worried
Cartman.
about the country.
Cartman
Alright.
asked.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't seen Cartman in a while.
No, he's been
He had left for
more
like
on
a few
Twitter
months,
than
and then
anywhere
came back
else.
for like a week. Had a pleasant conversation with Yellow Lantern about music, and then he's like, "Oh, would you rather Israel or Iran have nukes?" And I'm like, "Iran." And he's like, "Why?" Because they believe in an afterlife.
To be fair, you forced his hand on that question.
How so? He asked
Well,
me
you
a
asked
question.
it.
He asked me a question.
You know
I
who
mean,
I'm
like-
is?
Before I muted you, were asking about like the whole Iran shit.
No, I was talking about the story. I was
Yeah,
talking
I
about the
missed
story, and he was saying Israel had nukes, and I just asked him to show me the source. You know.
Ah, okay.
And he's like, "Well, there's no official sources. It's just obvious that." And I was like, "Well, I don't have a source for that information."
I'm keen to still chat. I'm over games. Too drunk.
I see.
You know who's MIA that I missed?
Who?
Who dat?
CP. He's like gone. He's like off the map, off the grid.
Who?
CP.
Oh.
Oh, CP.
Has he left yours?
No, apparently he invited like Val to his like secret news server, like Valrose Mac.
Oh,
Yeah.
He made Simpy server.
Like he's invited a whole bunch of girls, but he's just so happened to avoid the men. And I like CP, but bro, that's CD. Like fucking, come on.
Are you gonna have to change his name to Simpy Cervix?
Nah, it's gonna be CD
Okay.
cervix.
I don't know, man. He like just ghosted one day. I was like, okay.
No, he got shitty because everyone's like lapping on him in fucking Ghost chat. And he sent me a message. I'm like, dude, just don't engage. And then he got shitty with me as well.
I haven't talked about him for a while.
Weird.
Yeah. I like the guy, but he needs to fucking calm down.
I don't really care.
He was like one of my most loyal viewers. I was just like, he hasn't been around in a while.
It'll
Yeah, I
happen,
used to
Adol.
talk to him quite a bit. By the way, Adol, your voice matter's fucking out, bro.
Yeah, it kind of is fucking up. I think you might have the ad up.
He yelled Ricky shit.
You know what?
that was it. What's up?
Yep.
You know, Adol, ever since I paid for it, I've never had to worry about that.
Yep, I know.
Kinda
Must be,
wonderful.
Must be fucking great.
It was
much you guys
$8.
pay
It was
for
like
it?
$9, man. It was great. Oh my gosh, this is different. Look at this. Look at this 404. What the heck?
I'm not looking at anything.
Oh my god.
No, on my computer right now.
Okay. Well, it's like it's
Yeah, good old wireless headphones that walk around my house right now.
Oh, Smokane's hours changed. That's why he's misses the Friday streams. It's okay, Smokane. We know you're with Foilcast in spirit. I like the Pepe with the juice box. I want to know why he's so angry, Adel.
He'll be back. Got my cat. And she hates the pets, but she's getting the pets.
You're knee deep in pussy, is what you're saying?
Well, she sits there and meows at me, so she's got to get picked the fuck up, and she hates being picked up.
Yeah.
Although I did take a risk, like picking her up without a shirt on.
Wait, picked her up without what?
Without a shirt on.
Oh, because she can claw the fuck out of you?
Yep.
Oh! Whoa! Both those guys! Oh my gosh! Wow. These two guys are like neck and neck for the last spot, and they both got hit by a ball at the very end.
Ah, rip.
Oh no.
Pretty girl.
That's hilarious. Okay, the servers are fucked. Now if I figure out how to turn this damn controller off. Alright, I gotta look up how to turn off a PS5 controller. Oh, Adel left.
Yeah, because he's redoing his voice meter.
Oh, you're right. Shit. Let me look something up. I'm trying to figure out how to turn off a PS5 controller.
So have they done like support for like the haptic fucking
Not
triggers yet?
that I've been able to see yet. You know, without a console.
Go. There we go. Oh shit.
Welcome back.
Much better.
Thank you. Yep.
Pushing hold. What? This is so annoying because it seems like you can only do it with the console.
What are you trying to do?
Turn off my PS5 controller.
No, you should be able to hold like the options button and the PlayStation button until the light shuts off.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah, you dick.
That's how it works with the PS4 controller, at least. That's what I do. Because I've been playing Ni no Kuni with the PS4 controller on the
Oh
PC.
shit! It does. It just takes like 15 seconds.
Yeah, it takes a while.
I know. I was like, it's not working. It just takes
Right.
forever.
Today's stream for YouTube has got 4 likes. That's the most I've seen.
Oh fuck yeah!
And I because Ghost like streams on like fucking YouTube. I usually drop past to give him a like.
Okay, Ado, I have another potential contender for that Pepe sticker you posted earlier. I'm not a cock like Kyler. Definitely don't click that link, Adel. Definitely don't.
Hold on a second. Where'd you put it?
DGen, obviously. It's unfortunately a link. Sorry.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, the right went down the right hole. Ooh. Making me
Get out of your Dropbox notification. Very nice. Very nice. Never click on links. Never click on them.
a pretty fantastic sword, man.
Love it. Love it. Damn, dude.
I can't wait to see her
Why is
Android
it
18
Dropbox?
set.
You've posted that before.
I know. You've seen that one before.
Hmm.
I can't wait to see her Android 18 cosplay. It's gonna be fucking great.
Oh yeah.
My streams are
Definitely.
fun. Oh, I wasn't saying that you were saying my streams are fun. I might have, but I'm not a cock like Kyler.
What did Kyler do, Smokehan?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, Kyler's only
He's
been
usually-
good to me.
He's usually
Yeah, I'm
pretty
kind of
chill.
curious. Like, what? That's an odd. That's a pretty odd single out.
No, fair enough. Yeah, some people who just get a vibe about it, yeah.
Yeah, I've met a few people that he kind of rubs the wrong way. You know, to each your own.
Yeah.
I just don't like the guy. That's fine.
Like I personally like him just because him and I fucking geek out on music and fucking games. It's good having somebody like talk about retro shit that actually knows what they're talking about more to the point.
I also, Adel, I may or may not have 100 sets related to that girl.
Oh no. Oh no. I'll,
No, like Smokane, you're definitely not talking shit. Like I understand.
No,
We
you're
all
good, man.
understand. We all understand. It's all good.
There's just some people out there I just don't like either. I usually get a vibe about people like. You know.
Yep.
The mode I'm playing right now, 4-4, is like the mini, like, Battle Royale mode they added.
I was wondering what the fuck, like you fucking parachuting in.
Yeah, it's basically mini Battle Royale mode. That's fucking savage what I just did. Holy shit. I just rolled up, took the guy down with an AUG, and then rolled up with a shotgun and shot him on the ground.
Yeah,
It's best. You're usually pretty fucking cool. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'll return your favor with a favor, sir. With a wallpaper.
Will you match me some ass with some better ass?
I don't know about that.
I'll take titties. I will also accept titties. They're accepted currency.
Oh, there you go.
No, I appreciate that, Smokane.
Hey.
And again, I do understand. Like, I'm pretty sure we all do.
Yeah.
Like, to be honest, actually, when I first fucking saw Kyler on, like, you know, the early streams, he kind of rubbed me the wrong way as well. But I don't know, like, fucking, it's just not a thing anymore.
Oh, that's my teammate. Shouldn't shoot them.
One of the things that I know that rubs people the wrong way is like I have different opinions, but I'll like never cuck my own opinions, you know? Like just because I think, oh, I'll be more popular if I say this, you know? Like. I
Yeah,
don't
oh
know,
man, like,
sometimes-
even Ghost fails at this, fucking. I know you guys seem to think that I fucking moved over to the right. No, still lefty.
Well, fair enough.
Yeah, like.
Oh
It
man,
just-
having self-revives is awesome in this 4-4.
I bet. But yeah, like, fucking.
Oh, for
Just like-
fuck's sake, they got me twice. God damn it.
Yeah, definitely don't check the degenerates. Definitely don't do that.
Definitely not gonna do that.
But yeah,
whilst getting
like,
revived.
you know, I haven't actually, I don't feel I've compromised my position, and I haven't fucking shut on you guys for yours, you know, like,
Well, fair
and
enough.
that's who I like to be.
Very nice.
know, like-
Oh, that's from CSR. I like that. That's
Yeah,
Zelda.
Yeah.
I truly think that it fucking, you know, the world's a lot better when fucking people actually exchange fucking shit, you know?
Yeah, I 100% agree.
I gotta admit though, it's a lot of fun when people fucking spag out. So, yeah, like,
Oh shit.
dickheads like Yellow thought they had it over me because I was like sober, and I'm just really nice when I'm sober.
it's the internet. Everyone's a piece of shit.
But
Fair
Ghost, come on, man. They did not realize the fucking level that I fucking hit when I'm fucking drunk. I fucking blindsided them. It was great. It was fucking beautiful.
I gotta go
Makes me
set off a
happy.
dirty bomb.
I don't do that. I don't do that often. I really don't. I love everyone. It's just if I defend you and then you fuck me over, like actively fuck me over, threaten to delete my account, yeah, you might be a bit of a shit cunt.
Yep. You might just be
Just maybe. A little
bit
bit.
of a shit nugget.
Yeah, a little bit. Tiny bit.
Got that fucker.
And hey, we don't need to ban them.
No!
Because anytime they show
No!
up, I'm just gonna keep editing their shit because they're like psycho about censorship.
Spez, don't tell someone not to use the N-word. I just tell you guys not to do it here because, like, they'll fuck my channel over it. Like,
There you go. I'll make up for my degeneracy with a classy Nia. There's a classy Nia for you.
no. All of it, your degeneracy is 100% approved.
Listen, sometimes I gotta cleanse the palate here, you know. Gotta stay classy.
But it's still one of my favorite DJ stickers though, Smokane. It's the one good thing that came from Yellow Fever.
I've been using that sticker forever. What are you talking about?
Yeah, 4-4, Adel's been using that way longer than 8.
I was using that back when I worked with Andy because it used to drive Andy nuts, making like fucking stomach curl.
Yeah, that was like ages ago, and I don't remember that. Not to say that it doesn't, but I don't remember
Fuck,
that.
man, I was kicking ass back there.
I got my Infowars shirts in, boys.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, where the fuck is the pictures?
Oh,
I
also,
know,
can you
sent me,
guys
like-
all be streaming your angles of sus giving?
Yeah, I can if you want me to.
Because I would love to, like, afterwards, like, cut out some of, like, the funniest moments. You know, and like
Dude,
splice them
I
together.
will edit it all. I'll edit it all because I want the like practice.
I would absolutely love to, like, splice it kind of together. You know, show like both angles. You know, like,
No,
well, here's Ghost, here's 404, and here's Adel. I would love that.
Pretty sure.
I mean, if you
Kyla
don't
was
want to, you don't have to.
crappy.
But like, I would love for that because that'd be really cool to just see like everything.
No, I think it'll be either Kyle streams through Andy or Andy will stream through Kyla. That's the only like bottleneck I can see. But the rest of us can definitely do it. Like Adol, myself, fucking.
Excellent.
I don't know about like Geeky and the rest, like to be honest. But yeah.
I mean, Geeky has a channel. He could. But you know, just people that have channels, I'd like to like get it all together. You know.
Yeah, fair enough. Let's see here.
Did we end up adding each other on Switch at all?
I don't think so.
No, I don't think we did either. I just thought of that. Send me your Switch code.
Okay.
You too, Ghost.
I'll have to get my Switch. It's upstairs right now.
Yes, I don't mean right now. Like, just send me a Switch code. That way we can like do some fucking smash and shit.
Hell yeah.
I don't think I can get like my online sub this week, just because I've got like all the bills. But next
Do you have
fortnight-
the requisite skills to pay them?
No, because I want benefits right now until I start my new work.
All right, let me see. Oh, that's a very classy Terra. And a very well-endowed Terra.
Wait, Terra.
Yes.
Final Fantasy VI.
Terra.
Ooh, is that from Bessaria?
Yeah.
It's not Terra.
At the bottom.
Come.
Yeah, I really like that CSR Zelda there. It's pretty great.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
That guy is an unbelievable fucking talent, honestly, Adel.
He's been getting shit on lately, or he was for a while.
His style is ridiculously good.
He had a bunch of Tumblr refugees after him.
Oh no.
That's pretty fake. Pretty fake and lame.
He got taken down by some Tumblristas.
Well, for a while there, I think he was. His Twitter was, at least.
I think I'm gonna go give him money.
It's
if
been a
that's what's
while.
happening. If he hasn't cucked, did he cuck to them though?
I don't think so.
Okay, I'm gonna give him money. He's too good at art not to get my fucking money. I want him to endlessly create sexy art, Adel. Is that so much to ask?
I don't know. It sounds like a good game plan. Sounds like a good game plan. Think I'm gonna play some Tales of Symphonia today, boys. I think that's gonna
Nice.
happen. People seem to be enjoying that, so
Classic.
Well,
yeah.
I'm more than likely going to be doing GTA in the morning as well, which unfortunately is around the same time. But
See,
it's the only time I can play with my
everyone
friend because
comes to
he's
go
like,
stream to advertise their stream.
No, well, I'm not.
I'm
I'm just
joking.
saying, like, Adol, like, fucking. I only do it literally because my friend works nights as well. And that's the only time he can play. So,
No, I'm fine with both of you doing that. Like honestly, I don't care.
no, well,
I
Adol
almost,
gets.
I almost posted
Adol
that
gets
same
viewers, I
wallpaper,
don't.
Alfarius.
Oh. Ooh. I gotta go set off a dirty bomb. Get in the Jeep. Get in the get on the motorcycle. We're going, brother. I'm getting blasted. Well, that went well. You can't get lemons if you don't stream. Oh, that's funny, Alfarius. Oh, dang, Alfarius. Very nice.
Yeah, I almost posted the same one.
Why would you post a feet pic?
It's not.
That's feet, Adel.
No, it's mostly titty.
No, there is a titty there, but the focus is clearly feet.
Fine, then I'll make up for it here.
Although, that artist, Adel, he did the Reaper girl from HoloLive English. And in it, he's got Gura in it, but she's just like normally drawn. Yeah, basically like she's just normally proportioned, just running alongside. It looks fucking hilarious. Let me go find that. Where is this? Where the fuck is it? God damn it. Shouldn't be that hard. Oh, post them in your chat feed. Ah. I'm excited for the first sus giving, Adel. They'll tell tales of this story.
Should be good. Should be real good. Oh shit.
There we go. I found it. Alright, Adel, look in the DGen chat.
Nice.
I just love how Gura's drawn in that. She's just like walking alongside, like, what's going on?
Good. Pretty fucking good.
You're too terrified of being doxxed to become a streamer? I don't blame you. I mean, they doxed that Twitter guy, Orwell and Good. You heard
Really?
about that, right, Adel?
You know, Mr.
no.
Dr. WHO fucking on Andy's stream today yesterday. He wasn't wrong.
About what?
Well, he's like everyone's focusing on Orwell, but they forgot about I think it's Brahms, where basically like to create a Brave New World.
Yes, I know. You're
The author of
about.
where
Well, we're not
you
talking
just,
about
like, fucking-
George Orwell. We're talking about like a Twitter person called Orwell and Good, kind of a right wing person.
No,
and they
Brave
doxed
New
him.
World isn't fucking. Is it Orwell?
No, Brave New World's not Orwell.
Who is it?
No, it's
I'll look it up.
gosh, I can't remember who. Like a German name, I feel like. But...
I'm gonna class this place up with an oil painting. There you go.
Aldous Huxley.
Thank you, Huxley. Thank you.
But either way, like everyone's focused on like and worried
And
about.
Smoke get a
like,
voice
fucking
changer
Orwell.
and the VPN.
Everyone's worried about Orwell. When like I think that's who he was talking about.
You're thinking about Huxley, I think.
And whereas we were worried about Orwell, whereas like the modern shit is remove all the old people because they have the fucking knowledge of the past.
Right, but do you
And
not
that's
remember?
kind of
Do you
what
not
we're dealing
remember
with
one of
now.
the founding lines of 1984?
It's
He
been a
who
very
controls
long
the
time.
past controls the
Forever.
future, right?
Well, yeah, but unfortunately, whoop, almost dropped the N word. Wiggers need to understand that people fucking take things directly and explicitly. So that term was taken in the context of fucking 1984. Whereas
Right.
Huxley, I think it was Huxley. I could be.
But that's
fucking
what the
entirely wrong
party
here.
did in 1984. The
But-
party basically just kept
Brave New World-
rewrote the past.
Brave
They
New
literally
World,
rewrote the
they
past
had
in
to
real time.
remove the octogenarian and embrace the young, because the octogenarian were the ones that like fucking basically like instilled fucking like disdain. They were like, well, this is how it was before. Why the fuck is it like this now? I do actually think he made a good point. It's one of the good points he made.
I just went on a freaking rampage there. Sorry, that's why I was so quiet. But no, like I mean, that's literally one of the lines the party uses. And you think about 1984, right? We've always been at war with East Asia. We've always been at war with, like the way that they not only rewrote the past, but they were literally doing it in real time. Like that was the crazy part. It was like they're rewriting the past and doing it in fucking real time.
You're not wrong, but you're wrong. Like, and I mean that, like, fucking, you're right, but I don't think you understand the scope.
I'm not saying Huxley
Like-
isn't important. It's very important.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, like 1984, like absolutely addressed destroying the past. Like that was
We're,
very
we're
important to the
cucking
party.
up, we're cucking ourselves and cucking society by fucking only focusing on that, man. We really are.
No,
And
I
that's
think
why the WHO, fucking, I actually think that was a very good fucking point he brought up. Like,
I mean, like
expecting something, Ghost, gives the people fucking like, all right, actually, I'll give you a fucking real-time fucking example here. Yellow fever made the fucking mistake of fucking spurging out when I even suggested fucking censorship. Right?
I don't approve of censorship, but I'm willing to have
Nah,
a discussion.
they did. They fucking spoke the fuck out when I was like, oh yeah, we just need 30 people to get their account fucking banned off DLive, which is a fact. I was joking. I was actually joking. But what I learned by their reaction is that is their greatest fear. So, do you know what I did? Do you know why they posted like a zillion fucking of the same image in your Discord?
I don't know.
Because I deleted random parts of their fucking, like, messages. So they spurged the fuck out. Mr. Yellow Fever, all powerful wannabe bitch boy, all of a sudden had to spurg out. I forced his hand and your hand.
I didn't have to do shit. I always have done that to him. This isn't the first time I've done that to him, by the way.
I know. That's why I did what I did. Like, I forced Yellow to fucking be a spurg and get himself banned. You know, like,
I was just
at least backed off, at least limited, you know,
And I've
like...
just been ignoring him mostly. You know, his cries for
I
attention.
refuse to ignore anyone that actually legitimately threatened to get my fucking account banned. That's the reason I've got such
No,
a hard on
I
for
understand.
fucking
I understand. But, like, I personally just, like, I see an attention whore and I'm like, oh, I'm not going to give them the dopamine they desire.
Well, I didn't. All I did was to drain
I mean,
it.
like, he gets off on, you know, people paying attention to him, you know? Like, he does.
And yet they left.
Yeah.
You know,
But I'm
like...
just saying, he gets...
All my, all my
the point
Pepe
was,
bouncing
if
on
he
the
does... No,
bed.
but before he left because he couldn't post, because he couldn't get attention.
No, he was posting before.
No,
he
I
left.
know, but I made it so he couldn't. Because I was like, fuck you, you're spamming my
No, he
chat,
did,
so
like,
you gotta...
as of,
I told
like,
him he's...
4 hours ago, he was posting.
No, I know, but I added him to it later. I added him
Wait,
to him
so
tonight. I
you
put
let
him in...
again post and then
No,
unlet him
no,
post.
no, I didn't take it off of him. I put it tonight. I said, look, you're going to jail because you've been spamming chat, and I said in 2 weeks you'll be out of jail. That's what I did, because I'm like, look.
And I'm the reason he spammed. I
Not
forced
banned.
his hand.
He's-
No, I mean, I'm the reason he spammed.
Oh, I see.
I forced his hand. Because he thought that I was going to sit there and delete all of his shit. He's like, clean it up, Jenny's. Because I did it at first. Like, everyone's like, oh, he's such a great troll. No, he's not. He's a basic bitch. Never fuck with a 90s troll, which is me. Never fuck with a 90s troll. We fucking defined the shit and all the rest preceding us are basic bitches. Yellow Fever is a basic bitch. The only fucking go-to that asshole has got is fucking calling people homophobic. That's the only go-to they've got. And quite frankly, dude, like, I know they may join as another fucking person, but maybe consider that as a rebirth if they want to actually participate.
I don't know.
You know,
I don't think they would bother 404. They're here to get attention, and they get attention by, you know, acting really
No,
gay,
they didn't
basically.
want my attention, did they? They didn't like my attention.
Oh no, he
I mean,
loves
that's
this.
all they fucking
I'm sure he
assholes.
loves this, honestly. 'Cause it's like, he doesn't get attention. Oh, Mr. Frank! What's up, Mr. Frank? Good to see you.
You still here, Idol?
Adol?
Idol?
He's technically here. But I do not know if Adol... Adol may not listen to us, but he may hear us. Curses. We have lost Adol. Also, who changed Adol's name in his Discord?
See, Spaz knows what I'm on about. Old school 90s trolls. We're like, oh lol, this is my sexual identity, and if you don't agree, I'm just gonna report you. Cause that's fucking yellow. Old school 90s trolls, the real trolls, fucking we paint a picture. We take people on a journey. And when they end that journey, they realize they're fucking idiots. Because we fucked with them. That's how fucking trolls really work. Not like, oh lol, F slur, like.
Okay. I mean, like, I don't hate gay people.
I don't
just
either.
Like, I don't.
And why
It's like
the
I
fuck
don't. I
do you
don't by
think he
default
so
like
fucking
them.
hard when he called me homophobe, mate. I've literally, Ghost. I've literally been bashed for defending my gay friends when in high school. All right. That's why I don't like Yellow Fever, using their fucking sexual identity not only as a defense but a weapon. That motherfucker needs to go away. Preferably at the end of 12 knots.
No. No. We are not going to talk about ropes, okay? We are also.
What are you saying? I'm just talking about 12 knots. You know, it could be a boat.
No, we are
You know, you
throwing
got
no
12
one
knots.
out of boats.
But mate,
Not throwing anyone out of
there's
boats.
a lot of layers here that the reason I don't like that person now.
I understand, but we're
I
not
gave
throwing
them
people
a
out of
fucking
boats.
chance. And they fucking chose to use that as an opportunity to be a basic bitch. As far as I'm concerned, they should never come back. And if they come back, they're not gonna find fucking forgetness. I will treat them the same way. I have a shit ton of screenshots
Holy
too.
crap, I blasted this guy at point blank range. He should have died. That was absurd. Oh shit, someone called in that kill streak.
Yeah, Smoke Kane, he literally said that he was gonna report me for being quote unquote homophobic.
You
Mentioned
know.
that many times, and that was after I defended him and asked Ghost to bring him in voice chat.
You know what I've never really understood is, okay, like, homophobic, all homo really means is, like, same. So, like, wouldn't homophobic be that you're just afraid of yourself?
Yes.
Right, isn't that technically what homophobic means? Like, I understand
Technically,
people,
yes.
like, that's a weird term. It should be really homosexual phobic,
Can you
right?
understand why I'm so fucking
But, like,
annoyed, dude?
But I'm just saying, like, it should be homosexual phobic, if anything, because it's like, you're, like, you're afraid or whatever of,
No,
like,
people
homosexuals.
People like that Ghost have only gotten anywhere in life not through hard work, but by claiming victimhood.
Yes, that's true. But I'm just saying, like,
Mate,
it just
I
it
can't
seems.
respect those people, and I refuse to respect those people.
Yeah, this is what I
You
don't
know,
get the term.
I've been shat on my entire fucking life too because of something I can't change. Guess what? I stepped the fuck up and fucking sucked it the fuck up.
Thought you were.
You know, like,
Sorry.
but yeah, like fucking to hear these people try and use it as a weapon, it particularly fucking makes me very angry. And you know, like trolls might hear me say this and think, lol, I've got a trigger. Nah, I'll get you fucking banned from everything. You fucking, like your job, your fucking everything.
No.
I don't even have to. I don't even have to fucking contact people. Because you'll be so demoralized, you'll quit your shit. You know, like fucking, I'm over it. I'm fucking over it. So I go full ham. I'm over it.
I like ham.
I like being a nice guy. I really do. I love being a nice guy, and it's super happy. Like, makes me super happy that like people like legit describe me as like fucking, you know, like fucking a nice dude. I love that. But a motherfucker fucks with my friends, you're gonna see the devil. You're gonna see the fucking devil. That's what Yellow saw. The fucking devil. Like, no. Don't fuck with my friends, don't fuck with me. There's no
I
reason
always said
not
my
to be
friends are my
polite.
power.
There's no reason to not be polite.
I'm back.
What's up, Adel?
So I went upstairs.
Adel,
got
am I
some
wrong?
coffee. What?
Is there any reason to not be polite as a general thing?
Well, yeah, you're right there. I don't disagree.
We should have been polite to the Germans in World War II. I agree.
So I'm like upstairs. I'm like getting some coffee, like getting some, some other things. See on the local
ginseng
news.
coffee?
No, some coffee, some other things.
Well, Smoke Kane, there's a good chance I'm gonna get a few friends here. like some of my gay bros, like fucking, you made some fucking based motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Like I've
Wait,
still
I only
got
had
my
2
gay
shots
bros.
in that?
I've still got my gay bros in the wings. That's why fucking yellow fever won't fucking
You're going to have a gay bash with your gay bros. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, no, my gay friends will have a gay bash.
Okay. I just... okay.
They will. They literally will. Like they're all fucking foaming at the
Oh
mouth.
no! What the hell is that Pepe for? I'm trying to thrown in the pit.
Yeah, the mosh pit, bro.
Ah.
Having a
Music. Got it. Okay.
Anyway, so I'm upstairs.
Ooh.
And, like, they're looking.
Literally
at local
cannot even compete, Adel. That's the thing.
Looking at what? I know.
These local businesses that are struggling right now because of the lockdowns and all that jazz. This lady's on the news like crying about her business struggling this year. The woman owns a bakery that just sells bakery goods for dogs.
Why is her business closed?
I mean, why is her business closing? Because she can't get enough business. I mean,
But-
I wonder why. I wonder why.
I mean, come on,
I
dogs and
wonder
treats.
why.
People need dog treats. I
Yeah,
love
but-
that sticker that you and Grandma 2 posted. I need to remind myself what that's from.
I'm just saying that's some like rich white girl bullshit. Let's go to the dog bakery and buy these fancy cakes and baked goods for our dogs.
I
not
love dogs
ourselves.
though. Like I really love dogs.
So that's just some white girl nonsense, dude.
I'm just
That's some
saying,
white-
dogs are super based.
Nah, Furious Omegon. I
Yeah,
don't
pretty
go
much
out and bash
smoking.
gays. I incite gay people to bash other gay people. That's how I work. It really is. Because like you look at F slurs like fucking yellow. All they do is justify the bad stereotypes of gay people. And the gay people that are my mates are like solid lads. They fucking yeah.
I still don't
They
believe
will
he was
fuck
gay.
his day.
I think
They
he
will
was.
fuck his day.
I think he was gay as like as a shield for criticism. You know what I mean?
Probably, yeah.
Good point. Alfarius, I love fucking Frosty the Snow Pepe. Looks so based. It looks very pensive
Yeah,
too.
the fun thing about being a pretty fucking laid back fella is that I've got friends of all walks of life. You know, like I have like a fucking army of people
Oh, I love that one. I'm trying to remember what that's
that I
from
can
though.
fucking use against fucking asshats like Yellow,
That's a pretty awesome
and
one.
they
I'm not
do it
gonna lie.
willingly.
I'm pretty sure that's not from a hentai though. That's why I'm like looking at it like, what the fuck is that from?
Oh my
Super
god.
fucking lewd.
Oh my god, fucking Adol, I need to save that.
Abby always uses that one.
But yeah, like, suffice to say, I refuse to let anyone use their homosexuality as a fucking shield. You know, like, get fucked.
What,
Get fucked.
you some kind of bigot that won't fuck them 404? What the?
God.
I love the actual frog looking Pepe.
I know, he's so weird. Got him.
Well, unfortunately, Smoke Cane, like, one of my best friends growing up was gay. Like, fucking, you know, I've got a decent chunk of gay friends. Like, fucking, it just is fucking what it is. I mean, actual gay people, not like transgender fucking assholes.
Yeah, I grew up in the gay Midwest. Well, not grew up, but like I went to high school in the gay Midwest capital of the United States, so I've known a lot of gay people in my day.
I have a cousin. It's pretty cool, dude. Actually,
I actually
he
have
doesn't
to
define
deal with,
himself by being gay, you know. And honestly, he passes as a straight, not like Not when you hang out with him personally, but like, you know, like if you saw or heard him talk, you would have no fucking idea.
Well, most of the gay people don't like the Queenies because they make
That's
them
right.
look bad.
That's
Yeah,
right.
it's just like, you know, it's like, yeah, it's my cousin. He makes board games. What the fuck else do you want to know about him?
I told you about my friend John and Josh. Dude, they've been married for years. They have a giant wood cabin up in Michigan. They fucking hunt. Play
Is
fucking
there
football
anything
and shit,
gayer?
Rugby.
Is there anything gayer than that? Having a giant wood cabin.
They put the wood right into the cabin.
But dude, they're like fucking ripped chads, dude. Like you'd have no idea.
Oh, no.
Well, man, like for real, like fucking
But
the
dude,
shit.
they hunt their own
made my
deer
head
and like
laugh.
shoot their own turkeys
I know.
every year. They're fucking
I know,
handling
like
that, dude.
the shit that like fucking I had to deal with me and my ex, like with our son. It was like the quote unquote bear guys I know, like bears. They were like the guys that actually fucking like kept me sane.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like they were like, "Hey, motherfucker, come over here, fucking have dinner." You know, like fucking, we'll make sure you get home. You
What
can
does
have as much.
gotchi mean?
Like, and the thing is too, like they introduced me to like fucking this girl that like I went out with like for 2 fucking years after that too. Like,
Did you find out she was a man after that? Just-
no,
I'm just kidding.
I found out she was definitely not a man. But
I
yeah,
know.
like
I'm just
fucking-
having fun.
No, these boys fucking they do better than most of my hetero mates. You know, like fucking they made me feel like I wasn't shit. You know, like
Well, yeah.
Well,
It's great,
they were making
but
sure. They were making sure in case there was an option for you. I'm just kidding. They're like, maybe. Get them drunk
So
someday.
But yeah, like
Adolf, I
no.
love that sticker of Chica. Oh, she's so fucking based.
I'm not used
I
to.
still have
people
to watch that
being
anime.
to be honest.
There's 2
I'm not.
seasons now. It's fucking hilarious. Although the fucking maid in that show is fucking hilarious.
You'll have to send me a Wikipedia link to what it's called because you say it all the time, but you say it too fast, too Jap
It's
for me.
Kaguya-sama Love is War, but I just love the rich girl. Like she won't admit that she loves the dude, even though she like absolutely does. And her maid is like, "Listen, all right, I'll go do it." And, like she gets in a fight with her maid, and she tells her like, "Oh fuck you, what are you gonna do?" And she's like, "Okay, I'll go do it. I'll go seduce him." It's fucking hilarious. Well, to her credit, she fails. And she feels really bad about failing too. Fucking hilarious.
Here's a good one I haven't used in a while.
I hope we have an even
Spaghetti
bigger.
Spiller.
Hope we have an even bigger showing when we watch Fat Man again.
Yeah, that'll be dope. Sound quality won't be.
Holy shit! This dude was shooting a homing missile at me, and like I jump off, and I'm walking side by side with my snowmobile, and it just gets blasted. Oh my gosh!
New Alex Jones one. Oh. There we go.
Yeah, I'll send you the title after I finish this round. I think it'll be it for the. Maybe I'll play like one round, then be done for the night.
Yeah, I'm gonna play Nino Kuni. I'm up for the morning, but I'm gonna play some Tales this afternoon.
Tales of Symphonia.
Yeah, pretty much. It's one of my favorite games of all time.
To be fair, Colette's a good girl to simp for. She's a good girl.
Colette's cool. I like Rain. I like all the cast in that.
Rain's a
for the most
whore,
part.
okay?
Rain's not a whore. She's got like mommy GF vibes going on.
Alright,
She's
boys.
got-
I need to crash out.
All right, buddy. Take care.
Have a good night. I
You have
will
a
talk
great
to you
night,
both
404.
through.
Post your channel so people can find you.
I'm good.
Tales
Wait.
of Simps. Oh, good. That
Oh,
reminded
no.
me. I gotta give that artist money for telling those SJWs to fuck off. I don't have a choice, Adel. I have to do it.
That was a while ago. You should, if you're gonna commission, I'm gonna post this guy's link in your chat. People should go follow this guy and make this guy blow up. He's really, really good. He doesn't have a very big Twitter account, but his character design, well, I guess 36,000 is pretty big, but it's not like
That's
it's not
pretty
as big as
impressive.
that's not as big as like some of these artists that are up like 500,000. You know?
You know what his rates are?
I have no idea. I know his commissions were open last I looked. I think he's Chinese though, or maybe Korean. No, I guess it's bio's in Japanese.
Yeah, that's definitely Japanese.
This is yeah. Go follow that guy. He makes his own custom characters and stuff.
I like the Zelda art with the little doll she's holding.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's
The
his. Might
Guardian.
be just retweeting it.
Yeah, I think he's retweeting that one.
What happened? No, different. Not that guy. He was too small to be known.
Wait.
Hey! He fled.
Oh.
Oh my gosh, how hilarious. Oh, Speznot was in the green room? Well, fucking A! Tell me an hour ago!
Yeah, people need to tell people like in the chat when they're in, because like it's hard to keep an eye on the Discord at the same time.
As like when I'm gaming and
Yeah.
fucking about.
Yeah, cute sexy robots or whatever. That was a while ago when he was having issues with like SJWs coming after him for drawing women too sexy. I don't know.
I mean, his art style hasn't really changed significantly, so I would say he didn't cuck, you know?
Yeah, I think that's kind of his response was I don't care.
Like, fuck you.
But they were like coming after him or whatever. I don't know.
Alright, let's go give him money.
The thing with these people is, you know, these people that get mad about this kind of shit is if you don't give them the reaction that they want, then they give up very easily. It's the people that apologize or try to like, oh well, this and that, and I like, no. When people tell you like, oh, you're drawing characters too sexy or this is like offensive to women, fuck you. That's my response, or just not respond at all.
Oh, that's not bad. $15 is to possibly get in the commission tier queue. That's not bad. It's actually $5 a month just for his images. That's not bad.
No, it's
As
not
far
bad
as
at all.
simping goes, it's like it's actually a reasonable price. Probably why he has like 10,000 simps.
Pretty decent.
Although I would love him to draw my channel's anime girl, you know?
Yeah.
Fucking lit.
I'm thinking of doing a like a bonus like what, like 'cause I want to do a I want to do a Patreon soon for Foilcast, and then basically anybody who pays like $5 a month or whatever gets the like we'll do like 2 bonus episodes a month or something. Where we just do like a smaller but like more concise like Foilcast episode, you know. That'll be just for the Patreon people. Like we'll have the Patreon people like kind of vote on what they want us to do. You know.
Interesting.
Just like a quicker like hour, maybe 2 hour like keep her run down or whatever, however long it needs to be.
Yeah, no, that sounds like a good idea.
Yeah.
I mean, I already gave you $3 a month. What's another 5?
Yeah. I don't know when I'll be doing that. It'll be a while. Probably at the start of the new year. I'm gonna try to do a lot of like changes and whatnot, and take your and Rabbi advice to like try to do a stream to get some new computer stuff or do something towards the new computer sometime after beginning of the new year as well.
I'm always pro get new computer.
Yeah, it's gotta happen, dude. This thing is, you know.
Oh my gosh, my game crashed. I think. It's a sign. Alright, let me just give this artist some money. Good. Alright, let me get back in the fucking game. God damn it.
If it's offensive against women, it's good. That's hilarious, Grandma too.
More or less, yeah.
This character's eating mushrooms? What the fuck is going on in this picture of the degenerates? Alfarius, wait a minute, no!
Hold on.
Alfarius, no!
Let me see. Oh, that's Muna from Genshin Impact. A very sexy mushroom.
Okay.
Is that no, that's not Miku in a pool. That's one of that guy's characters. Oh, the Shami and what's her name from Fire Emblem? Is that female Byleth drinking on her breasts?
Yeah.
Ah, Alfarius post. Oh my gosh, dude. There was a stream last night with the Reaper girl Callie and the dog girl Korone. And Callie doesn't speak very good Japanese, and Korone speaks really bad English. And they were playing Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes.
Oh no.
So it's like it was like wire, full wire, red, blue, white. And then when he got to the symbols, let me send you some of the memes I sent 404 from it because it was so fucking funny. Okay, wait. It's so funny. This one's great. Oh my gosh. The mini legs A. All the different things they said to try and communicate. That was so fucking funny. You still there, Adel?
Yeah, I'm like phone. Trying not to. I was trying to. Yes, I'm here. Yes.
The mini
What were you
legs
saying?
A. The mini legs A. I said
Mini
them in the
legs. Oh, you something
She's
to
trying
do,
to
okay.
describe the buttons in the game, right? English isn't her first language.
Okay.
Botan is the name of the wolf girl there. That's why it's like for Botan.
Nice.
That stream was legendary.
Oh no.
Being someone that understood both languages in it was fucking hilarious.
So which one doesn't speak English? Korone?
Korone doesn't speak English, and Callie doesn't. Well, Korone speaks very little English. Callie speaks a little bit of Japanese. Callie's probably better at Japanese than Korone is at English.
Okay.
But it's nice. Fantastic Four keyboard. That's right. She's trying to explain 4 buttons, and she goes, "Fantastic Four keyboard."
Mini legs, eh?
Yeah, the mini legs. I love that one.
That's good stuff.
It was really wholesome. What I'm having happen on my stream right now, Adel, is what actually happened in Miami. With Ralph and Andy.
Oh no.
It's actually a really cool Miami map.
Oh no.
This is what actually happened. What you're about to see is
Actually took place.
the names have been changed, but the but the events pictured within are absolutely true. God damn it, he dodged my tomahawk and I have to go get it back. Fantastic Four keyboard. Oh, damn it. He was on the ground. I wasn't ready.
Apparently there's this meme going around, don't Google why chainsaws were invented.
Go on.
I don't know. I don't get the joke. I really don't know.
I don't know. Why were they invented, Adel?
I wonder what chainsaws invented. Neither have we. It's not the type of thing to think about. Pops up Twitter.
They were invented because lumberjacks became pussies.
Good effect.
Apparently it was a tool developed to be used in childbirth.
Excuse me? But they mean like mini chainsaws, right? Or right?
Chainsaw was developed by John Aitken and James Jaffray, 2 Scottish doctors in the late 18th century to help with symphysiotomy. Symphysiotomy, which simply means to widen the pelvis when there are complications in childbirth. This was before doctors discovered C-sections. The doctors would remove bits of bone and cartilage using the chainsaw-like device to essentially create more space for the baby to come out when it was stuck in the pelvis. While it sounds scary, believe it or not, it was actually designed to make childbirth a lot safer, and the chainsaw wasn't anything like the power tool we know today. Okay, so yeah.
But it was a smaller one, right? Like it wasn't. They're not talking about.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, they're not talking about
However,
like taking a Resident Evil 4 chainsaw to like her torso, her pelvis, right? Like that's.
You'll be glad to know that symphysiotomies are no. Yeah, I don't know if I'm saying that word right. By the way, symphysiotomies are no longer performed, and the chainsaw is now used for less terrifying purpose, like cutting down trees. Yeah, I don't get why that's like. So before they knew about C-sections, they just used to like do a surgery where they would remove a piece of a pelvis bone that wasn't really needed to open up the hips wider. I don't know. Yeah, and they'd use the chainsaw to cut the bone.
What was that TV show that was about like the doctors who invented like the C-section?
Well, like C-section goes way back to like Roman times, which I find weird that they would even.
Well, no, like the modern C-section.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because like the modern C-section is like 1900s.
Yeah, which would make sense because that was 1800s when that was
right.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense that it was like a surgical tool first, right? Like a little smaller sort of buzzsaw, you know, to be able to cut through bone.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Yeah, I mean, you'd start small.
You can't really have a person open for that long.
But I guess like the idea was it was made to cut bone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not nearly as like graphic, or I don't know. Maybe I've been on the internet too long where I was like, eh.
Terrifying?
Also-
Nah.
I mean, slightly terrifying, sure. Horrifying? No.
Not really.
I'm not like choking things out. I'm not like, oh god.
Oh,
I wish I didn't know that. Oh no.
But now we can
Oh,
never unknow that, Adel.
True.
Watch out for that Fantastic Four keyboard.
I'm more scared of that than anything Fantastic Four. or anything. Oh shit.
My gosh, Adel, we Googled it. We could never un-Google it. How will we ever live this down, Adel?
Apparently Liverpool got super fucked over today. That's hilarious. Fuck the Scousers.
I mean, why'd they get
Well,
fucked over?
I guess in the 34th-minute, video refereeing rules out a goal for them, and then the 84th minute rules out another goal for them, and then 90 plus 2, so 2 minutes after the 2 minutes added on time, they award Brighton a penalty and they scored, so the game ended up being 1-1. They drew with Brighton. That's great. I love it.
Nice. Ooh,
Dude,
just got
Brighton are a
another.
bogey team for a lot of people. I don't know why. Like, if they're playing a team at their level, they're trash. But for some reason, when they play like a team that's like, what? That should be just stomping them. They're just like a weird bogey team.
Basically, the team no one wants to face.
It's just, you know, like Brighton's pretty far south too, so it's like a long travel, you know.
Yeah,
for
be
a
out of
lot of
sorts.
teams. Yeah, and I don't know. Like I said, they're just like a weird team that just gives you weird problems when you're a high level team. So.
So where does that put your positioning?
Well, I don't know, to be honest. I'll have to take a look at the leaderboard. Let's take a look. Let's see what the Premier League table looks like as of today. That's a good question, Ghost. Liking it. All right,
No, I
let's
mean,
see.
I understand. I mean, I don't know much about soccer, but I understand sports.
Yep. So Liverpool are at the top of the table with 10 games played and only 21 points. That's pretty crazy. Dude, everybody's doing terrible this year. That's crazy. Tottenham are at second with 20 points, but they've got 9 games played. Liverpool's played 10, so, I mean, there's still some games to be played. So, 3 points for a win, 1 for a draw, none for a loss. So, Chelsea are third, 18. Leicester at fourth with 18. And then Southampton are at fifth with 17. They play us Sunday. So yeah, I mean, there's 1, 2, 3. There's 3 teams. If they win, they'll overtake Liverpool. So they're not at the top for long. It's not going to stay that way. But by Monday, that they won't be leading the table. Everton are at 16. Damn, dude, Everton was doing like they were winning. They were on like a win streak for the first 5 games of the season, and they must have lost 3 in a row because they were undefeated for a while. Like they're. Jesus, we're like 11th. That's terrible. 8 games played. Yeah, we're also down a game too, though. So 8 games played, 13 points. That's fucking trash.
That's not good.
No. If you consider 3 points for a win, yeah, 4 wins, 1 draw, and
Wait, is it 2 points
3
for a win
losses.
again? Sorry, what was the points for?
3 points for a win.
Ooh. How many points for a draw?
1.
And 0 for a loss, I assume?
Right, yeah.
And you're at 13? What's your record then?
4 wins, 1 draw, and 3 losses.
Ugh.
Yeah, it's not good. Goal differential, which means we've scored 1 less goal than it's been scored against us. That's fucking trash too.
Good.
Hold on, I gotta go sort my cat's fucking shit out. I'll be right back. She's pissing me off.
One more. One more for the road.
Power back. Yeah.
I sent you one more.
You gotta send me a link to that anime so I don't forget either.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good one.
Alright. Let me.
Like it's like Cran like appearance. Good.
One sec.
Jesus, dude, can you imagine? So like last season, Sheffield United were like one of the teams was like, man, with another good year like they had, they might be playing in Europe. They have not won a game this season. They've lost 8 and drawn 1. They only have 1 point this season. Holy fuck. That's like the worst form I've ever seen in my life.
Bad.
That's super bad, dude. They're getting relegated for sure.
I mean, relegated to another league?
Yeah. Yeah, if you're in the bottom 3, you go down a league. Crazy. That's fucking crazy. West Brom aren't much better off. They've only got 3 points this season. And they're all from draws. Oh, shit. 3-6? Oh, man, that's fucking brutal.
Ugh.
Fulham, the same deal.
They're saying they're 0-3 and 6?
Yeah, 0-3 and 6, yeah.
They didn't tie you, did they?
No. They're at 3 points for the season because of those
Adel,
3
I
draws.
found that German cow, by the way.
Did you? The heck cow?
Check your DMs.
Oh no, yeah, I saw that too earlier. I almost posted it. Heck cow. The heck cow, fuck yeah.
I found the superior German cow.
Right. Man, I don't know who's gonna win the league this year. I can't. I don't want it to be Chelsea. I don't want it to be really.
Chelsea
Tottenham.
sounds like a whore.
I definitely don't want it to be Liverpool. But I mean, Liverpool have like 5 injuries to their starting 11, like serious injuries to their starting 11. Their best player probably won't play the rest of the season. He like tore his ACL or something.
Oh shit.
I wasn't expecting them to like win some games after that. I expected their form to dip. You know, if Tottenham win it, I won't be too mad. You know, I don't really give a fat fuck. I mean, Jose Mourinho, I mean, that'd be kind of funny because he's kind of like the Trump of managers in the Premier League. Everybody loves to hate him. He's a bit of a cunt. Fights with the media all the time. It's kind of funny. He was manager of United for a short while, for 2 years. He used to manage Chelsea for a while. I hated him when he managed Chelsea. I was like, this guy's a fucking, you know, see you next Tuesday. And then when he became our manager, I was like, now he's our see you next Tuesday.
Yeah, now he's my weapon.
Yeah, exactly. But,
Some of the best things in sports, you know, when you got the guy you absolutely hate, and then it's like, now I will use this weapon against you.
Yeah, exactly. I was kind of hoping, to be honest, that Everton were going to win the league. Everton are pretty non-offensive. They were on a really decent run. They've got this Italian manager I like a lot, Carlo Ancelotti. He's managed some big clubs in his day.
Call him Jalopy?
Carlo Ancelotti. He went to Everton last season, I think. And he's kind of like one of those like big shot managers. So when he went to Everton, I was like, really? That was like a head turner. I was like, whoa, wait a minute, what? Like, he usually goes to like a big top club, like one that's like expected to be like winning everything all the time. And like I said, at the beginning of the season, they were like on a 5-game winning streak, and they were like, and it wasn't by chance either. They were like thoroughly dominating, you know. So it'd be interesting to see, you know, if they can find that vein of form that they had earlier, because, like I said, I think it would be kind of interesting to see them win the league. They're pretty non-offensive. Their play style is really good.
I always feel like that's like the most. I always feel like that's always like a backhanded insult. Oh, they're non-offensive.
Well, there's definitely people I don't want to win, you know, like, I mean, they just, like, I'm kind of, like, indifferent to them, you know, like, if they play well, they're playing good football and they win the league, you know, like, good for them, like, I'd rather them than, you know, Liverpool or City, so, you know, that would suck. Is this, like, a Nuketown, like...
Yes, Nuketown 94.
Rusted over This is ridiculous. I like it.
Yeah, this map is way too small.
Yeah, that's why people like the OG Nuketown, because of course it's got a lot of obstacles, but it's tight and it makes people like, it's like forces them to engage.
Yeah, this is the first map they added.
Nice. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Shit.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Tottenham would be kind of inoffensive too, although again, like Jose Mourinho will be like donking. He'll be dining out on that for a while. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I'm back. I'm the special one. Oh,
He'll never let anyone hear the end of it. Is what you mean?
yeah, he'll be really obnoxious about it. But the thing with Tottenham though is, you know, when you're winning and you fuck it up the last moment, it's called being Spursy for a reason. Tottenham Hotspur, you know. So I wouldn't be surprised if they get really close to the end and then like shit a brick when they need to.
Isn't that just called
do
choking?
it the most? Well, yeah, bottling it, choking. Yeah. It's very Spursy, they say. So I wouldn't be surprised if they have a Tottenham Hotspur moment near the end of the season when they're on the win streak and
Wow,
throw it all the way last
fuck
minute.
artillery down to me.
Just hopefully it's against somebody that I don't really give a fat fuck about. Because if I'm not winning the league, then I want to lose somebody non-offensive to win the league. So
Got him through the garage door.
I wouldn't even care if Leicester City won the league again. Fuck it, why not? They had a Cinderella team like a couple years ago that was like 10,000 to 1 to win the league, and they won the league.
I blasted that guy at point blank. When you say Cinderella, you mean like they had no business being there and they just pulled it off?
Pretty much, yeah. It's like 1-1, like 10,000 to 1, I think, were the odds. So for every one you spent, you got 10,000 back. Like, that's ridiculous, dude.
Christmas time. Susgiving, 9 p.m. Pacific, 12 o'clock Eastern is what time it will be, Crusher. Glad to have you here with us.
What's on, Crusher? What's going on, buddy?
Yeah, I'm actually just finishing up.
Boom, nice.
Holy fuck, they're all behind me. Oh, man, almost had a really good set, triple kill back there. Oh fuck, they're all in the house. Oh, that's not a stim pack, no.
Yeah, not bad.
The last guy couldn't shot you to death. Oof. That was almost a disaster. Oh shit! They spawned behind me. That's why this map is so fucking small. I'm like, I'll just step back here and reload. Oh, no I won't. I didn't get play of the game.
We need to start a rumor that you secretly ghost politics without a voice changer. This is like
What are you talking about? Anal Wolf? Why would I do that?
You see what I...
This is outrageous, Anal Wolf. Who would accuse me of that? A pensive cowboy.
He's so good. He's so good.
He's pretty funny.
Did you see what I changed my nickname to in my server?
I did not. Oh yes, Wolfler. Not very optical, but I understand.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good.
Okay, I didn't realize it was you. I was like, who did this? Who did this to Anal?
Yeah, Apple made me feel bad, so I changed her name back to just Apple.
Why'd she make you feel bad?
I don't know. I bullied her a little too hard for her ridiculous, outlandish statement. But
did she deserve it?
I guess I'll forgive her for now. For now, until she irritates me again.
A few moments later.
There's a really good Twitter account you should follow called Low Poly Animals, and they just take screenshots of low polygon animals from different games.
Really?
Pretty good shit. Shark from Tomb Raider. Oh god.
Shark. I like sharks. They're cute.
I want to post the. Post it in your general. The
Nice.
dog from Lightning Returns.
The dog?
Yeah. This is low poly animals are ridiculous.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious.
I can't waste too many polygons on background animals.
I like that sticker, the Jimbo Zoomer one. Pants.
What is the hell is that sticker?
He's a streamer, Jimbo Zoomer. He like, plays Minecraft and shit. He's like a Zoomer Groiper, I think.
Oh,
His Pepe is like this like tan Pepe kinda. Whew.
Pretty good.
I took out the Sith Lord 21. I'm bad. I'm getting much better at nailing people with this tac rifle. Fuck! Oh, he's got an actual sniper rifle. That's why when I missed his head the second time, I was dead. Fuck!
I like that one. Alfarius. I haven't seen that one in a while. Alright, guys. Well, I'm gonna get out of here. Play a game for a little bit. I don't know. Do
Give me
something.
my last match.
Well, enjoy it, sir.
Will be.
Good to
Ada
see.
Wolf, I will see you at Susgiving.
Yep, I'll be there. I'll be playing a game sometime this afternoon-ish. Probably around like.
Now, per se,
2 or
perchance,
3.
some awesome homies wanted to find you. Where can they find you?
Well, that's a good question, Ghost. You know, I'll have
Perhaps
to post
a
it.
link in the chat could assist in locating the
That's-
legendary Adolwolf.
That's
He is
right.
a creature of mystery. There he is, dlive.tv/Adolwolf. Give him a sub and a follow in that order.
Yep.
Send him your
Yep.
support. Send him your energy.
That's right. I need it for my Genkai-dama.
Listen, he needs more Dakimakuras, okay? And the only way he can afford those is if you send him more lemons.
Yeah, it's a crippling addiction that I need assistance with. But it's an addiction I believe Ghost can get behind.
It's
So,
not yet covered by Obamacare. You see, Ada Wolf is
Well-
pro-Obamacare. He just wants it to cover his crippling body pillow addiction. Okay? It is
Well,
not
maybe-
it is not covered as a pre-existing condition because those fascists don't want to give it to him.
That's right. Well, now that we have a president that likes to sniff girls' hair, maybe he can get behind, getting me some support for this.
Well, we'll see. We'll see if he will support crippling body pillow addiction.
This is true. But I'll be
long as
playing
it's-
Tales of Symphonia today. I've got to beat that alternate boss. I really don't want to grind too much, so it's going to be very frustrating for me. So come watch me die a bunch of times. It'd be great. Be fun as always. I'll
It
see
has
you
been
guys
fun,
there.
Ada. Thank you for coming by, even if only for a moment.
Yep.
Like
indeed.
tears in the rain.
Tears in the rain. Tears in the rain. Gone. Gone in a single moment. Alright, see you guys.
Hey, have a great night, man. Oh, would have been nice if you could have gotten him. All right, it's just me, folks. We're gonna finish up this match. We're down by a lot. This is trouble.
Hostile sentry turret active.
Alfarius, I see you. I'll play an Ina clip. Oh, shit. I'll play an Ina clip as my outro. Just for you. Shit. I see you, Lotus. Oh, I'm getting my ass kicked. Ah, hey, Jessica. Good to see you're still here, Jessica. Great as always. We got Jessica, we got Lotus, we got Alfarius. We're trying to leave for the night. We will. But we'll have to leave you with a song. Oh, hell, what have I done? Jessica, thank you for the 3 ice creams. Thank you, Jessica. Thank you very much for the support. Ah, I should have had him. Fuck. Darn it. Are you kidding? Nice. Well, thank you so much. Thank you for your support, Jessica. 500 lemons. It's a good night. Oh, shit. They had an M16. Oof. And now I'm at even. Wow. This is not going to end well as we are tied with them. Damn it!
Enemy care package above. Multiple enemy spy plane contacts.
Shit, there's more. Ah, darn it all. I did good there. Not good enough.
Your proximity mine was destroyed by hostile action.
Nice shot.
Enemy care package above.
That's a kill.
Fuck, I got shot.
Your proximity mine is already in action.
Well, we're only down by 37 kills, so the lead has... Dang! Thought I had him.
Enemy spy plane inbound. Enemy napalm strike incoming. Hostile care package inbound.
Oh, let's shoot these off, I suppose.
Enemy sentry turret detected in your AO. No effect. Copy that.
Well, I got first place. Alright, well, that'll be it for the night. Jeez, I had a third of my team's kills, basically. Ugh. I think I remember this kill. Dang. Oh, nicely done. Alright, let me just hop out. Alright, folks. It's just me. Oh my gosh, that cat. Cat looks fucking hilarious. Alright, I'm going to play some Ina, and I'm going to get at it. Remember, tonight, 9 p.m. Pacific, Coast to Ghost is not what will be on. No, it will be Sus Giving. Andy Warski and Kyler will be there for a bit. Flamenco will probably be there. Audie has indicated he is interested. Abby will be there. That's Mochi will be there. Adolwolf will be there. Malwalk will be there. 404 Gamer Not Found will be there. Fed Zeppelin will be there. And so will the Geeky Beaner. So, please be there and check it out. It should be a fucking blast is what it should be. So I'm going to play some Ina and let you get out of here. All right? Because Alfarius, I know you're still here, Alfarius. I'll play something for you. Let's go with Ina singing I'm Yours.
Well, you done me and you bet I felt it.
Howdy,
I
Games
tried
Life
to
Gamer,
beat
how you
you,
doing?
But you're so hot that I melted. I felt right through the cracks. Now I'm trying to get back. Before the cooldown run out, I'll be giving it my bestest. And nothing's gonna stop me but divine intervention. I reckon it's again my turn to win some or learn some. But I won't hesitate no more.
Yeah, you're a bit late. I mean, it's been going on for 10 hours, but we're about done right now.
I'm yours. Well, open up your mind and see like me. Open up your plans and then you're free. Look into your heart and you'll find love, 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 love. Listen to the music of the moment, people dance and sing. We're just one big family, and it's our God-forsaken right to be loved, love, 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 love. So I won't hesitate no more, no more. It cannot wait. I'm sure there's no need to complicate. Our time is short. This is our fate. I'm yours. But did you wanna come on? Scooch on a little closer, dear, and I will nibble your ear. Ba-da, 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 ba-da. Wah, 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 I've been spending way too long checking my tongue in the mirror and bending over backward just to try to see it clearer. But my breath fogged up the glass, and so I turn your face and I laugh. I guess what I'd be saying is that the reason to rid yourself of vanities and just go with the seasons. It's what we aim to do. Our name is our Virgil, but I won't hesitate no more, no more. It cannot wait. I'm yours. We'll open up your mind and see like me. We'll open up your plans and damn, you're free. Look into your heart and you'll find the sky is yours. So please don't, please don't, please don't. There's no need to complicate, 'cause our time is short. This is our fate. I'm yours.
All right, everyone. I will see you all tonight for Susgiving. You all have a wonderful fucking day. Once again, I hope you all had a great Thanksgiving. I will